हेलो एंड वेलकम बैक गाइस। थोड़ा लेट हो गया आज मैं, बट हम आज इग्नाइट का टूर्नामेंट देख रहे हैं। अभी अभी स्टार्ट हुआ है रेड और सेंटिनल का। एंड शायलॉक भाई, मैंने देखा भाई कल से भाई सारे लोग भाई शायलॉक ही खेले जा रहे हैं। भाई शायलॉक इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट DPS राइट नाउ। अलाउड ट्रांसपेरेंसी, विंडो कैप्चर करते हैं यार। एक मिनट, ये क्या हुआ? वेट, पॉज कर दी उन्होंने गेम। हम्म। पता नहीं क्या करने लग रहे हैं ये। अच्छा, पॉज हुआ था, वो वापस स्टार्ट कर दिया है। ओह शिट भाई, उनके वैनम ने भाई किल्स निकाल दे भाई। वेट भाई, दो दो बंदे निकल चुके हैं दोनों टीम के, तो इट लुक्स लाइक कि रेड टीम, भाई ब्लू टीम ने भाई एक वो मार दिया। ले भाई, क्या हो रहा भाई ये? टीपी किया रेड टीम ने। नहीं, ब्लू टीम ने ही टीपी कर दिया भाई, व्हाट द फक। ब्लू टीम के पास अभी कंट्रोल है, वो कंट्रोल छोड़ना नहीं चाहेंगी जब तक 99% ना हो जाए। उसके बाद ओपोनेंट टीम ज्यादा पुश करेगी, बट शायलॉक इधर अल्ट कर सकती है बहुत अच्छा। नहीं, फोर्स वो लैंप। नाइस। ओ भाई, कैप्टन अमेरिका। भाई उनके पास एक अल्ट बची है भाई। नाइस।
Yeah, trust me, is down, which is absolutely huge. But I mean, he's Venom.
Yeah.
Give it 5 seconds, he's gonna be back in the fight already. And if you're Sentinels, you can't even really go first because you have to be worried about Rage of Ultron, and it's Jeff, and also Dance of the Butterflies, which Naga still hasn't used. We're gonna have another cycle of the Loki regeneration domain, but this time Rad already in control of that space. They've got that high
भाई
ground durability,
इनविजिबल वुमेन के
already
पास
smashing
अल्ट
into
है,
Loki.
लोकी के
Let's see
पास
if they can
लैम्प्स है,
finish
अभी
this
वो
off.
जा रही है
Very
लैम्प्स
good
फोर्स
pressure
कराने
right
में
now.
भी।
Very gets to
दो
play with it.
डैश
Oh,
किए हैं तो
Lilia comes in
शी
as
विल
well. Once again, doesn't really have
गेट
that
अ
much
लिटिल
damage.
मोर
She's got
टाइम
the point.
टू जॉइन द
Force
फाइट
touch if
अगेन।
they want to play inside that.
बट इनविजिबल
Synergies
वुमेन
is
ने
the
अल्ट किया, फोर्स अल्ट है, तो
centerpiece of it all.
दे
And
कांट
Ellie avoids
डू
that as well.
एनीथिंग
Not
भाई।
looking so accurate so far on this. Great dodge coming
ओह
through and the
शिट
turnaround from Ryan Mating.
भाई,
And
ये
that's
तो
going to see
बहुत सही कल
Sharpies
निकल गए
here.
हैं
Oh, what
एकदम से
was
भाई।
it?
वो बच
Sentinels do
चेंज हो गया
such
भाई।
a good job of dodging out of the It's
रेड
Jeff.
टीम
It
ने
is
वो
going to be a
किया।
strange. Oh,
ओ
wait, hold on a minute.
Was that
That
an invisible
was an
boundary?
invis boundary.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. So, folks, fun facts about domination. You retain your ultimate charges. Not 50% minimum, you retain 100% of it. So, that invis boundary. Fun fact
Invisible
was
boundary.
dodging
वेट।
out of the It's Jeff. It is going to be a strange portal, but it
Oh.
wins. Do such a good job of dodging out of the It's Jeff. It is
अच्छा,
one.
From Ryan Mating.
लोकी ने अल्ट मार रखा था तो लोकी ने अपना वो कर
Nice
दिया।
frame on the Jeff
लोकी
ultimate.
कुछ कर भी नहीं सकता था, उसके अलावा
It
ऑप्शन
is
नहीं था।
unfortunate because I mean Rad have Dance of the Butterflies and Feast of the Abyss, so even if Sentinels players stack up to absorb all of the pressure from the Psylocke dashes, they're just going to be feeding themselves to the Venom ult.
Okay, change up here. Fate no longer on the Jeff. Instead, over on the Cloak
हाँ,
and Dagger. Maybe a Terra to try and get
पहली
some
फाइट तो
damage.
जीतनी चाहिए
They're forced
इनको।
to use their own ultimate, and that's going to be the fate of both worlds decided right here and now inside the greens of the Loki. It's just so easy. But this has forced Aramori onto the other side of a portal, so she will not be present for a majority of this fight. This might allow for a free first cap.
Yeah, Sentinels don't really have any
यार
direct
उन्होंने
angles,
कैप
so
दिया, कोई
even if
दिक्कत
you
नहीं
do
है भाई,
force
लेकिन
Sentinels to
उन्होंने
use it,
पूरी
Rad will
अल्ट
be
से
able
बंद
to
कर दी है
defend
अपनी।
immediately. Trust me, he's going to be dropping from the pillar on high with that Feast of the Abyss all the way into the backline. He's gone, and Rad is still trying to force out the regeneration domain from this Loki.
Yeah, really want to break Aramori's spirit right here, first and foremost. She's got an Iron Will. Eventually, it's forced to use it there. Nectar doesn't get the attention. Fate takes him down with a light force. Dagger moving on forward. It's Trust Me all over Crimzo. Big freeze comes on through. Rajara used the Carbon Crush just to dodge away and then wraps back around with the Sonic Seduction. And it's the feminine wiles of Rajaro that are able to
ओहो,
seal this
वैनम
one.
ह्यूज
And
वैल्यू,
Trust
बट
Me, the Feast of
पूरी
the
टीम
Abyss
पीछे देख
finally
रही है।
finds the flavor pack of it. The British has been lacking. And
अल्ट
now
फोर्स
they're
करा दी,
just so
नाइस।
far away from where the fight needs to be. It's a full disengage coming through from Rad. Put in that
Oh,
Carbon Crush
nice ult
once
from
more.
Magneto.
Unlocking
Magneto
more
got two,
value onto
and
that
there
Carbon.
is
And the
another
second
ult from
invisible boundary
Invisible
is
Woman.
drawn up in favor of Sentinels. Still,
The
Rad
fuck
have a
just
major
happened? भाई
advantage
उनके
here.
पास अल्टी नहीं
Security's
बनी
not
भाई,
so
उनके
far
क्लोक एंड
behind.
डैगर
Also,
की।
plenty of health for Trust Me, but it's easy to carve through for
वो स्टॉल कर रहा था, ट्रस्ट
Look,
मी।
you could criticize the
भाई दो
synergy
बंदों ने
elements
स्ट्रीम
from
वो किया,
Sentinels, but
ज्वाइन
it's
किया।
still
वेलकम टू द
hard
स्ट्रीम
because
भाई।
Rad needs space for this composition to be able to
अब
work.
क्लोक एंड डैगर की
And
अल्ट आने पर ही
Sentinels
होगा
need to
कुछ
deal
मेरे
with the
हिसाब से।
dive now, and
बट
even
दे
if
आर द
Rad
बेस्ट
have
बेटर
to
प्लेयर
look at
देन मी।
three angles that is now controlled against them, immediately Sentinels too pressuring Rad before they can stabilize and take those angles, develop them for the Psylocke, and that's a little bit of a late eternal bond, which Sentinels don't even need to counteract early because they've already found the picks onto two players from Rad.
वेट।
Two players already down. Level 1 Crook seems to be the primary target here for the Phoenix, waiting for the Eternal Bond to go away, but a quick trip to the Dark Force dimension keeps most of Rad safe. The question is, where are the reinforcements?
क्लोक
Just
एंड
the
डैगर
Carbon
की
Crush
अल्ट
to
आई,
get
वो
them
भी
out of
वेस्ट
here.
हो
Good
गई।
to go, but the
समहाउ
sparks, they're building, and the damage might prove too much.
इनविजिबल
Rad
वुमेन की
will
एक और
be
अल्ट
in
आने वाली
control
है, और
here and now, and it's going to be a sole resurgence of
ओपोनेंट ने
domination.
उसकी अल्ट किया, क्या कहते
Insane
हैं।
disengagement, not going
ओ
for the
मैसिव
draw.
अल्ट।
You can't
मैसिव
get
अल्ट।
away from the Sonic Katana. Thousand-folded steel cuts through the Sentinels as Rad
ओके,
will retake the
बट द
point.
पॉइंट इज कि अब
There
उनके
is
पास
no
इनविजिबल वुमेन अल्ट
Sentinels
है
in
और
this
साथ में
instance.
लोकी अल्ट है।
Dance of the
दो
Butterflies
अल्ट है
and
भाई
Feast of
वो।
the Abyss
और
all
इनके पास
present
कुछ भी नहीं
for
है।
that flip. Now, once
मे
again,
बी
if
मैग्नीटोज अल्ट भी
Feast
है
is
उनके
able
पास।
to set up these pinches, we can already see Naga and Trust Me on two different angles, which is now up to Nectar to be able to scout out. They saw the Psylocke on the left. Do they know where the Venom's coming from, though?
Venom has been a little bit monodirectional so far. Ashley coming into a brand new point, but you know when you're playing inside this area,
भाई
it's
मिड
important
से
to
पूरी
get
टीम
that
आ गई और
balance
उन्होंने
right
नागा को
on
निकाल दिया
side.
है।
It's
नागा
important to
निकलने के
play
बाद
with
उनके
Penny
पास अल्ट भी
and
फोर्स
Crimzo
नहीं
as
होगी
well.
मेरे ख्याल से, बट
Sentinels
उन्होंने
looking
फोर्स
to
भी
also
हो गई है
get
अल्ट।
game controlled.
तो
Finally gets found
This
on
is
the
a good
side
match, I think.
of this. And with lots of
Magneto's ult.
damage here,
Magneto
just go
wasted
get
his ult,
yourself a
but
token
it's
and
okay.
find a way of otherwise they'd have that meet or break on
एक
down.
और ult
It
आते
will
हुए.
be given over, and that's an eternal bond shared out towards Sentinels. They finally got the strategist ultimate they were so desperately looking for. And boy, Nectar's claim of it. This guy's mechanics are sharp.
Mario's not going to have the Rage of Ultron to open up this next fight. A late pick on to Trust Me Too means that Sentinels are going to have even more time to be able to scout out where this dive is going to be initially set up, get Rymazing and Nectar into positions. I mean, Techie might even just open up with an aggressive Psionic Seduction before Rad are ready to be able to play off of any opening that's provided.
भाई मेरे ख्याल से
Utilizing
Sentinel
the
will take
feature
this
from
one.
Rad for the CC immunity to dodge out of the charm and keep his team up.
Right, Mason catching a little bit of
Because
pressure on
Sentinel
his
has
incoming
ult भाई
healing
ult force करा दी
for Loki.
Sentinel की टीम
Looking
ने.
to move elsewhere with the dance of the butterflies. Eternal Bond really hasn't got that much purchase so far. Techie looking for a victim to try
Ult
and
से
get
निकाल
himself
सकते थे
into
वो
the dark pool
legit,
position
but वो
there.
बच
And is he
गई.
going to be able to free heal from above, waiting for those purples to go
लोकी
away?
के लैंप्स वो हो गए और भाई
Techie here has a lot of healing that's going to
मैंडिस
push him
निकल
down.
चुकी
He's
है,
going to
नागा
try and
निकल
go
चुका
for it.
है.
Might want a happy birthday
नो
present.
अल्ट.
Saved by Deadly
ओपोनेंट टीम के पास
Son. And
70% अल्ट हो
almost
चुकी है.
plenty of pocket through from Karobe here. It's a flip in favor of Rad, and that starts overtime ticking on down. Next, got to try and clutch out here, but doesn't really have the HP
टीपी
to
आया
take
भाई.
out
टीपी कैन बी
Trace.
अ गेम
So
चेंजर फॉर ब्लू
bending
टीम.
the dimensions in order to try and find favor for Sentinels. It's going to be Rajaro moving on forward, gets the carbon crush himself.
नागा के
He's
पास
going to
अल्ट
get
है.
that
नागा अल्ट
down.
कर
Hang on to
नहीं
Techie
करेगा
here,
अब
but
वो अब.
Mori has been able to move on
ओके
into
भाई, इनविजिबल
into
वुमेन
their
अल्ट.
own invisible boundary. Soul Resurgence thereafter is going to be channeled by Crook as extra damage, and extra damage is delivered well by.
है उनकी बंदी कर दो भाई. और जीत गए हैं रेड वाले कैसे.
Force them away. Sentinels, they're nowhere. Tron is declared, but he's under so much pressure. Sentinels, they're nowhere near the point. Rad forced
What
them
the
away
fuck just
with the
happened
one
by
to one.
C9 at best level.
Oh, wow. 1-1. We're going all the way. On Hell's
Woo!
Heaven. What a force. They just have so many ultimates. They
Yeah.
zone off that point entirely. You have two players looking at Malio with the Rage of Ultron, one of which being that Psylocke. You'd already burned your defensives as well. I mean, really good job as well from level 1 Crook. Coming on through from Rad, they tried to get the sedation onto Aramori when she went for the copy onto the invis, so that they would be able to go for the copy of absolutely huge from Naga, but it doesn't come through, and then they just hold on to the Silic ultimate, wait for the invis boundaries to be done, and then come on through, forcing Sentinels to spread away from the point entirely, as we get to go all the way to Super Soldier Factory, and this is where we get to see Nectar off of the Psylocke and onto the Wolverine, because we've got an environmental trip-up potential that Rad are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, Nectar's a nasty customer on the Wolverine, especially with that Phoenix Force team up to give over both the additional damage
ओहो.
and the lifesteal.
वो आया क्या कहते हैं,
Very,
वुल्वरीन
very
आया है साथ
sneaky
में
one to
फिनिक्स,
sniff out. Also,
लोकी
too, onto that Grim
और
with
अपने
Rad
वही
being
हैं
up on the
इनके
Wolverine
जो
currently.
इन्होंने
But
सेव किए थे.
Renoir is on the high ground right now. They have so much angle control. Sentinels just boxed into one small space. They've got so many places they have to look.
Fist of the Abyss ready to go. The question is who's on the menu? Already asleep going the way of Crimzo. A lot of damage done by Trust Me, but
ग्रूट
it's going
खेल
to be
रहे हैं
taken care of
ओपोनेंट
down to
भाई.
their own
व्हाट अ कॉल
microphone.
भाई.
Exactly what
वुल्वरीन
was
ग्रूट.
needed and what the doctor ordered
वुल्वरीन गॉट
was
वन. ठीक है.
absolute adamantium dominance here. Nectar hides away behind the vat of Super Soldier Serum. And inside there, that's going to be a perfect
ओ
play.
अल्ट
Apartheid
फोर्स है
taps the
भाई.
walls. Level 1
निकल
Crook,
सकती थी
well, they
भाई,
lost
बट
their
नहीं निकल
sleep, but
पाई.
not
कोई
much
बात नहीं.
more than that. Rad still only down on one
शील्ड
player,
अप हुई
and
है.
they're sustaining well off the back of this Fate of Both Worlds, but it's almost
उन्होंने
over
दो
already, guys.
अल्टें
Yeah,
अपनी
but
वेस्ट
Rad's
करी
still
हैं मेरे
holding on.
हिसाब
They've
से.
got a Rage of
Oh my
Ultron!
goodness.
ओ
But the last stand
भाई
comes
क्या
on
है
through from
ये नेक्टर.
Sentinels. Techie
पागल ही
2
हो
is
गया.
going to be holding on the Meteor M to be able to potentially shut the Ultron ult down, as we can see that Nectar's
मेंडिस
able to
उठा
find
के
the
ले
grab
गया
onto
भाई.
level 1 Crook and deposits them into the copied Loki boundary to
भाई
get that slow so that
नेक्टर
the
चला
Mantis
हो गया
punish
भाई.
the team, and Rad can't cycle another defensive to stall the point longer.
Yeah, great stun there on Crook, extending it using that rocket pack that had been held in the back pocket for a while.
Techie's still holding on as well to this Meteor M. They might just use it for the CC immunity to dodge out of Rajara's
भाई कैप्टन
psionic
अमेरिका
seduction,
आया
as they
है,
don't really have anything else that can
डोंट ट्रस्ट
pressure
मी।
out that Emma. And Rad,
पूरा
they're
लेफ्ट
being
से
solo
रोटेट
killed this
करके
way
आ रहे हैं।
aggressively. The question is, do they have the space? The Sentinels flood the choke and just take everything away.
Alright, Naga swap over now onto the Wolverine. Raimi's
नेक्टर
already
अपना
brought one
रोटेट
down,
मार
but
रहा है,
looks
बहुत
for the scoop
नेक्टर
there.
ने
Emma
भाई
being
हवा से
expanded
उठा
over
लिया भाई
there by
वापस से।
Nectar. They're trying to pull
भाई
it back
अल्ट
even
फोर्स हो
deeper,
गई
but
है।
it's Captain America to the
कैप्टन
rescue.
अमेरिका, और
Liberty says
कैप्टन
they can
अमेरिका
do
विल
this
डाई
all
आई
day,
थिंक।
and
नो
Techie doesn't
भाई
got too much off the back of the
आ गई
Meteor
उसको
Ram.
हील
There's a
फ्रॉम
forced disengagement here for a second. They get rid of the point to
मेंटिस।
Rad again.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Resurgence, Sentinels didn't
उनकी
have
फिनिक्स
any
ने
help to
रिग्रुप
do
कर
on
लिया,
that
बट
splits.
दे
Now
अल्ट
they've
फोर्स
got
हो
the
गई थी
Invis
उनकी।
Boundary. Can Corova
उन्होंने
put
एक
a
और
hold
अल्ट
in
किया, दे
time?
आर गोइंग बैक।
No! They
अल्ट
already
फोर्स हो
lose
गई है भाई पॉइंट
Aramori!
के
And
बाहर।
now Rad are up 1-0 fans.
ग्रूट अल्ट फोर्स।
Alright, attempt to try and keep everyone safe here. That's going to be a good carbon crusher.
नागा
Someone going
बच
to be
गया है भाई।
farming up after that
दीवारें
ultimate. It's
वगैरह
looking
लग rही
bad
हैं
right
भाई
for
कि भाई
Crimso.
आ ना
Moving
पाए, बट
forward,
आ गए हैं
Rad,
वो।
they smell the blood in the
ओ
water, and
व्हाट
now
द
they've
फक
kidnapped
ब्रो,
someone
गॉट इट।
away. It was Techie who was left deposed. Right, amazing lands down on top of them. The barrage
मरेगी
going to be
ये अब।
spawning in the midst of all the danger. Nectar sees
भाई
the
नेक्टर
opening, and
पागल हो गया
Nectar
भाई।
strikes true. A last stand, a last hope, a last dream, and it's still real in the eyes of Sentinels.
But that
Rad
still
are still
sucks.
in control. Trixie still grabs one. A freedom charge to keep everybody topped on up with the additional HP. But they're running on borrowed time. They're running
भाई
on borrowed
नेक्टर
health.
सही में
They're running on
पागल हो गया
borrowed
है।
space. Doctor Strange comes up with a portal.
On your left, Rad say, and
नागा ने
instantly
पोर्टल
they
किया
find a
भाई, ट्रिपल
reroll.
टैंक चल रहा
Invis
है अभी।
Boundary comes
नो,
up through from
नॉट
Aramori,
इनफ
allowing
डैमेज।
Sentinels a window of opportunity, because this is the last fight. They need to out-sustain their opponents, but that's easier
भाई
said than
उनका एक
done.
और
With
अल्ट आ
Rad a
चुका है
triple
भाई।
strategist, and Sentinels are running out of ultimates. Kurova has to use a second
ट्रिपल
Invis
हील,
Boundary, but it's
ट्रिपल
not
टैंक
deployed,
भाई, व्हाट द
and
फक।
Rad have the better sustain.
There's no help for Corova. Crimso
भाई
Force as well.
जीजी
No
कर दिया
one's there to
भाई।
touch. They can't get around the pillar in time. And
जितना
Rad
मर्जी
stab
बढ़िया
it
खेला
out
हो
from
नागा
under
ने भाई,
Sentinels. Again and again, they prioritize the objective, and Sentinels can't keep their
उसने
feet on
उठा
it.
लिया
And
भाई
again,
रेड
they
ने।
pressure the Invis. Every single time that
द
invisible boundary
फक
comes
भाई।
out, if Rad have anything to say about it, it's off of the objective, or as much of it off as it possibly can be. They love just pushing into the space that Sentinels should have for their own, and when they have things like the Captain America, the Mantis, they're all able to do that because they have so much support in terms of the pocket. They've got an Ultron drone, so if everyone's just grouped up in one small room, that AoE is reaching everybody. Likewise, they've got the Luna Snowflake with the Idol Aura, so one person's receiving all of that healing, as long as you're seeing a Vanguard and just chunking everyone fully healed.
भाई ट्रिपल हील, ट्रिपल टैंक, व्हाट द फक।
Yeah.
Another 5 mapper? Would we be so lucky?
It definitely feels like
इनटू
it.
वुल्वरीन बाय द
Both of
वे।
these two teams, you can see they understand each other's strengths.
Yeah,
The fact
the
that
read
Rad,
is good.
yeah, Rad went immediately for the Frodo Frescom. They were like, you don't get this. We're not even letting you have any opportunity of a Mantis composition. We're taking that out right from the rip. And I think like now we have to see Sentinels adapt to the loss of that.
Yeah, like adapting to that loss, like mourning the loss of Res Comp is going to have to be gotten over very quickly here for Sentinels, and XL's going to have to dive into an be like, oh, what's my set play for this one? And
सारे
also,
हीलर ही बैन कर
protecting that
देते हैं भाई,
Mantis
ये
from
देखा
Rad's
मैंने।
interest, 'cause it forces the Adam ban from the other side, which really can limit options. Like maybe you can ban the Ultron, but then they can pivot into true Res Comp, which is unideal.
Yeah, and it was really unfortunate too. They gotta start saving some of these strategists. I think like that's another thing which Rad are trying to sort of direct them into. If you start saving strategists so that you don't get stuck on Invis Woman
नागा
as
ने
your
बहुत
strategist
वैल्यू
lineup.
निकाली, बट
Again, because they
भाई
got the Loki.
Yeah.
Great, we get regeneration domain.
क्या कर सकते हैं भाई।
But you now get two invisible boundaries, because Rad also did a very good job of hiding their Luna.
Yeah.
Whenever Aramori had ultimate, they made sure that their Luna was as far away from that Loki's line of sight as possible, and this is actually a strategy that Rad have done in the past, where they let other teams get the Loki, and then they body blocked. They literally stacked the biggest hitboxes, their Vanguards, directly on top of that Loki, so that he couldn't see past the hitbox to be able to hit double confirm onto the strategist.
Yeah, definitely not a coincidence that one of Sentinel's strongest fights was when Aramori managed to get eyes onto Fate and copy the Eternal Bomb.
Yes.
That was a lot
भाई
of space
दूसरा
gained,
मैच
a
अभी
lot
थोड़ी
of
देर में
uptime
लगेगा।
on that ultimate as well, and
Yeah.
that's incredibly important on these shifting points that
समझ
Hydra
नहीं
Yeah,
आया
it's
एकदम से
easier
क्या
said
हुआ
than
भाई।
done, because one
नागा
of the actual interactions between between Loki and Cloak and Dagger
इतनी
is that
वैल्यू
you
निकाली
can't, as a
भाई।
Loki, actually copy a dashing
बट
Cloak and
यार
Oh,
Dagger.
उनकी
wow.
टीम मर
So
रही थी
if a
मेरे
Cloak and
हिसाब से,
Dagger
तभी
is
वो
mid-turn
हुआ।
on, you don't get an opportunity to hit confirm into God of Mischief. You have to wait until they're out of that ultimate. So if you're Rad, you can very quickly just be like, oh, you want the Cloak and Dagger? You can't have the Cloak and Dagger. They were dashing for your entire team, and now they're gone.
Interesting that we saw Fates forced off the Jeff though.
Yes.
That was going to be maybe a centerpiece of domination in particular for Rad, but the pressure that came in towards the back, Nectar in particular, was being absolutely lethal towards that Jeff. His wide hitbox and how a lot of it is head, it does mean that a good
Yeah.
Psylocke can absolutely decimate you.
Yeah,
सही
and we
बात है
didn't
भाई।
really get to see him take as much space as possible because Sentinel, something else that they did a very, very good job of, I think Frozen Airfield showed this the best, was that they were just clearing the angles. Like,
Yes.
we got to see just Nectar and Primazing every single time there was downtime and they were in control of that point. One of them would be up on left side where we have train carriage rotation. The other one would be all the way up on the high ground of that point, just scouting to see whether or not there would be a Psylocke up there, a Venom up there, a Jeff up there. And it meant that that setup staging of the dive got entirely dismantled.
Yeah, there was always like some poke, there was always some tax to be paid on the commute, and that's one of the things we brought up about like Enzo's Venom at the end of Krakoa when they were going up against Envy in the previous game. Like the homework that's being done by some of these American teams
अब
is
मेरे
really
ख्याल से
paying
पाथ
dividends.
ऑफ
And into the
Yggdrasil
dive,
लगा दे
where
तो मजा ही
when
आ
you're playing
जाएगा।
something like a Wolverine, when you're playing something like a Groot, you don't have as much access to those high grounds. Like you're playing a very slow Groot Magneto. You can't do your homework. You're
बात
very
तो
much a
सही है।
monolith.
Well, let's have a look at these statistics
नेक्टर
coming
के
down from
देखो
Fate.
भाई, फाइनल हिट।
Oh boy.
32,749 healing done for him. I mean, when your second strategist is a Mantis and an Ultron, the Lunar is obviously going to be
भाई
doing the
कैसे?
lion's share. And Sentinels had a lot of strategist healing too, coming out from their end. Kurova 37,000 and also Aramori
भाई
30,000 too.
हीलर्स
But
ने तो
there
भाई
was a
पूरा
lot of
जोर लगा
pressure
दिया
on the
यार।
back line just for dealing with all of the incoming damages and angles that Rad were
लोकी का
controlling. Because
30,000 हील,
if
उसका
you were just trying
37
to scout
भाई।
out where exactly a Venom and Psylocke are
23
going to be
और
coming from,
16,000 भाई
surprise,
साहब।
surprise, your strategists are definitely going to have the head and pivot rather than just being able to look forward and focus down the target.
Trustman's putting out an impressive amount of damage on the Captain America slash Venom.
Yes.
Keeping up with Techie, who was playing, I believe, Magneto and Emma,
Yes.
is not to be sniffed at.
भाई
Yeah.
I believe.
फाइनल हिट देखो भाई। 8 8 5 2 7 2 17 12 भाई। उनको जीतना चाहिए था भाई। हाउ डिड दे लूज भाई, पता नहीं भाई।
Healing that Emma dive, right? There's a couple of ways that you can deal with dive. You can either deal with the things that dive
हीलिंग
your
रिसीव्ड भी
backline, like
लिखा
you
आता है,
wait for that
ला
fight and
भाई।
then you play just full CC, the way that we saw Enzo just get absolutely shredded every single time. But one of the things that you can also do is that you can wait for that dive to hit your team, and then you can run forward onto the backline of the dives team. And the way that you prevent that is you have a buffer. That's why we're not really seeing full dive compositions in Marvel Rivals, because
भाई
strategists
नागा
don't
बढ़िया
have the
खेला,
ability to
लेकिन
dive
नेक्टर वाज द
with them at the
बेटर
moment. That's
पिक
why
भाई।
Jeff is as good as he is, right, in compositions like this, because he can go with the team, and he's not isolated and vulnerable and easy to run onto. So, for Rad, it's really paramount that they have something
अल्टें
like an
फोर्स
Emma
करा दी ना
Frost or a
इधर।
Doctor Strange or a Magneto to act
नहीं,
as
इधर तो
that
अल्ट थी नहीं।
divider, so that
बहुत
Sentinels don't
अच्छी
just hear, okay,
वो
there's a
थी
Venom
अल्ट।
and a Psylocke and an Ultron all on our backline, let's just run on to their backline instead.
Alright, so we look at the
नेक्टर
highlights
चला
here
हो गया
from
था भाई,
Hell's
ये
Head. This
देखो।
is one of the greatest plays by Nectar, just for extended control onto Crook to deny the usage of Assault Resurgence. And Ryan Mazing here, unfortunately, kind of helped themselves hostage in the finish. Like, okay, most of my team are gone. I guess I'm doomed.
You can tell that Sentinels, like, they have a read of stall. They have a read of stall strats, because they were like, yeah, they're gonna use Soul Resurgence so they can just lengthen out that fight, get another ultimate, get more point percentage, force us to have to use more if it goes off. So they were just like, let's just get an Mantis. And it was a very, very good long play. The fact that they actually utilized the rocket jump pack for the Mantis rather than trying to nab out of Vanguard early on so you could clean house was very, very smart
Some
from
mid-air
ये
fire
Sentinels.
रेड
from
वाले हमेशा ही, कल भी यही कर
make
रहे थे
sure
भाई।
that
मेंटिस
the
बैन कर
Pulse
दी और
split
अपन
both
एक
get
लिए
making
सेव
ground
कर
and
दी
have the time to
मेंटिस।
use the Assault Resurgence.
Yeah, and we've seen like Wolverine very, very strong at taking Vanguard's down, but when your damage is health pool percentage based, Vanguards have a lot of HP. Strategist very squishy. So getting that pick onto the Mantis off of just one grab, especially because they actually made sure to deposit the Mantis into the Invis boundary, so you got that slow too. Like they were planning to make sure that like the Mantis, if you didn't go down within the first millisecond of the
हम्म
Wolverine nab, you went down very shortly afterwards.
Yeah, because Solar Surge just has that burst heal attached to it as well, so it can be a
Yes.
little bit difficult to convert on. If you got the Mantis, you can throw down the sedation at her
Mm-hmm.
feet as well. And honestly, I wonder if we're going to continue seeing this Mantis protect as like it's for Sophie's choice,
Yeah,
right?
I mean it's really strong. I think when you have like limited bans,
Mhm.
it forces the enemy team because Mantis enables many compositions.
Yeah.
She's kind of like Luna in that way, right? Where if Luna is on the field, there are a lot of compositions that you have to worry about. You have to worry about like, okay, well that Luna is going to be able to empower things like the Star Lord and the
वो
Panther, the
वो
Wolverine,
है क्या
and
कहते हैं
obviously the Psylocke as well.
जो
The
As
Spider-Man.
फैंटास्टिक फोर वाला
Right?
भाई जो
Right, guys?
उसके टावर तक लेके जाना है
uh,
अगला मैप
sure.
Okay, buddy, let's get you to bed.
Spider-Man, like they have enough mobility. Okay, you know what, I'm gonna say this right now to every single Spider-Man player. You have higher mobility than Magic and Black Panther and Psylocke and any other person who relies on mobility to get themselves out of rough situations. Just save your strategist some grey hairs and swing to a health pack.
So no flight.
सही बात है भाई ये स्पाइडरमैन वाले
It's where are we going? I didn't see the map. I think we're going to Midtown. I was too engrossed in your monologue.
Do you
I
know
think we're
what?
going to
I
Midtown.
hear the rumblings of many upset Peter Parker moons. I might have to hide underneath the desk for the next map, Harry.
We're gonna come and do a fantastic combo on you. Don't worry. We got good security here in Guangzhou who'll keep us safe from the
भाई
Spider-Man
इसको
Wolverine.
राइट क्लिक करके भाई गेट ओवर
It's
हियर
fine.
करके भाई
Mantis has
राइट क्लिक
a
करके अपरकट
truck-sized
मार दो
AoE. I'll hit the
True.
sedation to stop the ultimate. We're good.
Hit him with the AoE train. Let's head into
भाई
our
अच्छा
ban
अलग अलग
stage here
लैंग्वेजेस में भी
and
होता
see
है
what our teams are cooking. And Exile needs to try and rescue Sentinels from this
भाई
hole. This
वापस से
used to be a
मेंटिस
map
बैन देंगे ये
Yes,
भाई
that is the silver lining. When you go down one of these maps, you get to decide which map you take us to next, as well as which side you're going to be starting next. So maybe that's the swap up that we're going to see. You know, maybe Sentinels are going to try and go for that one-sided ban and save themselves first.
could be the case. What did they first ban last time? Human Torch?
Yes.
I think a Human Torch and maybe Loki?
Yeah, it was Human
लोकी
Torch
लोकी
and Loki in comparison. We saw Rad with the instant ban onto Mantis, but
Yeah.
they've been doing
भाई
that
हाँ
against every
रेड
team.
वाले भाई यही करते हैं भाई
Well, certainly, maybe there's a
मेंटिस
way
बैन
across
कर
the
देंगे
board
अपने
for
लिए सेव कर
Asians
लेंगे
here
कर लो जो करना है
because they have been screwing the Asian teams, and Asia loves their Mantis.
True, but both of these teams really like triple strategist lines,
Yes.
and Mantis is a big component of triple strategist lines. Because Ultron is also one of those go-tos in the triple strategist line, because if you go triple strategist, you're going to be pulling one of your duelists, so you want to go for a strategist that you sub in who can still push up those damage numbers. And I mean, Mantis does damage.
She does.
She
मेंटिस का
does a
डैमेज था
lot of damage, and so too does Ultron,
अल्ट्रॉन
especially
का
if
भी
he's got a
डैमेज अच्छा था
12% damage boost.
And she's rewarded for hitting headshots as well with the
Yes,
return of those
with a
spores.
whole spore.
And I guess that's one of the reasons why they're happy to allow Loki to go through the ban phase as well, because those doppelgangers, they're free life spawns.
Yeah, they are indeed free life spawns if you can hit
सही
those
बात है
headshots coming on through. As well as if you're running Emma,
बैंस भाई
right? Then
बैंस
it's free charge.
मेंटिस बैन
Yes.
And you say like,
सेंटिनल
oh,
ने
that's
किया
a
भाई
little bit
मेंटिस
min-maxing.
बैन भाई
Those are
उन्होंने
genuine
लूना स्नो
comps
बैन
that
किया
come into play, where if there's a Loki doppelganger up and you have something like a Winter Soldier and an Emma, they fight over who gets to take that doppelganger down.
Okay, early ban here on the Mantis from Sentinels. We are not seeing that again. And Rad respond with the one-sided pro gamer move of only we get to
ओ
fight on this map.
ह्यूमन
Yeah, and
टॉर्च
it is going to be a
बैन
torch as well up on the chopping block
लोकी
next
सेव
that Sentinels are going to be removing. Ooh, there's that Loki save that we got to see. However, Rad do have
मेंटिस बैन
one-sided Luna. They're also going to make sure that
भाई
Sentinels don't
साहब
have one-sided Mantis. So Ultron and
Maybe they
Adam
take
now
away
become,
Cloak and Dagger.
yeah,
ब्रोकन
it's,
टैगर
it's sort of
बैन
like Sentinels doing the thing that Rad did,
Yep.
where it's just we target
भाई
strategists and
इनविजिबल
we're like
वुमन
we
से
see the
वापस
strategy,
से
we
क्यों
target strategists.
क्यों
Yeah,
भाई
once again, they're trying to put Aramori in a position where she has to copy a less than ideal strategist ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the Luna at the moment, but like you said, if Aramori gets the angle, she'll also get the fate of both
लूना
worlds,
बैन
as
नहीं
well
हो
as for that
सकती,
12-second
भाई
window.
एमा फ्रॉस्ट
Slow fight.
बैन हुआ है,
Well, one of the things about this
बैन
spell is
हुई
it
है
kind of
सॉरी
forces the invis protect, even though it's
भाई,
unideal in many cases when
वुल्वरीन
it comes to
बैन,
like doubling up on your strategist ultimates, because otherwise you're gonna have what Rocket looking
वुल्वरीन बैन
ultra
भाई.
Loki, which is unideal.
Yeah, it turns out that Loki getting to copy a rocket or an invis isn't the greatest when it comes to the strategists available, but Sentinels
लोकी
will be able to
बैन.
get one-sided Loki, and even though they probably have a worse copy target, they do have regeneration domain,
Yeah.
which is one of the best cooldowns in the game. However, Rad did save Phoenix, which does mean that all of those deployables do get destroyed immediately. As Jean Grey likes to say, you are nothing.
Me at all of
You
those
are
movements, you are now
nothing.
nothing.
100 HP is how much those Loki regeneration domain crystals hold each per. And Phoenix just says, yeah, 100 to 0.
You know, if I could hit those, they'd go down so fast. Unfortunately, I ain't that guy, Mox.
ओके, अटैक है
America
भाई रेड का
versus
पहले,
EMEA continues
और
right
मिड टाउन
now.
मैप है.
EMEA hoping for revenge for the fallen brothers of Citadel of Hands of Envy. Sentinels want to stand in
भाई
the
मैं
way of
चाहता हूँ
Rad's
कि
ascent.
Well, it
सेंट
is
जो है
Midtown, and
जीते ये
Midtown tends
वाला,
to be the home
क्योंकि सेंट को
grounds
पहला
of the
भी जीतना चाहिए था
Spawn
भाई उन्होंने.
hold. Strange has
वेट
not
वेट
been
व्हाट द
target banned
हेल.
out, nor has something like the Penny Parker, so we could potentially
पेनी,
see a Spawn triple
रॉकेट,
Vanguard strategy coming on through from some
लूना स्नो.
Sentinels who are going to be on the defense, as it looks like it's
ना
going to
ना
actually
चेंज
be
कर
Nectar
लिया
on the Hella to try and just snipe some
भाई.
of these
ये
players from Rad in
क्या
anticipation of the
बकचोदी है
Phoenix.
भाई.
All right, Techie for now. Holding strong on the back line. We're not seeing one of those weird Penny
3,
Parker holes at the beginning
2.
here.
I
So it's
feel
gonna,
like they're too easy to break now with the
yeah, especially
Squirrel
with them.
Girl and the
ओ
Moon Knight
ब्रो
strategy.
गॉट
And
वन.
speaking about broken, Melio just got shredded in half.
Techie going to be a little bit more lucky on the disengagement. Does force out for regeneration domain, which means it isn't available for Crimzo. Techie ate up all of those resources
मैंने
and is
बोला ही था
easy
ये
to carve
वुल्वरीन
through the
खेलेंगे.
Naga and Fate thereafter.
Well, the Hell
ओ
Tendrils were
शिट
short-lived as a
भाई.
team-up, as Nectar's life on Hella was also short, therefore it falls to him to swap over to the Doctor Strange to portal everyone
रेड
back
वालों ने
onside
जूत
the
बचा
Sentinels.
दिए हैं भाई.
Crimson's actually even going to go over to the Fang so that they just have that Yancy Street Charge and the Earthbound debuff that it applies to stop some of the movements coming
ट्रिपल
on through from this
टैंक.
Wolverine.
Going to make things a little bit more complicated for Naga here, as of course, not going to be able to be taken away by the Feral Ape. Can at least just get the stun in place here. Rajaro not being very greedy when it comes to their usage of the bubble. Oh, frozen in place there. Nice play there from Fate. Next has already fallen down. Invisible boundary's been drawn on up to stop Ramis from being able to deliver
इनविजिबल
too much off
वुमेन
the back of
अल्ट
the rage of
फोर्स हुआ है.
Ultron. And now a fully raged up Naga is looking for some victims. Multiple players are going to be dragged
पकड़े
in
गए
by
भाई,
Mind Control. The
जूत
fervent
बजा
defiles
दिए
of
रेड ने
Emma
तो.
cannot be resisted by Sentinels,
रेड ने.
and they find themselves scuppered on their portal recontest.
Oh, they're leaving the doppelganger for the amateur to keep up charge. That other
भाई मैंने भी
Wolverine,
देखा,
as
बढ़िया
Naga is
मैच
going to
था
be
भाई
coming
वो.
on through with the last stand. Sentinels
भाई
do have ultimates,
मैं
but
बट
do
उस
they
टाइम
try?
स्ट्रीम नहीं कर
No,
पाया,
it's
बट
just going to be a
स्ट्रीम तो
setup.
मैच ही मैच से कर रहा
Maybe.
हूँ.
No, that
बट
tried.
वो मैच
The
अच्छा था.
Magneto Nectar
Oh,
tries to move forward, but it's
भाई
not
सैलोक
enough.
इज वन ऑफ द
Aramori here
बेस्ट
actually
भाई
committed
डीपीएच राइट
regeneration
नाउ
domain
भाई.
to give that
बट
Magneto a little bit of
सैलोक
safe
इस मैच में कोई
passage,
चला नहीं रहा
as
है भाई.
Naga is definitely
अल्ट
something to
फोर्स हो
worry
चुकी है
about. Invis
भाई.
boundaries up. The Sentinels might be out of it.
Oh, Corova
अल्ट भाई.
slain as they were laying on their back by Wolverine.
व्हाट द
Clockwork
हेल
time
भाई.
is used. Forces out even more here from Rad. As it's all in from both teams. The
भाई
battle
अल्ट
for
फ्रॉम.
momentum is going to be hard fought and hard won by one of
भाई
these
अल्ट
teams.
देखी.
Techie, one of the last
अल्ट
remaining, but
हिट.
Rad, with their investment, get another clean sweep through.
Okay, Sentinels have the better ultimate economy, but Rad start the fight, getting to move on forward. And now they can pressure Sentinels into potentially losing a player. Nectar goes incredibly close. It all comes
भाई क्या
down
कर
to
रहा है ये
fire.
आदमी.
And apparently Melio's heat was almost too hot for Nectar to handle.
Double flames coming forth from Sentinels here, heating up the Perfect Human Torch and the
I
Phoenix.
don't know what
And
is
Ramirez
going
has the
on
roster
भाई in
available.
this
We've seen
match
some
भाई.
great things before.
uh,
Nectar demands some attention on the
Thing
offlane. It is
और
going to be
मैग
easily
चल
dealt
रहा
with
है.
here by Melio. Invisible Boundary, good to go for Croc as well. Brown, you could be one shot here through via the Phoenix, and that's why there's so much pressure coming on through into the air
Okay,
towards the
shield
left
जब हुआ है.
side of the Invisible Boundary. An attempt to try and wait this one out here. and they aren't able to burn through it in time, but the healing is going to be good.
फालतू
Regeneration domains has already been used as well. Techie
ह्यूमन
falling
टॉर्च
the
वन
cracks. Crook's been
ना।
taken out on the other side. Brashavo so accurate
अरे भाई
with
जीत
these
गए भाई ये
metallic
फाइट तो।
volleys. They just carve
भाई
through
नहीं नहीं नहीं
Sentinels,
नहीं,
but
अभी है
Raimazing on the
टाइम,
off angle is able
हार
to do
गए,
so
हीलर्स
much.
नहीं है,
Yeah, Fate
हीलर्स
got
आर डेड।
picked. Even through the invis boundary coming out from level 1, Crook Sentinels are able to target focus the Luna out.
ओ
Eagles don't have the
नाइस
sustain,
राइट क्लिक
not
वैल्यू।
when that convoy is so close to Sentinels respawn. They have the numbers advantage with the regroup. And they're going to have the Supernova too to be able to keep up with Rad. Trust me,
भाई
with
भाई
this
मैग्नीटो
resurrection,
को
might try
मेल्ट
and
कर
shut
दिया,
the torch
मेल्ट कर
down, but
दिया, मेल्ट कर
Aramori's
दिया।
getting so much time to be able to build up that God of Mischief. Naga
आजा आजा।
going to be playing that off angle, but immediately gets
नागा
played
इज लाइक कि
and
भाई
has to
आए
play
भाई
main of the
तू।
team instead.
Yeah, wants to build up some rage to get some value out of his last stand here. Next has for Supernova, ready to go, heading straight in towards the back room, so ready to try and stun everyone up with the clobbering
देयर इज
time.
ओनली
All from downtown, level 1
एक
Crook
मिनट
never
भाई,
saw it to try
क्या
and stun
हुआ
everyone up with the clobbering time. All from downtown, level 1 Crook
भाई?
never saw it coming,
लेब्रॉन
couldn't bring up
जेम्स
the
है भाई ये
invisible
बंदा।
boundary to try and deal with this. Oh my goodness, the Fantastic Four have arrived, and they're arriving in style, baby. A quick movement tech to escape, and Sentinels, they
What the
lock the
fuck भाई?
door.
I mean, are we
भिंग
surprised
छोड़
that
रहे हैं भाई।
Johnny Storm's moves are
There is
flashy?
only
I
one
think
pro
not.
player who can
Sentinels
run
of the
Shylock
space,
on
Rad
every map.
denied any
Park
opportunity to
unfortunately
utilize the
in
ultimates that he
her
had in the back pocket.
team
Oh,
and
Crimzo.
Emma.
Oh, we've
Main
seen
plus
these plays before.
a
If
lot
Rad
of
don't check
team
that
keep
corner, they all get hit by clobbering time,
Shylock
and they
as
all get
their
hit by the
first
supernova
ban.
that follows.
Easy headshots for the
Oh,
Phoenix
hold
as
on a
well.
minute.
भाई
Nice good
रेड को
scalp
देखा,
there
रेड तो
from
भाई
Naga.
उनको ही कर रहे हैं
Season
भाई,
was like,
बैन क्या कहते हैं,
alright, fine, I'll
मेंटिस
give it
को।
up for a moment. Aramori first pick there by Melio. Unbelievable value straight off the gate from the Phoenix.
ये
And now
पता
getting
नहीं
super aggressive
इतना
on the
मेरे
back
को
of this
लगता नहीं है कि इतना अच्छा है,
inside
बट
of the
अल्ट फोर
invisible
शो रखी
boundary.
है।
There's plenty of
ओ
damage all outside of the invisible boundary.
भाई ये क्या है? वुल्वरीन करता है वो, खींचता है। व्हाट द फक भाई?
All in
वुल्वरीन
onto
उठा
that
के लेके
back
जाता
line.
है, साथ
A
में भाई वो
fantastic fall
फेंक देता
becomes a
अपना।
fantastic fail. Only
व्हाट
Crimzo
द हेल
remains
भाई?
now. But how long can his health pool last for when he's just building
अल्टो
up
में
the
से निकाल
charge
रहे हैं
here? For
भाई।
trust me, this might well be a surrendered point for the side of Sentinels as Rad moves to third.
Well, it's a swap from the Wolverines. Fantastic Four apparently don't beat the Dangerous Duo. That was a last stand into Meteor M follow-up.
भाई चेंज कर दिया
Rujaro, the
उसने अल्ट मारने के
easiest
बाद।
pick of their
भाई
life,
नागा ने वो निकाला
coming
है,
on through,
बकी।
homing missile onto where the Wolverine would deposit them. And Naga now, job done, moves over to the Winter
बिकॉज
Soldier to
वो
start
है ना
putting pressure on the double fly with the Tainted Voltage, being able to drop them from the ground almost
सर।
immediately as Nectar's poke pressure is actually boarding up the Supernova. Sentinels might be able to
भाई ये क्या
rally
कर रहा
around the
है?
pressure that the Torch's ultimate brings.
टॉर्च देखो भाई।
That's so much poke damage from Grota Stern on to the thing. However, taking up to the skies, Techie, ready to try and silence a strategist in mid-air. Oh, Techie, I'm afraid you ain't that guy right now, brother, but Amazing might well be. The damage is done, even through the fate of both worlds. Rad thought they had all the
भाई जो भी हुआ,
sustainability they needed, but they could not be more
इतना
wrong.
फर्क नहीं
Yeah,
पड़ता भाई,
Nectar's still
उन्होंने
holding
बैक
onto that
कर दिया है
Supernova
उनको।
too. As we can see, the Tech is taking a little bit of damage just to be able to battery up Kurova, so they've got both of the strategist ultimates. There's the Sonic
What the
option,
fuck?
and it catches onto Nectar, but the bubble and the
नेक्टर
regeneration
भाई
domain keep the
सही है।
torch alive. The Emerald's done, and Nectar still has Supernovas to throw.
Inside the invisible boundary,
भाई
taken
शायलॉक
down
तो
as
अभी
Crook
मैंने
is
देखी नहीं
focused
भाई इतने
by both
मैसेज, बट
Nectar
जो भी
and
देख
the
रहा हूँ
Phoenix
अभी
in
उसके
concert
हिसाब से तो
towards the
ठीक
back.
है
Melio
भाई।
looking
बैक लाइन पर आके
freaky.
अल्ट मार
There's
दिया
no
और लोकी
regeneration
निकाल दिया
domain
भाई।
that
लोकी
remains
के
as
पास
Melio's
अपना
able to
शिफ्ट
pick
नहीं
up
था तो
Aramori.
लोकी
Naga
डायज
knows that
भाई।
there's still
अब
something
रेड
lurking
टीम
in the back. I believe it's a Phoenix back there,
खींच
which
देगी भाई
refuses to
पॉइंट।
show their face. Now finally has to try and disengage. Seems to be getting away with absolute murder right here. Naga's trying to shake some down. It's a bait though for Crimzo.
ओह
Unbelievable bait and switch from Sentinels just
नागा
to
के
give it
भाई
the
डेथ
kilter
बहुत
for Naga.
बेकार,
That was the
मतलब
win
अब
condition. He had the
जाएगा।
ultimate that Rad needed for this next fight. Sentinels play it so smart. Now no Kraken impact. You don't even get to utilize the
बुद्धि पकड़ी
ultimate and
गई।
break free from the fist
बबल आया
falling
साथ के
because you
साथ।
have to worry about hitting your head on the ceiling. And Sentinels have so much more space, and that means so much more spam from Nectar.
Alright, big stun
अल्ट
coming
फोर
through
हुई है।
onto Naga right now. Good focus, 5. They send a Phoenix on in after it, but the healing is good from Fate. Just gonna float above it all. Imperiously, nice
भाई
dodge!
नहीं, भाई
Unbelievable
नहीं
from
निकल रहे
Naga.
भाई एकदम
And
से।
now multiple players afflicted with the Carling debuff, but waiting up in the air. Amazing once again, pilots it
भाई
on in.
1 HP है भाई।
Melio Just a little
नागा
bit
ने
survive
भाई
this
के
one for now. Rad just
उनके ह्यूमन
keeping on
वेप
a
ने
dime.
किल निकाला है।
Brad still have that invis boundary. They're gonna have Sonic Seduction as well. Sentinels know that their ultimate economy is against them. Naga's gonna be onto that Punisher just to have the blitz damage. Crimzo on the swing
लेवल 1
is
को
just a
भाई कुछ कर सकता
pin-cushion,
है।
but you also bring Hitscan to the
जा जा
table, which
जा
can melt down Nectar if he's playing a little bit too aggro, and that
उन्होंने
is the
टच कर
rocket to
दिया है,
move
ठीक है,
forward. Finally,
जगह
surging
बनेगी।
right set on
डिसअपियर आ
Sonic
चुका है
Seduction.
उनका
14 seconds remain. Multiple players mind
ना,
control for a
अब
moment.
वो
Trust me,
नहीं है,
should be.
वुल्वरीन नहीं
Lost
है
a
तो
moment.
निकालने में
Melio
दिक्कत
taken out
होगी
by Crimzo from
अल्ट से।
downtown. The embattled
डिसअपियर
mid
आ
takes
चुका
them
है,
directly where they need to be.
सुपरनोवा
But that's
साथ
going to
में।
be supernova projectiles grabbed on up, stunned too by Crimzo. The clock rate
ओके,
time is
तो
declared, but is
वो
it
करना
time for
कुछ और चाह
dinner?
रहे थे।
As Nectar tries to
ओ
burn on through them,
व्हाट
and he
द फक
burns
भाई,
through
डेड
fate.
किल भाई।
Nagaz returned, yes, but level 1 Crook's going to be the only healing that's available for Rad, and standing up against the Sentinel's damage
भाई
is
जी हो
far
गया।
from guaranteed.
ओ
A
टीपी आया,
return of the
टीपी आया।
Doctor Strange, and he's going to be checking in for
लेवन
an
वन क्रूक भी
appointment
गया।
here. He's going to stand alone
ना
for a
भाई,
moment. There's not going to be enough healing really to try and sustain him. Dragged on in and turned
डेड,
around,
ऑल डेड।
absolutely tossed around like a rag doll. Rad, they're going to have so much trouble getting through the portal as Thing stands in the way, and the wall of the Sentinels remains impenetrable.
Nectar on that torch on third was
भाई
just so
ह्यूमन टॉर्च
impossible
ने
for
भाई बहुत
Rats to
ज्यादा
be
वो
able
किया है,
to
वैल्यू
deal
निकाली है।
with. The peel from Sentinels when they come through with that Sonic Seduction
बकी भी आया
and
था उसके
Nectar's
लिए, बट
ultimate, I'm
बकी
like,
ने भाई
for
हरकत
sure
कर दी
that
भाई,
torch
ओवर
is
पुश करके जाके
cooked.
मर गया।
But it turns out that Rat are the ones that get smoked instead. What a bubble! The bulwark from Techie, the
भाई ये
regeneration
एक
domain
नई
2 from
टैक्टिक कर रहे हैं, जैसे
Aramori, and
इनविजिबल
Nectar
वुमेन ने
just
अल्ट मारी
flying
और थिंग
perfectly
ने उसी
height
टाइम अपनी
level
अल्ट
for the
मारी, साथ में
regeneration domain crystals to
मैग्नीटो का
apply
अल्ट।
to him so that it's not too high.
अगर
What a sync, because
थिंग ने
they
अपने
knew that
अल्ट
that
में
would be the
पकड़ ली
counter. The
भाई
second
उसको,
supernova got pulled, they knew
क्योंकि
Sonic
थिंग
Seduction was
पकड़
coming
सकता है
second
उसको,
wave.
क्योंकि सबका
Yeah,
गार्ड
right
डाउन
move
होता है,
there,
सारे
coming
कहते हैं
through.
कि
From the side
क्या
of
ही हो जाएगा
Sentinels,
भाई, थिंग
still
पागल है अल्ट मारी।
far
भाई अगर
from lost
मैग्नीटो
on
ने
the
भी
side
उसी
of
टाइम
Rad.
अपनी
They've got
अल्ट
a
मार दी
reasonable
तो
distance away,
दैट्स अ
seeing
गुड
all manner
पॉइंट
of
भाई।
holds on
अल्ट
Midtown.
से
Want to
निकल
get
गई
first and second,
इनविजिबल वुमेन तो
also
फाइट
waiting on
जीतोगे
third.
तुम।
Is this where we get to see the spawn hold?
Might
Is
be.
this where we see the spawn hold?
You know that Ryan Mazing loves that Moon Knight.
We
भाई
do know that
सेंटिनल
Ryan
की टीम
Mazing
में
does
लड़की है
love
भाई,
that Moon Knight, and I mean,
और हम है कि
Crimson's already
भाई
been playing the Groot too, so I feel like if you're Rad, you're wanting to stay
डायमंड
further
में
away
अटके
from
हैं।
it, because you do run the risk if you go for the spawn hold of being stuck in a bad composition for 2 other fights on first.
भाई
Not something you really want to play with here. Crimso's going to roll out
भाई
on the Groot.
शायलॉक
testing
चेंज
the
होगी अभी,
case.
देखना थोड़ी देर में,
Does
और
he
आएगा
stick with
वुल्वरीन,
it?
क्योंकि
Is the question. I mean,
वो
you've got
खेल
good
रहे हैं,
synergy with
ट्रस्ट
both
मी
your
खेल
Phoenix
रहा
and
है
your Touch, but
कप्तान।
no, it's going to be the thing that comes on through. So damage reduction too, just to give Sentinels that extra little bit of confidence to be able to move forward into this
भाई
fourth stage of the
1v1 हो
fight.
गया, 1v1 हो गया
It is
टॉर्च
going
और
to be good for
फिनिक्स का,
Shogun, trust me.
और
But
टू
it's going
आयर
to
कर
catch
रहा
a
हो साइलॉक कह
lot
रहा
of
हूँ।
poke from the Phoenix Psylocke duo. Survivability might be an issue, but you can also say
फैंटास्टिक
it's going to
फोर
charge
चल
up
रहा
those
भाई।
strategist ultimates before you even know it.
भाई
Melio,
ऑलमोस्ट
a
डेड है,
big
ऑलमोस्ट
fumble
डेड है,
there,
बट
able to
उसको हील आ
convert
गई
onto
है।
Nectar.
Oh, is the Groot. So he gave the damage reduction, then swaps off to the Groot to try and find wall isolations onto Rad, whose players are being split handily by Sentinels, having 2 flyers, which means that they have multiple lane
भाई
controls on both the left and
ट्रस्ट मी
right,
इज
and
डेड
now
भाई,
main, because of the Groot pushing the brawl.
तो अब पुश हो
Melio's
सकता
half
है
back
अच्छा।
here as well. Nectar continuously peppering them, and just
भाई
hasn't
ये
seen 5 minutes
शायलॉक
of
को
healing from
लॉक
his
इन करके
guardianship,
रखा है
but
भाई
can't
इस
be dealt
बंदे
with
ने।
easily by Melio.
Oh, Melio's stuck.
Oh, this is like a hostage situation. Hold up.
Oh,
ओ
No, you're
शायलॉक
not.
never
ओपी
I'm
भाई।
not
mind.
stuck in here with you.
Nobody puts Melio in a corner. And yeah, that is Psylocke getting out. Scot-free for that one, especially because we have Idol
ग्रूट
from
की
Fate.
अल्ट,
And you know what?
साथ
Fate's
में
gonna get a
इनविजिबल
better
वुमेन की
bargain.
अल्ट आ
Ryan
गई है।
Mazing falls too.
All right, Melio still working round the back. Techie tries to press on forward. That's going to be the
Phoenix
Phoenix ult
ult,
coming on up
Phoenix
almost
got
directly
mag
on top of the
down.
Magneto. Metallic Bulwark managed
Trust
to block
me,
out
God,
most of the
mag.
damage. Trust me still
ठीक है।
delivers a sentinel strike to the heart when it's needed to finish this one off
हाई
for
ग्राउंड भाई,
Rad.
शायलॉक ऑन
Despite
हाई
giving up
ग्राउंड।
some space, they hold strong.
Dance of the Butterflies can be used in
नागा
tandem
ऑन
with Sonic
पॉइंट,
Seduction to
नाइस।
just silence Aramori's ability to save the team, but those regeneration domains, you have to worry about them. Nectar too is going to be able to scout out.
नेक्टर
Trust
बहुत
me,
सही
they
खेल रहा
know
है
that
भाई।
Freedom Charge is going to be up for that Captain America. They do not want another sustain ultimate to let Rad live live longer.
चलो शायलॉक
All right,
गेम प्ले
preemptive copy here with the God of Mischief
देख
coming through
लिया
from Aramori to make sure that it cannot be shut
आज
down. That forces out the invisible
ये
boundary. Trust me, just disengage. It's
गया
waiting for this
Melio's
one
just
to
waiting.
finish.
जागा।
Might well be down to the second
सही है
invisible
भाई,
boundary, but
भाई
Corruption
बड़ा
will be
सही वो
shy of
खेल
this
था।
one. Great ready to go forth with Vedanta. Butterflies waiting for the rest of Rad to move on forward. Forced to disengage. Here it comes. Vedanta. Butterfly. So many players stacked on. I think the
ले
multiple
भाई,
times for damage, but Melio still
ले भाई,
manages to strike
मैलियो
at
तगड़ा
the
पागल।
heart when it's needed. Unbelievable focus fire coming through from
भाई
Rad,
ले,
and send it down to
शाइलो
1/3.
गेम प्ले देखना,
Yeah,
ले
perfect
मैच।
timing too. Malio commits the ultimate as Kurova gets invisible boundary, and one of the first to fall is the Invis woman. Sentinels, though, will have really good ultimates coming into this next
भाई
fight.
एक
That
मिनट
Strike
रोकना,
Link
हो
Prism
जाएगा,
and
मेरे को लगता है भाई
Supernova
वो
can
जाने ही नहीं
punch
देंगे
damage
आगे।
through both the Invis boundary and that Luna dance
साइलॉक
of
और भाई
Fatal Four
इनविजिबल
Frogs,
वुमन भाई 1v1
regardless
कर
of
रहे
which
जा रहे
targets
भाई,
decides to commit their ult.
उनका अलग ही चल रहा है।
Melio in a small room. We will not be
रूट
taking that
पीछे दीवारें
adventure
लगा रहा है
again.
भाई,
And
नॉट
now we'll
इनफ
see
डैमेज
another
मेरे ख्याल
activation
It's
from
से।
Melio to try
separate.
and wrap in from behind
सुपरनोवा हुआ
inside of
है,
the invisible
इनविजिबल वुमन,
boundary. They're stacked
इनविजिबल
up on
वुमन
top
की
of
एक
each
और
other.
अल्ट आ
It's a
रखी है।
Venn diagram of destruction here as Nectar rises up with all of the
भाई
damage.
लब्रान
In comes
जेम्स
the
ने कुछ
first
नहीं कर
Phoenix, the
पाया इस
second
बारी,
waits
फिर इनको।
imperiously above as Naga comes on down, find themselves caught within
ओ
the
भाई भाई
strangling
भाई
prison laid
भाई,
down by Crimso. Good breaking of the Thornlash walls
नाइस
behind.
अल्ट।
Isn't there isn't enough damage to burst on through. Next has been taken down here.
ट्रस्ट मी
Upwards
ने
and
भाई पुश
personal
कर दिया,
together.
सारे
This is
पुश
where the
कर रहे
Phoenix is
सारे।
at their best. Trust coming in with the melee. Sentinel
उन्होंने एक
strikes
और अल्ट पुश
inside
करा दिया।
of the invisible boundary. The healing's good to keep Sentinels in this for
भाई
now. And
नागा मर
Naga is
चुका है,
dragged
नागा को
back in
मरना नहीं
with
चाहिए
a
था
force
इधर।
physics. And now it has to be Kurova who's under siege
इनविजिबल
for time.
वुमन वन
Warlock has
शॉट
been
है।
given on over. Guess who's going to be mind controlled? It's everyone on Sentinels.
माइंड
Rajaro's able to
कंट्रोल
line
भाई
one up
मैग्नीटो
and
पर
maybe
हुआ है
knock
और
him down.
ट्रस्ट मी
It's
मर
going to be
चुका
Melio
है,
who does the first bit of
तो
knocking
दे
right
विल
here and
पुश।
knocking on the door. Comes
ठीक
the
है,
diamond form. Emma going for a grab and a nice
इनविजिबल
skinny
वुमन
kick
के पास
too.
अल्ट
The
है
tick is
ऑलमोस्ट।
still there to try and clinch this one back, and level 1 Crook is caught out of position. There's going to be
नहीं
one
हक
last
दिया यार
round.
इन्होंने।
One last fight, potentially two. Rad haven't strange called
साइलॉक
yet.
डाइज,
That's
They could
true.
they could
हक
strange
दिया
portal
भाई।
now and go for another one just before the point moves on, but no, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be swapping onto the strange. They trust that they're going to be able to tap the cap onto it instead. Nectar onto the Winter Soldier might be able to come through with the Bionic Hook and stop him from touching.
Oh,
ओह
great Aegis there coming through from Rajaro. Heard
ट्रस्ट
the
मी,
charging of the Bionic Hook. Was able to try and stop
ट्रस्ट
it
मी
in its
भाई,
tracks. Just a
मेरी
little
तरह
bit of
भाई
pausing
घूम
here
रहा
and
है
there to
हवाओं में।
give time for Melio to set up on the off angle with the Dancer with Butterflies. Kurova, it's going to be all about the usage of
बैक
this
लाइन
invisible
पर अल्ट
boundary
हुआ
right
है
here. They're
भाई,
trying to get on the go,
इनविजिबल वुमेन
reusing
का
the
अल्ट आ
regeneration
सकता है,
domains.
नहीं
They're
आया, बट
broken
अभी
on
तक
through.
अब
The
आया।
Phoenix ult on
दो
top that forces
उनको
Kurova to
फोर्स
use it, but
करवानी
remember
पड़ी,
that it's away from the cart
अपनी
for
भी आ गई
now.
है
And the
इनविजिबल
invisible
वुमेन की
boundary
अल्ट।
of Rad
ओ
is
ओ
better. It's down on the cart. They couldn't see
ओ
where everyone was. And when the invisible boundary goes up, so too do the hopes
भाई,
and dreams of Sentinels go down. So but remember that it's away from the cart for now.
भाई
And the invisible
C9
boundary of Rad is goes up. So remember that it's away from the cart for now. Everyone
भाई
So much
C9
pressure on the objective that Sentinels are forced to take a big regeneration domain because they knew they had to outlast everything that came afterwards. You're going up against essentially free strategist ultimates when you have that Captain America in play, right? As opposed to you've got to then stretch invisible boundary and regeneration domain. Mr. Fantastic tends to be the one who
भाई
stretches normally the
C9
Fantastic
हो
Four,
गया।
but unfortunately when you're coming in with that composition, you gotta make Mrs. Fantastic's ultimate work just as hard. And Rad just took full advantage of that.
भाई
Distracted, forced Sentinels into
इनका
the
गेम प्ले तो
sidelines,
देख के लगता है
and then
इनविजिबल
when they
वुमेन
needed
जो
to
है
pick up the
भाई इतनी
objective,
अच्छी नहीं है,
no one was touching,
बट
and
भाई
map
इतनी
just
बढ़िया
ends.
करेक्टर है
I'm
भाई
forced to
वैसे
think
वैसे गेम में।
what adaptation the Sentinels need to make towards this band structure, because they haven't really made an adaptation that saves their strategists just yet.
Yeah.
And Rad, they're just going to keep running down the, you know what, no
भाई
throwing
वही
speed
तो भाई
until
C9
it's
कैसे हो सकता
forced
है भाई
off
ये?
of them.
I mean,
भाई
it was
कैसे?
Rocket. It was Rocket. That was how Citadel beat Rad going after strategists.
Yeah.
This heavily. It was a Rocket
इतना
Raccoon. And they literally, so the strategy for Citadel, unfortunately, is very specific to Citadel because they had Tanuki on the Black Panther and they put Ken on
शायद
the Rocket
भाई
and they
C9 होना ही
literally
नहीं
sent
चाहिए था
Tanuki in. They
भाई।
said burn every
इस
single one
लेवल
of your
ऑफ गेम
cooldowns,
प्ले पर भाई
going in,
बहुत ज्यादा
getting the pick.
C9
You're
होता
not
है,
getting out.
लाइक
It's okay. We'll bring you
2
back with
कदम
Rocket.
पीछे जाते C9 हो
Cena.
जाता है
And
भाई।
then everybody came on through,
स्पेस
and they
देने का
literally
टाइम ही
just
नहीं था
revived him,
भाई,
I think,
टाइम को
9
उन्होंने पूरा
times.
यूटिलाइज कर
They
दिया
were
भाई।
right back on Midtown. And that was the way that Citadel were able to dodge the strategist chase down, because it is just an absolute strike against this role that Sentinels are being put under. So we're going to have to see a pivot.
Maybe it has to be a Luna save or a Cloak and Dagger save potentially
Yeah.
early on. I don't know if the Loki is working as well for him. Even though the regeneration
भाई
remains good,
शायलॉक
and the
ने
Loki output is strong,
प्योर
it
टच
feels like
को
there's constantly these there's the double-edged swords of these doppelgangers. Like
प्योर
Suntras
को
will be able to get so much
चेक
charge off of them for
पे
free. You can get rage off of them as
कहाँ था
Wolverine,
भाई,
Yeah.
life spores coming up
जो
as
भी किया
well,
भाई
and you just have
मेरे
to
को नहीं
kind of
पता,
you have to do the
बट
double
भाई
routing as
ये
well, which is unideal
C9
when it comes to
अल्ट
the
चल रही थी
power
भाई
spikes in this
इनविजिबल
game that
वुमेन
aren't
की,
focused ultimates.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many things for Team
ग्रूट ने
Grappling
अल्ट
Hook in
मारी
this
भाई,
map too.
उन्होंने अल्ट
One
मारी
of the
क्या कहते
best
हैं,
things for an invisible woman to do when Invis Boundary is in play and there are
Stop
one-shots
play.
in the game is not actually being your ultimate. Which is crazy because then you're not getting those heals. So you then become even more vulnerable and targetable and everyone just shreds you down and they're like, well, why did you go down when your ultimate was in play? Because you can't play inside it. It's really unfortunate. One of the things that is the reason why Invisible Woman's ultimate is not as good in comparison to some of the other strategies is that just her base kit is incredibly strong. Force Physics is one of the best cooldowns in the game. I think in terms of strategist kit, it's definitely up there with Regeneration Domain and also Idle Aura.
भाई
For the Lunar Snow, Force Physics being able to just grab people in rather than push them back so that your team can set up a CC chain is huge. But we're not
what
really
the
getting to
fuck
see
just
those plays.
happened
I think if
भाई,
they really try to like play into the CC chain where you have Force Physics grabs in, then you group walls and you find an isolation, or you run, you know, the torch potentially to just pyro prison someone when they're stuck in that space too.
Phoenix right click.
Yeah, Phoenix right click and you all set up all of those players to hit at the same time, it would have found more value. But the thing was that Rad was so good at pulling attention into all of these different pockets of fights that no one from Sentinels really felt like they were able to fight
भाई
off of each
शायलॉक
other.
भाई नेक्टर ने
Right, let's have a quick look at
कमाल
our
किया भाई,
stats here.
नेक्टर
Nectar
वाज
definitely
ओपी,
standing apart from the remainder of the team here with 11 final hits, but on the other side, Melio. Looks like we've got a little bit of a tighter cluster.
बट क्या फायदा,
7 final hits as Luna is not to be sniffed at either.
Yeah, I mean, trust me as well, being able to block 41,000 damage on the Captain America. So
क्या
that Rad
फायदा,
can literally just choose wherever they want to fight. Even when sometimes they were going in, taking fights against and losing those 1v1s, it was still stalling time.
ह्यूमन
So
वेव
that
भी
when they
भाई
wanted to go for the full
उसको
route,
कोई
they could
खेलना
route
सीखे,
it much
ह्यूमन
faster
वेव
with the
तगड़ा है
Captain
भाई,
America and the Silo coming into play. Then they could always fight on objective where they wanted to.
Oh, the deja vu continues, Mox. Hopefully it's not a full
भाई
repeat.
अब वो ना हो जाए भाई सेंटिनल और रेड
True.
रेड के
We
बीच
have
में,
indeed been here before. As Fate is going to be picking up
ओहो
that MVP on the Lunar Snow with 45,323 total healing done on that map of mid 10. Crucially as well, 7 final hits. That is...
Wow, that's like
भाई
half of his
62
total KOs.
yeah, that's a very
62%
bloodthirsty
accuracy
Lunar
is
Snow.
62%
sniffed at
एक्यूरेसी
either.
भाई, ले
Yeah.
Like, Fate's a great mechanical player. Didn't quite reach the heights that he wanted in previous esports titles in the hero shooter genre, kind of stuck in like the tier 4 space. But Fate grinded early in Marvel Rivals. Really did a good job of establishing himself in this scene and having the leadership to try and put together a team. I believe Fate's actually the team captain.
Yes, he is. Yeah,
वेट
he's the
टीम
team
का
captain.
कैप्टन
He's
है
very,
भाई,
very
ले
good too at looking at a lot of the other
एज अ
options
हीलर
and seeing
टीम का
what they
कैप्टन है
got.
भाई,
Yeah.
So they're always very keyed in to the different region matters, and it doesn't surprise me that they're the ones taking advantage of the Mantis because of this.
Yeah, very smart gamer, and really has done plenty for Rad. Who like there's a lot of like esports pedigree on this team, and then there's Fate who kind of put it all together.
ये हीलर्स का दिखाते ही नहीं है, देखो
Yes.
हीलर्स का
Well,
दिखाएंगे
we
ही
can
नहीं,
have a look at our replays here. Sentinel starting on the
भाई
teams. It
ये
looked
क्या
strong.
था,
It looked really, really good. There were some amazing fights that they had with just the
भाई
clobbering times coming
ओ
on
ले
through, putting pressure onto Rad's
भाई ये
players.
किल,
The last stands as well, just
भाई ये क्या किल था,
grabbing, looking absolutely unstoppable. But it just fell apart when they went over to the attack.
Yeah, showing exactly why Human Torch is usually first banned in these compositions, but well, Rad, they have their strategy and they're sticking to it.
भाई मैलो ने भाई निकाले हैं बंदे शायलॉक से,
Kind of pants next to there, unfortunately. Who did have a team up as well from the Invisible Woman, but wasn't quite enough. You don't go close to the Psylocke in those small rooms. It's never really a good idea.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you have that ultimate in play too, multiple people just going to be hit by so many of those dashes, and if one person falls, everyone else then loses another extra body to be able to absorb the damage, and you're just going to lose players again and again and again, even before we have something like a Kraken Impact coming on through. But the Sentinels, they can still turn this series around. We've seen Convoy, we've seen Domination, that therefore means that we have to go to Convergence. which map do you want to take us to, though? Because I feel like Hall of Dejalia, if you want the res comp, would be a good shout, but I don't think they're going to have access to the res comp, so I would try and avoid that map, because that's definitely one of Rad's better.
Yeah,
देख ले
maybe
भाई
you could
अल्ट
do
कैसे
like a
मारते हैं एक बारी.
strange TP play to open up on something like Symbolic Surface here.
अल्ट
Mm,
भाई
Like a
पूरा
partial turret or something and try and
ये
get
मत देखा
approach
कर कि
going on.
yeah.
कैसे जा रही है, मतलब 5-6 बंदे हैं या नहीं
I
है,
don't know if I can
मार
see
दे
Loki
भाई.
first again.
I don't know if
If
they
it is
will
5-6
at
बंदे
all.
भी
Loki
हो ना
first, you can
तो
get some value out of it. On
वैल्यू
board,
निकलती है
Charlia
उसकी
with
अल्ट में.
some
बस
like
ये
potentially
नोटिस करियो कि
doppelgangers. But do
लोकी
you
के
want to
पास
like
लेफ्ट शिफ्ट ना हो.
fashion your
लोकी
map
के बीच
choice
में मार
after
दे,
like
कोई
the
दिक्कत नहीं है.
strategist you're saving?
I mean, it is good for Torch, I will say. It is a very good map for Torch, especially like first point on Holo Dejalia. There is a lot of roof that you can hide if you're on the eat attack,
Yeah.
so that you can literally just keep up pressure on the opposing high ground that the defenders
भाई
tend
Mangatron
to. It's
प्रेशर
a,
की तो
yeah, a
इनको कोई
very good
कमी पड़ ही नहीं
plug-in,
रही है.
very
टैंक
good
इतना
option too.
प्रेशर
A
करते हैं
lot of
साथ
these
में भाई
teams too
डीपीएस.
don't really like going for the strange
इनके
TP
30-30 40
immediately.
40
Oh, do you
हजार
know what?
डैमेज दे रहे हैं.
Central Park's actually probably a better shout because that's a much better map for flyers. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it worked as the turnaround for Envy.
True, and it's very, very strong for
कन्वर्जेंस
live
चल रही है
components,
अब.
res components, flyer components. So it definitely feels like of a lot of the compositions that we see in Marvel Rivals, in terms of comps that you have to ban out, is one of the more versatile.
Yeah, this
सेंटिनल
one definitely has a lot of
भाई
options.
क्या
We've seen
कर रही है पता
players
नहीं भाई.
take advantage of that extra window on the side of point A as well.
Yes.
Some melee characters, maybe someone like we saw Iron Fist from
Yes,
Tanuki, which
we
I
did.
still don't approve of. But you know what? It's not my decision.
It
The Black
is
Panther can take
not
that
to
as well.
get the
भाई रेड
Harry
टीम
stamp
बड़ी
of
सही है.
approval.
Yeah,
वो फोर्स
this
कर
is
रही
not
है
what they approve.
कि
Gonna head into our ban soon once again.
ओपोनेंट
We'll have
टीम
to see. Oh,
इनविजिबल
Red Bull
वुमेन
just gonna
खेले
keep
और
that
उनकी इनविजिबल
strategist
वुमेन
on
की
spot
अल्ट फोर्स
until it's
करा रहे हैं जो
proven that it's
पॉइंट
no
पर आ
longer
भी नहीं रही
working.
है.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Especially when it comes to those ban drafts, because I mean, so much of this game is determined in the draft phase.
भाई
It's
4
also
बंदे स्ट्रीम देख रहे
important
थे.
that you
वेलकम
do
टू
the
द स्ट्रीम
scouting
एवरीबॉडी.
of your enemy teams correctly, because you don't want to waste those bans, because they're definitely going to be targeting you.
The research was done
बैन फेज आ
yesterday.
गया भाई.
Next to our next
सारे
up,
हीलर्स
watching
की
the
बैन कर
research
देते
in
हैं
real
भाई.
time. But for now, it seems like attempting to
जैसे
hamstring
क्लोक एंड
Rad as
डैगर
well
भाई,
to some
उसकी एरिया बहुत
overfocus on
ज्यादा लेती है.
bans.
क्लोक एंड डैगर
Maybe not
की
enough
अल्टी तो
into a protect.
क्लोक एंड डैगर बैन.
I'm personally hoping we see a pivot to maybe a Luna or a
ठीक है.
Cloak and Dagger protect.
Yeah, I think
हाँ
Cloak
देखा,
and Dagger would be
लूना
a
प्रोटेक्ट
really
करनी
good
चाहिए.
one.
लूना अगर
Just
सामने
because
वाले बैन नहीं
Turret
करते तो
Cave,
लूना
but
इज द
also
मेन
Eternal
भाई.
Bond is such a good ultimate.
Yeah.
It kind of forces as well Rad to have something like a
अलग ही है, इनका
Wolverine or
दिमाग ही
Winter
अलग चलता
Soldier
है.
in play, that or a one shot
Yeah.
to just stop the Cloak and Dagger entirely.
Yeah, the Magneto may be on the cards as well. We've seen a lot
भाई
of we've seen a really
नमोर नहीं देखा
big
भाई.
change in the zeitgeist of bands since stage one, where it used to be
Vanguard.
Emma and Mag were like the number one priority for bands, and like when one
Yeah.
got banned, the other would get saved. Not so much the case anymore. Let's get stuck in, Mox. First band's coming up.
Yeah, I mean, Magneto was definitely a must, especially when Punisher was in play, since
Yeah.
Final Judgment did tend to be a reaction check against Meteor M.
ह्यूमन
And
वेव
Cyrax
भाई,
does use
मैंने
it
बोला ना
incredibly
नेक्टर बड़ा
strong
सही खेल रहा है
ultimate,
ह्यूमन
both
वेव.
when you're holding space and also trying to take it. As we can see those bans coming in through, and yeah, Sentinels again going to be going for
वापस
the
से भाई
Mantis.
रेड
This
ने हो
time
गया.
though,
लोकी क्यों?
Rad's going
अच्छा
to be going
लोकी
after
सेव
the
किया है.
Forge. So
लोकी
they
हमेशा
see
बैन हो
Central
रहा था.
Park, they know how
लूना
strong
है
the
स्नो
map it
बैन.
is for
नाइस
Flyers. They're going to
नाइस
be
भाई.
removing that one from play. The Sentinel's going to be removing the Luna.
लूना
So
स्नो
that's,
भाई
oh, there we
सेव.
go. Not a Loki save this time around. It is going to be a
अब लोकी
Luna.
बैन
So
आएगा.
potentially looks like the
110%.
Psylocke being able to make it all the way
मैग्नीटो
around the
बैन.
side of that point will now be buoyed up by the heal even out of the backline
अब आएगा
defense.
Love
भाई.
this pivot here. Good to
कैप्टन
see Luna
अमेरिका बैन.
protected. That gradient of Luna going to be met with a Magneto ban here. And it seems like we're pivoting into a Vanguard on
I
Snow.
was gonna say, I feel like we talked this into existence. We were just commenting a lack of Vanguard bans, and now it's gonna be coming on through. As is it gonna be one-sided Magneto into one-sided Emma? Is the script flipped? Because
Might-
normally, Emma is the
Opponent
one
Loki
that
ban करेगा
ENA
भाई.
prefer, and Magneto is the one that NA prefer.
देखा
Absolutely
लोकी
right. I wonder if we see Grim's
ban.
final ban as well. Oh no, Loki's gonna. Yeah, you got to avoid the double fate of both worlds. That is just that's a
Yeah.
non-starter when it comes to enemy compositions. The last protect here, I would imagine, goes to Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, do you know what they're doing?
Mm.
They're going after Crimzo's hero pool to force him onto the Brute.
Oh, then they can
Wolf.
force out Wolverine as the last ban.
Yeah.
Magneto
They're
save.
not gonna protect Cloak and Dagger. Okay.
Yeah, so now Sentinels have a choice. Do you make Crimso's life easier, or do you try and take a strategist out of play?
These are the questions, and you can see that there's a little bit of deliberation happening at the moment.
Torch.
They don't want to deal with the uneven torch. Okay. This is going to be that Naga's
What
likely going to
the
be
hell,
over on the
bhai?
Wolverine.
Yep, and that means that Crimso is definitely going to be having an interesting time of it on the Groot. We'll have to see
लो
what
भाई,
Raisin save
ओपोनेंट
Rad, whether or
टीम
not
भाई
that's going to
चलाएगी
pay off
अपना क्लोक एंड
dividends.
डैगर और
It
लूना
definitely
स्नो.
feels like Rad were
ये भी यही
properly
चलाएंगे,
targeting
क्लोक एंड
now,
डैगर और
taking
लूना
a
स्नो.
page from 100 Thieves book when it came to
कैन बी
trying
इनविजिबल
to
वुमेन
deal
बट मुश्किल
with
है.
Sentinels.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to try and create a
मेंटिस भी
5v6
चला
on your
सकते हैं
hero
भाई,
pool.
मेंटिस बैन नहीं हुआ
And
है
maybe
इनके लिए.
that's enough to win, but I love a change up here from Sen. I think it's very
सेंटिनल
well
भाई, सेंटिनल
considered.
इस बार ही अच्छा
Keeping
कर
that
रहे हैं
lane
भाई
lane super
बैन
important.
सिस्टम
And
में,
they've been able to get away
जहाँ
scot-free
तक
with
मेरे
the
को
Cloak
लगता
and
है.
Dagger, so they can play Envy style.
You know what? Sentinels also finally able to make Mantis through the ban, so maybe we see triple
वही
come through.
मेंटिस
Maybe we
मेंटिस
get
पड़ी है,
Rescon.
वही कह रहा
And
था
maybe
भाई मैं
that's
अभी
the answer, so that even if
कि.
a Wolverine comes through, one, you have cloak pressure with an Atom, so Plastic should be forced
बट
almost
मैग्नीटो
immediately, even
बैन
before
कर
he's
रखा है,
able
तो
to
फियर
engage onto your
मैग्नीटो
team.
नहीं कर
And you
सकते
also have
भाई वो
Soulbond, so you should be able to survive last stand.
अल्टरनेट में से नहीं
Well,
निकाल
Soulbond's
सकते.
certainly useful for that. Let's head in to Rad on match point here. North America's #1 seed need to do yet another reverse sweep.
Well, there it is. It is indeed Kurova and Raimazing and Nectar all on the Guardians. They don't have the Magneto though, so no good bubble spin engagement coming on through from Nectar, and Crimson also going to be forced onto the Thing in anticipation of the Wolverine from Rad's end.
All right, on the other side, going to be double usage
ट्रिपल
of
हील वन
the
थिंग
Eternal
और
Bond for Rad. Plenty of staying power. Nectar
ओ नो शिट
absolutely
भाई.
uncanny. Unbelievable play there
नेक्टर
from
के जूते
Naga.
पड़
And instantly going to be shot on down here by the Ancestry Charge, shutting down all those movement abilities. Nectar has to res themselves using that Cocoon Revival given over by the Atom. Soon to be gone. They're caught in the corner. This is where the Phoenix is just going to be able to do so much damage. And Crook's pumping it into magic missiles from the hideous staff of
भाई
Asgard. Manages to rack on through. Crimson's
नहीं
going to be
कर
the
पा
next to
रही
fall.
भाई
Rhyme Mason to
सेंटिनल.
reverse themselves as well off the back of the Cocoon Revival, but Korova can't stick around for too long either. The Resurrection doesn't get too much as Trust Me finds the final hit.
टीपी आएगा,
Well, they're
टीपी आ रहा है,
halfway
टीपी आ रहा है,
already
टीपी आ
to
रहा
a
है.
capture.
Techie's going to try. They've got him on the Doctor
नेक्टर के
Strange.
जूत पड़ गए भाई
Brave
वापस से.
Wolverine contest,
भाई
no
नेक्टर
through.
टिक ही नहीं पा रहा
Nectar's
है
already
भाई.
down. The Strangling Prison manages to catch on to the Vanguards, and they manage to find Kurova too.
Oh, it's just that
भाई
Shrimple right
हो
now,
गया.
and it's just krill everywhere. As
नेक्टर ने
Rad
भाई फाइट हरवाई है
down
मेरे
first
हिसाब
with
से.
such intense. They already they still have
3 डेथ
4
हो
ults
चुकी
Yeah,
है
they've
भाई,
got
activated.
अभी
so
सही
many
उसकी
Seriously,
शायद
ults.
2
this
या
is
Just no
3.
one-shots
ridiculous.
on the side of Sentinels too.
बट वो भी क्या
Kurova
करे
is
भाई.
going to be close to a Karmic Revival fight, but you're not quite there yet. So you're still
इट्स नॉट
waiting
लाइक कि
too
भाई
for some
उसकी
of your
गलती
plays to
है
kick a
भाई.
little bit later, which means Rad get all of the estate
ओपोनेंट
to
हर
move up and take
जब
this high
ओपोनेंट
ground,
इतने
which in
तगड़े होते हैं
turn
ना
How does
puts
he do it?
Nectar
भाई.
into reach
भाई
on the
नेक्टर को भाई फिर जूत
Wolverine,
बजा
and
दिए
it
भाई.
deposits him
वुल्वरीन
right
उठा
next to
उठा के
Trust Me
लेके
and
जा
the
रहे हैं
Groot.
नेक्टर को भाई. नेक्टर भाई
Generational
परेशान
Wolverine
हो गया
gameplay
है.
right now being
नेक्टर ने
shown
स्विच
by
मारा
Naga.
भाई.
Still has the last stand in the back. Has already opened up with it.
बैकलाइन पर अल्ट
Forces out
फोर्स हो गई
reverse
है.
steal from Rymazing. Heads in towards the back. Still gets himself a
क्लॉबरिंग
stun.
टाइम हुआ
Clobbering
है.
time, I believe stuns 5 there. Huge from Crimzo. But Rad up all the staying power they need thanks to the Eternal Bond. Now it's Melee moving on forward.
लट्टू
Guess
भाई,
what? It's
लट्टू
Fate
टेक.
with a triple. Oh my goodness. The Dark Force claims them. Introduced to the Dark Dimension, and Fate is quite the
क्लोक एंड
welcoming
डैगर ने
host.
4 बंदे मारे
Sentinels
हैं.
will have an invisible boundary, but they're just off of the res comp. They've seen that it's not going to be able to work. Mason's going to be swapping now onto the Phoenix next to the Psylocke. You've got to try and put all of your hopes on holding this off of a really slow heal per second. And Rad have the Eternal Bond to shut invisible boundary down. If it can even come on through, there it is. But Naga just keeps the rage going. And that Terror Kit means the Sentinels get 0 heals per second.
All right, invisible boundaries already over here. Naga continues to cleave through again and again, caught in place by the strangling prison. Naga now with only a little bit of HP remaining. It's the last chance saloon coming through from the
नेक्टर ने
Psylocke.
भाई
And it's going to be a
निकाला
non-side
भाई.
right there from the Phoenix, allowing for everyone else to tank the
भाग रहे
incoming
हैं भाई,
damage.
भाग
A
रहा है
turnaround
उनका
onto
वो तो
Amazing.
वुल्व.
Trust me, still here trying to battle it on out. And they're going to be sustained here on the side of the defense thanks to the fate of both worlds. Channeled
नेक्टर का
by
स्विच भाई अच्छा
Korova.
था.
Sentinels hold
ठीक
strong
है.
finally.
नेक्टर
Yeah,
के
good
इतने जो
damage
मार
on
खाई
as
है
well
ना
from
इसने अभी.
Kurova, just turning it as Techie's able to find the Carbon Crush into kick onto Rad's
इतनी
players.
मार खा ली
Feeds
भाई
onto the
नेक्टर ने.
Jeff.
Okay.
We're going for, okay, no, speed bubble out to get everyone from spawn a little bit faster. They know that they have an opening right now. Sentinels invested a lot of ultimates in the last fight. They've only got Psionic Seduction. So they're going to go for a map flip to force Techie into having to utilize Psionic Seduction, which Rad can just
भाई
live
नेक्टर को
through
वापस
with
अगर
the
उठा
God of
लेता ना,
Mischief coming
नेक्टर
out
गेम डिलीट
immediately.
कर देता।
All right, Eternal Bond ready to go at a moment's notice already. That's going to be a Sonic Seduction.
Oh.
Techie taken down, was a little bit too far forward.
भाई
Split
गए,
bomb from Trust Me.
दो बंदे डेड
Oh,
हैं।
but it's frag after frag being delivered here. And guess what? Level 1 Crook has learned from Fate that aggression sometimes the best way to be the Cloak and Dagger. So far away from the objective are
लेवल 1
Sentinels. Even
क्रूक
if they
भाई
had
मरा, पता नहीं
surviving
कैसे,
members, they wouldn't
बट
be able to
लेवल 1
contest this.
क्रूक
4
हो
minutes to
गया।
last.
What a map flip from Rad, just forcing Sentinel's hand. They had to keep their armor on objective, otherwise Rad would have got it to second for free. And
नेक्टर
that
भाई
meant that
मरा,
Techie was, like you said, a little bit too far
नेक्टर ने
forward
वापस से
within
स्विच
reach
मारा है भाई।
of not just the Loki's copied Eternal Bond, but the actual Cloak and Dagger's Terror Cape too. So that Sonic Seduction is up for a matter of seconds, as Rad now have snowball potential. Last stand in place. Sentinels have to know that the Wolverine ultimate is a danger, and they need to clear that top left.
Needs to be cleared, but Rajara right now is demanding attention, rolling on forward, staying in the air. Melia ready to drop down with the Phoenix as everything is taken away in mid-air, and then Naga delivers the final blow to Raimazing and Aramori, and the rest is simple, elementary cleanup for the side of Rad. Sentinels are wiped from the
भाई
board.
ले
They'll
गए,
get one
ये
last
तो भाई
chance.
एकदम बिना रोके
One
ले
last
गए।
chance, potentially. If they win this fight, they can start coming back into this map. One last chance, potentially.
भाई ले गए, नेक्टर के 6 फाइनल हिट्स है
If they
बस।
win, I mean, he's
नेक्टर
coming
के
back on. They have
निकाले
to come
कैसे
through a
पता
little
नहीं
bit
भाई।
faster. Level 1 Crook just getting a little bit of poke to have the God of Mischief. We've got a fastball special on the field. Connect to find a home run.
ओ निकाल लिया।
When it's needed. No
अरे
disengage
मरा
available
नेक्टर,
thanks to the
दूध
anti-street
पड़ गए,
charge. They
अल्ट
tries
आ
to move
गया।
away right now. Has the last stand ready to go with the
अभी अल्ट
terror
नहीं
cape
करेंगे,
combined with damage.
होल्ड हो
Too
जाएगा
much
इधर।
to bear. Well, Rad may have had momentum on their side. Sentinels had pure
8 मर
force
गया,
of
पता नहीं
will
कैसे।
on theirs.
Rad just throw themselves off of the map to get a little.
वेट अ
Force
मिनट,
of to bear. Well, Rad may have had momentum on.
लेवल 1 क्रूक के पास अल्ट थी और उसने
Available thanks
अल्ट
to the
भी कर
anti-street
रखी है,
charge. They tries to move away right now.
ठीक
Has
है।
the last stand ready
अब ये बताओ मरे
to
कैसे।
go with the terror cape combined.
Little 30 seconds.
भाई
Last stand can be
इससे फर्क
combined
नहीं
with
पड़ता
Psionic
भाई,
Seduction, but Sentinels would bring their entire
वो प्रेशर
ultimate
करने की
economy
पूरी
aside.
कोशिश कर रहा है, बट
Naga is going to go over to
भाई
the Winter
टीम
Soldier, the
डिप हो रहा है
Bionic
भाई।
Hook, to be able to keep check on both the Phoenix and the Wolverine, as well as just punch through Crimson with all of the damages from the Rotterstone. And
Oh, not
Techie
again.
is already down.
भाई
Oh,
टीम डिप हो
shades
रहा है
of
भाई,
the fight of second once again. Bionic Hook charged up for a moment. A quick visit to
वो
Dark
बात
Force
ही
to
नहीं
mention
है।
Melio has the Phoenix ready to go, and a couple of fully marked players. The prep work is being done for the moment, but at the moment it's all about the pressure going elsewhere.
अब इधर
Catching someone out,
नेक्टर
but
ने
goes
बंदा
too
निकाला
far.
भाई,
It's
इधर अभी
blocked by
होल्ड हो
Victor
सकता है अभी
Crimson,
भी।
who melee fourth in
आ
concert.
गया
The
अल्ट
Eternal
उनका,
Bond is now the
अब
last
भाई बैक
note for
वो
Central
जाएंगे,
Reefs to
पीछे
save
जाएंगे।
themselves.
The hook!
ओ
He finds the
हुक
hook,
नहीं
he
हो
doesn't
पाया,
manage to find it though. Aramori is
अगर
able to
हुक
keep
होता
this
भाई
up
वो
in the
पीछे लेके
Eternal
जाके गिर
Bond.
देता उसको।
What a grab! What a cancel!
An attempt to turn it around, but Ryan Mason gets it done in
भाई
his own right. Fate and Naga both fall, and Sentinels, they have finally found their rhythm, they found their tempo. I don't know if they were rushing
भाई
or
रिदम
if they were
फाइंड करने में कोई
dragging, but
फायदा ही
right
नहीं है,
now they are
पिछली बारी भी यही
standing
हुआ था इनके
firm.
साथ।
Techie isn't going to overextend this time around, just pushes forward to keep up some of this charge, as well as give Crimson an opening to get close for the Yancy Street charge to get out. He's got the clobbering time. Level 1 Crook gets hit by it, even
भाई
through the
क्रोक
God of
अगर मर
Mischief.
जाता
They're
ना
able to bring
भाई,
the copy onto the Cloak and Dagger though, and Rad get the red carpet rolled out. Eternal Bond is safe, as we see another clobbering time.
Melio comes in from above using the Phoenix
ट्रस्ट
Strike.
में
And
भाई
they're
कप्तान
finally
चला रहा
hits.
है।
However, Rajaro taken off the side by Nectar. Great usage there of the Feral Leap to make sure that there's no recovery available for that Magneto.
Fate's gonna have
भाई
the
क्या कर रहा है ये
actual
थिंग?
Eternal Bond Nectar getting into position to nab someone. They know that Rad, when they run out of time, they lose the luxury of
पॉइंट पर,
the
टेरिटरी
angles.
पॉइंट पर है
Trust me, the
भाई।
Captain America is gonna divert the attention. Sentinels having to deal with the Captain America frees up the rest of the team to walk forward.
All right, trust me, continues to take all of
एज
this
ए
attention,
कैप्टन
including
अमेरिका भाई
Nectar's.
पॉइंट पर होना चाहिए
Do
भाई
not want to be
तुम्हारे को
grabbed by
स्टॉल
the
वगैरह
Bolt
करने
at
के
the
लिए और
side
अल्ट
again.
आया है
Rajaro is so afraid of that. Will it
भाई
happen
गया
again
वो
is the question.
नहीं
Seems
गया
like
क्या
Fate's
हुआ
using
क्या
Eternal Bond to save everybody here. An attempt at a one-shot Naga taken
अच्छा
down by
मैग्नीटो
Evermore. It's
उड़ता है ना
Eternal
मैग्नीटो
Bond,
उड़
and
के
that
आया
means
है
no
भाई
Kraken impact is going to be available. A last chance salute for
लोकी
Rad.
गया
It seemed like they had it in the bag, but Sentinels,
मैग्नीटो
they have
गया
found it within them to
नेक्टर ने
hold
भाई रिडीम
strong,
किया
and they have found it within them to scare Rad off the point.
नेक्टर
A
रिडीम भाई
4-minute hold.
Nectar swapping to the Wolverine.
Whew.
Being able to come and through with those environmentals. The convoy stopped as well in such an awkward position where it's literally just right on that ramp and you have to walk past so much drop off potential when Sentinels can just kick you, can wolf nab you. There's so much that Rad have to contest with, but they got it a heck of a long way through Central Park. Can they complete the full hold? What do we see? Because Sentinels, they need this round to continue the series.
Yeah, they need to rescue themselves. Got to dig themselves out of this hole that they put themselves in. And it seems that
व्हाट
once
डू यू
again,
थिंक गाइस मेरे को तो
we're
नहीं लगता
likely
कि
to see
निकाल
that
पाएगा ये
Wolverine continue to be an issue. Naga had a generational beginning, but fighting uphill is unideal for a Wolverine when all of your approaches can be marked. Momentum was what Rad needed, and when they managed to fumble one
भाई
momentum
तुम कह
fight,
रहे हो कि
that's all that it took for Sentinels to
जीरो
get
फाइनल
into
हिट
a dominating position.
ठीक है
Yeah, I
बट
mean,
नेक्टर
Sentinels
के
have gotten the
बेस्ट जो थी
rescom, got a
स्टार्टिंग में
little
वो
bit
मैटर
burned
करती
on
हैं
it, and I think getting
ठीक
burned
है
on
क्योंकि
rescom was
ये
probably the best thing that
वैसा
happened
रैंक
to
नहीं
them.
चल रहा
Because that Wolverine swap was
रैंक में होता है भाई एक
absolutely
बंदा
huge.
मर गया चलो
Do we
तुमने
see
पुश कर
that
दिया और
try go
निकाल
for
लिया एक
something?
आध
Now that they're on the attack, they could go for a strange
इसमें
teleport
एक
at
बंदा
any
जाएगा
moment,
ना
but I think they're going to hold
पूरी
off
टीम
on
भाई
it
ऐसे
just in
चढ़
case they
जाएगी ना
start
ऐसे चढ़
losing
जाएगी
players on the actual brawl fight of the point itself, and they want that strange
पूरी टीम
portal.
जब तक
So
डेड
let's
नहीं
go
होती
on
तब
the
तक उतरेगी नहीं
recontests. As we can see, Rad gonna have access to that one too. His fate is on the Jeff. He's all the way behind
Oh
them,
wow.
right on their spawn doors. They haven't cleared out any of these dive components. He's gonna be hitting in an entirely
जेफ
unexpected
भाई
position.
Okay, big crunch coming through, but level
प्रो
1,
जेफ
what were you doing to be in
प्रो
a
जेफ
position
गेम
where the
प्ले
Emma could find you so early?
Oh,
Nectar's just been waiting. Nectar was
भाई ले
feasting, but trust me, was feasting even more. The feast of the abyss. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet, and well, Rad, they're digging in.
that is two big
ले
successful
भाई
splash from Fate's side.
Yeah.
By the way, Jeff Strats,
हाँ
they
वही तो कह
never
रहा हूँ
fail to
अरे
put a smile on
तुम
my face.
तेरी
Look
बात
at the
एकदम सही है
positioning
जीरो
too,
जीरो
right now.
सेवन
They're
चल रहा
all the
था
way
जीरो
up on
फाइनल
the
हिट पे
rooftop. They're going to wait for Sentinels to walk past. Have they cleared the
लेकिन
Jeff? Do they
भाई
know that he's that? I don't think
बात
they
ये
do.
होती है
I
इनके
don't know.
गेम
Check
प्ले
right
में
out.
कि
Fate plays Jeff as
अगर
well. Such a
तू
high
खेल रहा है अगर तूने
ATM
ओवर
to make
पुश
sure
कर
there's
दिया एंड यू
also
डाइड
done at
ठीक
all
है नेक्टर
components.
यही हो रहा था उसके
Vanguards
साथ
healed
वो
up over
प्रेशर
here, but
करने की
Phoenix
कोशिश
is
कर
in
रहा था
deep
वो मर रहा
trouble.
था
Needs to be saved. Rashara does not want to
ठीक है
invest their
तो
strike
उससे हो
for the
ऐसा
moment.
रहा था
Instead, just
कि
continuing to take up all of this space
उनकी
and just
ओपोनेंट
keep
टीम
Sentinels penned
जो
in.
थी
They in a body spot.
Yeah, and I
सेंटिनल
mean,
वाले
Sentinels, they tried to go
5v6
into one of
कर
those
रहे थे
rooms, but the dive couldn't follow them, but the
क्योंकि
ultra
फ्रंट
can
लाइन पर
still
इनफ प्रेशर
damage,
बन नहीं पा रहा
but
था
it
कि
will
भाई
go
पुश नहीं हो पा रहा था
down,
पता
but
नहीं
Rad
नेक्टर या फिर
still
गलत
have the
पोजीशनिंग पर
ultimates
खेल
to
रहा
fall
था
back into.
आई डोंट नो अबाउट इट
Malio just
क्योंकि
has
दे
to hope
आर
he does fall
बेटर
over it,
प्लेयर
so
देन मी
Jeff's going to be back in a
बट
matter of
मेरे हिसाब
moments
से
too with
नेक्टर
those
अगर
speed
ना
levels
मरता
coming up
उधर
through, so
पोजीशन
Sentinels don't
पे
even get to push
तो
5v6.
इट वाज
Oh, Naga's
बेटर
going to try and open this one up and never ends
नागी
actually
भाई वो
sadly
कर रहे हैं
Eternal
अल्ट
Bond.
निकली
And now
है
Fate's going to try and eat up all of those who are trying to stick within it, I imagine. Let's
मछली
see that
जल
grab
की
squad. That's going to be
रानी
Voluna.
है
Off the map, I'm sure
ओ
she'll go,
शिट
but no, unable to spit them out in time. Essentially going to be deposited right where the Jeff fell. Bright Mazing just sticks close to
अरे
Voluna. The safety given over
मेरे को
means that
पता है
it's
तू
easy for
फिनिक्स
Bright
की बात
Mazing to
कर रहा है
chill out
लेकिन
and
मैं ये
chill
बता रहा
bounce.
हूँ अगर
Strange
नेक्टर उधर
portal's going to come
मरता
out
ना ना इतना
though. Fate's on the
तो
Doctor
क्या पता
Strange.
हो
Rad
जाता
aren't giving up this one,
मैं ये
especially
नहीं कह रहा
level 1
कि
crippled that
ये
Loki,
वाली
but
यही
regeneration
है ना
remains to keep
फिनिक्स यही वाले
everybody
की बात
alive
कर रहा
through
तो
it. But no! He gets picked by Techie!
Oh, level 1 crit going down
आई
early
नो
could
व्हाट
be
आर यू
brutal.
टॉकिंग अबाउट
And you can
बट
see
पॉइंट वो नहीं है
borrowed time is
पॉइंट ये है कि
available
फाइव वी
to
सिक्स चल
begin,
रहा
but
था उनका
Rashara has already fallen on
रुको
down.
मैं
The
पानी
Fast
लेके
Force
आता
Special
हूँ
good to go. Get after that Ultron, and indeed they will. What an
ले
impact
भाई
from Nectar combined with Crimzo. Oh, Coach Crimzo setting up everyone else for success.
अब
Buckets of
रीग्रुप
the
हो रहे हैं
Abyss
जब तक
in the
भाई
back,
उनकी
but
अल्ट
all
चल
the
रही है
reward for the pain that was
ओ
given is
शिट
even more, delivered
ई
by
नहीं दबाया
Adamantium Claw. Sliced
ई
and
नहीं
diced the
दबाया व्हाट
reward
द
for the
फक
pain that was given is even cling. Sentinels have not managed to capture anything here, but they have at least continued to grab these frags all in onto
लेवल
that
1
monster
ग्रुप मरा
yet again. Fate's nowhere to be seen, and Rad are just being they're
टीपी
gone,
टीपी
reduced
आएगा
to atoms, Mox.
Yeah,
ना, नो
Sentinels, they
टीपी।
find the frags late, but they're
एटलीस्ट
able to
सेंटिनल्स
find
ने
it
कुछ
onto
तो किया
style, and
भाई।
crucially, Naga so close to Galactic Legend. If he'd been able to hit Galactic Legend before Sentinels had defensives to be able to see it through, Rad
आई
might
होप
have been able to
सेंटिनल्स
grab
विन
that
दिस
one
वन
back
भाई
into
फॉर
control.
नेक्टर भाई।
But Sentinels will be able to
नेक्टर
pick
इज
up
ओपी।
first and move
ठीक है,
forward,
बट
claiming
हरकतें हैं
possession
भाई
of
जो
that
गलती
second
करता है भाई हर एक
corner.
इंसान।
So now, Rad, they're going to have to organize past the Wolverine into these dive
ओ
targets.
मछली पकड़ी
But
गई,
unfortunately,
मछली
that
डेड।
leaves them grabbable, and Aramori finds the Jeff.
Okay, two frags
लेवल
already
देखो
found
ना,
by
पूरी
Rad,
टीम चढ़
though.
गई
He's
है अब
level
इन
one
पे।
crook in the bag once again on this
एक
weird
मछली
off
के
angle
मरने
with
की
the
वजह से
Loki.
पूरी टीम डेड हो
Punished
गई
by
है।
it thanks to the Sonic Seduction. And hello, we're going to see the investment here of the Rage of Ultron. That's actually going to force out Kurova's own usage of the
Oh, the
ultimate.
last stand.
Many players grabbed on out of this one. They want Kurova super bad, but Naga knows it's better. Maybe discretion's the better part of Valor when you've got so little HP against the respawns of Sentinels. Out comes the
वो अब
Galactic
टाइम
Legend.
हुआ है,
Naga sees the
फोर
writing
साइड।
on the wall, knows exactly where to go, forces out the Eternal Bond. And now for Rad
पूरी
to
टीम देख रही
disengage
है
the
इसकी तरफ।
game.
भाई
Oh,
वो
that's
थिंग
scary,
आया
Mox.
था ऊपर
Oh,
मौका
Naga's
मारने।
trying not to get staggered. Amazing's chasing, looking
उसने
for
राइट क्लिक
any
करके बच गया।
potential pick. Rad are
ओ
going
ओ
to...
व्हाट द फक।
Oh, Nectar.
Ain't
He's
that something?
so clean with those grabs. Rad have an opening too. Fate can come and prove in his Jeff, but crucially you have to worry about Sentinels lacking in defensive. It's the Phoenix not instead. No defensive, just get offensive. The best defense is a good offense, and Sentinels show off in style.
All right, playing within the regeneration of Amos, taken away real quick. Once again, Eternal Bond is going to be
ओ
grabbed on
भाई
here.
लूकी
Final
अल्ट।
level one crook.
अब
Sentinels
इनको
yet
थोड़ा
to lose a
पीछे आना
member though.
पड़ेगा,
So this is
और कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है।
under-resourced if ever I saw it. On
अगर
the
वो
point, they've
उठा
got
के
Aramori super bad,
शिट।
but Crimson delivers the embattled link to make sure that there's damage reduction. A quick clobbering time here. Stuns
अच्छे
everyone
टाइम
up,
पे
but
क्लॉबरिंग
Aramori's
टाइम
there
आया।
with the follow-up. Next to
बजर
stays
कर
above.
रेंज
Floats imperiously above it
खा
all.
गया।
Two players grabbed up here by Fate. Should be easy to spit them out. Does not want to spit out Rajaro this time. And it's off the edge. No second
भाई
chances. No
मछली
resurrections.
जल
And
की
no
रानी है।
mercy from the Jeff.
Oh
Still,
no.
Sentinels believe it to be winnable. They have 4 players to go with here and an Eternal Bond as well.
They double strategist ulted! Kurova and Aramori both overlap ult in one fight, and Radno get an opening.
भाई इस
Failure
लेवल
gets
पर भी होता है ये।
entirely undefended Rage of Ultron!
Oh, and Kurova's the first to be a victim of it. Up in the
अल्ट्रॉन
air
इस लाइक की
hangs the
अल्ट
Phoenix.
मैं ही
I'm
मार
afraid
दूंगा
it
अब
might
तो।
already be said and done. So
भाई
many
जी
members of
जी हो
Sentinels
गया,
have fallen down.
कंट्रोल दे दिया
50
पूरा भाई,
seconds
विदाउट
remain.
अल्ट
We
है
had to
उनके।
call this one earlier. Trust me, it's corrosive pickup after
भाई
corrosive
इस
pickup.
They're
लेवल ऑफ
not
प्ले
going
पर
to
भी हो
have
रहा
the
है डबल अल्ट,
defensive
ठीक
for
है।
Galactic Legend. There's one more fight properly coming on through.
इतनी
Sentinels have
गालियां दे रहे
40
होंगे ना एक
seconds
दूसरे को,
left.
साढ़े
They
तूने
can't
क्यों किया,
even
वो कह रहा
utilize
होगा
Sonic
तूने क्यों
Seduction to
किया।
try and open the space. Rada playing so far forward, they're trying to force Techie so they can just
भाई देखो
disengage and hold on to ultimate economy of their own.
पेट
As
देखो भाई,
Fate is
मछली।
just playing havoc. The jump onto the Emma, they're trying to force Sentinels to utilize that one ultimate. And if
भाई
they don't hold on
करने
to
ही नहीं
it,
दे रहे भाई
Naga's
वो।
just gonna go in with his.
Oh, the Galactic Legend doesn't get too much off the back of this one. Could instantly be seduced. Manages to get behind Baruch just in time. Techie claims the space on the point. The backline still under siege. Rad, they're doing everything in their power to try and make sure this
फर्स्ट
backline
अगेंस्ट
will just
डबल आ चुका
continually
है,
feels
ठीक है।
uncomfortable. But Aramori tries to rescue them. In comes its Chef.
ओ
2 players back. Rashara needs to be
शिट।
left on the point at the moment. He's going to be able to potentially move over off to the side. He's going to try their best to get down to the crit box. And indeed they will. Level 1 crit backs off. 4 members of Sentinels have fallen
ओ
on down.
शिट
But Nectar's still
भाई,
here with full charge and a
मछली
clean. A
तगड़ी है
freedom
भाई।
charge is declared by Rajaro. That's going to be a
टीपी कर रहे
clobbering
हैं
time
भाई
going on for
ओपोनेंट।
2. Just move the feet of the
किलर्स
Abyss
नहीं है
in
तो जब
towards the
तक अगर
fight. The
क्लियर
Rage
अप
of
हो
Ultron
सकता तो
from
बहुत
above.
बढ़िया बात
And
रहेगी,
boy,
बट
does he have a
हो
great
गया
super bad
क्लियर
to
अप।
try and play with. It's Melio all the time. The Rage of Ultron. It's a siren
भाई
song
टीपी
in the
वाले को
night.
आने
The
नहीं दे रहे
overtime
अंदर
can't
भाई।
make it through. The body block is good. And Rad have done it. They slain the #1 seed from North America.
भाई जी
Twice
जी
now
हो
we
गया
get to
भाई,
see clutch hits
रेड
Jeff
के लिए जी जी
ultimates
हो गया भाई।
coming the night from Fate. This time
रेड
Impulse
के
used a
लिए
level
सॉरी।
1 crook, literally ferrying that Jeff with the Luna, copied by the God of Mischief, to the fate of
हाय
both worlds, keeps Fate alive the entire time as he brings 2 crucial members from Sentinel's composition over and off
भाई देख
the
रहे हो, तुम
map
कहते हो
so that they
मछली
can have the
बेकार
map
है भाई,
advantage, so that they
उनके
can have
टीम
the
के
ultimate
कैप्टन ने मछली
advantage.
चलाई है।
And I mean, things fell apart. Sentinels there was a little bit of
तुम
miscommunication.
मानते
It
ही नहीं
feels
मेरे।
when we saw both the Luna and the Cloak and Dagger use their
उधर भाई
ultimates at
क्लोक
the
एंड डैगर
same
ने और
time.
लूना ने
It
अगर ना
really
किया
did
होता ना, क्या
feel
पता भाई
like
वो
the
हो
writing
जाता।
was on the wall, that Rad knew we might lose this fight, but there's another one afterwards, and we're going to have the better of that one, where we'll be able to win it instead.
When the bright lights shine in your face, Mox, mistakes are bound to happen. Despite playing together for so long on this Sentinels team, only Crimzo really has that long-term LAN experience. Everyone else is fairly new to LAN itself, despite their previous accomplishments. And when you're the #1 seed, when you've got a big org like Sentinels behind you, when you've got your CEO in the crowd, the pressure starts to build.
And I mean, everyone's looking at you too, is the thing for Sentinels. Like, everyone looked at Virtus Pro in EMEA, so everyone started
मछली
counter-stressing
ओपी है
them.
भाई, लिख
We
दो
can
भाई
kind of see
मच्छी ओपी
something
इन द
similar is
चैट भाई।
developed here, where I think a lot of people
4
are
बंदे
coming
देख
into
रहे
this
आज
thinking
मेरे भी
Sentinels
भाई,
are going to be the
नाइस।
team to beat, so they worked incredibly hard to be able to look at how Sentinels played, the compositions that they played, and how they would be able to target them both in maps and out of them.
Yeah, still Sentinels run isn't over.
सबसे
We are
पहला
on
मैच तो
double
भाई सिनेमा था,
elimination, so
प्योर
it's the
सिनेमा।
lower bracket for them
भाई
alongside
मेरा फेवरेट
Citadel, but
बंदा हार गया भाई।
only to celebrate Rad right
भाई
here. What
टीटीके
a
ने शायद
performance
नाम
coming out
चेंज कर लिया है,
second
पता
from
नहीं मेरे
our
को।
play-ins after
कैन
getting
समवन
pretty
टेल मी भाई
thoroughly
टीटीके ने
trounced
नाम
by
चेंज
Envy. I
किया
mean,
है
it
या
could have
नहीं?
gone either way. The whole
इन गेम
majority
नेम।
was blood
बट
equalized. But
Yeah.
Rad
कंट्रोलर प्लेयर था
really
भाई,
have
एक
earned
और सुबह
themselves today. Their
वैनम
strategies
खेल
have
रहा था,
really
मैंने
come into
देखा
their own.
I mean, fate
भाई।
on that, Jeff. I
प्योर
wish
सिनेमा
we could
भाई, वो
listen to
मैच तो अलग ही था।
comms on Central Park just when Fate's behind that spawn. It's
Yeah,
like, hey guys, I got eyes on to you. just
I'm
go
harassing.
in.
I'm harassing.
Like, it's insane, and they punished as well. Sentinels are known for
अब
holding their
जाएगी ये
ultimates.
स्ट्रीम
Like, they're very, very
ब्रेक
good
पे।
at holding their strategies to ultimates, not having them forced. And it feels like Rad banked on that. Because a lot of the time when they knew that Sentinels would be holding onto an ultimate, like Sonic Seduction, right? In one of those
टीटीके
later
की
fights
नाम
where
है।
we're on second, and it's like,
अच्छा तो
okay,
फिर
they're
एक
going
और
to be
बंदा
trying
था
to
सुबह
force
जो
out
वैनम
that
खेल रहा
Sonic
था,
Seduction. If
वो
Sonic
कौन
Seduction
है
comes
भाई?
through, they're going to
वो भी
disengage.
कंट्रोलर
And
से
then
खेल
they
रहा
go
था।
into that game of Ultimate Chicken, they see that Techie's not going to rise to it, and they're like, if you're not going to ultimate, we're going to ult, we'll use Galactic Legend, we'll get a pick, then you're going to be forced to use your ultimate so that
भाई
you stop
कंट्रोलर
any momentum
प्लेयर
that
दो
we're
दो
taking,
तीन हो गए
and
हैं।
then we can disengage. And that's exactly what ended up happening, and they had such a good read of when Sentinels would be forced to invest something, when unfortunately by holding onto it a little bit longer than they could have desired, they already lost the fight.
Yeah, you know what? To continue shouting out Fate, no teammates spit off the
भाई
back there.
सैड फॉर नेक्टर,
They'd have to hear Miller go,
ठीक है।
no, no,
उसकी वजह
Fate,
से
spit
मेरे
me out.
हिसाब
No, no,
से
not there,
उसकी
not there,
पोजीशनिंग
Fate,
थोड़ी
no.
खराब थी स्टार्टिंग की फाइट्स में।
Yeah, it is very. I find it so ironic that Adam Warlock, like one of the most canonically
भाई
mobile
100T
characters in the
Yeah.
भी
comics, is
तक
probably one of the least mobile
खेलना
in
ना
the game.
नहीं
But
है।
they had to find a way to keep him balanced somehow.
Yeah. He's just having a good jog around. He's getting his steps in.
डोंट नो भाई।
Got to keep fit in this world of Marvel Rivals. How are you going to stop
याद भी
Doom?
नहीं है नाम भाई मेरे
How are
को।
you going to stop Null if you if you can't get your steps in? Like, you got to be training all the time to stay
मैच
in
बढ़िया था,
physical
बहुत ज्यादा।
condition. It seems that whatever
ठीक है,
next
अब
for
ये
Gambit
जाएंगे आधे
yesterday,
घंटे के
it
उस
might
पे
have been
ब्रेक पे,
Venom and the
ठीक
Captain
है।
America at equal levels of
इनकी
proficiency.
बकचोदी सुनो, मैच जब
So
तक आता हूँ
dangerous
1
on
मिनट
both.
में।
Yeah, and I mean, we saw as well that there was, Citadel tried to go in with that Venom, didn't work out. The difference is, it feels like when Rad were going with the Venom, they timed everything. They were like properly syncing it. And also, it was never Venom goes first, it was always Jeff goes first. It's just a funny little guy in your backline playing from a really annoying angle for you to have to deal with. And he takes, oh my goodness, can we see it? We do get it. We get 15,000 damage coming up from
God,
Fate
basically
on the chest.
16,000. He's 47 short.
And 27,000 healing.
12 final hits?
Yeah.
Bro, that's disgusting.
It is incredibly funny that his primary is called Joyful Splash, because I think Sentinels were anything but after after that map. I wonder how far it's going to go before we see a Jeff ban come
Sadly
out
showered.
as well.
I mean, some teams might want to ban the Jeff. I know Reject hate playing against it.
Yeah.
It's going to be level 1 Crook walking away with the MVP on the Loki, however. Level 1 Crook, such a high output player, 35k when it comes to healing in this one, but it wasn't particularly long due to the hold on second, 60% accuracy. And you know what? Helping out in a lot of these KOs as well. 41 assists.
Yes, very, very strong Loki player, very, very strong Mantis player. And I think that's something else, like you talked about it, right? Rad, very, very flexible all across the board. If you try and ban them out of one particular hero, they fall back onto something else. And I think we really got to see that Rad played Sentinels. They took out the Vanguard, the strategy that we talked about, that 100 Thieves had actually employed against Sentinels in the past, which had problems for Sentinels to deal with, and we can see that Rad anticipated that they would be able to take advantage of that same weakness. So I think that's one that Sentinels are definitely going to have to try and brush up on before they go up against some of those other teams.
Yeah, let's have a look at our highlights now from this map. We really saw what Sentinels could achieve on third point, but unfortunately couldn't quite find the same value on their own attack of second. It took them so long to break through like a very tilty spawn hold because like the Jeff is such a distractionary feature in the backline as well, and it can also force someone to like try and overextend to try and fight the Jeff. You're like, yeah, I can take Jeff in a duel. Yeah, but what you don't know is that there's like a Captain America and there's a Venom who will wait like, yeah, bring him in.
Yeah, and I mean, they had a really good read of first fight, right? Sentinels, where, like you said, level 1 Crook gets picked in a position never should have been, but they do the correct thing where they see that there's a Jeff and a Venom behind, and they know if they leave their backline behind, they're going to be split. So the backline tries to run to the front line, and they just try and walk onto Rad's players, because if they're all in the backline, no one's guarding the front line, or rather their own backline, so Loki becomes incredibly vulnerable. And it worked for that first pick, but Rad were just able to hold on to that space, box Sentinels into a really uncomfortable position where they're just stuck in a very small room having to wait out. They're safe from the Venom Dive in that space, not safe from the Ultron, which means that Rage of Ultron gets generated incredibly quickly and Rad are able to land on their feet.
True. And you know what? The one thing we don't talk about with Jeff is that when you fall to Edge Jeff, it's incredibly tilting.
Yeah.
Like, the psychic damage you take is equal to the physical damage.
Yeah, because you're just like stuck in there and you're like, surely my team are going to be able to take him down before he finds the edge. No. Okay.
Nope. Awesome. Cool. Thanks, guys. Great stuff.
Because then, like, target focus also becomes a whole topic of dissent, where everyone's like, who was shooting the shark? Were you the shark? I was shooting the shark. I swear I was shooting the shark.
I was inside the shark. It can't be me, bro. It can't be me. I'm in there.
Yeah, we might need to get an X-ray on some of the contents of Jeff's stomach. Did you know that canonically he's actually eaten the Infinity Gauntlet?
Really?
Yes.
I wonder what flavor it is. Umami.
Yeah, there's actually a version of Jeff where he got into the collector's collection, and he had a whole bunch of wonderful goodies, one of which being the Infinity Gauntlet. So Jeff has nom nom nom.
So he eventually had some infinity intestines, you know?
maybe that was what was missing in Infinity War. If they'd had Jeff the Land Shark to just...
What you don't want to see is what comes after that meal. We might discuss that on stream.
True. But now we have to talk about the fact that it's one apiece. NA has won, EMEA has won.
Yes. But NA still have one team yet to show themselves. 100 Thieves are going to be going up, I believe, against Rejects?
OUG.
Oh, yes, OUG. Yeah, they're going to be going up against the hometown heroes of Over Ultra Gaming. So there's definitely going to be a crowd here that wants OUG to win, and a lot of people in the Twitch chat, from what I've seen previously, who want 100 Thieves to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to be seeing a very similar ban strategy as well coming up against OUG. They love res comp, they also love Human Torch comps, so... Likely Johnny is going to be, yet again, sandpacking in terms of those draft systems coming on out. But if you're Sentinels, I think you've got some really good like tape to go back and watch. They had some, like you said, amazing fight coordinations. There were also moments where the coordination was a little bit... not quite desynced fully, but definitely cracks in the surface. And I mean, that's what dive does.
Yeah.
Right? It pressures your backline. It forces you into thinking, do I need to commit this resource? And if you get that wrong, if you try and make that immediate judgment and you get it wrong, then that plays in the back of your head and you then try to overcompensate every time afterwards. And I think we saw a little bit of that coming on through too.
Yeah, like that just replays in your mind like, what could I have done differently?
Yeah.
How could I have saved this? Honestly, I want to give Melio his flowers as well.
Yes.
Moving over onto the Ultron occasionally, like, I think that Melio got a lot out of the Encephalo Ray, really proving himself to be quite lethal on the Ultron.
And the Phoenix too. He took to the Phoenix like a duck to water, fittingly enough, or I guess a bird to flames. Because like if you've seen the animation cancels that you can do on Phoenix, Melio was like one of the first people who really found out the depths of play that you could go to onto the Phoenix, how quickly you could build up
क्या
those ultimates and that spark generation, and he just looks insane
फीनिक्स पर
on
वो
the
कर
coach. And he's
सकते
always
हैं?
been a very sought after duelist. Whenever we have roster menu in EMEA, one of the names I always hear floating around here
कैंसिलेशन
that
है भाई,
teams want to be
फिनिक्स
able
पर
to pick up
फिनिक्स
is
कैंसिलेशन
Melio.
सीखो
Yeah.
भाई.
So it really is no surprise that he was the standout today.
It feels like Melios finally found a home. He was a mercenary for a while. I think he was on
Yeah.
Fnatic for a while. Hovered around with some of the OG guys.
Yes.
But eventually Melio found a home on what was Team 1. Luminosity before that.
Yes.
And now Rad. This team has really been through a lot together. They've always got on second place. No matter who they're up against,
भाई
whether it's
5
Riverband
बंदे देख रहे
or
हैं स्ट्रीम.
Virtus
वेलकम टू
Pro,
द स्ट्रीम.
they've
जो
always
आया
managed
भाई,
to be the second best
वेलकम
team.
एवरीवन.
And here in Guangzhou, the biggest LAN yet, the
लाइक कर
biggest
दो
cup
भाई
yet, the
स्ट्रीम को
biggest
अगर करना
prize
है तो.
yet,
मर्जी है
Mobile
गाइस,
Esports,
नो
they
फोर्स.
could have a chance at first.
I mean, biggest
सब्सक्राइब कर दो
likes
अगर
as
करना
well.
है तो.
True.
मर्जी
I've been
है,
flashbang.
नो फोर्स.
Yeah, we both have been flashbang. We love our stage though.
Yeah.
We love our stage. We love our set. We are so incredibly happy and grateful to NetEase for putting on
बट
this
सपोर्ट
wonderful
तो मिलता है
production
भाई.
and
आगे
having
मर्जी है.
us and also all of the teams over here, because getting to see all of the different regions immediately interact so that we can finally once and for all say this is the best meta. Like especially with rivals being as diverse as it is and flexible in terms of everything's
यार मैं
viable.
कीबोर्ड
It's
माउस
great
से
to
नया
see.
हूँ ना, तो
All right, let's
मैं
head down to
मतलब
the
कीबोर्ड
stage
माउस से
for
भी
an
नहीं, मतलब
interview.
मैं
We got ready with, I believe, level 1 Crook.
कंट्रोलर
One
गेम
Crook,
में
they
भी.
just had
एक
an
मिनट.
incredible match where you just secured your place in the semi-finals by taking out the America's champions. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling happy, and it was a 3-0, but I think it should have been cleaner by us. Nevertheless, I'm just stoked, and I'm still happy we're in this run. While we had to go through the play-ins, right? Everything was tough for us, but we made it this far, so we want to make it further, of course.
And you said it's been tough. You've had one of the toughest paths to actually get here. You came in not only through the play-in stage, but you also went through the lower bracket of that, and then went up against a region's champion. How are you feeling about this pathway to get here? How tough has it been for you?
Well, I think Envy might be the best team in the tournament currently, and Nova Esports was also really good
एनवी
in my
भाई जो
opinion,
अभी
so we had a
सुबह
tough
जेंट्स का
time,
मैच
but
था.
I think it helped us get experience on stage, which is super valuable, especially going up against American champions like Sentinels. This was their first time, so maybe they had nerves, maybe the weather wasn't right in the environment, so who knows, but it's really good that we went through all this.
So we've seen a lot of
भाई
teams focusing on
रिस्पेक्ट है
synergies
भाई
in
इस बंदे के
particular
लिए. एज अ
against
हीलर
you.
बोल
That's
रहा है ये.
really a feature of this advanced pick and ban system. How are you feeling about it? How much do you feel it has affected your games?
Well, I believe the Jeff is really a card we can always whip out on any team. We did it in the last map because it was a very good pick, right? Venom Jeff into a Loki Luna. It's just very nice today.
भाई जेफ भाई तगड़ा है भाई.
Mantis most of the time, and then we have much more leeway for our tanks. We can go any tank we want basically, and that's a really great advantage to have.
So finally, as I'm sure you're aware, your next opponent is a rematch. We've just called out Envy as maybe one of the best teams at the tournament. You're facing them again in the semi-finals. Do you have any words for them, and do you have any shout-outs for anyone else at home?
Well, no words for Envy. It's gonna be a dogfight. We both know it. It's gonna be a close one. And the
Ole.
winner will come out on top. And whoever loses will meet in the final again, so it's all good. And shout out to Moxie and Dread.
All right.
Moxie
thank you
and
very
Fred
much for
भाई
that one,
पता
Crook.
नहीं
Good luck
कौन है
in your
भाई.
next matchup, and we're going to head back to the casters.
भाई बच कर दो.
Shout out to Moxie.
Thanks, Rad. Love you.
Cool. She put
ये
us in it
लड़की है.
too. What are they saying that to me for?
I mean, I talk to the players.
Fine.
बस मेरी
You gotta do
टीम
the laps before season start. You
मैं.
gotta do the sit-down interviews with everybody.
भाई
Ah,
जेफ
see,
अच्छा
that was my
करेक्टर है.
fault. I
मेरे को नहीं देखा
misunderstand
तूने
that.
जेफ खेलते हुए.
Well, it's about shenanigans. What a time it was, and they said how much they like playing that against Loki.
Jeff is a good character, bhai. Jeff, I can play Jeff, bhai.
And I think people underestimate what those tendrils do in terms of
And I
Phoenix
like
and
to
the
play
overhead
Jeff.
that they can give over us all.
मैं भी ऐसे ही खेलता हूँ भाई, पीछे रहता हूँ
Yeah, I
ओपोनेंट
mean,
टीम
the
के.
range too.
But
If
I
you're
don't have
all
the
playing stacked
cancellation
up
भाई,
so
जैसे
that you can
जंप करके
everyone
डाइव
participate
मारता है
in
तो
the
वो मैं
dive,
नहीं कर
especially 'cause
पाता.
the Jeff's coming with you on the
But
dive.
अब
Taking
मैं
those ranges,
एक
nothing
नया
to
कंट्रोलर
sniff
लूंगा.
at all, but I mean,
ठीक है.
oh, the rematch
इसमें मेरा
potential,
गेम प्ले
Harry.
इंप्रूव होगा बहुत
We've
ज्यादा.
gone
अब
from a
मेरे पास मैं थोड़ा टाइम
BO3
तक मार्वल
Envy
राइवल
versus
से
Rad
नहीं
to
खेल
a
पाऊंगा.
BO5, which
बट
means
जब तक मेरा
potentially 5
कंट्रोलर
maps,
नहीं आता,
potentially
जब
more
मेरा
than
नया
5 maps.
कंट्रोलर आएगा,
We've actually seen a
then I'll
fair
play
number of
Marvel Rivals
pros
again.
come
Yeah.
through in grand finals, which have been BO7s and then actually proceeded to go 8 games. I would not be surprised if we see something similar.
Yeah, like those convergence maps, they can be very draw happy, especially when both teams cap in overtime. You only
वही
get
तो
that
ट्रिपल
minute.
हिल
It's so
कॉम्प
hard to
खेल
try
रहे
and
थे ना वो.
finagle one over on a team
दैट्स द
that's been
पॉइंट
so
भाई. ट्रिपल
defensively
हिल कॉम्प
stalwart.
जरूरी
I'm so
है जेफ
impressed
के
by
लिए.
Rad so far, though. I thought that was going to be a
बट
little bit
यार
more
जरूरी
difficult
है
on
या
free
नहीं है
with
भाई.
Zero, but they
इट्स नॉट
really
दैट
seem to have learned
इम्पोर्टेंट
so
भाई.
much
जेफ
about
कैन डू
stage play
एनीथिंग.
from yesterday with
ठीक
a
है.
couple of characters
जेफ
not
इज
really being able
नाउ
to
गुड
play the
करेक्टर भाई.
stage
पहले
just
होता था.
yet.
पहले तो और
And
अच्छा
I
था.
think
पहले
that we
डाइव
are going to
डीपीएस
have a
था.
much closer
बेटर
game
देन
in the best of
साइलॉक.
5.
ठीक है.
Yeah,
एल से.
especially because they'll have learned, like you said, a lot from
बट
getting to see Envy
अब
against
ऐसा है कि वो
Citadel,
हीलर
Yeah.
right? Because I mean,
प्लस वो है.
Xil'Path was a
पहले भी
point of
हील कर सकता था
contention when
बट
they went up against
रिवर
SK.
के
I
बाद
don't
अलग ही हो
think
गया
it's going to
जेफ.
be a point of contention if you can just
जेफ
play
को
the
कोई
way that
गाली ना ही
Citadel
दे तो
did on
बढ़िया है
these
भाई. मैं तो
earlier
यही कहूंगा.
maps.
Yeah, maybe we see a world where Envy try and target ban that Jeff. I don't
भाई
know if
यार
they're trying
तू
to against it much anyway, but we know
चला
that Envy
सकता है
are like
जेफ डबल
super
हीलर
Jeff
से भी. कोई
believers.
दिक्कत है
They
नहीं
were
है.
early adopters of things like the Jeff Nado, so
ठीक है.
there's definitely going to be a lot of respect there, and Envy know the value of the speed boost from the bubbles as well, but Fate's really been getting a lot of value out of.
Yeah, I mean, they've even been using one-sided tempo speed boost on Storm. So like you said, they do know the value. Storm a little bit more meta, I guess, in terms of niche situations that
हाँ
Jeff
ये वैसे
applies
रेड
it
वाले वो
to.
कर
Storm
सकते
is clearly meta
हैं.
far
स्टॉर्म और वो
more
चला
than
सकते
Jeff
हैं.
the Land
जेफ.
unfortunately, in my personal opinion.
I think I'm definitely on the Storm side of this divide.
बट यार
See Speedly
दिस
frag out the first
लेवल ऑफ प्ले में
50%
ऐसा
yards.
होता है कि
Leaving
स्टॉर्म
wind
की
is,
अल्ट आते ही
it really
स्टॉर्म
can
मर
build up
जाती है.
that Omega Hurricane quite quickly.
स्टॉर्म
But
मर
it feels like
जाती है भाई.
Omega Hurricane's kind of dropped off a cliff in terms of like the respect it gets in the lethality. Yeah, it does a bunch of damage, but most are just like,
We'll
didn't
just,
ask.
yeah, we'll run away from it, or if we have, you know, Loki, we'll just
भाई
regenerate.
7 people people are watching the stream. भाई
Breeze along
thank you
there
for
anyway.
joining in
Yeah,
यार.
so it's just
This
about
means
forcing
a
the
lot.
resource and then leaving.
ठीक है. first of
Rarely
all
see Speedly
and
stick around in that particular ultimate, but for Rad, they're smart enough to be able to deal with the
तो
the
गाइस
sort of
अगर नए हो तो
question
एक
is,
लाइक और
can
सब्सक्राइब कर दो.
brain power,
मर्जी है
the
तुम्हारी आगे.
fragging
ठीक है.
potential that
मेरा
Envy
काम है
has,
बोलने का.
because
मैं
both
बोल देता
Cal
हूँ.
and Speedly were looking on fire.
Yeah, I mean, Cal's Phoenix was definitely something to worry about. So too was the Winter Soldier, though. And I
Yeah.
feel like if you're Rad, if you do want to play the Jeff strategies again, maybe Winter Soldier might actually be the better ban force the Phoenix, so that you can come on through and have better dive targets, as opposed to having to worry about more CC with Bionic Hook and Kraken Impact, which can outlast your strategist ultimates if he gets a single reset.
Yeah, more survivability as well with the with additional health after each of those abilities, whether he hits someone or not. How fun. But for Rads, like Naga, I'm very impressed with what I saw today on the Wolverine. We saw some generational grabs, and it seems like there's such clean calling. We
Logan.
saw with that initial grab on the Starlord before any stellar shifts could come out after the landing.
Yo, Logan.
Everyone on the team was just pelting the Starlord on
Yeah.
the way down.
Welcome to
did
the
not hit
stream.
Terra Firma.
Well, they went for the Magneto. Like they were fine leaving the Adam and the Mantis. In
क्या
play
लिखा है
because
तूने
they
ये?
knew that if a Starlord comes out, it's not going to be with a Magneto bubble, so it's much easier to be able to counterplay when the Starlord uses that blast barrage to start open that fight. Because like that's the engagement.
हेलो
of a
के
Rise kind of position. It's
डेफन
always the
में
Magneto gives you
डेफ
a Starlord
कैन
bubble.
not
With the
kill
board,
a
and then your
300
Starlord
HP
goes
character
in
in a
with your blaster barrage
pointed
spin.
set.
You hit
It
multiple
depends.
bodies, you force multiple cooldowns. If you're up
जेफ का
against
ये है
Loki, you
सीन
can just
कि
burn all of the doppelgangers in one place. A lot of the time it forces regeneration to main out
जेफ
early,
अच्छा है
and you
यार.
can shred for that, and then you get
उसकी
like
बॉडी बहुत
35%
बढ़िया
of
है
your
बट
ultimate, then you
he
go back,
has a
and
lot
then
of
you do it again, and
escapability
then you
as
do it
well.
again, you do it again, and all of a sudden you
अगर
get
अच्छा
blast
जेफ
barrage
है
into
कोई
the
तो वो
meteor.
पानी के अंदर
Congratulations,
रहेगा
it proved to be very deadly because you can
and
pick your
he
targets
will
very
manage his
easily. And of
cooldowns.
course, the damage, the lock on distance
By
is a little
example,
bit
he
longer now.
just
As
from
when we
Stamper,
have
you
a
clone
specialist
against
view over on the
Loki,
stage, so let's throw it on
Marathon,
over, I believe,
भाई
to Cozy.
भाई रेड वाले ना बड़ा सही बैंड दे रहे थे बट लास्ट वाले राउंड में बड़ा
How
वो
are you doing today?
हो
I'm
ब्रो इज
Joe
हियर.
Messina. I'm joined by my friend and streamer, Guru. How you doing today?
Yeah.
Doing really good.
गुरु आया भाई.
Really good. Good, man. Well, it's good to have you here. Good to have you on the stage. And I've got to open up and ask, because this is history. First land for Marvel Rivals. You're looking at all these teams. You've seen a lot of them play. And I want to kick things off by asking you, if you could jump into any of these teams, who would you pick and what hero would you lock in?
Ooh, I would like to hop in the Terra backpack on 100 Thieves.
That big guy.
That'd be nice. I'd be on Wolf,
Yeah, just
भाई
the
कैप्टन को
character.
बुलाओ यार.
of course.
100 Thieves.
Team
duelist,
captain को
here's
बुलाओ.
Guru himself here. And with that, talking about heroes, let me ask you, you watch a lot of Rivals, I know when you're streaming. So,
अच्छा
what
अच्छा.
hero from your perspective?
भाई
is
मैं
most
ना यार
interesting
YouTube
to
पे ही
watch?
हूँ ठीक है. Logan.
Honestly, I've been enjoying watching Torch Torch.
लाइक बीच में
And
ना थोड़ा वो
I
आता
just
है,
always like watching different Wolverine
Sí.
playstyles.
ठीक
So
है?
probably those two.
What is it about Torch that you like watching?
Just like infinite APM. Like the
Yeah.
more you can, there's like an infinite cap
Yeah.
basically on how much you can do.
For
And-
sure.
And we're seeing it like Tanuki.
भाई यार ये
is
अंग्रेजों की
crazy.
आवाज
Yeah,
आंखें
really
देखो
good.
यार,
That guy's crazy.
We
हरी
have so much
नीली
talent.
पीली।
Speeder, Tanuki,
और
and
गाइज अगर
Flyers,
जो
in this
मार्वल
segment,
राइवल
say,
खेलता है
talking about
और
Torch, kind of
टीम
he was
चाहिए जिसको
underrated
भाई
going
एडर
into the
टूर्नामेंट
season. So
वगैरह
now
खेलने के
looking
लिए हमें।
ahead, tell me what hero do you think is the most overrated hero and underrated, both sides?
Overrated? Probably, I don't know. There's not really
VP.
any overrated ones,
Yep.
I think, but underrated Thing. I think there needs to be more Thing being played in this tournament. I think it counters a lot of the teams, and I think it was working for Sentinels, but it, kind of got unlucky near the end.
Yeah, for sure. And it's nice that more Vanguards equipped to handle the Flyers in the meta is definitely nice here.
Exactly.
And listen, if y'all don't know, Guru here played for a team in the group stage, Solaris, and they were nearly on their way here to Ignite. Now that you've been here, you've witnessed
Oh,
all this
अच्छा।
as a player in the group stage. I mean, tell me, are you locked in? You trying to get the spot in the finals? Are you guys coming back for more?
Oh yeah, Solaris will be in grand finals for sure.
love to hear it, my man. And in general, you've been, is this your first time to Guangzhou in China?
Oh yeah, first time leaving the U.S.
Ah, no way. First time leaving
sure.
the U.S. So, tell me, what has been your highlight of Guangzhou, China?
My highlight is not getting invited to this event, and now I'm on stage. This
Shit,
is
भाई।
crazy.
Dude, we're just
They're
happy.
taking care of us, dude.
Good, yeah. The hospitality here is just unmatched. And I've got to ask, okay, we're looking at the matches here. We've got a lot of teams to go, a lot of matches to go.
चाइना की वो है ना,
Let's pretend it's day 5.
नटीज।
There's 2 teams, grand finals. Who do you have?
Envy versus 100 Thieves.
Envy versus 100 Thieves. Very, if you don't know, Guru's from America, so very America picked there in the terms of the teams. But we'll have to see. We've had now one team in Envy winning, and then we had now Sentinels just going down to Rad. But in general, can't wait to see you up there in the watch party. And I
भाई
appreciate you
एनवी
coming on
इज
stage.
बेस्ट
course.
भाई राइट नाउ अभी।
Absolutely, y'all. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got an electric matchup coming in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you right after.
अबे दिल आधे घंटे की ब्रेक 8 दो भाई।
大家好，我是 OUG 的莫兰。
大家好，我是 OUG
Like
的 Sport，喜欢玩商业惩罚。大家好，我是 OUG 的小壮，然后是个鲨鱼爱好者。
सुबह का मैच किसके साथ था?
coming on through from Envy, 1 fight win, 1
भाई
ultimate
एनवी
invested,
बेस्ट भाई सारे
38%
कह रहे
of
हैं।
the point picked up off of the back of it. However, Enzo has been able to cloak up with that Magneto, building up the Meteor Arm, and they do have that Eternal Bond from the
ये
Cosmic
मैग्नीटो
Gravity.
वाला
Envy
कंट्रोलर
don't
प्लेयर है
have a
भाई।
one shot here, and that's the problem that Month has to deal with when the Magneto ultimate comes through and manages to hit pay dirt.
Strangling Prison in the hands of Window could be everything here. Good peel
ये
coming
कौन
through
है
from
भाई? ये
Pillage,
कोई
but now
सर्च
Phoenix
करके
has no
बताएगा
defense. We begin rather low,
एंड
having to dodge away as best they can. Up to the skies for Phoenix, holding on to this, and it's a premature use of the Meteor Ram. It gets instantly burned on down by the focus fire of Citadel Berber, and Month in the back. Oh, that's a great fight. Look at Pokey's getting even more done. That's what a true Higgs scan can do on the Adam, and Pokey is just racking up frag after frag. Unbelievable performances from a young member.
वैसे भाई ये वाले भी थे, TTG वाले भी तगड़े हैं भाई।
Perfectly. They waited for the Meteor M so it didn't get absorbed, and it's just not enough to be able to blitz down the pure sustainability that is offered by free strategists. To be able to blitz down the pure sustainability that is offered by free strategists.
तो बहुत बढ़िया गया था मैच।
Quite literally with
ये
the
करना था भाई
point
स्ट्रीम
two.
भाई।
We're barreling towards final fight territory, Harry, and Citadel are in full control. They've got a comic revival fight coming up too. Cal's down before Envy can break out with the Psionic Seduction, and Citadel just beat the ultimates, and everyone's back on the map.
Pokey has the res good to go. Spirit is going to try and rack them all down with the Omega Hurricane. Forced to disengage. Some freedom charge rolls on forward. Citadel
Big red.
They say that it's free, and Tanuki tends to agree as Window falls down. Nero's going to be joining him. Cloak and Dag has to go into the Dark Force to manage to try and find some respite.
यार ये वाली स्किन चाहिए यार।
Envy are wiped off the board by Citadel here on the first stage of Hell's Heaven.
There's a little bit of mind games coming into play, it feels like, because Envy, they weren't anticipating that it was going to be an Adam facing them on the other side of the
100
strategist
Thieves
line,
कौन
it
सी
feels like.
टीम है भाई?
I think we'll do pretty well against the international teams.
भाई
I
रुको
think we're pretty confident.
Playing against the
100
international teams, it's
T
like a fresh new game because everyone in NA
M
plays a certain
A
way, and
Marvel
around the world
rival
the play styles are.
100 टीमें है क्या ये?
You know, back in the day, but so maybe we see
Pizza Oven
like
can
that.
make more than just pizza.
100 Thieves, both teams.
What else can
who
Pizza Oven do?
You know, definitely win this whole tournament, Shib, and both teams have shouts at the potential all-star lineups that we were talking about.
Yeah, I think we can see some really, different bands here, although they are.
I have an air fryer. Yeah.
भाई
Get
100
about 3
टीम्स
inches
में है
of
क्या
gut.
अपना मेरा बंदा?
23k damage there from Terra. Wolverine, such a
ITT
core
के
soft
है
impact.
भाई 100 टीमें है भाई.
Gotta show some love to TTK. We're looking at him here. Some mean ultimates there, finding a ton of value. Just seems so consistent.
500 टीज का देख रहे हैं भाई मेरे को. अब भाई मेरे को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता किसी और टीम से. 100 टी भाई.
We're gonna do whatever it takes to win.
मैच 3 होने वाला है.
The goal of the competition and
100
every other
टीज
team is
का.
to win this. Keep them
भाई
up
अब
in the
आएगा
game,
मेरा
keep them
फेवरेट
stage
प्लेयर का
two.
मैच भाई.
I thought
TT
the
के
game
भाई
was here to
इंस्पिरेशन
lose,
भाई
things
मेरी.
like that. Everyone has the expectations to win.
The goal here, obviously, to win, but.
एज अ कंट्रोलर प्लेयर भाई वो वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम में खेल रहा है भाई बंदा. और वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम में होने के लिए भी भाई वो चाहिए, स्किल्स चाहिए भाई. भाई टीटी के वाला भाई लेट्स गो भाई. देखते हैं भाई. ओहो ये मेरी स्ट्रीम मेरे को ही रिकमेंड हो रही है. बकचोदी नहीं करेंगे हम.
At the very end for Envy, I mean,
भाई टीटी के
it was so back and forth, but that very impactful abilities that the heroes.
कल हुआ था क्या मैच भाई? कल वाला हक दिया भाई मैंने. कल देखना चाहिए था मेरे को देखते हैं अगर मिलेगा तो. भाई चेक करते हैं ना भाई कौन कौन था कल. ये रहा.
Is it way to do it? They were able to pick up. They said they put him.
Envy won. Okay, nice.
Yeah. Use the rage to try to find a pick. Momentum swings there, and so did get caught by the freeze. Not good on certain maps, and in the last map in domination.
कल रेड वाले हारे थे भाई.
ये
वाला शायद जीते थे, पता नहीं मेरे को. ये वाला नहीं पता. नोवा और रेड का था.
Back and hold on. Trust me, frozen. That was the problem last time. Out we go again with that butterfly. Doesn't get a pick. Everyone's stacking.
ये दोनों तगड़े लग रहे थे भाई मेरे को.
But who do you think? Who of Envy? I think they probably want to protect.
Envy or
they
Red.
probably want to save.
Envy वाले जीते थे शायद.
And take out the strategies of the opponents by Red, because you can look at it yourself right now. The Luna has been protected, and of course Cloak and Dagger has.
Sometimes you could say in Mother was the win. You've got the Strange, you've got the Portal.
Nova और Gen G वालों के साथ.
It's going to be a Portal to contest right now from Gen G. It's going to be a 6v3 matchup in the final fight. Does anybody contest? And they don't. And no. The overtime's sticking off. Obu on the side. Big steal from the kidnapping.
कल मैच ही नहीं था इनका 100 टीच वालों का. तो क्या चक्कर है?
Not just one-sided for currently in the game. Right, one below on has been removed from play too. So and out Black Panther.
ये वही लड़की है भाई. ये दोनों हमेशा कास्ट करते हैं खेलते बैठ के. बढ़िया है भाई. But anyway, 3 मिनट बचे हैं. भाई 100 टी. सपोर्ट भाई for 100 टी. ठीक है. टीटी के my personal favorite भाई. सेंटिनल वाले तो हार गए. सॉरी गाइस. यार
6 mines, 1 heartbeat, a single objective.
टीटी के दिखाओ भाई मेरे को. टीटी के से मतलब है.
让世界记住我们的名字。
They call us rivals. We're here to prove them right.
Hola, they call us rivals. We are here to prove them right. Envy वाले. Envy भाई, one of the best team भाई. Ground Zero, Reject, Nova, Sentinel. अब आएगी Raid. अब आएगा 100. See, अरे 100 Thieves कहाँ है? ये रहे 100 Thieves भाई. Gen G भाई. भाई एडे मैडे सी चला दी उन्होंने तो अब। भाई भाई चेंज करो भाई, मैं तो कहता हूँ अब 3 मिनट रुको और। हाँ, जब तक ये गाइस डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर ज्वाइन करो यार, डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होगा वो ज्वाइन करो भाई, हम खेलते हैं इकट्ठे बैठ के भाई। भाई टीटी के भाई, ये रहा हमारा टीटी के बंदा, फुल सपोर्ट भाई टीटी के को। टैरा भी है भाई, टैरा भी वन ऑफ द बेस्ट प्लेयर है। भाई अपना मैग्नेटो उठाएगा ये, मेरे को पक्का पता है भाई, मेरा टीटी के भाई इंस्पिरेशन। भाई ये कर रहा है भाई, तू हाँ अपने अंदर भगवान ढूंढ, वो कह रहे हैं भाई ऊपर ऊपर ही है भगवान। वो कह रहा है 4 है। भाई बता हेल्प। भाई कैप्टन कौन है भाई ये 100 टीज का? भाई टीटी के ऐसे दिखता है। भाई टीटी के गेम भी अच्छा खेलता, कंट्रोलर से खेलता, और भाई क्या क्या भाई। भाई जो भी उस लेवल पर खेल रहा है सबको रिस्पेक्ट है फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल भाई। और अब आएगा मैच। भाई एनवी वालों का भाई तगड़ा होगा भाई। लेट्स गो।
It is time for our third series. Please welcome to the stage, Ultra Gaming!
स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट, अरे ये भी बताते हैं भाई। डुएलिस्ट, वैनगार्ड होगा ये पक्का। अच्छा 3 का बताया, 3 का वो है फिल है क्या, पता नहीं। यो 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 यो। एक दो तीन 4 5 6।
When you talk about Over and Ultra, this team embodies it. Undefeated in NRC, undefeated in Invitationals, undefeated in Ignite. These are Over Ultra Gaming.
भाई अनडिफीटेड, अनडिफीटेड।
Now please welcome 100 Thieves.
अब उनका अलग आएगा भाई। चोर हार की, एक लोहार की। टेरा, डुएलिस्ट, ये भी डुएलिस्ट। वैनगार्ड, अब 2 आएंगे स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट। अच्छा 3 स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट एक डुएलिस्ट 2 वैनगार्ड। अच्छा चाइना में अनडिफीटेड, अब डिफीट आ जाएगी शायद शायद। वो भाई टीटी के भाई छोटी हाइट का सबसे छोटी हाइट टीटी की है भाई बेचारा बोना।
100 Thieves are one of the first dominant forces to appear in the Americas and have consistently stayed at the top ever since.
भाई
Many have
consistently
tried,
stayed on the
only a
top.
few have even come close. Please welcome 100 Thieves!
भाई टॉप टीम और अनडिफीटेड का मैच। चाइना में चलो समझ लो अनडिफीटेड है, क्रॉक्स क्रूक्स पहन के आ गए भाई ये तो हम तो चप्पलों में ही खेलेंगे।
Let us ignite the battle. It is time to head back to the casters.
अच्छा कास्टर्स के पास भाई कंट्रोलर वगैरह का ऐसा सेटअप करना पड़ेगा भाई, इसको घर से लाया ये।
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series mid-season finals. I am one of your casters.
अरे नया कैस्टर्स भाई, लेट्स गो।
Man, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good today, Shipskis. Obviously, today is an exciting day as we enter the main stage of the $500,000 Ignite Series, the mid-season, bro. So it's been awesome here in Guangzhou, especially to be alongside you, Ship.
Right back at you.
Man, we got 2 more games today. Obviously, the first few were taken through by Moxie and Lake Day,
Yes.
and that was baller. Those were some crazy games earlier.
Yeah, especially the first game. I mean, going to the very last potential map in OT 99.99. It was like watching a finals, right? It was like, it had my heart pumping from the... I actually was sprinting around just because I was so excited.
भाई चैट में लिख दो कौन सी टीम के साइड हो भाई, मैं तो भाई 100 थीव्स भाई, वो तो मैं तो चाहता हूँ भाई जीते।
Like you said, it was crazy. I was sitting
रेवोल्यूशनरी है भाई,
Tanuki's parents.
ऐसा कंट्रोलर प्लेयर टीटी के खेल रहा है भाई उधर, जो वन ऑफ द टॉप टीम रही है।
Actually gave me this as a gift, and I felt bad because they lost. So I was like trying to comfort them, like it's okay, lower bracket, you know, you'll come back or whatever. But look at this thing, man. It's the Jeff charm. It's a little Deadpool you can put on the back of the Jeff. You want to see it real quick, man?
I absolutely love this thing. I got to pin it to your back. We got to get the fin there.
Yeah, you get on the back.
No, this is so cool. You got to check this out.
So she spent 80 hours hand making this. So it's not. You
Oh,
can't get this
okay.
anywhere. Obviously, it was just Tanuki's mother made it.
Sure.
And was awesome enough to just let it be shown on the broadcast.
भाई ये बेचना स्टार्ट ना कर दूं भाई मैं,
Whatever. Hopefully,
कौन खरीदना चाहेगा 100 थीव्स भाई।
Refocusing back on this series,
सही है भाई, सब यही कहेंगे।
matchup between the home favorite in OUG
हाँ वो भी खेल रहा था भाई,
100 Thieves. So this is going to be crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean,
MNK और कंट्रोलर अभी अपना टीम लेके आते हैं।
Let me say it twice. Has never lost a tournament one time.
Are you serious?
They are by far the favorite here for China, and they're looking to press through and take on 100 Thieves, both of which have an argument, with the best DPS in their area.
Yeah.
And now we find out who comes out on top in this next series.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could definitely talk about maybe like predictions and stuff as we get there, but you talked about it. I mean, yeah, OUG just didn't lose at all in their entire region, and I think we heard about it. It's like Nova was always in second place, right?
Yeah.
It was constantly them.
भाई we can't say कि भाई वो opponent team इतनी खराब खेलेगी भाई, 100 Thieves versus undefeated है, ठीक है, उनको भी नया कुछ मिलेगा और 100 Thieves को भी कुछ नया वो मिलेगा। अब देखते हैं कौन पहले adapt कर पाता है।
Folk are going to get hands-on experience with these guys.
Let's see what's going to happen.
Right? We talk about the best in the world.
China की one of the
This
best
way you
team
get
है
to see that in
भाई।
action. A lot of us haven't had eyes on with China or some of these other regions. Maybe you just didn't get to catch it. Maybe you never, bother to go look. But trust me, these tournaments are just as
Selena
insane
NK का
as your
best
region. Talking about
DPS
insane. Talking
है।
about Sentinels,
Let's see भाई।
coming through there on the finals in the past and in Ignite.
Vanguard भाई,
maybe
यार
that was
अगर
a
वो
fluke, right? It
भाई
was a reverse
one of
sweep,
the
so you
best
gotta hope
DPS है
that
भाई,
100
one of the
bounce
best
back
Vanguard तुम्हें पता ही है कौन होगा।
take on OUG.
TT के क्योंकि वो कंट्रोलर से डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज लेके नंबर 1 पर था भाई सीजन 0 के स्टार्टिंग में, ठीक है। तो लेट्स सी क्या होता है। आई डोंट नो भाई, ओपोनेंट टीम भी चाइना से है से कि भाई उनको पता नहीं है कि 100 थीव्स क्या करने वाली है। सेम गोज फॉर 100 थीव्स, उनको भी नहीं पता कि चाइना की टीम क्या करेगी। दोनों की टीम में अच्छे डीपीएस है। आई डोंट नो क्या हो सकता है क्या नहीं हो सकता।
I mean, all of us are guessing.
So,
obviously, you chose Sentinels.
let's
It was a
see.
tough game for them. I mean, I know they're a very strong team. You got to remember, all these teams are playing at such a close level. It's any given day. They just didn't look like themselves in the first 2 maps. moves and started bouncing back there on 3.
यार एनवी वाली
We'll have
टीम
to
जो
see
है
today
ना
how
वो
100
सबसे
Thieves
पहले
does.
बाहर
This is
होगी
the
मेरे
Chinese
हिसाब
team
से
that is seen as the best Chinese
सैड
team.
टू से
Like you
बट
talk
या
about, it cannot be understated how good of a team OUG is. We heard even rumors, before Ignite started about how OUG was beating. If you guys are from the European region, from the EMEA region, you know how good Virtus Pro is, right?
Yeah.
Not qualifying for the Ignite midseason is insane. Obviously, if we had 3 spots for EMEA, that would be a different story. But OUG, this team apparently was beating Virtus Pro in scrims and also North American teams. So these guys are scary, and if you're not aware of them, maybe we're about to learn today against the 100 Thieves.
Absolutely.
भाई लेट्स सी भाई ये भी बात सही है इनकी कि भाई अभी तक अनडिफीटेड है क्या पता अभी भी अनडिफीटेड रहे बट आई डोंट वांट देम टू विन अगर वो मिल जीतते तो गुड भाई बढ़िया
I'm stoked to see that matchup between the two of them, the duelist battle, the ego check, and you know they're going to be holding over each other's heads in the future.
Absolutely. And, speaking about Mulan, I think him and Rymazing had a little bit of a discussion. Like, you're like the
वो
Chinese
कह रहा
equivalent
ऊपर वाला एक है
of
और वो
Rymazing
कह रहा
in
ऊपर
North
वाले
America,
चार
in
हैं
the American region. Speaking of the American region, taking a look at 100 Thieves, we already know these guys, Shib. I mean, Delena, TTK, Tara, Vinny, Harvey, Millennia. I mean, we've known these guys forever. It's kind of interesting that Millennia is starting today. I don't know how much we even want to discuss why he's being played today. I mean, what do you think, Shib? Should we talk about it, or is
so my thought is this. This is one thing to know. Millennia is very much a flex fill. So that is really unique when it comes to having somebody on your bench. Being able to flex. I believe Millennia in the past has been playing as a duelist, coming in here now as a strategist. Ton of flexibility, but is that super comfort? How much time have they put in that role? All that is up to question, and it has you maybe doubting how the team will perform together. But we don't know what's been going on behind the scenes and how they've been playing, and obviously that is the decision they made.
Yeah, that's
So
gonna be
guys, I'm
interesting to
back.
see at the online discussions. I mean, just like what happens throughout the series. What's going on. Maybe Millennia gets like a stock boost if 100 Thieves were to win. Right, that would be huge. We'll have to see how 100 Thieves does. I think we know, like you talked about, how good of a team they are to constantly be in the top
पता नहीं
discussions.
भाई कुछ भी
Before
हो
when they were
सकता है
mutants, now to come through. Before then, when they were Team Blue in the
कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई
the
तुम कह
Realm
रहे हो
tournament,
एशिया
that
की
was
टीम सबसे पहले एलिमिनेट होगी
long ago. So these guys have been
डोंट
together
नो
for pretty much year
कुछ भी हो
together
सकता
as
है
a
ये
unit. And so
ऐसे ही
the fact
चल
that
रहा
they're
है ना
even putting
मामला
in
भाई
Millennia
कुछ
instead of
भी हो
SJP is
सकता है
crazy.
कभी
I mean,
भी
that should not be understated how much of a change that is, considering how consistent this lineup has been throughout the year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. We had a conversation with Terry yesterday. He was essentially saying this team is like a friend group now, right? So and making a change like that, it tests the friendship a little bit, I believe, and that
इनकी
is a
फ्रेंड
difficult
ग्रुप
thing
है
to
100
handle
थीव्स
in
फ्रेंड
life
ग्रुप है
and in video games, right? You got to be cohesive, you got to be confident, and you got to understand each other. You play, you essentially get in the mind of your teammate. You understand what they're going to do before they even have to tell you, and that helps out with comms, which I know this team is more driven there with Terra's comms, but they do all pitch in. So I don't know how it's going to shake out. I'd like to see how it happens. We talk about Cal stepping in from the bench, saying, "I want the ball, coach." Getting in there and showing up. This could happen for Millennia.
And that's also the point to maybe come back and do experience we've had so far at the LAN environment over here in Guangzhou. I mean, we were in the same hotel as these guys. Obviously, they're practicing there as well. And in those situations, we're just like, okay, what are we going to do? Study for these games, right? We're going to get ready for the matches for the mid-season. And we're going to watch scrims, going to the practice rooms, all the casters, and everybody's kind of
इन्होंने तो आज तक मेरे ख्याल से आपस में खेला भी नहीं होगा टीटी के और इन्होंने क्योंकि स्क्रिम्स वगैरह जो होती हैं एक ही रेंज की होती है
The answer I got was get the hell. They sent me
out of here.
He said, "Get the hell out of here, dog, man." And I did, because that is a very tense matchup. Even in practice, these guys have a very deep and rooted, sort of not bad blood, but there's a lot of pressure to just win the practice, win the scrims. You would think in a practice room, it's not all about winning, it's about improving, right? And sometimes you just, your ego takes over, I guess, and 100 Thieves just want to constantly win, make sure they're back in the game.
Yeah, you want to keep things on the wrap sometimes, and that may result in, interactions like that. I don't know what that means. That could go back to this switch, right, with Millennia. It's just, there's so much complexity.
और एक सलोटा भाई क्या हाल है? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. क्या चल रहा है?
About Mulan, you said essentially the Rymazing of this region.
Long time no see भाई. बड़े टाइम के बाद आया स्ट्रीम पे.
Those heroes in and of themselves, crowd favorites, right? So definitely potential there. I know Torch is on the, definitely playable.
Yeah.
And you had a conversation with me. Speaking of Torch, I want to, just segue right through.
Okay.
What do you think that if I am playing for OUG, what do I do and what do I leave open for 100 Thieves? I was setting you up for this because it was a great call.
Right. Well, oh my God, wait, I completely blanked actually. That's
Leave
the funny
Torch.
part. Leave Torch. There we go. Thank you. You had
my fault, buddy.
This is why we're partners, because you catch me when I am faltering. And speaking of which, well, it's going to be map dependent, obviously. We'll have to see as we go to Aramco map number 1.
Map
the
dependent
thing
तो
is,
मेरे को
like
इतना
you
लगता
said,
नहीं है, but
we were talking about it before, where
in the Ignite series, it felt like
Let's see भाई क्या होता है. But
as
I
good as
am
Terra is and as good as Delena are,
gonna say
they
that
sort
100
of lack
teams
in
should win.
flexibility sometimes, right? They are really good, and Terra I know will get very upset at me if I said that. I said that on
अच्छा
broadcast.
खाना खा रहा था
I
भाई.
was like,
खाना
Bucky
खाओ
was
भाई.
maybe
बढ़िया
laughing, and then
है.
he was like, bro, did you see me get my pop-off games later on in those matches?
The longest alt ever in history.
He proved me wrong. I mean, this guy, Terra, like we talked about, has been proving individuals wrong for so long, including myself. And like you said, yeah, I mean, I feel like leaving the torch open could be a strategy for OUG against them. But we'll see.
हल्का आ सकता है क्या?
About how some teams are maybe underprepared going into this tournament because you have to prepare for so many regions and so many hours to watch of the VODs of every single region. And not everybody can do that because they have to focus on what's in front of them.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what you're saying, typically 100 Thieves, just for those who maybe do not know or, in a different region, they typically never run that torch. They don't feel confident. They have Delena on some sort of hit scan and they have Terra on Bucky or some sort of off pick that he feels comfortable on. He's got a lot in the belt, but we have not seen torch from them. The ban does not seem worth it, and that enables you to start getting crazy in the ban phase, which is a massive part of this game, just to make sure the audience understands that. But OUG, if they get that torch through,
Loki
is
Adam.
Scary. And so you got to make sure that, that in and of itself, having that you're forced to make that ban happen is an advantage.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why, speaking about the guy himself,
CS2 का फाइनल है.
Yeah, it is
हाँ अभी. अरे सही है भाई. इसका तो एक नाइट चल रहा है. 2-3 दिन का टूर्नामेंट होगा.
I feel like when we talked in other hero shooter games about, flexibility of players,
मैं तो स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ.
if you will. Yeah. I personally, as a player myself in those games, I kind of memed on it. Like I was like, okay.
CS2 का तो देखा नहीं भाई. मैंने CS2 में भाई मैं खेल ही नहीं पाता.
Because I was like, really, at the end of the day, there was no bans, right, in the games that I played and competed. Of course. There was none of that system. Now that we have the ban system, flexibility is so important. Yeah. And it can't be understated how many hours you can spend on one hero. You know that. Yeah. And you still feel like you probably aren't at the peak at certain heroes. Like with Emma Frost, do you even feel that you have reached her maximum potential?
No, absolutely not. No. I mean, I watched Kaluj play today, and it blew my mind. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. Skill ceilings, we had that conversation. For those who don't know, skill ceiling is essentially how much effort you can put into a hero, and it elevates the way you play the hero. One of those characters that has potentially
हर एक बंदे की एक skill ceiling होती है भाई.
Is that torch? So maybe the teams don't elect to put time into it because you just have to put and invest so much time into torch if you want to reach this level of play. So instead, you maybe try to choose some lower skill ceiling heroes that you can get a lot of value with, and then be able to pull them out and diversify your pool that way.
Cloak and Dagger,
100%. And Luna. Speaking about the consistency of heroes and just trying to figure out and learn them, the backline of OUG, the strategists are really unsung heroes of these teams of professional esports orgs in general, because of the fact that you don't really have a lot of that limelight on you, and we know how good. If your team is winning, you can't have bad strategists. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
so
you can't make mistakes.
No, yeah, exactly. And both Asphalt and Zhao Zhang are both crazy supports, both insane strategist players. And we're going to learn why.
के हाथ दिखाओ.
Yeah, and
हमें नहीं
just
देखना.
Back off with more of that. Ganbei is essentially he's a really strong Venom, and one thing that is kind of interesting that we can mention here, he was a Naraka pro, Naraka Blade Point.
मैं CS2 PUBG PC खेलता हूँ. RDR2 भी. अरे बढ़िया है यार. खेलो. ये खेल भाई मार्वल राइवल यार चलोटे. टूर्नामेंट वगैरह होने वाला है. अगर खेलना है तो खेलते हैं भाई. ज्वाइन करते हैं.
Playing at such a high level at another game, coming in here and making that switch, right?
Like absolutely, yeah, and that's
very different.
Good game, all in all.
It's very different.
I played it with.
अभी छोटी भी है community, अगर grow करेंगे तो खट्टे जरूर कर जाएंगे.
So I gave up immediately. Moxie's like, yo, you should come cast this game.
मैं भी आ गया. अगर तेरे को खेलना है, we can play भाई.
But who is a gamer is Vinny in the side of the vanguards of 100 Thieves.
Sure.
And we talk
अब TTK की बारी है. TTK की शक्ल दिखाओ. बोने की.
Vinny and later on we talk about TTK. What's something that you could say about both Vinny and TTK that stands out? Obviously we're gonna look at Terra in a moment.
ये सारे अपने कीवर्ड माउस सही कर रहे हैं.
Let me bring up Vinny first. One of the best groups in the game. I know right now maybe not the highest group meta, right? It's maybe quote unquote not meta, but I do think definitely playable, especially in the more divey compositions, but a little more brawly. Yeah. But Groot's going to be getting a buff here coming up in the next patch.
Oh my goodness.
I can have no doubt in my mind he will be seeing his way more into the meta, but an incredible Groot, very strong player. And then you switch over to TTK, and that is the top tier kid. This guy uses a controller and is insanely accurate, very high sense. I don't understand how it's physically possible. Plays more slow-paced vanguards because, honestly, if you're playing on a controller, it's more difficult to get value on something like a hit scan duelist.
Absolutely.
But it's, easier on the vanguard front, but he is insane. I've never seen him miss.
Controller तो दिखाओ इसका.
I'm saying that I'm definitely jinxing.
Absolutely not. You are jinxing.
बेचारे को भाई वो वाला माउस दे रखा है.
The other controller player in this tournament. Delena as well. Everybody's waving towards the camera today, man. We got some good personality. Hell yeah. I mean, Delena was the guy that I think when I was looking back at the game in the first place, this is the guy I mirrored my own sensitivity off of as a hell of a game. Because I came into ranked against him for the first time, and I was like getting dominated, like straight up. Like I was like, I'm just going like 4 and like 20 or something like that against Delena. I'm like, I gotta copy this guy's sense. Like,
can't beat him, join him.
Can't beat him, join him. And sometimes a lot of pro teams even follow strategy. You know, we saw yesterday, I believe Nova weren't really trying some strategies out. Then after playing against Rad, you know, played the Jeff. They were doing a bunch of different things last second.
मेरे को मैसेजेस आ रहे हैं पता नहीं. Oh, what the fuck, live करो.
And adjustments, and that's what makes the good teams amazing. That flexibility that we talked about, we're going to really see that. I think Shiv today is the lacking of flexibility.
भाई जो नया है भाई like कर दो guys.
It really is the most important thing in the game now.
Like, support.
In the past, we were like not even considering something like that, but really flexibility and being able to change to different heroes is what's going to separate you from everybody else. And it's not even just like being able to play to the baseline level, but at the best level in the entire game, like somebody like Speedery and somebody like Milan, like you said.
Yeah, I think the we can talk about the ban phase.
One of the biggest tournament हो रहा है एक night.
Complex, and I personally am of mind that when you have a coach, it's a little easier because they track stats. I mean, I'm not sure being a player coach in a ban phase is terrifying. I mean, it's all about confidence and making sure you can make the right decision in the moment. But we talked about yesterday, it's not necessarily trying to get your composition, it's trying to ensure the enemy doesn't get their composition while you still have a composition that could beat what you've designed against you. It's so complex, especially as you're banning now 4 heroes, right? So it is tricky, it is difficult, and you get into the discussion of is it the captain every time or is it more open, right?
Yeah, actually, I wonder if it's a more open discussion. Sometimes that's what, like, it's different per team, I guess, because I wonder if some teams maybe enact a more team-based orientated ban system. A lot of teams, I think, just have one guy do it and everybody shuts up. Like, we walked into rooms during practice and they weren't even phased. Like, we were just chatting to them during the ban phases. So a lot of time it is just one mind doing in. Yeah, because what happens is I imagine they discuss things beforehand or after and then make adjustments then. But we're gonna get into it, man. Speaking of the ban phase,
SJP कौन है भाई? ये तो पता ही नहीं मेरे को. अबे what the fuck?
This is gonna be an amazing map number 1 on domination.
Yeah, honestly, Krakoa, one of my favorite maps now. I love the music, right?
I said a Rocco, not Krakoa.
You know, it's
oh my
family member. You're good.
Torch ban, Loki. Match start हो गया guys.
On a Rocco, so we're gonna make that transition. Transitive property, it did work. As we ban 100 Thieves, gonna ban out that torch.
They missed the ban.
Oh.
OUG missed the ban. Maybe they
look at the.
So there's this thing what happens when you miss a ban in practice. You just type the hero you want banned afterwards. You're like, sorry guys, I missed it.
Torch ban, Mantis ban. Let's go.
And this happened to me. I
Magneto save.
One time and I just missed
पहला ban ही नहीं किया है भाई.
For some reason as a ringer, and I missed the ban phase and like we just want this banned, right? We want Loki banned or something like that. So maybe they'll talk about
पहला character ban ही करना भूल गए हैं. What the fuck?
It's never happened in official. It's happened in official, but nothing's been done about it. So I really want to know, especially on this land stage, what's going to happen? Like, was there a reason behind it? We'll have to learn later, man.
No way. I mean, crazy. It's not an aura play because they immediately started banning after. I had a weird feeling maybe they just wouldn't ban at all and just thought they were that confident, but looks like it was just a miss. And then 100 Thieves, like we talked about, definitely get rid of the torch. They're banning the torch right back. I don't know if they've done their homework. I'm not sure that 100 Thieves has that torch on the docket.
I mean, they can play the torch. The problem is there's not many teams that really are the most insane torch team.
By 100 Thieves ने तो भाई झूठ बजा दिया अभी से ही.
Unfortunately, that were good at torch. Besides Envy, obviously. I think Envy, we already know how good Speedery is at flyers.
Logan Dagger ban.
It's not that Terra or, you know, on the opposite side for Sentinels have Nectar and
they fucked up.
Torch,
I saw the ban switch. I was like, wait, did they miss a ban too? I'm losing my mind, but
no. Sometimes it feels like a wasted ban. That's all. And you know what?
Average 100 Thieves का player है. अरे सही है.
But like you said,
But यार ये क्या हुआ है भाई? OUG ने तो G ने तो वो कर दिया, हक दिया ban पे.
So really, you only have 2 bans right now against the Loki and the Cloak and Dagger, which strategists are great and all, but you're leaving the Mantis open now for 100 Thieves. Everybody's talking about how good Mantis is in triple, and you can't play it yourself on OUG side. Maybe gonna have to focus on some sort of Ultron.
By Mantis is not good by the way, by मेरे हिसाब से क्योंकि
specifically Magic as well. So
Magic, Spider-Man.
So much pressure that can be provided by your team with Adam Warlock and his res on top of Mantis and the damage boosts.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we go. One thing I want to see, for my eyes looking immediately, is Harvey, obviously a very strong strategist, but now you bring Millennia in. I'm not sure if they're going to be switching up. Okay, Harvey is going to still be on the end.
TTK is playing.
And that's Millennia is
Ladki.
Off the rip. That might be a speed boost out, and we'll see a change. Yes, we do. Now on to Luna, more traditional composition here. Very heals heavy on the side of 100 Thieves as Taro Cookie presses out here. Oh, this is crazy.
Human wave ban हो गया. तेरे को खेलना नहीं आता. क्या फर्क पड़ता है भाई?
Which we know Tara a very strong duelist as well. That is a scary, scary sight. Terra is going to be able to pull out the Wolf if they want, but right now, looks like he's going to be playing the Phoenix as Terra's going to start off here, deal some damage on the front line.
Terra ने तो चूत बजा दी है.
KO, but no, does not happen as they reset back as a team. Ganbei up in the high side, trying to drop in, bang, and does get a
भाई
maro,
Venom
literally 20 HP with an escape there in the danger zone. Now he's going to be playing a little bit more defensively. No cooldowns out, and that gives him some space. And I lied. An immediate retake. 15% or 50-second cooldown out again on the shield. Terra going to get the damage up. Ganbei.
भाई Terra ने तो चूत बजा रखे हैं Venom के.
Will they be able to keep the pressure on the point?
भाई अपना एक बंदा मर चुका है और दो बंदे मर गए हैं. Oh, what the fuck, भाई?
On to Ganbei, and now the numbers back in their favor. It's all about stalling now for OUG. Can they hold on and get enough percentage to make
भाई अल्ट आ चुकी है. Lamp force हुआ है. Oh, Loki down. What the fuck is going on, भाई? Lana on Shylock. Let's go, भाई.
Clean things up. A lot of picks by, like you said,
that
duelist line in Terra.
क्या है भाई
You
ये?
thought that they would be in a worse situation because of what happened earlier on to Harvey, but they did commit the fate of the worlds there. Committing the dance floor is big because we know how strong strategist ultimates are in this next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to put them in a
भाई
slight
TP आया
disadvantage,
बहुत
but,
जल्दी.
them winning that 5v6 is a good sign. It's confidence.
Magneto will ult maybe.
Another fight here. Headlock going to put some damage
अच्छा
out.
opponent team
Keep
का है.
up and heavy as we go with the meteor ram up. Does it land?
Oh,
It does.
भाई.
Down goes Millennia early. Delena
भाई.
is going to trade right back with Small. No numbers even out, but we do have a
भाई
strategist down.
ट्रेड हो भी गई है इतनी जल्दी. What the fuck?
From TTK, no eyes.
TTK ने भाई एक वो निकाल दिया भाई. What the fuck is going on? Magneto ult.
The meatball doesn't land. Looking for one.
Magneto भाई दिखा ही नहीं कोई उसको सही से. सारे गायब हो गए थे भाई.
40% holding on, and no slight alt advantage here for OUG. But
Gyro Lord mobile आ रहा है.
Unfortunately, that meteor ram from Vinny was crazy, and the fact that we have Vinny, by the way, on Magneto and
देख लेंगे
TTK,
भाई मोबाइल वगैरह वाली
awesome
गेम
role
तो
swap that we're
अभी
seeing
वो
come through
देखते
that
हैं.
we haven't seen out of 100 Thieves just in anywhere
भाई
really.
they don't have any ults भाई. इतनी जल्दी फाइट खत्म कैसे हो रही हैं?
To change things up last second as OUG comes into this next fight.
OUG के पास भाई Shylock ult है. भाई Shylock को ult करने के लिए भी तो अंदर तो जाना पड़ेगा. Shylock अंदर जा ही नहीं सकती.
They don't have the Loki on the opposite side.
No strategist ultimate to counter it though, and that is a
Venom. What is Venom doing,
भाई? Hyper aggro. It's all about stacking in that ultimate now. There is no crystals either on the side of Loki to keep the team healthy from it. Ganbei going to take the height here. The Loki.
Shylock isn't doing anything. Shylock has ult. Shylock ने कुछ नहीं निकाला भाई. और उनके पास ult भी नहीं थी. Terra ने जूत बजा दिए. Terra भाई Terra पागल हो गया. भाई साहब.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves not skipping a step right now, Shiv. They look amazing. 94% of the board. Portal also not going to come in time, but they will have somebody touch maybe. Nobody even swapped to the Doctor Strange. They're just going to go to the next round in 100 Thieves. Win round number 1.
100 Thieves, the hit scam warriors right now looking terrifying. You see the Ensign Inferno coming in for Phoenix. So, for those who don't know, burns all shields that are popped and all cooldowns, out there, and they immediately follow up with everybody committing. That is how you have to use Ensong. A lot of teams are trying to use Meteor M after Ensong because if they're trying to shield it in the moment, you're not expecting it. It is going to make that Meteor find so much more value. There's a lot of combination with that. Obviously, the damage boost with Luna does allow for the one shot of the squishies in the back line. So there's a ton you can do with Ensong, and it obviously resets health.
भाई TT का कंट्रोलर दिखाओ यार. TT के कौन से कंट्रोलर में खेल रहा है? मेरे को सीखना है भाई. कौन सा कंट्रोलर है भाई? सीखूं भाई. मैं अभी बनवाऊं ऐसा कंट्रोलर कोई.
With coordination, it is invaluable.
Oh, absolutely. Terra is that guy who can flex at whenever we maybe even doubt him. Like I said, I maybe doubted him on Torch today. I mean, can't play Torch obviously until later on if it goes unbanned, but not skipping a step on Phoenix, man. That guy is a freak of nature on that hero, and also 100 Thieves as a cohesive unit.
भाई इनके पास दो ult है भाई. वो भी सपोर्ट वाली हो. इनके पास सपोर्ट ult ही नहीं है.
He thinks that triple strategist.
भाई क्या खेला भाई इन्होंने 100 Thieves ने.
Whoever support or every strategist who can add on to it is very strong. 100 Thieves skip out on that. They don't even care. They're not. Well, they're not really that good, I guess, at the triple res. They're really the only team out of North America I think that plays it a ton to a high level is a team like Envy and even sometimes Sentinels. But 100 Thieves have that's never been their forte.
भाई वो तोड़ रहे हैं भाई.
I think that goes back to doing your homework. OUG here banning the Torch.
वो तोड़ दिए भाई. पेड़ वेड़ तोड़ दिए.
I understand the composition. It seems like they're just banning the meta right now, and that's not the way to go about it at this level of play, especially when you're.
ult आते हुए TTK की.
Find an off-angle fight here, doing some damage onto the front line, but does get immediately healed up. Remember, damage is not the stat to be looking at too much. While you have strategists as strong as these are, do not make mistakes. They just get ults quickly.
And disappear आते हुए उधर से एक ult आते हुए. Oh, Phoenix! भाई disappear भी आ गया.
into the Meteor Ram. Headlock finds Millennia, and that's a huge pick, getting rid of that shield quickly. Beautiful play there by Taro Cookie and Headlock.
भाई अच्छा वो है भाई ये भी
But they're still trying to win it here.
मैग्नेटो का अल्ट आ रखा है उधर से मैग्नेटो भाग दिया बैच को
Can't find elimination because of all those shields you talked about earlier.
Yeah, it was a good attempt there. Taro is going to be using that melee. Remember, the melee does
भाई nobody gets the bubble भाई
for Phoenix can be very strong.
इनविजिबल वुमेन निकलते हुए और ये पॉइंट मिला
Vinny goes down as well, and OUG will get this point first.
And this is the tough part, I think, in terms of just overall stall
भाई
potential from 100
क्या
Thieves on
ही
these type of
तगड़ा
maps. If you
निकाला
have,
भाई
you know, pop both Stratus ultimates,
Phoenix की
and then
अल्ट के
after
ऊपर
all
भाई
that, you
मैग्नेटो
don't
की
have
अल्ट
anything to combat the side
लूना
of
लूना
Gombe
अल्ट
on
के
Captain
बाहर
America with Capo, with the Freedom Charge. It's tough because you can't really just extend that fight out. You're going to be losing it no matter what. Vinny's trying to come back through with the Meteor M, but does not have Terra to follow up with a combo, so something just kind of happened there for 100 Thieves. Now this next fight, they're going to be at a slight disadvantage in terms of tick rate, but we'll see what OUG does against the Ultimates because 100 Thieves obviously have that edge.
We've had this conversation over the past few weeks, but might as well mention it again. When you have point early in domination, it is an insane advantage. The game now becomes how long can I stall on point to get enough percentage to make it a one-fight game. Milan going to find Vinny early, and that is a scary pick in the neutral.
कराइए बाहर
ठीक
है पॉइंट के
like Hulk instead of Bruce Banner right now from map 1 as Taro Cookie
वो
finds
पीछे
Taro.
चढ़ गया भाई
Atlanta going to get a trade, but it doesn't matter as another falls as Harvey goes down from Taro Cookie.
इधर
OUG are stepping their game up at 50%.
Yeah, they're doing really well right now on the comeback.
मोलेना डाउन है और इधर का हीलर डेड है
Oh,
तो
no,
उन दोनों के वो डेड है
well. I mean, they can try to win this here with both sides of ultimates.
टीटीके ने अल्ट मार रखी है
But it's going to be a tough fight because
ठीक है अब दोनों के पास अल्ट है बट दे विल नॉट यूज इट बिकॉज आई थिंक दे विल विन एनीवे ठीक है अल्ट आ चुकी है लूना स्नो की ठीक है अब कोई लूना स्नो को अल्ट से नहीं निकाल सकता आई विल से कि टेरा ने किल निकाल दिया भाई what the fuck टेरा was dead almost but alive असेंबल किया उन्होंने सोनामा यूक्राई आया है और ये कोई किल नहीं निकल पाया ओ भाई गुत्ती पकड़ ली भाई टीटीके ने ओ
but at this point it is definitely a one-fight game for OUG.
Yeah, and that's the hard part of domination that we've always talked about, Shib. I mean, everybody will mention how the first team to cap the point can just stall forever because of how strong strategists are in this game, and especially for OUG because of how many, you know.
But यार OUG के पास अब पहले अल्ट आ सकती है इनविजिबल वुमेन की
on top of the ultimate. So because of all of that peel job, it makes it a lot easier to kind of hold on to that point and get all the way up to 79%. So that took 100 Thieves so much time. We'll see if they can hold on to the objective at this point as they don't have that portal cooldown.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't like there from OUG, and we could speak to this, it's all about decision making, which is very difficult, and at this level of play, it's everything, but they committed a lot of ultimates in that fight, being down numbers, and that's not going to allow them to just make this a one-fight game. Now ults are going to be back in sometimes it's worth just losing the point for a bit and committing a full team ult fight on the next go, but instead they elected to use everything to try to take it back and not even give 100 Thieves the chance, and that was not the right decision at that time. Down goes one guy.
Terra mar gaya.
The end song, does it find value? Gonna wait it out a little bit. Bang onto the back line. Down goes Harvey. Taro looking different. Headlock gonna find Millennia.
OUG will win this fight.
Play again on the OUG who do not need ults, but 100 Thieves have not committed 3 that they were holding on to, looking to come back and make that change here, but they are at 70%. I think this is a good decision. Look, they held on. They were down in numbers, and all 3 held on. Oh, Vinny had to make a switch there. It's a little bit difficult, but we do still have ults for Terra and Elena, which is enough to potentially win this.
The Gombe trying to...
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Elena as well. I mean, that's huge. 90% of the board. Milan going to come back through.
Delena
what even happened there because earlier on, Gombe swapped
Delena game delete करते हैं भोसड़ी के
by Delena, who went far deep in the spot, but this is going to be an overtime fight now as OUG control the objective.
Molan, that was a Molan diff, if I'm being honest. You know, Delena tried to push up, got picked, tried to ult, and still got picked while wasting ult. So that is tough to see. If you're looking for 100 Thieves here, Molan gonna pop that all into the back line. We will see the dance floor out to keep the team healthy from Millennia. Harvey now has a visible boundary to hold on, so strategist ults will keep them alive for now. There is some movement with the Phoenix up. It does not find value, so 100 Thieves now up in ults. Will they be able to take this great movement, great kiting, which we talked about yesterday? Again, invisible boundary up. And they are seeing the meteor get back. Terra gonna find Molan. Wow, Vinny, well done, beautiful. Reflect there as they hold on. Svaldo finds Millennia. Headlock onto Harvey. It is not done yet. 100 Thieves easy use these all successfully. They're gonna hold on with Cap. The Freedom Charge. OT's ticking. You gotta make sure you're on the point. They're back. They're still holding on as Taro Cookie now is looking for an angle. Xiao is going to find Delena, and that could be enough here for the win on OUG. They got to make a play now. TTK playing around the shield, dancing, buying time, but it's not going to be enough as OUG makes this 1-1.
1-1 indeed, but now we go over to the next round, Shib on Krakoa, which will be Carousel. And I think the reason why 100 Thieves lost that map is because of the fact that Loki is so strong on that round. I mean, on the Grove, you know, with the waterfalls and all the high ground we saw, Delena was spending like half the fight breaking Loki clones. When we go to the previous map, when we head to the more open round, it's a lot harder I think, for
Delena
Lokis
ने
to
यार
live.
अल्ट
But
वेस्ट
there's
कर दी
actually
यार
an
इधर
interesting spot that I've
नहीं
not
तो
seen
Delena
utilized
निकाल
yet, Shib,
सकता
when you
था
go to the top
भाई
of the map on that
Delena
round.
ने
And the
भाई
first one we
हक
saw
दिया
is to kind of hide, but now that we go over
बनीवन
to
भाई
Carousel with
शायलॉक
the
ने हक
dragons and
दिया
stuff, I don't know, where do you think the Lokis, do they have an advantage with the Loki here? Because you go to the high grounds, right? Because Loki can sometimes change if you win an entire map or not.
Yeah, I think Loki is very strong in this next map too, because you do have those off-angle heights behind, which she'll have a view of point, and then you have the second floor on both sides of the point.
Delena
The
has
dragon obviously
almost
complicates
has
things. I don't
ult,
think it
ठीक
obstructs
है
view at all for Loki. You know, granted, it's going to be playing closer with each clone, but you can have one up in that distance, which is a free
भाई ये
escape at
क्या
any point of each
हुआ
turn. Still, though, I do think maybe not as effective as the last map, which has crazy peaks, and you know, Loki through waterfall is unseeable. So
this, you're saying this one's a bit more still up for debate, basically. If it's going to actually dominate.
It's still playable for sure. I'm just curious. I want to see the clone placement and see if I was correct. See that second floor on left and right side there, and then directly, if you were to look behind us, folks, in the camera, you would have some height behind there. It's almost like a third story, which has an
ऑफ
angle
एंगल
on
लेने
point
की
as
ट्राई
well,
कर
but it
रहा है
does
ऑफ
require you
एंगल
to play
मिला
around
अच्छा
different. And they are playing up there, so I'm going to take 5 points here. Victory for me as we do press forward. Terra gonna put some damage out, just start stacking those passes. Out we go. Terra finds Molan, and that's a good combination there with Delena, just putting a ton of damage out, dashing through and colliding as they're looking for this point early. 100 Thieves is angry, and they want this W, and that's a ton of damage, but it will not be enough. Good kiting there. Delena gonna find
भाई Delena ने भाई Loki निकाला ठीक है बहुत वैल्यू है इधर TTK की 100 Thieves के पास वो है
Oh my, no, Delena, you went too far, man. Going down into this upcoming fight, it's definitely scary. Luckily, Psylocke has the cooldown.
Delena ने फिर हक दिया है यार इधर
As I was saying, waiting patiently to wait for his team to get in position to go for that dive, right? Terra, as soon as he lands, the team is there to follow up, making sure they're in position. Is his point now? Here comes the dance of the butterfly.
Backline एक बंदा मरा
Headlot's gonna find Harvey. Small gonna take out Millennia. Got me on a TTK and Headlot on a Vinny. And I'm gonna say it, I do think that early pick was detrimental. Being down a number allows them to play hyper aggro. And I do think that's part of the mental game, right? Did get picked off near spawn from an off-angle aggressive push there by Molan, and I think maybe he got in his head a little bit, right? Like that's the mental game of Marvel Rivals. You want to try to do it right back and pay the price for it. So not a good look. Got to bounce back here, but OUG, 4 ults on, heavy advantage. We're going to see 3 here, I believe, for 100 Thieves in the next fight, but will it be enough?
We'll see. I mean, this is the thing with Milan. I think he and Taro have that flexibility. Also, copying the Luna Snow, going invisible shift. A lot of Loki players obviously do that, just sneak around, try to go for that copy onto the Luna Snow. If they don't have a Luna on their team, to give themselves the best ultimate basically in the game in terms of the fate of the worlds. We'll see how this upcoming fight lasts. He's waiting for the last second to pop it. Now they go.
Yeah, Luna Q is insane. Molan gonna find TTK early, and they're not using too much Psych on line. 3 go out immediately as Headlot finds Millennia, and that's gonna be some value. Godbay, Headlot, OUG wants this W, and they did not take that first map right back and absolutely swept them. 100 Thieves will have ult advantage in the next fight, though. Things have to change. Momentum has shifted.
In Delena
क्या
again,
बोला
man,
था
just
भाई
got
मैंने
picked off in that
undefeated रही है
previous
भाई
fight towards the
OUG
end. So,
हल्के में मत लो
man, it's tough. Even though OUG used a lot of ultimates, losing Delena yet again is going to be brutal moving forward. 63% of the board. 100 Thieves still have ultimates ready to go, but that gives time for OUG to build up ultimates yet again, as they are pretty much a 3 ultimate battle versus 3 on the opposite side for 100 Thieves. At least it is a strategist ultimate in Harvey, but it's going to be back and forth again from the cap on Gombe.
Yeah, I think, I almost thought Cap got caught before the
उनका Millennia गया
nice start to this fight. Meteor Ram ready here for Vinny. Vinny playing aggro. Off we go with the Meteor Ram. Thank goodness the Dragon was not there, making life a little easier. Using that ult to their advantage.
Dead. Nice shot.
Headlot's fall goes down there by Vinny. Vinny finds 2 on a Taro Cookie. Vinny looking really good here on the Magneto as Terra cleans up Zhao. One thing I wanted to mention there from Zhao was when they used that transform, when they used the copy, notice how they took that full maximum length before they used the ultimate, right?
But ये गिरते क्यों हैं यार मेरे को समझ नहीं आया
using those cooldowns prior, using the crystal and using clap before you press ultimate, because when you press that ult, you do reset that timer. So make sure you use the abilities if you can first.
Absolutely. And between OUG and 100 Thieves, North America versus China.
इधर pressure बना के ult force कराने की कोशिश रहेगी.
It's not out, obviously, if they lose it now, go to the lower brackets. But right now, here comes that early dance to the cutter flies from Milan. targeting Millennia. Yeah, that is a
मुलान
good start here.
मेलानिया
Terra
को
gonna
निकाल
find
चुका
Molan,
है,
but
ठीक
backbone
है.
numbers even down. 100 Thieves with ult advantage. They're just holding on. I can't believe they're doing this. Well played here. 100 Thieves and OUG
TTK ने अल्ट
looking like
मारी
the
है
same
और
pace of play, looking very similar,
उधर
very smooth. Who's gonna come out on top in this fight? Oh my goodness! TTK, Terra,
भाई
popping off
TTK
together.
टेरा ने
Now the
जूत मचा
teleport for
दी है.
Molan. You're gonna wait patiently until those reses come back and you fight as a team. That is how you use this portal. Do not get too aggressive. Remember, essentially the percentage on point is like a health bar. You can trade some of that resource to ensure you have a better chance at winning these fights. Absolutely. Now they come out the high ground. They flip the point 95% they could touch last second. Taro does have the ultimate ready to go to slam down into 100 Thieves. They have nothing in this fight besides pick potential from the likes of Terra, who has done it before.
Loki के पास ult है.
And we start again, ult advantage for OUG in the final fight. They will have time to portal if somebody falls early, but will not if they fall as a team. And we do see some heavy push here, using Xiao to use that Luna Fate of both worlds. There's that shield break! That's Headlock finds Millennia again with that combination. Molan onto Vinny, so difficult to handle. TTK goes down, now they're just trying to stall with his invisible boundary, staying on point, but they find him. Delena still finds value though. Will that be enough for the portal to come back and retake this point? That would be wild. It's definitely on the cards. You got to make sure you touch here with OT so the portal comes through. Will it happen? There's the touch there by Harvey, and that KO could be detrimental. They do come in heavy. Harvey, insane play to stay healthy there. The crystals, the dunk lands, but not enough. Do a fair amount of damage as
Campbell
goes
हुआ है.
Cap immediately here.
टूर्नामेंट युग रहा है.
Bay, anybody's fight at this point. Sval with some good positioning. Out goes the invisible boundary now. Ult's being used across the board. TTK
की
Terra.
ult,
Who gets
Terra
the
की
first
ult.
pick? Molan does. That's going to be a nice setting of pace. Will they be able to follow up? They've got to stay on point, and they are. I don't know how this is happening. Harvey goes down, and that could be the swan song for map 1. It's gone Bay. Terra finds Terra. Molan onto Millennia. We're almost rhyming here as the first game goes to OUG.
Few things towards the end there,
Bhai,
Shea, as that
OUG
first game,
wins
like you
this
said,
one.
goes to China and OUG, and obviously they have the crowd backing them. Few things, man. They swapped over Vinny to the Rocket Raccoon last second as well when they came to the portal for the res. A lot of people like to play it like kind of like Adam Warlock res, almost like a pseudo come back with the BRB, as that character obviously gives you that opportunity to come back. And you know, he kind of tried to make things work on that. You know, some people are maybe wondering why you would do that. It definitely works for stall. I think it's a smart idea to do something along those lines. But for the reason why they won is because of what we talked about. That Loki just looked absolutely dominant on the high ground constantly. It just even if you're not finding direct value on Loki in those situations, it's the pressure provided to the team, right? Because you saw that Delena having to commit both the dashes at the high ground to try to take him out. I mean, yes, he cleared the clones, but then falling back down to the team was him. And then also after that situation, unfortunately, Psylocke, her cooldowns are just so long. You're kind of out of the fight. Delena did kind of bring things back after he went for the Emma team up to take down like Taro, like we saw in the Phoenix. But unfortunately, a lot of those cooldowns were out for the side of Delena because of the pressure from Loki. And I think that was the reason why they won that map, man. There was just so much constant healing from him. And then also just the overall utilization of him was perfect, and I think their back line from OUG cannot be underestimated for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Xiao played flawlessly on the Loki, and that's going to be changed, I think, in the next map. But one thing we have to bring up is the fact that they missed a ban.
यार एक तो ये शायद दिखाते भी नहीं हैं लोकी का.
They missed a ban.
I forgot.
They banned heroes that 100 Thieves don't typically play. I mean, maybe they've been playing something different in scrims. There's plenty of time to learn a new hero pool, and these players have a hero ocean. It's almost impossible to ban them out, but that is tough. That is a tough look.
It was close. It was very close, and I think the only way, I guess, that you would potentially beat a composition like that is maybe with the triple res. Sure, maybe you run out the Adam Warlock because they didn't ban Mantis against you, but OUG, maybe they've done their homework. Maybe they know that even with the Torch out of the lobby, even if they did play Torch, maybe the Torch is still better than how 100 Thieves play that triple res. Because, I mean, like you said earlier, like we were talking about, 100 Thieves not really that good of a triple res team. It's just not what they play.
It's not their comfort.
It's not, because they have somebody like Terra that we've talked to when we chilled in the hot tub last night with him. We were talking about how Terra is one of those guys that plays Bucky, plays Phoenix, a lot of those characters that does so much damage down range, like Punisher, like we've seen him do insane work on that hero. Obviously, we've seen him do well on Wolverine and on the likes of Iron Fist, but this guy, I think his heroes right now in the patch are still pretty solid, but man, that was just an incredible map, number one. Don't know if they can maybe pull out something like the triple res composition later on.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not a comfort pick for them. It's definitely something they could play, but it's not pulling it out in that moment is wild to me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, man. I don't know what the correct decision is for them. You definitely got to see a change in composition.
Well, you talked about it. I mean, you got to feel bad. Literally, they missed a ban and also banned a torch, which you don't even really play that well. And then you still lost. Excuse me, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's ridiculous that the fact that OUG has that flexibility. I had the pleasure of watching one of their scrims, and in that practice, I saw Terra and Milan constantly change heroes. It was not just Milan on Psylocke like we saw today. Milan fantastic on Psylocke, but it was also Taro Cookie. Taro Cookie, maybe that hit scan guy, loves to play the Phoenix like we saw, but regardless, this team has incredible flexibility, and that's why they're so good, like we talked about earlier. Shib, taking a look at the stats from the board, what are you seeing off the rip, man? Is it just an incredible performance from the overall team? I mean, can you say something about maybe, like you said, with Xiao Zhang on that Loki? Was there anything phenomenal there, or was it pretty even across the board? I mean, it was down to the wire towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, the healing is insane there from Xiao, no doubt. And my eyes look over to Lena and Terra. Those final hits are insane. Hetlot with 14, Milan with 12. I mean, the duelist line on the side of 100 Thieves looking more clean, but it was difficult to see that in that game, right? Milan obviously is 12. He was not a Vanguard, although you're seeing, Strange just because of the switch at the end. And for those who do not play Strange, trust me, it is worth having Strange in the belt because you need to have that portal ready at any given moment. So we're looking here. Hetlot with the MVP, I think well-deserved there on the Magneto with 20.
भाई मैग्नेटो के अल्ट्स जो थे भाई बहुत सही निकाले हैं, ठीक है? इनको कुछ उसका करना चाहिए, क्या कहते हैं? मैग्नेटो और उसका क्या कहते हैं?
Because we've already mentioned before.
Phoenix, Magneto Phoenix का कुछ करना चाहिए.
Shields, and then Hetlot coming through with the Meteor M. It's that combination, and that's this game's biggest strength. I think with Marvel Rivals is the fact that everything is just so about coordination, right? And being able to play different compositions, being able to flex over, and I guess in OUG's case, not even caring about the ban phase.
Yeah,
so just that ability to maybe not even really care what your opponent is doing and sort of force your own will upon them is definitely special, and that is an incredible performance from OUG. I think I'm impressed with how they did.
Yeah, I do think they utilized that combination of Hetlot with Terra Phoenix all to follow up with the Meteor M. Yeah, like you talked about so well. I mean, that was great stuff there. I loved seeing that. But
भाई उधर अल्ट मारी उसने भाई वो कैप्टन अमेरिका ने बाउंसी कर दी.
Ganbei played great on. We saw some Cap play. Taro and Milan, I showed them a lot of love, but I mean, final hits are very important. They just didn't look like they were getting as much. I do think there was that 1v1 there with Delena that kind of got into Lena's head, made some mistakes in that map. Maybe that changes things. If they had point earlier, I'm not quite sure, as it did give OUG some percentage on point, but Delena played lights out outside of that, at least in the final hit front. But those picks, stats don't tell the whole story, right? No. I mean, those fights lost. Although the stats are great, and that's why it's so difficult to base a game, as you look back and ladder off of stats, right? You have to go back and watch the story. You have to see how things shook out, because if you lose a fight, all that matters is the point, and that's why Triple Res, even though it doesn't always have the best stats, can win a round.
Absolutely. And as somebody, unfortunately, when we take back a look at 100 Thieves on that map, it's tough to call it individual players, because I think, like we saw when everybody talks about this game, it is a very team-oriented game. It's never one player that's the problem. It's always something happens, or the overall cohesion of the team is just not there, and that's the reason why maybe sometimes somebody gets picked or whatever may happen. Sometimes you're playing a little too aggressive. Maybe you thought something different would kind of happen. Maybe Delena, when he got picked off on that third round, maybe he just kind of went far forward thinking his team would back him up. So it's very easy to kind of get ahead.
The comms, exactly.
Unfortunately, like Delena just had a tough round for sure, tough map in general, and that doesn't come as necessarily a diss. Like it's been, I guess,
his stats were lights out. So he was clearly a good player, right? Yes. Like it's just that's the difficult part. It's like we're saying, like those mistakes could have lost him the game. It's that simple.
And the biggest thing I think when we take back a look at the game is that if we ever say, for example, if I ever, because I do this a lot.
No, it's a good point out. I like this.
Well, no, whenever I maybe say a player is bad or performing or underperforming or something along those lines, I don't mean it in a toxic way, because considering every single player here that is competing at Ignite, competing in the qualifiers, competing in the stages outside of this, that have competed over the course of the entire game, way better than I am.
Yeah.
And we're 100%. You're in Eternity. I'm constantly top of 100 in that range. We're both high-ranked players.
Exactly.
Could never reach this level.
Yeah.
Different level for sure. And when
we
talk
Eternity के बंदे,
I think saying he's not that good on Psylocke, that's not a slight per se necessarily. In that he's just. The hero pool, it's very hard to reach its full potential, like we were talking about earlier. Delena, absolutely phenomenal. Namor, one of the best in the world. How can you get to that level on every single hero? It is not possible, except for a special few, like we saw with Milan on the opposite side, who was flexing very well. Same thing with Taro. Obviously, we'll see as the match goes on, as win the entire series. Luckily, today is a best out of 5. So because we have more maps to work with, I think we'll see a lot more in-depth banning going through as these teams sort of feel each other out, but the flexibility is going to show throughout an entire best out of 5. So Delena still has time to redeem himself, and like you said, still played well.
Yeah, he played great. Yeah,
he played great, but it's still
at certain maps, which is huge mistakes means playing bad. I see what you're saying. Like
absolutely, 100%.
The thing I want to bring up is there's also the factor of just having a bad map, right? Like or bad match or a bad on domination specific map, right? We talk about how those mistakes, it gets in your head. We had that maybe that 1v1 diff and then trying to do it right back and losing value. Those two mistakes being a bad play, but which kind of almost takes away from how good you've done the whole map because
for sure.
You know how it is. It's tricky. It's a tricky conversation to have.
Oh yeah.
But I just wanted to back you up on the.
No, I will say. I mean, listen. I expect to be flamed a lot as a caster, considering as a player I hated every single caster. So it makes sense. It's normal. It's normal for players to obviously not get slighted by a certain thing or something like that. I know Guru watching the stream had a similar thing with Solaris. So totally normal. And I think on that map too, not just it wasn't the fact that it's the reason why
Chinese
combine everything and sort of give it a cap.
अच्छा खेलते हैं यार.
We talked about how good Loki was. That is a good
इन्होंने जो कॉम्बो करके निकाला है ना भाई उसको लूना स्नो को कैसे निकालता है भाई कोई पहले तो ये बताओ लूना स्नो को कोई निकालने का सोचता नहीं है भाई ये निकाल रहे हैं.
Absolutely amazing. I mean that was phenomenal Loki play and it just worked so well on that map and it's tough that the 100 Thieves let that through in the ban phase.
Yeah. And as we're heading into the ban phase, speaking of, do you think if it ain't broke, don't fix it here for OUG, or are we going to see maybe them remove Phoenix or maybe Psylocke now that they know they're more targeted picks?
We'll see. I don't know. I mean, like maybe they target that, but because they already know. The thing is, when we talk about flexibility and having to, play
Bans,
heroes,
let's go Bans.
If you don't have the triple res in your back pocket, man, I mean that's such a huge hole right now.
Yeah.
We see
Magneto
so far, if they have the Mantis available, if they have the Adam Warlock
From
available, if they have
OUG.
Ultron available, play triple strategist. And the fact that you're not playing it feels a little bit like a mistake to me. The fact that even if you can't show it from a map, shows that you don't have a lot of confidence, I think, in that sort of composition. I think you have to play it because it's such an important composition played in this current patch.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, but we do see a change here, and they're
Loki
going to ban out the Loki again, ban out that Magneto
they
want to have a combination. It looks like we're going to see the Torch ban, Luna Snow lock on the side of 100 Thieves.
So that means Vinny's not going to be on that Magneto, or rather on... when he was playing the Magneto and TTK going over to the Emma is definitely unique, like we talked about, like you said. I mean, that's just something that didn't happen before for the side of 100 Thieves. Having TTK mainly play the Magneto because he's so phenomenal at it. Now going over to the Emma Frost, having an easier time with it. Now for 100 Thieves, maybe taking out some more similar heroes, getting rid of that Luna Snow. And the fact that, like you said it, now they get to ban that Mag first. We see some different bans, I'm sure, going to come out from OUG towards the very end. And I mean, it's kind of worked in their favor. Now they've hidden one of their bans on the previous map as we move over to this next map on not Hall of the Jalia, on Bird of the Jaw.
Yeah, that's funny.
ये भी भाई 100 Thieves भी यही फोर्स कर रहे हैं उनको कि वो खेलें. क्या कहते हैं इनविजिबल वुमेन खेलें.
It's crazy. They're going to get rid of
Oh,
Emma. That is a heavy frontline target. Getting rid of some of the strongest. It's matched right back. Oh no, excuse me. As we do see the Magneto, it's not matched at all. As the bans do switch here. So
that
exactly. Frontline change up here. We might actually see the Groot. We may see. I'm curious if they're going to do Venom, Strange.
The Cloak and Dagger Protect is quite interesting, Chib. I mean, on the opposite side, we're getting rid of the Mantis, getting rid of the Luna Snow, getting rid of the Cloak and Dagger. But the fact that 100 Thieves may be prioritizing their backline a little bit is definitely crucial for the successes they think on this upcoming map, is because Cloak and Dagger can be pretty insane on this map. I mean, it's just sort of straight hallways, front to back compositions, and that's how Cloak and Dagger plays the best.
As we start up again, attack side, I do believe, is going to be 100 Thieves, who elected to pick that off the rip. And this is a fun map to watch. It does have some crazy angles for things like Loki in breakable positions of the map. Off-angle plays like crazy. We do know some
100 Thieves जब ये हार जाती है तो ये बाहर हो जाएगी क्या या फिर अभी उसमें जाके लूजर ब्रैकेट वगैरह में.
The team again, they're going to allow Zhao to play that Loki. That is something.
TTK is playing
probably the smart play.
Yeah, maybe on this map too. I mean, there's certain
maps.
This
is a very good Loki map.
Yeah, exactly. This is tough for 100 Thieves, I think, in terms of the ban phase, as we've talked about.
Loki Portal. Loki Portal कर रहा हूँ.
I think he has mentioned
Strange
how
Portal.
Loki maybe has a lot of good maps, a lot of bad maps. Maybe this one we'll see how Loki does, but like you said, it's a very long-range map, and he can definitely succeed here.
As we start off the fight, high angle left side goes Taro. We see everybody all over the place here on defense as the portal play comes out for TTK. You know what? we had a discussion about how this strategy was very much a strategy used over the first few seasons, and it kind of fell off. Bringing it back is almost like a shock factor.
Delana can. Okay, no lamp. Loki no lamp.
Early, and that's a good start as Spall takes out Harvey. Spall
अरे भाई ये तो जूत बज रहे हैं.
Onto Delena, and TTK falls to Molan. What a sweep there for OUG.
Yeah, it was clean, man. And, you know, we don't talk about Gombe enough, I think. I think behind the scenes, we've heard a lot about how good he is. One of the best Captain America players in the world. At this point, Gombe, we might as well call him Captain China. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal.
Captain China.
Doing it himself sometimes. Animation canceling like that you talk about that I'm not even that familiar with because I don't even play that much Captain America.
Sure.
But Gombe, I mean, plays that character to the peak.
Yeah, for those who maybe don't know, there is a sprint setting where you're on auto sprint every time you move forward, and if you actually melee, use that sprint by walking forward and melee. Again, you can actually walk in between each melee attack. It'll reduce the amount of time that you have to use for each attack. So
वो तो जापानी गड़ी से बढ़िया कोई नहीं कर सकता भाई.
And it enables a whole other set of plays, but not enough time to walk through all of that. I'm sure there's plenty of guides out there. You want to be a Cap player, and trust me, Cap is very good. As Terra finds Molan, and their numbers are up here on attack, and that's a good start.
Let's go, let's go.
Number up, and now you play aggro, but Zhao gonna have that all in. The copy sounded like it does go out. Keeping some damage out now. Delena gonna hold the high side, does have the dance of that butterfly.
Terra is dead.
Gonna drop Terra once again as out we go.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Value eyes are right back, and yes, Vinny is gonna find Spall Millennia.
Oh shit.
TTK gets some value there with the eye, which is not as frequently seen in this level of play.
No, they're also stalling as well with Gombe back on the point, waiting for the teleport to come through from Headlock, so they still want to win this. Xiaolong on the backside, trying to live from Delena in the 1v1. Able to.
Delena got hit.
The portal will surely be available, I believe, from Headlock as he comes back through and gets that Loki back in the fight. So, Shiv, this one's going to be a long one.
And we begin again. The portal is there. Out goes the invisible boundary. The dance floor is matched. And they see the Phoenix land in. Doesn't seem like it gets too much as Vinny cleans up Spall, though. May have been a nice combination as we see Delena. Terra
ne bhai.
Headlock. Well played again with this Phoenix. That melee on Phoenix we discussed last time, incredibly impactful. And you can actually animation cancel that as well with the flight. So you'll see that rotation. It looks like they're almost doing a flip in the sky, kind of like a kick there from Cloak and Dagger.
Lattu bolte lattu. Beyblade tag hai bhai.
And typically that will happen on a strategist ultimate because you can apply that passive very quickly.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty with losing Zhenlong in that last fight early on to Delena. I mean, he was a guy keeping your point alive after Gombe's ultimate was gone. Just fall back on the point, kind of keeping everybody
Delena की positioning बहुत अच्छी है, but
work to get the job done on that first
देखा जा चुका है.
Molan on Wolverine with an ultimate. Oh my goodness.
भाई मोलान ने भाई तारा को निकाल दिया, ठीक है. But उसको गान पे भाई मनैलिया को निकाल चुका है. That's very bad for 100 teams. But उसके पास क्या कहते हैं, डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज के पास अल्ट है, ठीक है. वो भाई गैम्बे निकल चुका है और अल्ट आ चुकी है ओपोनेंट टीम की. क्लोक एंड डैगर अल्ट, दो क्लोक एंड डैगर अल्ट आ चुके हैं. By the eye of Agamotto. 4 अल्टे वेस्ट हो गई इधर. इधर Delena अल्ट से निकाल चुका है भाई 2 बंदे. भाई अल्ट वेस्ट हो चुकी है इनविजिबल वुमन की.
Although you can stack, and it does help diversify that damage a bit. If your team is coordinated, that burst of damage in and of itself is enough to find value. And at this level of play, that is how you play Psylocke.
Absolutely. But this series, this match right now between 9-3s and OUG is a little bit messy, I think, on both sides. The fact that so many ultimates were committed,
Delena is taking the off angle, ठीक है.
Cycling ultimates to combine them is definitely a tough look. But we'll see how it continues in this upcoming fight as 100 Thieves have an advantage and continue on the streets phase.
उनका एक वो आ रखा है.
You know what? I'm loving this video on Cap play. It's
Luna
very
Snow
clean. Millennia gonna use
और उसके अल्ट के लिए हमने इन्होंने मारा कैप्टन अमेरिका अल्ट, ठीक है.
Willing to play strategist for this team if need be, and it is working at this match so far. But Terra finds one off Terra from the tackle of Olan with the last stand. Again, we see. Oh my God! I thought it was going to be a pin, but it does not. They will try to clean up the strategy, start doing a little dance there, and at this point they will stagger. Forced off point there from the invisible boundary.
Oh, Cloak and Dagger ult.
With an eternal
and they do something about it.
Oh,
very nice.
As Delena finds this fight, and I did not expect to turn this around so quickly.
Here's CTK coming to
that's a
backline,
huge setup.
pushed away though by the Invisible Woman.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
And
TTK dies.
anti on HP there. That was a dangerous position to be in. Ganbei takes out TTK. Millennia falls too. 100 Thieves crumbling right now. I do think it was too quick of a re-engage. They didn't need to force it that fast. They used a ton of ultimates, and it bit them in the butt.
Absolutely. I mean, Sval right
ये
there.
फाइट उनको जीतनी चाहिए थी, but वो हार चुके हैं फाइट.
Skin. I wonder if the skin's a little bit louder than other skins too. When that Doctor Strange, you know, the new skin that came out with him, and you know, changes sort of some of the sound effects. But he's floating up top, and Sval very well aware of that. Pushed them away, keeping them afloat in the streets phase of the map. 50 seconds left to go in the second phase. We'll see how Inner Thieves does. I mean, they have ultimates right now, but OUG's backline, I think they are phenomenal. This is some of the best strategist play we've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a great call on the last map. I really do think we, you know, they always get
Backline Venom चढ़ चुका है, क्या कहते हैं, Venom कह रहा हूँ, Captain America.
Very clean play, just no mistakes here. So patient.
भाई अल्ट है इसके पास, अब अल्ट मारेगा.
In ult advantage. That's a tackle from Mulan again, followed up by Ganbei, and you just see that back and forth.
यार इसके ओपोनेंट टीम के भाई ये जो वुल्वरीन है, इसने भाई बहुत वो निकाल दिया वैल्यू. GG, no touch.
Is not against it. That's the reason this is kind of working. Unfortunately for 100 Thieves, they need to swap somebody over to that hero. Oh, Portal coming out. Milan trying to kidnap. Can't get it actually, so he gets it off, and they're going to come back through the point in overtime.
Yeah, I don't think their strategist line, and that could be the fault of just having a flex player in that role, right?
भाई उनका वो मर चुका, क्या कहते हैं, वुल्वरीन. That's big. ठीक है, और मेलाना का अल्ट आ चुका है, तो that's good. और मेलाना निकल चुका है भाई अल्ट पे.
Onto Millennia, just an absolute savage. Always finding that combo. Out we go with the eye. It does land on a few, but can they follow up? I don't see much now. As Vinny is going to pop that
आ चुका है ओपोनेंट टीम का, और इनविजिबल. That's gonna be a match. I think I don't know कि भाई वो इससे रिकवर कर पाएंगे. क्लोक एंड डैगर का अल्ट चल रहा है बाय द वे, बट स्ट्रेंज के पास पोर्टल है नहीं है. डेलेना ने दो बंदे निकाल दिए, एक भाई गेम में निकाल दिया, और उनका एक इनविजिबल वुमन निकाल चुके हैं, और उनका ओ डेलेना ने चार निकाल दिए भाई. डेलेना
as they do get point two.
It's exactly what Delena needed to do, Shib. I mean, that was phenomenal play from him. Delena turning into him on this map. And with a minute and 17 seconds left to go right now,
Captain America dip करने की try कर रहे हैं यहाँ
this phenomenal push from them. An OUG on their
Delena
side.
has the ult. ठीक है, अगर भाई वो लैंप फोर्स करा के अल्ट कर दे भाई, मजा आ जाएगा यहाँ पे. But they think मेरे हिसाब से उनको अभी लग रहा है कि उनके लोकी के पास अल्ट है. ठीक है, they ulted. टैरा ने अल्ट मारा है भाई, और उन्होंने अल्ट मार दिया. अच्छा अल्ट हो सकता है ये. एक भाई बंदा निकल गया, डेलेना ने निकाल दिया, बट डेलेना is fucking them up. और लोकी कहाँ से जा रहा है?
With the Wolverine, Mulan still playing patiently. Does not have passive though, and that requires him to play a totally different game. Remember, when you have Wolverine's passive, it does give you that iframe for a moment with some additional HP, giving you the chance.
Cloak and Dagger ulti आ चुकी है.
Play aggro, but right now
they don't have any ult.
Perfect moment. Out we go.
तो अभी यहाँ पर fall back होगा.
For days here for OUG, who are up with every single ultimate.
Oh,
not gonna find Millennia. Out we
they
go with
got
that last
ult.
does it get a does not get a pick yet. We are going to see
Melana is down. ठीक है, और इनका भी एक अल्ट आ चुका है भाई, क्लोक एंड डैगर. By the eye of Agamotto.
But Crystals get out. Incredible patience on that cooldown there from Zhao. When we cannot say it enough, who's playing lights out here on this Loki. It's anyone's fight as everyone is pressing Q, but playing incredibly patient.
भाई क्लोक लूना क्लो की अल्ट आ चुकी है. क्या वो कॉम्बो कर सकते हैं? नहीं कर सकते भाई, क्योंकि फिनिक्स की अल्ट ही नहीं है. मीटियोर मारा उसने भाई. चौना भाई उकरा हो चुका है बैकलाइन पे. बैकलाइन इज ऑलमोस्ट. ओह फक, डेलेना इज डेड.
Once again, 5v5. What a trade fest here as they just want to get to point 3 and ensure that it's an OT game, if anything. And they are playing very smart at this point. I believe Cap, or Strange, excuse me, should have that teleport.
Terra down.
Not finding Terra though, and that's not who you want to fall early in this fight. At this point, it's looking like it will go OUG up in numbers. And that
Bye,
should be another
GG.
pick, yes, as Mulan fights CTK, Ganbei on a Millennia, Zhao, and Headlock shut him down before point 3.
GG.
And it was absolutely over as soon as Delena gets picked towards the very end. I mean, he was going aggressive with it into the butterflies.
OUG
And
can win भाई,
unfortunately,
OUG
used both
बहुत
cooldowns,
तगड़ी
right, both
team है भाई.
dashes to get into the back line.
और भाई
You can't escape after
undefeated
the
थी
into
भाई
butterflies,
वो.
because obviously when you're in the ultimate,
For a
you're
reason.
invulnerable. Right? You just
ठीक
kind of
है.
dance around, but you always end up in the center, like you talk about on Psylocke. And whenever you're outside of your ultimate, you are most vulnerable because there's that split second you can't move, you
चलो
can't
ये
do
बोन है
interactions.
TTK.
And OUG played it
TTK
perfectly. They
भाई
came back, they killed for him.
inspiration भाई.
Also, Ganbei on this front line, you talked about him earlier on Captain America. We mentioned how good he has been. This man is just not going down.
Yeah.
He's constantly stalling the cart, constantly hiding. You saw in that third phase when the smokes was up on the map, or the smokes were up on the map, and you couldn't see through those walls because of how the map works in terms of the environmentals.
Yeah.
He was just constantly hiding in the mist, and he was never found until, Vinny would try to poke him out on the backside, but he's just stalling the whole time. And I think that's an unsung sort of play from OUG that could sort of help them in the long run of this map, as they did get quite far.
Sure.
But no full cap, I think, is definitely huge for OUG.
Yeah, it's absolutely
बात
doable
तो
now.
सही है
That's what you
भाई,
want, right? When you go
doable
into these
है.
maps, you just want a chance, and they can shut this down right now, get 2 on the board, and put them in the danger zone, make it a 1-map game, and try to 3-0 them, which would be a huge sign of an incredible team. If you do it against 100 Thieves, right? A very well-known and very well-liked team by the fan base. So well played again by the side of OUG on the defense, but 100 Thieves really stepping up on point 2, which is a very defensible part of the map.
अब टैरा जो है वो खेल रहा है भाई. टैरा डेलेना गया है भाई. फिनिक्स टैरा खेल रहा है भाई. वुल्वरीन. ठीक है. भाई टीपी आ रहा है. लेट्स सी भाई क्या होता है. पोर्टल ऑन पॉइंट.
Yeah, I think that is a
भाई
good
टैरा
chance
ने
to go
उठा
for
लिया है भाई. उनके वुल्वरीन को बोल.
Immediately though, the portal play. That's kind of a crazy aggro portal play. At that point, I guess you just reset and change.
Well, Terra was crazy. He jumped through the portal knowing the portal was going to come, knowing the kidnap was coming. He was ready to dash on through, bring him back through his own portal, and take out Dr. Strange.
डेलेना को भाई ऑफ एंगल
crazy.
देखो भाई.
I love to see it. Terra, you got to have the conversation. He probably likely the best Wolverine, if not
one of the
two. Wolverine's in the game. It's almost flawless when it comes to that hero. Typically see a hard
दो बंदे
target
मिड
ban.
से आ रहे हैं.
Wolverine,
उसने
but
गेम
the recent
देख
patch
लिया.
maybe a little bit
टैरा
more
विल
defensible.
rotate to Magneto.
Wolverine player that's not even at this LAN is like a demon over on Z10.
Sure.
In the EMEA region, not here. Unfortunately, 100 Thieves though now. Doing solid so far on this whole 1 minute off the clock.
नीचे से वो देख लिया उसको और उठा लिया उसको.
And we start again in the second fight. Remember, it's never over.
Vinny almost dead.
That's the key. You got to stay confident in these fights.
ऑफ टाइम दोनों की अल्ट आ चुकी है. जो इनविजिबल वुमेन की अल्ट पहले खत्म होगी. ठीक है. और फीनिक्स अल्ट फ्रॉम 100 थीव्स. विनी और टीटीके ने एक किल निकाला है और बाजी आया फकामोटो आई है. उसके एक और किल निकलता है. ठीक है. और 100 Thieves ने जो जूत बजाए हैं इसमें अभी. बट वी कांट से एनीथिंग भाई राइट नाउ क्योंकि गेम बहुत बचा है. ठीक है. 2 मिनट कैप हो सकता है. बट दे डोंट हैव अ टीपी राइट नाउ. अभी आ जाएगा. एंडिंग में एक टीपी आ जाएगा.
And comes through. I mean, Taro so far on the Punisher, I don't know if it's been the play throughout the whole map. I mean, we haven't seen too much Punisher throughout the tournament so far. So the fact that we're seeing it now, I think, in this map is definitely unique. But right now, 100 Thieves and how they're playing, it's just too clean, too sneaky, because Terra is never even going to be found. A lot of these fights, he's even holding onto his passive still, not making sure to take advantage of the fact that
बैकलाइन पर उनका वो आया. अल्ट फोर्स हुई है. ठीक है. और यार doesn't land anything भाई.
Did not see the play. They do not have that Phoenix out at this moment. Terra, Harvey, Vinny.
अल्ट उनका भाई वो जिंदा रखने के लिए अल्ट मारा है भाई. Vinny ने.
Ooh, wow, the tackle did not come out. It might have been a clone there, but it did look, or at least at the last second with the swap.
भाई अल्ट
Here we go.
आते
Final judgment on a Terra. Millennia goes down from Ganbei.
दो
And
गए.
that is a good start for this fight. And that final
TTK
judgment
is
is
also dead.
disgusting as 3 fall here. Taro, Cookie, Ganbei together back and forth twice. And that should be enough. We will see a portal back. And we will see a ton of Qs being popped here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely in a moment once they do get that TTK portal up. 1 tick on the board, but fantastic ultimate from Taro. Zhao also with the copy is available, ready to come back through with the invisible boundary. 3, 2, 1. Here comes 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and it was quick enough. We have this eye ready for TTK, potentially trying to push through the invisible boundary with it. Delena holding on in the sky. Remember, you are invulnerable in that moment.
They didn't touch,
Shields get popped. Oh, goodness, they did.
Oh, what the fuck just happened, भाई? C9.
And Zhao gonna get a few more. So
भाई दोनों अल्ट गए. C9 हो गया.
And I'm gonna be honest, I believe we just saw a copy there. We did on the Punisher for another final judgment to clean up that fight. That was insanely smart because one of the biggest counters here to Phoenix in that ultimate, in that end song, is a Punisher. Because all you have to do is look up as that bird is flying towards you, 400 HP, I believe, burn it in a millisecond, and that ult is now useless. And that was an incredibly smart play. And typically in ladder, when you see your Loki's copying duelists, you are heated. But honestly, at this moment, they are stoked.
Absolutely, and I think right now, OUG's backline we talked about earlier doing so well. Svald as well in that fight, pushing away so many people.
Backline पर भाई Shiloh ult भाई और
look at that, 2 eliminations. Locomotive's too late now. Oh no!
What was that? Zhao does a ton of damage, and this is that Loki map that we are talking about. You gotta try to get, you know, the Loki out of the field, I think, on this map, unless you are not comfortable. So tough look there again as OUG is looking lights out. 100 Thieves. We'll have a couple ults in this next fight, but you know,
right now, I think right now, Ship, they're not respecting Svald on this Invisible Woman, right? Constantly, you see Terra going in for dives and stuff, being pushed away. Same thing with Vinny. I think this backline staying alive is huge. OUG, though, Headlock, we saw him before with the Meteor M.
ये रुक पाएंगे? I think not, क्योंकि भाई अभी उनके पास Cloak and Dagger का ult है.
Harvey hit a big Terra. Want to come back down with a huge ultimate. We'll see how they do in this upcoming fight as they have both Stratus ultimates in Terra. Also, with another
वो
ultimate.
Vanguard ult है, एक
I think
उसका ult पड़ा है. Wait a minute. How?
In the lab and last
मेरा
match,
नहीं होता lag.
strong backline invis is going to be very patient and hold on to that push and pull cooldown. Remember, that is a game-changing cooldown with the Wolverine in the map. Make sure you're holding on to it for as long as possible because it's going to force the Wolverine to play very patiently. Out we go with the final judgment. You know, a ton of damage, but double ult there as we do see Vinny and Millennia pop ult in that moment. That may have been an oversight or maybe necessary to keep up from the final judgment. Not sure how I feel about it just yet. Remember, Harvey, Terra, and Delena still holding up.
भाई मेरा इंटरनेट नहीं वीक है भाई, ठीक है, पहले ही कह दूं मैं तुम्हें.
From the final judgment, not sure how I feel about it just yet. Remember, Harvey, Terra, and Delena still holding up.
ये उधर से ही हो रहा है भाई. क्वालिटी
on here to keep the team healthy. Svald and Hetlot downside there and is going to allow for the team to deal a ton of damage and ensure that cleanup. Numbers advantage now going to be up for 100 Thieves with spawn advantage. But they are getting flanked. Will that flank find purchase and enable an even fight? Not quite yet.
इधर रुक सकती है गाड़ी भाई, और रोक लो भाई भगवान के नाते भाई. 100 Thieves, I like you guys.
Here comes the portal play. We're going to see another fight yet again with 23 seconds left to go for OUG.
And here we go.
Melania के पास ult है.
For the side of 100 Thieves on defense. Remember, I talk about that second point being very
Melania
defensive. Well, here
will ult.
is the
Told you guys.
challenge. Taro Cookie going to make that teleport, and out we go with the Phoenix Salmo launcher.
Oh, Phoenix को मार दिया.
Harvey, and that is massive for the beginning of this fight. We're going to see everybody use their Qs, but Harvey had ultimate, and that is the downside. We're going to see Vinny now trying to stall for as long as possible, trying to get Harvey back. Taro with the last stand could be game winning. Will it have value? But no! Millennia goes down.
Melania goes down.
It's all about holding on with Cap, and that
Phoenix
may not be enough.
down.
Now finds Delena, and that should be it for this point. Can they
भाई
keep
नहीं
holding?
निकल
I'm
पाया.
not sure.
Invisible Woman कहाँ है?
Out. It does get matched there, and it is not enough as OUG should be taking this point, but I've been saying that so much because it's so DK onto the back line. Will they be able to stop it? No! Millennia finds Milan though, and it's still holding on with an eye. Right back from Taro. Who's now copying. Oh, jeez, with that back and forth eye, it is anyone's game, but I do think still OUG is winning this.
Absolutely right now. Copy comes back out through Zhao Zhang holding on to the ultimate help able to take down Vinny, who is now on to the Wolverine of all things to come back through as Terra swapped over to that Dr. Strange. So this is a long fight indeed, but eventually 100 Thieves will lose it at the end of the day. You know, 1 minute 30 seconds left to go in the streets phase, or in the third phase of the map, but regardless, that was so smart. There's a few things there, Ship, that happened in that last fight to sort of rein things back in.
Recap it.
I mean, what happened was the reason why they won that fight was we saw Terra come through with the ultimate, and he was waiting for Svald to come through with the invisible boundary.
Sure.
But Svald, knowing that, was just holding on to the invisible boundary the whole time because Wolverine players, like what they like to do is see invisible boundary first, then they use tackle him out with the ultimate, and then kind of come through on those eliminations. But because Svald was playing so patiently, coming through back with that invisible boundary as soon as Terra popped his, I mean, it's perfect by him. And Svald, I think, has been phenomenal so far. But OUG, they need to close out. 50 seconds left to go. 100 Thieves also can close it out too.
Oh, Terra मर गया.
And that is threatening as they are getting close. But remember, still early on, this is very few fights left for the side of OUG. 100 Thieves, although they did not get the third point, got it very close to Lena.
Nice.
On Asphalt, Vinny on a Zhao. There is 30 seconds on no portal. They're going to try to take this space and shove them into the spawn door and just force them to fall one by one. This could be the play they need to win this. Alt's going to be up here shortly for TTK, Terra, and Vinny. And that is threatening, as Harvey will have that strategist line as well. Svald soon to have, or does have Alt, excuse me. Hetlot soon to have Molan and Taro. It's all about value now. Who gets this first pick, as it will be game winning for 100 Thieves if it is on their side. Tackle right back here. Side of Molan is going to escape and does have that last stand. Isn't able to get the Pharaoh leap, but they do get a huge last stand as TTK and Terra fall.
I mean, what an opening pick by Milan in the ultimate 100 Thieves. This is what I was worried about them, right? They need to kind of clutch through in these last second situations, as sometimes they can falter in overtime like this.
Yeah, I mean, and they committed Harvey there prior to that, and that is a tough look, and that's just, you know, the Wolverine push. Being able to push them off that strategist line is enough to win it through that. So that's essentially a 2-for-1 trade, which at this point in the game is game winning in OUG. As you can see here, only committing Molan. That is such good patience and understanding, folks. Only committing Molan in that fight when you still had 4 up, when it was, you know, in OT is so hard to do. I cannot speak to that enough. You have to be so confident that that is going to work, because if you overcommit, you lose the game, and they held on, and I think this is their game to lose now.
Absolutely, both Stratus Ultimates. Tackle comes through onto Milan, though. That could be huge. Forcing out a Stratus Ultimate at least might happen, but no. Now Zhao Zhang comes out late. Milan still falls low, but nobody's going to go down. Harvey needs the bullets to turtle bond in this fight. Alvin comes from TTK, but no follow-up because of the Stratus Ultimates on the floor, on the field.
We see Delena, we see Millennia now. Vinny still has the Freedom Charge. Molan commits, Fall does. Molan finds Delena. Is this going to be it? Ganbei now with the Cap Charge is going to keep the team up. Terra trying to stay up. Taro is going to find Terra, and now things are dangerous again for 100 Thieves, as we are only meters away from losing the second map. Will it end now? Cap Dance, the Cap Shuffle, and now we have the internal bond. They're still holding on. Can the team get back here? Terra is now going to be on Iron Fist, who he can play very incredibly strong with the pseudo tank potential. Tackle goes up. Vinny with a... Oh! Are you kidding me? They didn't touch. They didn't touch. China lost the map. I think the tackle off from the Cap. Yeah. I think they played it only on Cap, and Cap got tackled off. And that is...
That's insane. Vinny MVP indeed, because he just distracted him. I see, dude, literally just like insane situation. I'm not sure what the actual term is for this, but this exact thing happened to me when I played Pro Play. The fact that Vinny was distracting everybody. They all got off the cart. Vinny caps it so quickly. It's insane. Literally, that's how I won a match as well in the game that can't be named, unfortunately. Same thing. I had a teammate called Erster who just inted towards the back line on a character that does something similar to Vinny. Distracted the entire team of a team called Shock.
I am happy
we won the map because of it. We move forward in the upper bracket. Similar situation right here. You saw Vinny go into the back line, gets pushed away from Svald, but because everybody was looking towards him, because everybody trying to make plays, nobody was playing objective, and they got off the cart.
Oh, man. I mean, great defense there by 100 Thieves, but you cannot play the Cap Shuffle only when Wolverine is on the field, or when Invis is on the field, especially when it's in a sliver of OT. And that's all that was. I mean, it was technically, like you're saying, it was a misplay, but I think they had faith. He claimed that he was on point. Unfortunately, that tackle was game-winning there by, it wasn't even Terra, I believe. There was a switch off Terra, went to Iron Fist.
Yeah.
So what a switch and what a play, and that's game-winning. And wow, 1-1 on a game that I could have swore was going towards the side of China.
Absolutely. I think in the overall screen at the end, it said 100 Thieves is up 2-0, but no, it's 1-1, right, for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
So that's insane that the fact that 100 Thieves have been able to, win on that map based on just getting time off the board, and it did feel very, very hard to win that fight, but this is because of a few things, I think, in the last fight, like Vinny, like we saw, but also the internal bond from Harvey came out last second. Both Strategist Ultimates were already using the opposite side, and because this game is so built around Strategist, I mean, because Strategist Ultimates are so good, Harvey just committing that ult, and there was no Meteor M on the other side to match it, and just kind of find him on the backside, just resulted in such a crazy fight, and everybody sort of adapted, I think, to Milan, who swapped over to Wolverine, avoiding him, making sure they don't get tackled out of the Eternal Bond, because there were situations earlier in the map where we saw those Eternal Bonds, get kind of countered by how OUG played, taking people out of it. CTK being pulled in by Svald didn't happen in that last fight, and because of it, 100 Thieves win.
Holy moly! I mean, the cap shuffle. You got to show love to the cap shuffle off the rip too. I mean, playing alone. When you're in those positions, folks, I talk about the auto sprint on cap. Very important. It does give you that leap every single time with cap. You constantly are just playing leapfrog over the point, trying to hold it on for as long as possible. Got down to minuscule HP, and then you see Harvey slide on in, and that is almost just at that point you just shake their hand, say thank you for saving me there, and it won them the game. So
that's the most interesting thing I think about pro play that people are realizing. Or at least we're realizing for sure.
Sure.
When we watch these guys, I mean, nobody falters, nobody gets KO'd because of the fact that, I mean, their tanks are peeling so hard sometimes. Like, it just feels like that doesn't happen in ranked, right? In the highest level of this game, because of the coordination required, people are realizing, you know, send the Captain America back to go shield and peel for whenever ultimates are happening. Same thing happens with Magneto. I mean, 100 Thieves, I think the reason they won that overall map was just excellent cooldown usage, understanding, you know, who kind of comes first in what rotations, right? In earlier in the fight, I believe we saw something like Captain America comes out with the shield. Once the shield is gone and then they use a bubble, then they kind of have baited out all the cooldowns on the opposite side of OUG. Then you would see somebody like Vinny on the Magneto come back through and block all of the damage and come back out. So it's these really high-level things and incredible cooldown usage that sort of results in a lot of wins in cycling for sure.
Yeah, it's comms, it's understanding, it's patience. It's just, like we talked about, another level of play. It's that stuff that it just kind of goes out the window in ladder, despite what rank you're at. Overcommitment all the time, and these folks are not overcommitting ever, and that is how you win these games. You talk about mistakes on the strategist line, strategists being incredibly important, and you can't make mistakes, which is true, right? There is ultimates that will, you know, burn a strategist using ult. But it's also very important for things like the frontline vanguards with those bubbles, for example, or Cap using his shield effectively and then regaining it through those cooldowns, coming back and cycling again. And that minuscule level of play is so consistent with these teams, and I'm just shook. I can't believe that just happened.
भाई मैं भी यही बोलने वाला था भाई कि भाई I am shocked भाई ये हुआ क्या?
Matches and maybe not on LAN, right? That's the craziest factor of this whole experience, is the fact that we are in person in China, in this upper bracket match. At least, like, this is what I was talking to when I was watching the Citadel games, and I was watching it with the parents of Tanuki. They were stressed, man. I'm telling you, in that Citadel match versus Envy, we were stressed in the back room. Obviously, you were stressed in the back room, dancing around because of the fact that that was a map fiver. And 3 rounds as well on the last one. They were getting so up in arms about everything, and it makes so much sense, right? But the thing is, because of the fact that it's still earlier on, right? It's the upper bracket in this entire tournament.
भाई मेरी बॉडी पूरी गर्म हो गई है भाई ये मैच देखने के बाद.
But the fact that you have a second chance, you know, I was talking to you about this before, and maybe we can talk about it now. A lot of people were like, okay, if you lose in the upper brackets, it's fine. Sure. You can come back in the lower brackets and sort of make your way back.
भाई कप्तान चाइना भाई.
MVP for good enough reason. Playing Captain America was so good. We talked about Gombe, maybe not talked about Vinny enough, but he was phenomenal. But when we talk about the advantage of winning in the upper brackets, it almost feels like it's not enough, right? Because the fact that if you lose in the upper brackets, that's a second chance, right? You get an entire another series to play, and it gives you sort of a second life. For somebody that makes it all the way from the upper bracket to that grand finals, yes, it secures you in the prize pool, but there is no mechanical advantage that you get, right? Unfortunately, the fact that if you get all the way to the grand finals through the upper bracket, that's it's pretty much the same thing except for getting seeding as doing it as the lower seed and going down to the lower bracket. So unfortunately, when you get to the grand finals, it's not some crazy advantage like you maybe would in getting other games, but that's always a debate people have online.
Yeah, it's more so just the harder path to get there, right? You have to go through another game. It tests your limits one more time, and anything can happen in these games. We talk about the skill level. That is the major advantage there as we look over at some of these big plays, and there were a lot of them in this game as we see the dance of the Cutterfly out now, followed up by TTK. Remember, TTK on controller, great aim there. Saw a lot of very strong picks and just follow-up commitment off some of these ultimates. Taro discussing right back with Molan with some big plays. It was just so back and forth, man.
So back and forth, taking a look back at it indeed. I mean, we saw the combinations that we always mention. The Phoenix going with the ultimate, as well as Luna Snow on the dance floor, committing that damage boost at the exact time as the Phoenix landing. So a few of these sort of things that we've noticed throughout the series of Ignite, and the fact with Phoenix releasing, there's so many things like that.
मेरे को ये जानना है कि ये जो डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज है अभी भी निकालता है क्या अल्टे से बंदे?
Chinese team with OUG, and I'm curious in chat what you guys think of them in general, and I'm curious what you think about them so far, Shiv, as well. We've noticed the flexibility of Milan, of everybody else on OUG. Is there anything that stood out specifically to you, Shiv, throughout this series, maybe on that last map, something that maybe was a mistake? They even had an extra ban this time, and they lost the map.
That's so funny to bring up. Yeah, Zhao, I think for me, I think an incredible
बात
local
तो है
player.
कि
And
भाई
I love how 100 Thieves were able to take that W. Even though
बैन
we
नहीं
feel
कर
like
पाए
it's gonna
भाई.
change up their mental a little bit and maybe not require them to ban, because I do think this is a very Loki positive map. I think it's a great map for Loki.
Right.
The offensive plays, right? I thought that was really unique. Not afraid to copy something like a Punisher in the moment to get a win, and I do think that was the right decision for that exact moment. Although maybe not in the future, but I do think it was just very strong strategist line play for me.
Yeah. Absolutely, it was incredibly strong strategist play for sure. I mean, it's both of the strategist players of that team, and then also on the opposite side, Harvey and them, they prioritized Cloak and Dagger in that ban phase, protecting the Cloak, and also another strategist, I believe, with Luna Snow.
चाइना की टीम है, इन्होंने कितना सही वो किया भाई.
I believe sort of
हम बैक कर दिया समझ लो भाई. पहला राउंड हारे, गंदी हार.
sort of from what we heard
ठीक
behind
है,
the scenes.
उसके बाद जीते ये वाला भी जीतते भाई अगर इनका T9 ना होता.
Right? This is something that is
हरकत हो गई भाई, T9 हो गया.
As well as a lot of the top teams, right? So prioritizing keeping Loki and Dagger gave them that edge, maybe against that Loki.
छह बंदे देखने भाई स्ट्रीम को. थैंक यू फॉर वाचिंग भाई. लाइक कर दो यार स्ट्रीम को.
As big of a problem because they haven't banned it yet.
टोक्यो मैप आया भाई.
On Loki's strongest maps, they haven't touched it. So, and it didn't seem to matter too much in that map, maybe.
Yeah, see, and that goes back to the conversation we were saying before, where is that because of the change in roster? Because that was not something they were afraid of in the past, and that's what got me a little confused. Millennium played great. I'm not gonna.
Absolutely.
No denying that. It's more so, I don't quite understand. Obviously, they have the brain that I do not have when it comes to this level of play, but they have pulled out Loki almost. It was a known factor for 100 Thieves over there. Harvey, one of the best Lokis in the game at one point. Electing to play a lot more invis nowadays, and we saw Cloak obviously in the last map, which has taken a more frontward seat with that Terror Cloak, giving 28% damage if I'm not mistaken. Cloak is 28%.
To everything too. Yeah.
And remember, folks, they're seeing a lot more damage boosting compositions nowadays because obviously it does compound and it enables a whole new suite of how you play the game. So, Terror Cloak 28%, Luna's 40%, Rocket 40%, Mantis 12%. You got Storm that goes anywhere from 8 to 12, and then 25% damage boost on themselves. Think about how you can stack with that if you have a good coordinated team, and you can open up a whole new world of possibilities.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why we're seeing that Mantis being priority banned for a lot of people for sure. And that's what turns like triple strategist compositions to talk about that as well. Those triple strategist compositions to a lot more lethal compositions, right? Besides that resurrect, as we saw 100 Thieves brand new coach and Remix sitting behind them as well in that suit and tie.
नया कोच है भाई इनका कोई.
Teammate of mine. It's kind of weird. A lot of washed up gamers become coaches. Shit. I don't think I have the brain. I didn't actually think Remix would become a coach. Honestly, I did not expect that out of him. He didn't seem like a coach to me, but. It seems like 100 Thieves love him. He's been great for them, Captain Puerto Rico, as they call him. So he's made those tough decisions as well, like you said, with subbing in Millennia over SJP.
Sure. I mean, and maybe that's the best kind of coach, right? A coach you wouldn't expect. Honestly, I find a lot of the time teachers that don't want to teach are sometimes the best.
Yeah.
But, it worked for him. I'm sure he's stoked. But, again, that was a very close map. I'm sure he's not comfortable with how that was played out, right? So,
this is what we talk about. I talked about with Moxie. Sorry to cut you off, Shiv.
No, you're good.
A lot of the coaches and a lot of people involved in teams, because I'm sure a lot of people want to get into it potentially, getting into coaching, getting into improving players in general, right?
Sure.
Whether that be in whether that be in collegiate scenes, whether that be kids trying to learn the game, because Marvel Rivals is an accessible game to basically everybody, and because of that, there's a lot of people trying to learn and improve. So if people want to help those people improve, I know there's a lot of people that build brands on Twitch and stuff, coaching people.
Sure.
And those same people, I think a big thing is that I've heard from everybody, basically, it's a resounding statement, is that
awkward
so
भाई, best coach,
don't
awkward
have
OP
to play the game. Yeah. Because of the fact that you're not actually in the server impacting those things, it can be so nerve-wracking watching these people play the game.
True.
And you can't even do
First
anything.
ban Magneto again.
It's funny, I've heard that from the analysts as well.
Yeah.
They're almost more nervous because they have no impact on how it shakes out. So that is very funny, as we do see the ban phase start up here. OUG, get rid of that Magneto. Don't want to see it. The torch guaranteed almost every time here from the side of 100 Thieves, locking in that Luna once again for Millennia. I do think that is something, those two on the front will not change in this series.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder if we'll see a first ban even for that Luna Snow to throw off Millennia. I wouldn't hate that. I know you and me talk about individual specific bans. I don't think that's changed all that much in the Ignite mid-season, considering how the fact that if you can find a weakness on the opposite side, OUG, I don't know how much they know about Millennia, right? Maybe that surprise factor has maybe caught them off guard because of the fact that Millennia, really, I wonder how many strategists he plays at the current moment, right? If you target those strategists, you could really remove a lot of his hero pool force him onto something else, right? Because, I mean, I don't know about you, Shib, but when I fill, I just play Luna Snow. I've not played any other stuff. Even if Cloak and
Captain
Dagger is
America
theoretically
ban.
easy, haven't touched the hero much because as a duelist main, focused on that.
Emma, same.
He was a duelist main before transferring over to
Dialogue
be a coach
ban.
and a sub for this
Great
team.
call.
So I wonder if that would be a good idea for OUG. What you talked about earlier, going for a bit more of a generalized ban system with the Magneto, with the Loki, the Torch, as well as the Psylocke because of the Emma Frost Protect this time. Making sure they get rid of that is probably crucial. The fact they don't want to give Delena the team up, but it wasn't that big of a deal. We saw map number 1, Delena on the Psylocke, so I wonder if that's even a mistake ban on the opposite side, Chip. We have the Torch ban, we have a Mantis ban. Makes a lot of sense, I think, for a team like OUG. The targeted bans out of 100 Thieves have been nice so far.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I
Go.
do think
100 Thieves
this
attacking
has
and
been
OUG
more
defending.
of a ban win. I would say for OUG, but it's difficult now because, you know...
No, man, I don't think it is. I feel like
Bhai,
OUG's draft
OUG bhi
is just
अच्छी
not
team hai.
the best. They're just a really talented team that can flex. It doesn't matter too much what the band, how it goes.
Yeah, I actually agree with you fully. I don't think that
उड़न
happens. I do think
तत्रियां
they're
आ रही
missing
हैं भाई
the department of what they're actually strong
OUG
at.
की
I don't
side
think
से
they do understand the changes.
It's all it is they could get maybe a little bit more value, right? Maybe not banning out the Torch, maybe banning Terra in his Phoenix, maybe not banning Delena on that Psylocke, who is now over to Hela of all things. We haven't seen this man play the Hela in forever, and Milan on the hero he's known for, Shib, dude. Oh my goodness.
Out goes the Iron Man. Yeah, they have been electing to get rid of TTK off the rip almost every time with that Magneto. I think Magneto at this meta is definitely much stronger than Strange, at least at this level play, right? But yeah, Molan, this is a great
कल
Iron Man
वापस
map.
से nerf हो जाएगा
This is after the Iron Man nerfs too, right?
Sure. Yeah, I think still very strong. I think the ult is difficult to get value with unless there is an open window for something like, you know, the
Hola movement.
It's just the verticality of this map and how quickly you can move around with Iron Man that enables him to play strong here. I think this is likely one of, if not the most Iron Man friendly maps that there are in the game because it does allow you to have a ton of range while still playing aggro. And when you have that Ultron as well, which very similarly is incredibly strong at this map, it is a scary comp to go against, but they did not want to run the triple off the rip. Terrell gonna find Delena early. Molan gonna try to chase down there with the beam. And we do see them walking them back to the spawn door.
This is the tough part against swinging this triple strategist with specifically the Ultron, right? In the sky, not only do you have the team up with Iron Man going over to that Ultron, but you sort of create like this Iron Dome in the sky. Like it's just constantly Iron Man and Ultron pressuring you from the high ground. So if you pressure one, you're focused by the other, and we saw that for Delena. And he goes down again.
Wow, the maximum pulse getting some value after I discussed how difficult it can be at this level. We see TTK. We see the Eternal Bond. Qs are being popped here for 100 Thieves. Vinny is going to be on that Groot, a very, very strong Groot player that we have not seen as consistently played recently, but you know, with those bands of Magneto, it does enable that a little bit more. Taro Cookie holding this high side positioning out. We go, the Meteor M gets popped. As Vinny takes out
Benny died.
Gonna res Headlot immediately.
दो
Sometimes
बंदे
that's all you
गए
need is one.
Gambe is playing Venom.
Smalled finds Harvey Terra. Gonna find one. Delena on the Headlot back and forth, but Delena with two on the Star Lord.
Groot ने
TTK on the height here with Emma.
TTK ने जूत
And
बजा
this is gonna be
दिए
a good pick for TTK, who is very comfortable.
भाई गए
on the Emma.
Yeah, this is the tough part,
GG
unfortunately, when you don't play the
Nice.
Mantis alongside OUG's composition.
अलग ही
Because
खेल
of the
गए
fact that
भाई
it's
ये
banned, your Adam Warlock loses a little bit of that lethality that we see, right? I mean, Adam Warlock always so strong with the damage boost, and now they're swapping off of it, right? They're going Xiao Zhang going over to that Luna Snow. I think he's been on it actually already. Taro's going to go over to that Psylocke's fall, back over to the Invisible Woman in Milan. Going to go over to that Wolverine to counter Vinny, right? That's the entire point of going to this composition. Gambe over to that Groot as well. Make sure that Vinny is not as comfortable on that hero, and also force Delena onto something else. Vinny actually counter swaps.
map पे भाई Spider-Man तगड़ा भाई.
So they both are counter swapping each other at the current moment.
Yeah, which is, you know, in ladder, maybe not worth always one tricking. I do understand it because it's not team play and you can get away with it a little more effectively, but switching is definitely, you know, when you manage it properly is definitely the most effective way to play the game if you are struggling as a team. But getting ahead of it early like this is a great sign of a coordinated, strong team. And here we go with Delena.
पूरी पीछे push हो गई है.
Legend once more. Did not find too much value off the rip. We do have Molan with that tackle.
इस जगह पर नहीं खेलना चाहिए.
On the left, Emma plays very strong right here too for TTK. There's a ton of threat and will allow them to play a little more.
Oh, Terra dead.
Finds Terra on the right again, and out we go with the
chuck.
dance, and it's going to get a few. Make that two. Do I see three? Bang! Taro Cookie cleaning up the rest.
Terra
Cookie. Talking about flexibility of this team. Milan playing Psylocke earlier. Now Terra comes back through on the Psylocke of his own. And just
One dance to the butterflies
गाड़ी
gets the
गलत जगह
job
रुक
done.
गई
100
है.
Thieves holding on to their ultimates for the upcoming fight. Going to be building up a lot of theirs
गाड़ी
too.
गलत जगह
Delena
रुकी
is,
है भाई.
interestingly enough, on the Wolverine to counter Gonbei as well. And I wonder how much Delena sort of played it, similar to how Cal plays Wolverine sometimes. Usually it's Delena to be on that Phoenix and Terra on the Wolverine, but it's a matter of sort of the situation at hand. Terra's going to be on that Phoenix instead of him.
And here we go
चक्का गया,
again.
चक्का जाएगा, चक्का
Seduction,
जाएगा.
the bubble to hold off. That bubble can actually be used as an LOS break, so you do not have that all affect you. But TTK is going to start walking towards that point. That's going to give him the ability to off
भाई ये Terra
with the
कुकी
kick on
तगड़ी
Emma.
positioning
And
भाई.
a good push there. Doesn't find one. Terra going to clean up Petlot there. Harvey holding on.
Grand finale आते हुए.
Will it be used? No. Instead, we will see a match back. Out goes Phoenix from
Terra ने दो
on
निकाल
his
ले.
fall. That's a huge pick. After we see that invisible boundary fall, Vinny just owning and taking that space, being a distraction. With a 3 is going to sweep up TTK and Delena and Vinny. Wow, what a play.
Yeah, absolutely what a play there from Milan. And, you know, coming into this fight, we'll see how 100 Thieves want to play. They do have the Captain America ultimate ready to go. Delena as well with his ultimate. See what OG want to do on their upcoming fight. Right now, 100 Thieves walking in. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. You know, he can create sort of that space on the back line from Vinny, maybe force out these this early Meteor M. We'll see what they want to do right now as 100 Thieves. They can combine maybe Terra and Delena on this in this upcoming fight as OUG. Oh no! Nice freeze.
Yeah, and that's a great right click. The freeze with the KO on Taro. Vinny gonna find Molan. That's a lot of free space. They're gonna walk this puppy down now as Vinny gonna clean up that
कर दिया.
100 Thieves looking
100
very
Thieves
good
ने
on this
भाई
map.
Yeah, didn't even need
जूत
anything
बजा
right there.
दिया
I mean,
अभी
good
तक.
pick off there. TTK does commit the Sonic Seduction, but with those ultimates, they're moving to the third phase of this map, and that's scary for OUG considering on the previous map they didn't get here until about a minute left on the clock. So for 100 Thieves, this is huge considering, you know, maybe you have a little bit more time to cap out the full map. And OUG, you saw how they struggled in third phase at the very last second. So when the tensions get high, we'll see how both teams prepare for this upcoming fight.
Up we go with the last stand. Didn't look incredible with a tackle back after. Good idea. Great push off there for the side of OUG.
Didn't get any.
Zhao
Alt force. Let's go.
The fate of both worlds. Out goes the laser. Ton of damage.
एक और alt आ गई है.
No alt to counter here from Olan, who's very close to that alt, but no, does not work. Terra gonna buy time in the sky, wait for the optimal moment. Did not get too much value, but this does give them space. We talk about them taking that point with alt advantage, and that is a ton of value. When you lose point, you want to at least ensure the team committed a ton of abilities or ultimates, but no, did not have that point. And here we go. Whoa, 360 does not work out as Terra finds Taro Cookie, and now numbers are back for 100 Thieves on the attack. Remember, spawn advantage heavily in the favor of OUG. Up we go with Headlot, and that Meteor M, does it land? It does! Millennia goes down.
Millennia going down. Molan ने एक और निकाला. TTK जूत बजा रहा है इधर Venom के. Venom is fucking him up.
Gonna drop Delena, Taro Cookie onto Terra, and that's gonna
fall
be
back. Fall back.
Space created there by Headlot, who is now going over to that Emma Frost off of that Magneto just for a little bit extra damage and to give Taro the team up for this last fight.
We need on Groot now.
TK as well. Sonic Seduction available. We'll see if
उन्होंने change कर दिया उधर से.
He's been a savior for this team. Our OUG on the opposite side. Can take a little bit longer. Nice walls, by the way, from Vinny early on.
TTK with that Psionic, out we go with the dance. Gonbei, Molan, and that's a ton. TTK matches one, but you still got one more fight reset as a team, and do not stagger now because that could end this map for you. 40 seconds on the clock for 100 Thieves. Alt from TTK ready.
100 Thieves के पास भाई एक ult आने वाला है Cloak and Dagger का.
This could be everything
ठीक
for
है.
them, but Molan
Cloak and Dagger will ult.
has potential. Zhao with that fate of both worlds. TTK with the Psionic to lead. Will it be enough? Up we go. It does not find anyone.
कुछ किया कोई दिक्कत नहीं चाहिए कुछ और. अब आएगा अपना Cloak and Dagger ulti.
Here they come.
दूध पकड़े गए.
TTK is not today. And great cancel there. Terra, Vinny, Harvey find 3, and it's going to be a final meter battle for the W on this push for 100 Thieves.
Yep, and in overtime, no less. We've seen TTK do those type of things before. I mean, the grab out of the sky on the Emma Frost. This man really is one of the best Emma Frost players in the world, but like you said, Chip, last fight, Territory's fall, gonna have that ult for the car. We'll see if Millennia can build his ult in this upcoming fight. They do have the combination of Delena and Terra as well. Damage output is
here, honestly, with that damage available.
Ja backline.
And here we go, the spin to win from the. Oh wait, no,
दो बंदे गए.
2 down. Terra makes it a
देखिए
little bit
PR.
more close, but still not close enough to let up in the sky. But it's not going to work through this invisible boundary. Taro Cookie on a Delena and Harvey, and that's going to call it here. I don't think Terra can clutch this up. No, gets burned out of ultimate. TTK trying to hold on, but it won't be for too long as they are heavily down in numbers. Will the teleport get in here in time from Vinny? The walk goes out. It is a.
Oh, teleport आ गया.
To get it with a millimeter on the OT, but it will not be enough. Milan right back, return to sender, headlock onto Harvey, and they are going to hold before point 3. Just waiting out this dance floor now, trying to put some damage out. Can they return this? I don't believe so. OT does extend that timer. Vinny trying to get back to Lena, but it will not be for long as Taro and Svald clean up the rest.
Is this the exact same situation that we saw on the previous map? I believe it was 109 meters last time. Now we're at 106, man. So, Jesus Christ. I mean, Milan there in that fight, you know, did a little bit of damage early, getting them down to, I believe, half HP. And you would think, okay, maybe we have the fate of the worlds. We can get those eliminations, or not, rather, we can heal up our team through all that damage, through that last stand from Wolverine. But they just couldn't, right? I mean, the healing per second is the highest in the game, I believe, for Luna Snow, right?
Sure.
But unfortunately, if you take that much damage earlier on, I mean, Milan and the target focus from the team is going to be too much, even through that ultimate. So great work from the side of OUG. And wait, so did Under Thieves win map 1? Am I tripping?
Believe OUG won map 1. They definitely did. So it's just a visual bug, I believe. It's just more so showing you the point right now. They've pushed through 2 points. So 2-0 on the side of 100 Thieves, who did not get to 3, but it's going to be an absolute battle here. I think 100 Thieves, if they typically don't run the 3-3. A lot of teams use the triple Vanguard, triple strategist on this map to try to guarantee 3 fights on the beginning. OUG very much keeping it traditional. Are not, did not elect to do that. It doesn't look like 100 Thieves are going to be doing that either, but I do think it's very viable in this meta to run that.
Absolutely. It is incredibly viable, Shib, as, here we are going to continue on in the series. Okay, it is 1-1 in the top right. I am crazy. I'm losing my mind over here, Shib. I mean, I'm seeing things, running down the hallways of the hotel. OUG going to be running that triple strategist composition here, as they also have the thing, too, for even more peel for this backline. And
we begin again trying this Iron Man Ultron comp off the rip. Look at this movement. It's absolutely obscene. Good damage out now. Missiles ready. Does not. Oh, yeah, does use it for destruction purposes. Going to start peppering the backline. Build that ultimate very quickly. 22% already. Laser goes out. Looking for Delena, who does escape. We are going to see alt advantage in numbers right now out for Taro Cookie, and that's just what Ultron does. And get ready to press Q as fast as humanly possible. We begin again. I love these player cams. I just love the production value here. Off we go with
pushing में अच्छा ये वाली
Cookie gonna drop low, headlock gonna find Millennia, and that is just so much free space off the rip. I do think that triple is just not a bad idea to guarantee 3 fights. This is going to look like 2 and potentially a portal play for 3 if they're able to get them done in time.
Absolutely, and right now OUG, unfortunately, as we're talking about, I mean, they're lacking a little bit of that damage output, I think, with missing that Mantis from the previous fight. So now Svald's going to go over to the Invisible Woman. Taro going to stick on to, actually going to swap over to the Psylocke. So I think they just aren't really having that damage output they could possibly need. I mean, they've only one Vanguard as well, Gombe over to that Wolverine, and 100 Thieves, we'll see what they do and react to that, but I don't know if we've seen too much triple duelist comps really work right now.
Yeah, it's true.
Especially on this map.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I
feel. मारो इसको पैंट भाई क्या मूवमेंट है यार इस बंदे की
are continuing to play hyper aggro with the one
पूरा ही घुमा देता भाई.
I mentioned playing traditional. This is very much not that case, but Ganbe was playing at me.
Tara dead.
Not going to find Tara. Out we go with Harvey, but that's just not going to be worth it as Milan finds Delena. And now they're heavily up in numbers. You better hold on to the rest of those Qs here on the side of 100 Thieves and try to get ready for a portal play if possible. Out we go now with the dancing the cover does not get too much. We are going to commit even more as Millennia now is going to use that Q. And oh my goodness! I thought the shield had blocked it, but unfortunately Vinny, I think, made his way past that shield, using it as almost a backboard to guarantee a KO. Tara going to hold and wait as long as possible, is able to land, actually not able to land, but does get that reset in HP, reset with the team, and a ton of damage out. TTK who tries to touch, but it's not going to matter as they push through this point and have 4 minutes and 13 on the clock.
You know, I might have underestimated this competition at the moment. OUG definitely proving me wrong, as Ganbe on that Wolverine, yes, went down that fight, but did use that last stand to create so much space, and the pressure has been unbelievable from this side. Ganbe swapping back over to Venom for the streets of the map, maybe just for this first point. That's like a first point strategy for them. That triple
भाई मैं इतने से में गया भाई ये तो पहला वो ले लिया इन्होंने.
Don't remember Ganbe is that Naraka Pro, but also willing to make the switch from a Vanguard to a Duelist. Typically always is the Wolverine with no other option. If Wolverine's let in, Wolverine can pseudo-tank with that passive up, but also it's almost as if, you know, if you're playing Vanguard so much and you get Wolverine for days, you need, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. You need to get back there and do it right back to the enemy as Harvey is going to start building that ult. 71% charge right now. Ult advantage going to be dead even, but they are very close across the board for the side of 100 Thieves. We have TTK going to use that Psionic now. Molan escaping. Tough look here, a ton of movement, giving them the opportunity to dodge the Psionic nearly every time. Tough for TTK to get around, and we did see some teams using that speed boost with the Psionic Seduction from Jeff, and actually, I think that is a slept-on strategy.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right. Just going in deep with that Emma Frost, going with the Jeff. Meanwhile, they're coming back, kind of peel away from this Turtle Bomb. Milan building up the ult as well. We've seen him get an elimination before. Can he do it again?
Maximum pulse does not land. Shield goes out.
नहीं कर
Now
रही
we go
भाई
to laser just to
maximum
deal some
pulse.
raw damage, keep the team moving forward. But you know how fast that we can get this all back on an Iron Man. That's a
Okay,
great
shield
invisible
up हो
bounce
गया.
for Liz.
I
It
am
is
ready
going to help
for
hold on here for OUG.
Putana
Terra though.
Terra
Turret by
down.
Taro Cookie, and it's
Terra ने
still
मतलब बंदा
nice
मार
breeze
दिया.
there onto the backline's fall. Very low in HP. Delena, great
भाई
accuracy,
क्या
but
aim
is
है
not
भाई
enough as
इसका
Terra is
दिलेना
going to
का.
take out Hetlot. So they still are up in numbers, forcing a reset. Hetlot has ult. Ganbei as well, but Vinny and Delena will match it in the next fight.
And I'm trying to remember. So in this upcoming fight, by the way, when we saw that just happen, Millennia popping that the Fate of the World, they have the combo onto Terra. And look, Terra's already halfway to their ultimate. So this guy's building it so quickly. And right now, 100 Thieves playing around this Phoenix at such a high level. Delena also sitting behind, sitting on that sort of flank platform with that Galactic Legend ready to go in this upcoming fight against Hetlot, who has the Meteor M to try to counter it for only a little bit.
And here we go again. Delena does have that Galactic Legend waiting, but you want to use it before the strategists do have their ultimate. Ult tracking is a very important piece. We'll get to that in a minute. Out we go with a mean Feast of the Abyss, but it does not find too much value, just generates a ton of overhealth. Up we go with Delena now using the Galactic Legend, understanding that they cannot match it quite just yet. Asphalt now has that invisible boundary. Xiao as well. Molan gonna fight Terra off map, but commit as well
भाई
to make
अच्छा
sure that the
मुलान भी
numbers
गया.
are even. That's a tough look, but maybe worth the fight. Taro Cookie very close to ult to try to keep this in OUG's favor, pushing up, but it is going to allow at least
Shield
2
up
more
हुआ है.
retakes on point from the reset because they haven't pushed this thing too far. There's only a minute 20.
और मुलान के पास अल्ट नहीं थी. दोनों हीलर डेड.
Both Strategist ultimates have been used for the side of OUG. 100 Thieves now have theirs.
अच्छा दोनों की अल्ट जा चुकी है. मुलान के पास अल्ट है तो बहुत जल्दी ये लेना चाहेंगे मेरे हिसाब से.
To find picks a lot of times through either Terra or Milan, so I wouldn't count them out necessarily. Although I think in Marvel Rivals, the
Terra
game
is
is a lot
also
harder to
has
find
Terra के
picks
पास
against
भी अल्ट
professional
है.
teams. 100 Thieves though should be good enough to kind of deal with the side of OUG, considering
Final fight हो
in the
सकती है ये.
Here we go again. The point ticking forward slowly. Molan with that last stand, but it is matched heavily by Delena, Millennia, and Terra.
मुलान ने अगर अल्ट से बंदे निकाल दिए ना.
Galactic Legend Delena trying to find one. Team playing incredibly smart. Great positioning. Harvey going to find Ganbei though, as they are forced into that corner. And that's going to be a 4-piece. And this is a very defensible position now. This could go back to 100 Thieves. They will go up 2 maps if they can hold on and push in before the portal comes through. They can try to get a touch here, but it is going to be a dangerous game, and we will not see.
Yeah, they have time. They 20 seconds left on the clock. I mean, the biggest thing there, Shib, I feel like for 100 Thieves is that the fact they got value out of Delena and his ultimate. Usually, it just gets countered by something. So the fact that Stalwart ultimate got so much value is so bad for OUG. However, now they come through with an early Fate of the World to see if they can win it. It's match point Millennia, and Delena trades out.
Overtime.
That's an upcoming support ult removed.
Yeah, and that's the problem with taking that space. Terra with a 2-piece. We see Delena on a Taro Cookie. Terra on a Headlock. And that is a great sweep here as 100 Thieves take the 3rd map and push this to a 2-1 game.
My goodness, 100 Thieves going up 2-1 against the top team from China in OUG. And like we said, guys, we didn't expect 100 Thieves, I think, to kind of come out. Nobody predicted them, I think, for the entire tournament. And, you know, that's kind of where 100 Thieves does best, right, Shib? It just seems like consistently 100 Thieves are always a team
100 Thieves ने भी वो कर लिया. अब comeback potential है
the
इन पे
overall
भी.
narrative of 100 Thieves this tournament so far is it's been a struggle, right? Having to come back in with Millennia over JP. We'll see how they do, JP. We'll see how they do, obviously, moving forward. There's still one more map to go, but it's an impressive performance regardless so far.
Absolutely. I do think 100 Thieves are starting to step back into their game. They looked sloppy there in the first map, honestly, and almost in the second map until they started finding their footing, but things have looked a lot cleaner. I think they're very strong in those defensible positions. They are clutching up on the more defensible sides. I think OUG, although their attack looked really good initially, I think strangely enough, going to a more traditional comp did not work for them, and then they looked really threatening when they were running that 1-3-2. So I don't know what I think about that. I just think that, 100 Thieves is just being such a strong team, found their footing, and they're just looking more, they're matching.
Yeah, they're looking more cohesive for sure at the current moment, and that's sort of what the strength of 100 Thieves is. No matter how hard things may be behind the scenes, when they're doing good, man, it's a team that's hard to stop. And we'll see how they do on this upcoming map, because that was a map pick for OUG, considering what happened there. So right now on both of these sort of payload maps, it's not been easy exactly for the side of OUG to get things done. Maybe if we go back to that domination, they could find the footing that they did before, because 100 Thieves, we know them to not do that well on
So do you
domination.
think, guys, what will happen?
Yeah, domination, it's very much anyone's game. I think that is the more difficult game mode to really find value or to claim as one that you can always win,
domination,
right? We
bhai,
rarely see
वापस
teams
से.
do that. Even Envy really struggles on domination, and they're a team that has been dominating the tournament, at least so far. Very close game today, though. That was a insane one to watch. It's a very much a first fight game and then stall. If you have a composition that's great at stalling, you hold that point, you try to get it to 70-80%, and then when you win one additional fight, you have that map. So it's just, it's more of a snowball-y, you take it when you start kind of game mode. So I do think they're showing up now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see what map OUG wants to pick coming up. So like we said, it's not
OUG
just
उठाएगी
a
map.
3-0. It is
भाई MVP कौन था?
First map 2-1. Push it in the second, pushing up.
Or that
MVP दिखाया ही नहीं है
massive.
इन्होंने.
So right now, I mean, this is always the strength of 100 Thieves. I feel like is their ban process has been always very good, and that's a large part why they're winning. I think OUG's, we were talking about earlier, they're wasting a few bans right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I think initially when I had that conversation, I thought you had told me that OUG was winning the ban, and I was like, I guess I agree. And then I was like, and then you were cleaning it up. I was like, oh yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, OUG, they're just running traditional bans. They're not studying up. It seems like at this point. I think
it's hard.
At this point, you shifted. I think you have
to.
to.
The thing is like I think about how many games we watch, right? From the backside as a viewer, as a fan, as a caster, even for us.
As a fan,
it's so hard to keep up with every single region, right? And especially when we go to this tournament, everybody's practicing in their hotel rooms, playing against each other for nearly 6 to 8 hours a day, on top of
6
content
to
shoots.
8
So
hours
a
a
lot on these
day.
players' minds, I bet, in general. And that's the hard part, I think, even for the coaches to fully prepare for every single team, because there's so many VODs you have to watch, so much practice you have to do, and a lot of it requires no sleep, basically. That's the big thing. A few of these energy drinks over here, and you just kind of have to, go through all of the practice. That's what we see even a lot of the professional coaches over in the crowd a lot of times studying, seeing what the bans are so far, because that's their first even real look in the current patch, because even then, it doesn't matter what happened in the Ignite Stage 1 series in China or in North America, because things are going to be totally different on LAN. Although, I think common principles, Shib, I don't know about you, I feel like the common principles of the ban phase is you can sort of target ban. I think that's totally fair and valid to do it for really any role.
I think that's the most effective strategy. It's either you target ban a role or you target ban somebody.
Terra में भी Terra था अच्छा.
Terra got killed, right? And on that, that's what makes bans towards a character that maybe the other team doesn't play as well. Feel so much worse. And as we look back at the stats for OUG,
Vinini और Terra में से.
Ship, I think that we saw Terra pop off on Phoenix as he does on these type of
TTK का भी damage output ज़्यादा है, but उसके final hits कम है.
For sure, and maybe we talk about Terra too much, but this
Terra को जाएगा भाई.
I mean, just constantly we talk about how good he is on these Buckies, Wolverine, on Phoenix. He gets damage, he gets final hits, he does it all, right? He's kind of that guy who can not necessarily carry your team necessarily, but be the sort of the focal point, right? He's given the snowflake from Millennia.
इसके बाद एक और मैच है भाई.
The resources from the side of Vinny and TTK whenever they can.
देखा
and that's
Terra.
an easy MVP for sure, considering he did so much in terms of just straight up damage.
60% है Guruji.
He did. Was it Terra playing the Phoenix on the opposite side? That was a little bit of a diffage, I think, in terms of Terra.
Was a diffage indeed. I mean, 18 finals. I mean, that's wild, right? I think that might be the peak that we've seen us together so far in this tournament. Phoenix very threatening. I think initially on Phoenix release, released, there was a lot of ladder talk about, you know, maybe Phoenix isn't as good as Hela, but I could not disagree more. There's so much to her kit, the movement ability, movements across the board. She has flight, she has an an iframe, she has movement with that, and then she has a reset of HP bar and also movement with that. It was a lot going on. I mean, obviously it resets you towards the center, similar to the Psylocke ultimate. But just a ton to the kit.
भाई Terra got dipped.
Utilized at an insane level there.
भाई 4 बंदे निकले.
Yeah, absolutely insane level there. As I shove your spit in my mouth. No. Anyway,
भाई ये क्या क्यों कर रहे हैं? As I shoved your spit.
Had their moments, right? Like you said, on first point, it was crazy. They did so well on that Wolverine triple duelist for
नहीं निकल रहा भाई.
Maybe we'll see something like that later on. It is a bit of a cheesy sort of.
यार मेरे को तो मुलान के लिए बुरा लगता है भाई. जैसे ही अल्ट खुलता है मर जाता है.
A lot of these second phases of maps, we see people kind of falter and get stopped, and it feels really bad, I think, on Wolverine and stuff. If you don't have a lot of cover, and I think a lot of streets phase, a lot of second phases of maps, especially on Spider Islands, there's nowhere really to hide, as we saw when Delena had a huge ultimate later on in that second phase of the map, right? We saw
you are nothing
from that Galactic Legend on the inside of that sort of middle area, like we see right now, is the fact that, you know, there's nowhere to go. There's no cover you can do and hide. So right now for OUG, we'll see how they do when.
भाई किस्मत. Like
there's no
Luna
cover you can
goes
do
for
and hide. So
damage.
Right now
Amplification.
OUG, we'll see how they do when they play,
and that's when they die.
Like a different composition, because right now Milan on that Wolverine
it exploits the weakness of having a less practiced backline strategist line, right? Like you play Hyper Aggro with 3 duelists and you just chase towards the backline 24/7, or you have something like Iron Man up in the sky with Ultron, you know, and you just keeping the pressure on it. It was like almost like having a dive comp without a dive comp. It was very strange, but it was just a lot of brawly pressure pressing forward, and they could not manage it. And then for some reason, the immediate switch. It's almost like it's a difficult conversation, because it's like, do you play it until it doesn't work, or do you switch prior? They switched prior, and everything got shut down. They got held at that almost immediately outside of that initial barrier, the initial hallway, almost immediately the entire time until a minute left on the clock, and they had 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, you know what I'm thinking, Shib, just to sort of like, the reason why they might be losing is the Loki ban. The Loki was removed in that last map, I believe, right, for them. They're not able to run it, and without that Loki, I mean, it seems like they've lost so much backline presence and assistance in general, right? Maybe they rely heavily on Xiaolong in that Loki, right, to kind of keep everybody healthy, to always go for the copy on the best strategist in the game, which is a lot of times the Luna Snow. So that little bit of wrinkle, I think, in 100 Thieves' game plan also helped them tremendously on that last map, because that was even better than the previous one. So right now, it just seems like 100 Thieves is not only just, it kind of comes all back down to that, right? It just feels like they're winning in the ban phase of the game, and we'll see if OUG adapts.
चले हो गए हैं भाई. ये तो कह रहे हैं भाई ban phase में ही जीत जा रहे हैं भाई.
Sometimes it takes a series to kind of go back and learn what exactly the problem was, and I think that the difficulty is they're scared of Torch, because there's a lot of good Torch teams at LAN, and we know how good Human Torch is right now, but we know also, at least we do, the fact that 100 Thieves, I think, don't play the Torch to the level of other teams. So OUG, we'll see what they want to learn, but like we said, it takes like an entire series, right? Nova, we saw in the play-ins, similar thing. They didn't really adapt until the next series with Rad, which they still lost, but at least they made some changes and they looked better in the second time.
We haven't seen a single change yet. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, it's the ban phase, right? The lack of coach, lack of IGL, or lack of understanding of the team, and just keeping things traditional. That can work in various areas, but it's just not something that'll work once everybody from the tops of their regions are coming in. You know what I mean? It's a whole new level of play.
Everybody's so
good. We talk about the difference of like ladder and then pro play, but then you've got to talk about the difference of the very best pro play. They are all different games. And the funny thing is, if you play the way that you play at the top pro play, it may not work against something, you know, the skill level is going to be a totally different factor, but it may not work against something that's happening in ladder, because it's just so obscure, right?
Absolutely.
Your mental is completely changed. The way you play the game is completely changed, and it's a whole new level and just game in general. So yeah, you got to make some shifts. You got to understand where you're at and what you need to do.
We'll see if they want to change these things on Domination, the next map we're going to. So it's the exact same setup that we have back home in the stage situation. So yeah, we go Domination, then map 2. Shib, you want to walk me through it as I stumble across in terms of the overall
Convergence Convoy. Convoy. So then back to Dom, and yeah, they are back to Dom now. I think we talk about how Dom is very much a first fight win potential. I mean, a lot of teams will come back and make power plays, especially if you get there before 70%. It's almost like you got to think of a clock within a clock, right? You have that percentage gaining, but you do not want them to get to 70%, because then at that point it's a panic mode. And although I do think strange portals, I want to have this discussion with you, I'm curious.
Okay.
I think strange portals are more effective in domination because when you are doing it in combo or convergence onto the point, you are so close to the point, the team can stack easier and protect and lock in. Although you can go to the other side of portal, a lot of the time the portal is coming within milliseconds.
Yeah.
And you forcing to even walking around portal is going to allow someone to either trickle in and be in the danger zone.
Yeah.
It's going to force you to maybe not even get there in time, which we've seen a few times in this tournament. I think when you're in Dom, you have the autonomy to place anywhere, so the teams can't predict as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. And I think we saw a lot of that, maybe not in this series, but I think in the Citadel versus Envy series, Shib, because we saw a lot of those portal plays really matter.
रेड की टीम ने तो भाई पूरा ही वो कर दिया 3-0
instead of maybe towards the
बट इधर एक तो मिला है डोमिनेशन में हारे थे ये तो डोमिनेशन में क्या पता भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है
Going back to that series with Citadel and Rad, the fact that the portal was such an involved situation, and now to sort of throw it back to you, Shib, on this. This is a map now that we're going to. It's Hell's Heaven.
Yeah.
Right? This is going to be a scary map, I think, for Milan and OUG because, I mean, we already know Wolverine, this is like his best map. Do you think 100 Thieves in the ban phase want to target the Wolverine, or is there going to be some sort of different game plan here?
I mean, if they ban the Wolverine and they're able to run it...
सात बंदे watching भाई.
I mean, the thing is, this is a great Torch map, so instinctively a team that's consistently banning Torch, they're going to be like, no, let's do it again. This is his map, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So I think if they're able to get that Wolverine through and they ban it, it's almost like it should be very much in their favor.
Oh, absolutely. As we take a look back at the team of 100 Thieves, Delena on the far side just chilling. Meanwhile, no smiles here on OUG's side, right? Locking in for this upcoming ban phase that will happen in just a moment. I love these sort of camera shots that we have of all of our players.
यार कोई बता सकता है चैट में 100 Thieves का वो कौन है कैप्टन?
Hard chilling on the backside, Millennia. I mean, Millennia, I wonder what it's like in his shoes, man. Like
I don't know.
Come in as a sub.
Seems calm, cool, and collected right now, right?
Yeah, he's locked in. I mean, he was a coach for this team as well, assistant coach for 100 Thieves. So, I mean, this guy is ready to go. And I mean, there's a lot of
coach को ही खिलाने लग रहे हैं भाई
Delena. As a top 2, top 3 team in the game, right? 100 Thieves, we've known them to be consistently the best, if not, or one of the best, if not the best, with Sentinels in North America. So the fact that he's had to come in and fill big shoes in SJP, I mean, there's probably a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, SJP is an absolutely disgusting strategist, but we talk about those give me the ball moments coming in here, and if you get this win against a team that has yet to lose in these tournaments, at least in the finals, they are not out of the tournament, so they have not lost yet. It's very much still on the table for OUG to bounce back.
Magneto ban करेंगे भाई OUG वाले.
I think if you do that, that's almost cements you as a potential lock-in for primary, primary lock in the beginning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And speaking about primary locks, both teams going for those first bans. Magneto
save होगा OUG से. Captain America save.
On the opposite side, 100 Thieves banning out the Human Torch, knowing that OUG can't play that as much. So we'll see if they can kind of make these adaptations.
Magneto ban कर दो भाई.
OUG's draft, because we know how good 100 Thieves draft is. They're banning out Mantis, they're banning out Human Torch, 2 characters super strong right now, and also 2 characters that I'm sure OUG play. But maybe, I mean, who knows? We haven't seen OUG in an official match yet in the this mid-season play Mantis compositions or Human Torch. We already know how good Milan is, so I'm assuming the Human Torch play is very high level. But for the
Loki
Mantis in the triple res compositions, I'm curious how good they are at that.
Yeah, we haven't had eyes on it just yet, but maybe we will as the tournament progresses here. We do see a very
Loki ban and Human Torch ban. Human Torch तो करना नहीं चाहिए था उनको OUG वालों को.
They have been banning out the Loki pretty consistently. Is why 100 Thieves hasn't been able to run it, but 100 Thieves is consistently keeping that Luna in, and Millennia's been running Luna. I don't know if Millennia's ever changed off Luna, so it's almost like if you had a coach behind
Captain America
you
ban.
Make sure you knew that and exploit that, but it's just not happening.
Well, here's the difference. Now they're going to go over to the Luna Snow Protect towards the end. Emma Frost Protect always sort of baits, I think, OUG in banning out Psylocke. Because Delena, I mean, for sure, but there's the Psylocke ban on the opposite side, knowing Emma Frost goes through to get rid of that matchup. So Delena, a lot of pressure on her shoulders in this upcoming map. I think that's a fine play by OUG. Like we said, yeah, the Human Torch
100 Thieves can win this now क्योंकि उनके पास Psylocke खुली है.
Like Human Torch like that much. And the Captain America, that's smart. I think Vinny's been doing so well. Nice little wave there from Delena. Good to see all smiles from him. He's a funny guy. Make sure to check out his streams if you have not. But now there's, like we said, a lot of pressure on that guy. He's all smiles right now, but he's going to have to pop off on Psylocke with the Emma Frost team up.
And lock right in. They will, folks, as we progress forward to the start of potentially the final map here. If 100 Thieves can push through and get the job done, remember, folks.
भाई जय श्री राम भाई, जय श्री राम बोल के भाई.
Of 5.
लगा दो.
First to 3.
First to 3 coming up.
As we get into the map here right now, we will see the compositions run. I do think 100 Thieves once again won the banning phase. Millennia going to be on that Jeff, but that's just for a speed boost. And that will be switched right back to that Luna. Vinny is going to be playing, ooh, I like the Venom pick instead of the Cap. TTK clearly going to be running that Emma, which has found a ton of success throughout this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of success indeed. I think Gonbei has been that man to play the Captain America. And you can see, I mean, the prioritization of Captain America has been a little bit more of an Asia region sort of thing. And right now, oh my goodness, the pull, and then also Asphalt coming through with the Terra Cape. Take down Delena early on.
And Terra going to put some damage out, supply those passives, and it's not going to be enough to drive them off to the off angle. They're still holding on firm here. A little bit of juking, the ASD movement, if you will, and we've got Taro Cookie gonna keep the pressure on as we see.
TTK ने मार दिया
Down goes one,
गुलान को.
on the side of 100 Thieves. Terra now
उनका बंदा आ चुका है भाई. अब GG हो सकता है पहली फाइट.
To walk back as Vinny gets headlocked.
Delena died भाई वापस से.
Numbers are still in 100 Thieves' favor.
100 Thieves.
And Terra gonna keep the pressure on, gonna walk in.
Terra की माँ का मुझे भाई Terra गांड मार रहा भाई.
By Vinny, who's just trying to take the space. Terra gonna clean up Spald now with a triple KO, and that is how you dominate space.
Absolutely indeed. Now 100 Thieves built up those ultimates for the upcoming fight. Take point first, and that's huge considering OUG on domination looked pretty damn good earlier, man. So we'll see how things continue for OUG as they have to kind of come back through, find these opening picks, get that.
यार पिछली बारी भी यही हुआ था भाई. OUG वालों ने भाई मार खाई थी.
I need to see more out of Taro Cookie, I think, at the moment, because right now Terra has been putting on an absolute masterclass performance.
And we start again. Vinny gonna start applying that pressure, does have the feast. Out we go with the fade. It gets matched right back. So we will have colors everywhere. But remember, if this map does shift, it does lift it. Terra fighting Terra through that is insane. That two-piece is going to be invaluable with 45 on the clock. Trying to get to that threshold that makes it dangerous for OUG.
I respect for Terra, bhai.
Now OUG is forced to reset. Can they chase for even more staggers? We will find out shortly. They do not.
No, they don't indeed. They're looking so good right now, man.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the 100 Thieves of old that we know showing up on LAN for a $500,000 tournament to cement themselves as the best team in the world in Marvel Rivals. And also, the bigger deal is there's so much pressure on OUG. The last Chinese team left in the tournament as Nova in that in the play-ins already are out, man. So for OUG, they have all the ultimates to work with, but so does the 100 Thieves.
Vinny up on height, ready to make the feast play happen. They will have that damage boost with Millennia. Remember, that does make the threat of a one-shot far more available as Taro Cookie gets driven back. Down go all the cooldowns, but it doesn't matter as Delena falls. Vinny goes down. The ult was canceled.
Vinny नहीं है तो ये बस अब वो कर रहे हैं, होल्ड करने की ट्राई. भाई ये वापस से मलेना की माँ बहने कर रहे हैं भाई.
It is one fight territory.
Yeah, it's almost like a free fight win, it feels like, the Meteor M combination with the Phoenix, and that's what we talked about with a lot of the pro players, that fact that there's a lot of one-shot combinations, right? You use that Phoenix ultimately, we talked about with the Meteor M. There's more stuff like that in the game, obviously, as we see it with the Luna Snow Dance Floor. So with that combination, it's kind of the free win. Now for OUG, how can they win this upcoming fight when they have the point control? It's 98% of the board. They don't have that one-shot combo right now. 100 Thieves obviously have a different combination, different win conditions with that Vinny on that Feast of the Abyss, like you said. Also a Psionic Seduction point to go out, but Terra has to connect with this ultimate, and he's been so good on Phoenix so far, like we said.
Yeah, the tricky part now is turning your brain to make a different play. You don't want to pop the shield when you see Phoenix coming down. You want to wait till after, which is so confusing and messes with you, right? Obviously, the timing can be tricky. If the Meteor lands at the same time, you really need to ensure that you don't do it. Millennia going to find Hetlot here, and that's going to put them up in numbers. Remember, 98%, 46 here for OUG. It's not threatening at all yet. As we see Delena keep pressing forward, trying to damage out, does have that dance, but trying to hold on to it, doesn't need to.
Oh, Chonama Yukura got to one.
Again!
Oh!
Millennia build a little bit different. Delena gonna find one in Terra, cleans that up, and that is gonna be map one. Wow, 100 Thieves looked clinical.
Dude, we talked about big shoes to fill. This man came in like a giant, stepped on SJP's shoes. I mean, what an insane performance from Millennia.
in that first round.
अब
Because
इनके
finding
पास
those
भी
picks
है,
is not an easy
लेकिन
task for a sub coming through. And
बट
man,
यार वही है
100
ना कि
Thieves
वैनम
going
करेगा
out
क्यों,
around
क्योंकि वो मर
again.
सकता है.
If they win it here, man, that puts them forward into that bracket. I believe into that semifinals in this top. With that put them in the top.
हाँ भाई TT के.
Yeah, we see Millennia on other teams as a duelist, hit scan duelist, so it does translate very
यार
well, like you said,
कंट्रोलर एक
into
बार
Luna.
ऊपर कर दे यार.
KO potential there with Luna, just raw damage. Obviously, the clap being incredibly impactful in terms of healing per second.
Terra
The
भाई,
ultimate's
Terra
incredibly strong.
OP.
It's all about communication, and as a duelist, you know how to synergize with that well. You understand the position of how you got to combo, right? You know what you want, so you're able to do it yourself when you're on the strat line. The question that I have is the hero pool deep enough? I do believe he's playing incredibly well on Luna, but is it deep enough?
Yeah, we'll see later on if anybody wants to target maybe Millennia. I hate to call out stuff like that, considering maybe teams listening or something like that could make adaptations like that. I know it's something like somebody team like 100 Thieves are excited for that, as you hear OUG's fans trying to pump them back up in the
Millennia वो खेल रहा है, Wolf खेल
They're
रहा है,
going,
Diana Wolf
Gyro,
खेल
as they
रहा
call
है,
it over here in
Terra
Mandarin,
उसके
as
लिए वो
that
खेल
sort
रहा
of
है
a
भाई.
chant, like let's go, get the team's hype built up.
Vini वो खेल रहा है,
For
लेकिन
OUG,
क्या
they
कहते
need it
हैं,
right now. They need some
Thing.
form of energy to come back, because that was a pretty brutal round one.
Agreed, and here we go. Damage reduction out from Olan, trying to make a play with the last into Lena.
Elena got one.
Lena is going to be on the Wolf. Up we go.
Ult मार दी उसने. Oh shit. भाई Terra ने एक और मार दिया भाई. GG है 100 Thieves के लिए एक और.
And they are resetting now with OUG holding on to Ganbei's ultimate, soon to have Spald and Hetlot. But on 100 Thieves, we have TTK ready, Terra very
Wolverine
close,
switch.
and Harvey. That again.
Don't know how I feel about that.
Great position.
But
team OUG
it
reminds me, it
doesn't
feels like a
matter.
lot like Shroud X in the old days, right? Put sort of Terra over to the Star-Lord, sort of figuring things out. Right now, I do like putting Terra over to that Bucky, but they put Milan on the Star-Lord, putting him on the Punisher instead, playing full counter to the Thing.
Okay, अब भाई वो उसके लिए भाई Phoenix के लिए वो ले आए हैं ये Bucky और वो. Okay, pressure game खेल रहे हैं अब. Punisher got
of a panic switch situation. You need to lock in Spald.
बंदे पकड़े तो गए हैं, but doesn't get any value out of that. भाई बंदे पकड़े गए.
Will they be able to clean it up?
ओ देखा ये भाई अल्ट भाई और भाई विनी ने जो अल्ट मारा भाई. ओ शिट.
As Terra gets a few walking them back.
Terra ने जूत बजा दिया उतने में.
That is not good. A Staggerfest forcing them back with even more time. 10 seconds on as Ganbei is going to have to reset.
And look, Delena's hiding around the corner,
भाई
feeling confident.
एक और एक फाइट की गेम रह जाएगी फिर से.
This would feel so
फिर आएगा
good.
मजा.
Ganbei's over to the Thing. Terra's now over to that Punisher. This team is lost at the current moment, trying to figure something out. It feels kind of hopeless.
This is crazy,
for
भाई.
OUG.
This is crazy.
But if any team can do it, it's
I
a team
have
that
a
was
call,
dominant
guys.
for so
एक मिनट
long
रुको.
in China. OUG pretty much last fight territory to keep the upper bracket hopes alive.
Hello.
100 Thieves wants this win to prove that they still got what it takes and prove us wrong on our predictions. They know they can do it as they are taking on a team that is storied. OUG is on their heels. 100 Thieves want this win as we begin another fight, which could be the final fight of this series. Out goes a tackle to Lena. He does have last stand. Out we go with the Psionic. Doesn't get too much value. Punisher is out, and down goes Terra. That is a good ult there by Taro Cookie, who now finds the space, looking at TTK. Last stand is up. Does it find purchase? It does at least burn the cooldown. Passive from Olan, who is healed back up and should soon have last stand as
Vinini got one और भाई मलाना मोलान भाई अगर मार सकता है तो ही हो पाएगा. ठीक है भाई नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं भाई, वो छोड़ ही नहीं रहे हैं भाई, छोड़ा ही नहीं. 100 Thieves ने भाई
if you told me Millennia was a sub or a coach, whatever you may say, that was
respect.
Finding those kicks. Then in that last map we talked to, I know when we listened to 100 Thieves in their scripts, and I was watching them play versus Envy.
Controller तो लेके जा अपना
Constant
फुद्दू.
thing said by Marshall, aka Terra. It's why are we using Luna's so early? These guys and their strategist ultimates, their timing has to be perfect, right? And that's what it is in this game. That's what we talk about Marvel Rivals being a very macro-centric game. If you use your Luna Snow ultimate even a second early, sure, you're like, it doesn't matter in the moment, but man, strategist ultimates are so important, and Millennia to come in and sort of understand that as a coach, it's giving him those opportunities to be like, okay, I'm going to wait to the very last second dance floor, because as soon as my team can disengage and live, That gives my team opportunity to
उसके कोच
counter
के साथ
something like
किसी ने
Milan,
हाथ
because
ही
we
नहीं
saw
मिलाया
they use the dance floor. Long fight, overextended
GG
fight. That was kind of how what happens
भाई
in those sort of fights. After that, Milan sets up his last stand. Guess who has ultimate to match it? Like we saw in that game number 2, it's Harvey
भाई रुको
on the
भाई
opposite side, knowing where Milan is, to counter with Eternal Bond.
Yeah, honestly, the countering of Eternal Bond onto a tackled last stand is
TT
far more difficult than it sounds, because you have to predict where the tackle is going to go, and it's a distance. It can be a far distance. So what a play by Harvey as well. The strat line looking great. I do agree with you. You got to say Millennia.
Well, you talked about these players being so
सारे
so
Marvel
next level,
Rival
especially a lot of top players and top teams. The 100 Thieves, sure, we've heard they've been
Marvel Rivals TTK सेटिंग से आ रहा कंट्रोलर भाई टॉप टियर किड यही है भाई
These are for the settings in game. I start off with no vibration, and normally I just have settings for strange mag and DPS magic, Bucky and magic. Strange, but I like for mag I've adapted to like stay on 140, but I've put it the same as strange now. They're both at 210.
TTK भाई
The settings I use
रेटिकल
works
का
to
नाम ही
just
TTK
balance how
रखा है
freely I
भाई
can move with my joysticks, like without feeling like there's too much pull or not enough aim assist. And I've realized you just know what aim assist, or like barely any on PC. So
टॉप टियर किड भाई
yeah, that's why I do it. And I do not play on linear. I play on dual just because there's
वीडियो डाल रहा भाई 1 महीने पहले डाली थी लास्ट ठीक है
yeah, it's a Hulk, I think. What the fuck is that? Oh, the Venom. See? I'm doing that shit.
Oh, I'm pissed. Just kill that guy. Wait, I haven't hello?
I'm with you.
I can die.
भाई इसके उसमें जाके लिखता हूँ विच कंट्रोलर डू यू यूज कमेंट मारते हैं भाई WITCH विच ओ सॉरी क्विच लिख दिया Would it be cool if we didn't an update controller video? I want to be at least 1/4 as good as you. अरे भैया WTTK WITCH भाई लिख देते न छोड़ो भाई अभी तो बाद में लिखूंगा इसके चैनल मिल गया ना सब्सक्राइब करो भाई सारे जाके इसको मेरे 100 सब्सक्राइबर दे दो है
a competitive region in less than a year is going to be very difficult, right? Especially depending on player base of the game and stuff like that. There's so many different outlying factors. For OUG, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them again come back stronger.
Yeah, I think that Marvel Rivals is a game about adapting and learning. I think that the constant patch changes.
क्या नाम
Even
था?
things like recently we've been seeing
Top tier kid.
positions coming out. We've been seeing the combination with Phoenix far more consistently now. And we had I
Top tier
mentioned that a little bit
kid.
in the game. It's like you almost have to shift your brain in how you normally play the game if you want to counter that, and that is very difficult to do. You see object coming towards you, you shield, you protect. But if you shield and protect, you fall, you get KO'd immediately after. You need to let it hit you and then try to stay up with shields and protection with the last millisecond of HP, or when you're at like 5% HP from the ultimate. It's just so tricky. So constant new stuff happening. You need to be able to adapt.
Which controller do you use?
Will we see it?
Yep, absolutely. Will we see it? Indeed, we'll have to wait and see. And going back and looking back at the stats of this squad, I mean, 100 Thieves, we'll just see. Let's just, before I even look at this, how good did Terra do? Actually, it looks like gapped again, unfortunately. Well, Terra actually did pretty solid. But unfortunately, I think we said front to back kind of compositionally, OUG just loses in that department. And I think the biggest thing for 100 Thieves, I think this is such a big win, right? Considering how they've played throughout the history of this game. Sentinels already sent down to that loser's brackets. So one of their big sort of thorns in their side of the overarching North American side is gone, right? At the current moment, down in that lower brackets where 100 Thieves set themselves up. Rivalry is still, sort of on the opposite side. So we'll see if we see that matchup again. But 100 Thieves right now, I mean, they look as good as they've ever looked.
It's so true.
Yeah.
I love to see it. You want to see a team show up You know, it's tough for OUG. I love the energy in the crowd. When it's insane when you're here, right? You get to experience just the raw energy in the room. But I think 100 Thieves looked. If for some reason, it's all about being on the stage.
And we all doubted the 100 Thieves. I feel like,
so
and
too,
that can't be understated. Like I feel like because we have a lot of Millennia MVP.
Wow,
There we
I
go.
love
Millennia को
Oh my
MVP मिला है.
goodness.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
I mean, well deserved. This guy, SJP is a phenomenal player too, but Millennia stepped in and done such a great job, right? That's the biggest thing. Is that it's a lot of
बेचारे के
stress on his
झूठ बच
shoulders,
जाते
and
थे
he's really
बात
lived
बात
up
पे.
to expectations. So right now, we'll see how
एक
Thieves
मिनट
does
इतनी देर
in
से
the
चैट
overarching
नहीं आ रही
scheme
थी
of
मेरे को
scheme of things.
क्वेश्चन
But right
मार्क.
now, Envy, 100 Thieves,
अच्छा
two
अभी अभी
teams
लिखा
that
है
are moving forward in this
एगो
upper
चैलेंज
bracket,
अलॉट
two
भाई
North American
लूजिंग
rosters, both Chinese rosters, or one Chinese roster on the brink of losing. We're going to see
भाई
upcoming another
they are
match. The
so
last match of the day is going to be
good
Reject
that कि भाई
versus Ground Zero. So we
ईगो
have
चेल
Korea
करने के
versus
बाद
the
भी जीत रहे हैं
Australian
भाई.
side, the Oceania region, and that's going to be a lot of fun because that's also another side of does the Oceania region
भाई
drop down and
मैं
lose a
उनको तो
bracket,
आज एक
or is the
नई वो
last
चीज
hope of
सीख
Korea
गया हूँ
going to
भाई
falter,
मैं.
man? So really exciting.
भाई
Right now,
फीनिक्स
North
का
America's
आल्ट
looking
उसके
pretty
ऊपर
damn
मैग्नेट
good.
होगा आल्ट
Are
बेंच
at
तो
this moment, and I am very excited for the
खत्म.
next series. It is going to be a battle of the regions that maybe are a little smaller in terms of just teams in general.
Yeah.
Looking at some of these plays are insane, by the way, in the background, Tara. That combination with clobbering time, another one of those more unique combinations that makes a ton of sense to me. It's all about hitting a mean clobbering time on a map like this where they're forced in a tight angle, and all you do is just sit and wait for that moment. It pans out in spades as they do clean that up.
Yeah, and you were talking about smaller regions.
भाई कॉल आ रहा है
Just
मेरे
like
को एक
us,
मिनट म्यूट
smaller
करना पड़ेगा
regions
भाई.
doesn't always determine your max potential, such
एक
as
मिनट
height
guys.
in real life. But me and Shib, both 7-foot freaks of nature.
Something like
I mean,
that.
yeah, absolutely huge people here on the stage. Massive units, just like Leg Day.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
When Cozy gets here, you'll see we're much taller than him.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be way taller. We'll be off the screen. You know,
of
just
course.
as per usual. You know, with us freaks of nature that are this tall, we grow off screen. I mean, that's just what happens. But
Mr.
right
Fantastic.
Yeah, Mr. Fantastic, start stretching.
Yeah.
I'll stretch you out, man. Just get going. You know, like those old machines. Yeah, pull you on this side, bro. Just get you going. Break your back for the finals. You're just gonna be broken, falling in the wheelchair. Professor X up here, brother. That might happen potentially. But regardless, man, North America's looking good. And you know me, I'm not very biased. I think that a lot of the
you said you want us to lose.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's
listen.
a joke. It's a joke.
Well, no, I
Sure,
was going to
of course.
predict OUG actually earlier on before the tournament. I was changing things last second.
As we do.
Predictions.
I did too.
For sure. But, like, I think everybody does have, like, that sort of nationality bias, right? Everybody wants their team to win, especially if they're from your country, right? We look over, I imagine there's a lot of 100 Thieves fans in North America, a lot of Nade Shot fans, and I know Nade Shot's probably talking, you know, a lot of smack to Rob, potentially for Sentinels, because they drop down below, and we love both of those guys as well. But, you know, regardless, everybody behind the scenes, I think, regardless where you come from, you're going to want to root for your team sometimes.
Absolutely.
Right? So a lot of, you know, the talent from EMEA are like, guys, EMEA is so good, and I agree 100%. A lot of the North American guys want the North American teams to win. You know, obviously Oceania, we got those guys that want them to win as well as the Asia region. So everybody's sort of focusing on their nationalities and their regions. But honestly, we just want to see the best teams compete.
Yeah, I just want to see close games and them duking it out. I think that we've seen some of that over this tournament already, and it's been a ton of fun to watch. And, you know, like we you know, I can't say it again, or I am going to say it again. All these teams are so close, so it's really any given day. But OUG, 100 Thieves, OUG looked so good in map 1, too.
They did.
Which is the strange thing. I think
they fell apart, man, later on. I mean, what do you think is the reason? Was it the ban phase?
Yeah, it was the ban phase. They just learned. They said, okay, well, we identified the problems, we changed. And OUG said, we identified the problems, we are not going to change anything. I think, you know, maybe they had looked at this is the conversation I was thinking in my head, is because they weren't able to play Loki a lot simply because of the fact that it was banned all the time for the side of 100 Thieves. But I don't think they ever intended on playing Loki simply because Millennia just seemed like it was always locked into that Luna. But we may see a change there, you know, and Millennium may have more heroes up the sleeve. But we never saw that change. We do not know, which is Shrouded in Mystery is a strategy, right? We've seen that be successful in tournaments in the past. If you don't know informations or you have compositions that you have been harnessing and practicing that you are not known for in past tournaments, that is enough of a buff.
It's freaky,
to take
man.
a W.
It's so scary. It really is like the dark horse. That's what we're talking about with OUG being such an anomaly, right? This team could just come in and do anything. But you know what? I feel like my biggest takeaway, because one time, like a couple weeks ago, I just sat down. You saw we were watching our games right in the Ignite stage. Stage 1. I was co-streaming every single of the EMEA matches.
भाई अभी एक और मैच होगा.
And that was the one time I just really burned out that week. I started watching too much Marvel Rivals, which is apparently possible.
I love it.
It's possible sometimes to just watch a little too much, maybe get a little burned out. But that was so
भाई
much
तू
of this
TTK
game,
हो गया
I
उसमें
feel
जाके
like,
देख रहा था क्या?
people will be like, okay, certain regions have certain play styles.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, I just feel like the game.
अबे तो
There's a way
टीटी
to
के
play the
उसमें
game.
जाके देख रहा
There
था
is
क्या?
the right way to play the game. Everybody's trying to figure it out. So there's nothing specific. Whenever
Oh
somebody
shit.
asks me, they're like, "Who is the best region, and why is this region good at certain things, or whatever?" Or this region is doing something so unique, so special, so exciting. And I think that there is a factor of that. But the biggest thing, I think
Edit कैसे
every
करते
region
हैं
sort of
भाई?
is trying to compete through the same goal, and because of that, I feel like there's a lot of similarities playstyle-wise. There's not that much of a difference between North America, EMEA, Oceania, or Asia entirety. Everybody is still playing Marvel Rivals at the end of the day, and because of that, they're playing the same game. I feel like everybody sort of comes up with the same solution. Sure, there might be different sort of paths to that solution, but you still have to find the best composition per patch, and because of what you talked about on day one, this game has patches every single month. We're constantly updating the game of Marvel Rivals. There's so much you have to learn in such a quick amount of time, especially for these pro players.
I think that's really well put. I think the only thing that's not even necessarily a rebuttal, it's just teams have various strengths, right? And every team is trying to perfect that strength, whether it's dive or a composition that they're more fluid with, a Venom composition, a Cap composition, or more pokey brawly composition. Every team is working to perfect that, and it's not really about region. It's more so, what can we do to ensure that strength of ours is as optimal as possible? But we are going to be heading over to an interview with Terra. I cannot wait to see what he says about that return around after
map lost, but we're able to bring it back fairly well. So the question is, how do you feel about that series?
I mean, I feel really good about the series. Obviously, we didn't play to our best expectations coming into that series, but we make everything that we anything happen because we obviously should have won round one. We won draft and all that, but we lost it. And then after coming up to the second round, we lost draft badly, but then we come back. Doesn't matter how badly you lost draft, you just got to keep going.
So we're talking about ups and downs, like you say, it doesn't matter how much you lose, but this is obviously a big international event, potentially the first of some of your players. Tell me about some of the ups and downs of the actual prep when it comes to this tournament.
I mean, ups and downs, prep, there haven't been really any downs, only been ups because in these events, you should never focus on the downs. You always have to keep going forward. You never dwell in the past or anything like that.
भाई इस नंबर पर कर दो, ठीक है ना भाई?
So your opponent for the next matchup is going to be either Reject or Ground Zero. The question is, do you have a preference? And if so, which one is it?
As I said, I mean, it's a tournament. You have to expect anything, so there's no preference. You have to be ready to play whoever you have to be played, and you have to just bring your best every day.
So there have been some strong statements from a couple of the other teams, including your fellow America's representatives in the form of Envy. So my question is, it's only fair if you also get your chance to speak to the audience at large and to the other teams.
I mean, obviously, none of the beef is actually real. We're all friends, we're all messing around and all that. And it brings the exposure. No one wants an event that is no trash talk between people, and it brings a really good exposure to the game. So, I mean, Fallujah's old, so that's it.
Well, you'll be moving on to the semi-finals tomorrow. So once again, Terra, thank you very much for joining me, and we're going to be heading back to the casters.
Let's go! भाई एनवी तगड़ी टीम है. Which controller do top tier kid use? सब सीटी के लिख देते हैं भाई. भाई ये बंद करो अब. भाई मेरे को एक कंट्रोलर लेना है भाई, क्या करें अब? कंट्रोलर के पैसे नहीं है, लेकिन कंट्रोलर लेना जरूरी है. हाँ, ये टॉप टियर किड ने बताया नहीं क्या कभी कि कौन सा कंट्रोलर यूज करता है ये?
He's on controller? Who? I'm sorry.
This guy is a controller player, and he's the #1 player in the world. He's literally #1 in the world right now, and he plays controller. And he won the tournament? Yeah, we're spectating. #1 controller player, Marvel Rivals. Quite literally, he's #1 on the leaderboard. Are you guys sure?
No, I'm like that.
Alright, awesome. I have a group penny, bro. Look, they're triple tank. Go Moon Knight.
Are they not setting up there?
They are, but...
I watch this shit.
What am I taking so much damage from?
Well, there's support. Yep, that's fine.
पैनी के तो जूस पड़ गए.
Yeah, you're doing no damage, bro.
Yeah, I know, because they're setting in a different support that's setting over there.
They have Squirrel Go. These guys know our strat. They're stream sniping.
अच्छा हीलर सारे हील कर रहे हैं उधर से.
Okay. It's easy.
Fuck.
These guys are actually sniping. No.
पेड़े मारने लगी.
I mean, we play against these guys every day, pretty much.
Oh, another.
लहरा को फाइनल में जाना के लिए they have to beat both.
I don't think they have anything yet, right?
And OTG at least. Let's see भाई, OTG तो भाई बहुत तगड़ी टीम है भाई.
Wait, that's a spot? Vinny, look at this spot. That's a big strange oak. But that's a big spot.
I would just do it anyways.
कितने साल का है TT के? Oh shit!
Eric would rather go for the questioner, man. Hey, he got 2. What do you mean? No, it's because I was like 3 literally stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, but they're in the trance, bro.
Yeah, there were 2 out of the trance.
Well, Felix is going in. Yo, Felix, we're down.
Just live almost back to front. Who else? Walls.
Put ult in a second.
अभी तो अल्ट मारी थी.
You guys play Q
No, I tried to push him and I don't know, it didn't work somehow. Why didn't it work, man? Damn it.
Because Tappa 19 years old भाई. मेरे जितना है भाई ये TT के. मैं भी 20 का होऊंगा भाई इस साल.
I am ready to put on a show.
I can hold after and kill something. This was. It's so big.
Oh, invisible woman ult की मार चुकी है.
Holy shit.
GG.
He said let's hug and he's just walking at me on Magneto.
There, little bot chicken fatty.
भाई यार कंट्रोलर देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को अपने लिए बढ़िया था.
Alright.
Got a kill.
That's all I have for you, bub.
I killed a support.
रुको कॉल आ रहा है भाई, म्यूट करना पड़ेगा.
What did I kill? It's different.
Bro, Eric, what time do you sleep?
They're weak.
I woke up like at 6 p.m. today.
Yeah, they're on the field.
I just wondering where you're still up.
Yeah.
I gotta kill this.
They have an amp. They're doing a lot of damage, dude.
Oh no, I swear we could have.
Fuck his irons.
There's a mag
look at
behind
Craigie.
us.
Look at Craigie. Hello. Are these people real on tank? Do I go through supports now?
Probably.
Or do I ult?
What were you just talking about? Those comp counters.
It does, but they're on double shield now.
What the fuck is going on?
Feel the wrath of the
We don't have anything, do we?
We do.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I can get a kill after. But it's lit.
Probably
Yeah,
not.
all in.
Oh no, dude. Be honest.
Why protect?
Oh my god.
I'll flush cards in.
Oh, I have Mantis heals. Awesome. I really don't like this map, to be honest.
Such newfound power.
They're all weak. They're all weak. They're all weak.
A nice deep
oh I want to have another out.
Is the game on roller?
Apple.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
We have a
Luno.
I see that. It's the grand finale.
भाई ऐसे फोकस कर देते हैं भाई सारे.
I die. I can't live. I come through support.
A nice deep freeze.
समझ लो ये बंदा ऐसे खेल रहा था टॉप टियर किड इग्नाइट में. ग्राउंड 0. भाई लड़की है भाई इनकी टीम में, आरसी वालों की टीम में. सोनी सी लड़की भाई. भाई साहब.
Marvel Rivals just added this setting, and if you're not using it as a PC player, you are a fraud.
You are throwing.
Here are the best settings for controller on Marvel Rivals. So I usually play keyboard and mouse, but I wanted to try out controller just to see if it was any good, and I've managed to reach Diamond 2 in just 1 week. I messed around with so many.
What's up, guys? It's been a long time since.
भाई मेरे को इनकी सुननी ही नहीं है भाई. मैं टीटीके का ही देखूंगा जब आएगी. अभी तो इग्नाइट में है.
It is time for our final match of our second day of play. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our first team, Reject.
Strategist. Vanguard. Duelist. नहीं वैनगार्ड हेड है ये. भाई लड़कियों को स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट ही खिला रहे हैं भाई. म्यूजिक. भाई ये तो छोटी सी लग रही है यार. कोई डायलॉग कहाँ से आ गई है?
Reject in name, but not in nature. They are the sole surviving members of the Asia representatives. They are also the region's champions. Having shown tenacity and guile, they are here to try and take it all. Please welcome Reject.
भाई साइलॉक भाई भाई यार 100 टीम का वो लगा सही 100 टीम्स का चप्पलों में आ रहे हैं भाई वो खेलने के लिए सारे जूते पहन के आ रहे हैं भाई वैनगार्ड ड्यूलिस्ट गोरा कुछ करेगा भाई ये स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट मोटे स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट यार मोटा छोटा नहीं बोलना चाहिए मेरे को बट ठीक है ड्यूलिस्ट क्या 3 ड्यूलिस्ट 1 मिनट सही देखा मैंने 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 बंदे 1 2 3 4 5 6 What the fuck?
In a region with only one spot, the competition is all the fiercer. Only one spot, only one chance. But Ground Zero were unperturbed. They earned their spot here, and with lots of experience playing against the Asia teams, they are in with an incredible shot and should be feared. Please welcome Ground Zero Gaming. This is our final match of the day, and it's gonna be a good one. Let's head back to the casters.
कल एक नया सीजन आ जाएगा भाई.
Final match of the day, indeed, as we progress into seeing, Reject versus Ground Zero. I am so stoked to see how these teams play, both of which teams we don't have a ton of experience watching.
We do not, and that's why it's time to kind of come back through and chill out, you know, watch this last game, because I think a lot of people, for them on stage, are not going to see these. Are they going to see these players for the first time, right? Yeah. This is going to be the first time that a lot of people are watching Reject, especially who upset, I think, Gen G in their own stage 1.
Yes.
Very similar to what happened over in North America, and then also in other regions in EMEA. I think with Rad winning, and then also in North America with the side of Envy getting 3rd place. So a lot of regions had shakeups and different things sort of happened. Same thing with I believe Kenga Esports for the Oceania region. The fact that Ground Zero was a team to make it was definitely crazy, right? A very good team over there. There's so many good teams in the Oceania region, which I know Liger likes to talk about behind the scenes. And it's true, there's a lot of very good talent from that region.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to get eyes on them today. We talk about smaller regions and rivalries, obviously being very impactful and important, but coming through with only one slot there over in that region and making your way to this tournament is got to be exceptionally hyped. Yes. But then going against another team of a similar size on game 1 of this side of the bracket, there is a conversation saying maybe this side of the bracket is a little bit, quote unquote, easier, but it's untested, and in these LAN events, anything can happen, so that can't be said.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not, unfortunately, when we're at the mid-season, it almost seems like nothing is easy.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just get free bread, right? It's not just an easy way to the top, right?
Sure.
And I think over here, like, there's like literally the best team from Oceania playing right now, and this is also Reject, the last hope of Korea, basically, guys. Like, Gen G is already out of the tournament, so are Nova. We have a lot of these Asia regions, I think, are starting to sort of realize the prominence of the Western scene right now. I mean, there's a lot of good teams from the West, and not to say there isn't from Asia, but I think a lot of the top Asian talent is probably a little bit spread out, right?
Sure.
That's the difficulty when your region is maybe not as big in terms of player count, right? You can sort of, you have those pieces, but sometimes those pieces are not in the right places.
Yeah, okay, I absolutely respect that. I think, these teams, from my understanding, are running a little more unique compositions. They like that damage boost comp that we had been seeing, so I think there is potential to see Mantis being banned. I know that, they're not afraid to run some more off. We've seen 3 and 3 for the side of Ground Zero, which I think is crazy in terms of just in general, not just on a spawn door hold. Three Vanguard, three Vanguard, three strategists. So can definitely get unique here. I'm just looking forward to seeing if that actually pops up. I want to see some more different stuff. We talked about, it's funny, we should mention this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about, we wanted to see something unique. I wanted to see the Thing getting thrown by Johnny, and you wanted to see Jeff, and it happened in the exact same day. So, yeah, I mean, what's next? I don't even know.
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. We got to think of more things that I want to see. You want to see
Let me
Thor?
see Thor, I
yeah,
guess?
Thor and Belky.
Yeah.
You got Thor.
Yeah.
I got Penny Parker.
Perfect.
There we go. Job done. And that's interesting that we haven't seen too much of those two things. Like Thor, it's harder, I think, in the current patch to run Thor. You said that later on things are going to change, but right now it's been tough.
Yeah, for those who maybe don't know, in the upcoming patch, Thor is going to see some love when he uses his bubble. It will actually ground opponents, which is going to be great for anti-dive, just peeling in the backline, and also for your ultimate to find value. But I think with Penny, it's difficult because that ult is just not great. It's essentially just a sustain ult that doesn't last long.
Well, and that patch you're talking about is coming on August 8th at 9 a.m. So
beautiful.
Coming up, Season 3.5, man, I'm so pumped for that.
Yeah.
We're going to see Blade too. Some
I can't wait for Blade.
anti-heal. I'm sure a lot of people are excited for that because that's the first time we're going to see anti-heal in this game when strategist ults are that good.
Yeah, I mean, just from looking at Blade in some of these streams, you get anti-heal on that ultimate, which is crazy, and then also when you dash with your shoddy out. So a little bit of you can apply it in multiple ways, and that, that's going to enable some more one-shot combos on these strategists, so it just changes the game completely.
And as somebody that mains an anti-heal character, I'm excited for all of the Blade mains to get all of the flame on social media. Everybody's going to be like, damn, this character's so broken, it's so disgusting, get rid of it and remove it from the game. Every time, brother, every time. It feels like every single patch somebody has something to complain about, and that's what makes this game so great, I feel like, is the fact that there's always something to complain about. But if you're a lot of people that complain about things usually don't have a lot going wrong in their life, especially if they're complaining about video game patches. So, it's a good situation to be in, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and things constantly change, right? Like, for example, Thor may have been the most meta, and now we're going to see that change. We're going to see, at Warlock, with no longer having that Guardian's Revival composition and then now he's going to have a team up with Luna that enables her to be anti-dive. Just the stuff changing consistently at that amount, at that
Luna
level,
will get
is
banned,
shift up
bhai.
how the game is played and
High
how the
ranks
bans
mein
are
bhi
structured. I mean,
dono
even from this
mein
tournament,
honge,
from
bhai.
when we saw Ignite Stage 1,
But
the bans have been
nobody
vastly
knows.
different. It was Mag Emma guaranteed every game. Torch was there sometimes, but now we're going to see this Torch coming out maybe in this next patch. Instead of being the target priority, we have something else.
Right, yeah, that's going to be something that's going to be, I feel like this patch too has been like pretty damn good. You know what I mean? Like, it's been compared to previous patches with Torch, I think, being so oppressive. He's as strong, don't get me wrong, with people banning him and stuff, but the difference, I think, this patch is that Torch is not as OP. Same thing with Iron Fist, same thing with Psylocke's still pretty strong. But, there's a lot of things that are a little bit more, allow for a little more versatility, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. Maybe some of these duelists getting nerfed a little bit is bringing in those triple strategist compositions that you were talking about. Maybe the opportunity to play triple strategist, triple Vanguard if you really want.
Yeah.
And speaking of actually an interesting comp too that I was talking to, bit of a funnier comp, I suppose, when we talk about Reject. Maybe we'll bring it up later. The Gator comp is something that I want to maybe bring up when we see Team Envy again. Have you heard about that one? We'll talk about it maybe, but
a little bit, yeah. So let's dive in here. We see the team comp. You got Gargoyle, Mocha, one of the few female strategists leading right alongside of Aramori at this level play.
Crazy.
Awesome, awesome
Cool.
to see at this level. We got
Yeah.
Dobie, Piggy, Finale, and Gnome, and they are an incredibly strong team. A little bit under the radar. They want to known as being another one of those, chill vibe teams. They want to keep their calm, cool composure, and I do think that's super important for comms, and also just for when you panic switch. You know what I mean? That is no longer an issue. You discuss as a team, and you make the adapt to the situation as we look over to Ground Zero.
Yeah, looking at Ground Zero, I mean, it's Zen Starry, Maddie, you got King Bob, Nami, and then Dwip, and then also FMCL. And, Liger was talking about these guys, how good they are, and I think the Oceania region has been, a very tight race, I think, to see who's going to actually qualify for this tournament. I know Ground Zero had to beat out, multiple teams twice in a row, so, I think this team definitely has what it takes to continue on in this tournament, do well, considering how there's a lot of good talent from Australia. One that didn't make it, we talked about Demon earlier, and I'm sure we're going to, learn a lot about these guys today when we watch Ground Zero play against one of the best Korean teams in Reject.
And speaking of these guys and learning about them, this team is, and this is going to lead into a whole other conversation I need to have with you. This team has open comms. Sometimes there's an IGL, an in-game leader that will own comms. This team is very much open, where everyone has a piece. They keep comms short, and focused. And then there's someone that tries to lead into the discussion around alt combinations, and that is actually going to be with Zen. And Zen Starry, excuse me, is going to be the one who kind of coordinates those ultimates. Outside of that, it's just keep things calm. If you find someone low, the team echoes comms, and that's when you hear like, Luna, and everybody matches because they make sure they're all on it, right? Like it forces you as a team to be cohesive and locked in.
Yeah, I think the
अच्छा वैसे वाले कौन-से हैं इसमें
it's
उनकी
very
टीम
interesting because like you said, like yeah, an IGL is definitely very crucial.
Yeah,
it can be. If you have somebody that talks as much as, like we saw, I hate bringing him up so much, but that's just the the person that we talked to, I think, before the tournament, and trust me, because we know how that guy yaps a lot, right? And I love Trust as well. He talks a lot, and but that's a good thing. It brings a lot of pressure off of other players, right? When you have somebody that talks that much, you don't have to do as much. You just don't have to say as much, and that lets you focus on yourself and your gameplay. And because there's 6 players in a server, a lot of times it's sort of like you said,
जस्ट गेमिंग के उसमें जाके देखो भाई मेरे कॉम्स कैसे थे जब जिताया मैंने
and that's fine too, because that lets them kind of focus. Yeah, it's just you definitely need communication, and that is in terms of what value you bring to a team. That's how you do it, right? That's how you bring value to a team. That's how I managed to get into literally the tier 1 scene in the previous hero shooter game that shall not be named. It's because of my communication, right? I wasn't the best.
Super important.
Wasn't the most best mechanically skilled player. I wasn't the one that was having the best ultimate usage. But the fact that you can communicate with your team, the fact that you talk with your team is already so much, because a lot of these guys are young.
Yeah.
Some of them are 17, 18, 19. The best sort of learning experiences I had was getting kicked from a team because I didn't talk enough, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what happens, right? You need to kind of break out of your shell if you're a player trying to make it into the tier 1 scene. Have to talk more, especially if you maybe are even with some of the players at the high tier or whatever tier you're at. Talking, that's going to set you apart from anybody else.
Yeah, I agree. I think comms, I mean, you talked about a few points there. The first thing is too many cooks in the kitchen is not the correct route, right? Like, you don't always want to have everyone lead and be super communicative. It's good to have somebody be a little more quiet and listen and then echo comms. But yeah, IGLs, I think that is very important to have someone kind of leading, and that, like I said, they do have that, at least in alt communication. But yes, comms are incredibly important in ranked in general. I think if you want to climb ladder, you do need to have comms. Granted that, if toxicities in any game, you can definitely mute that out, send the ban report or the request, but comms win games, and it's that simple.
I know when I play with you, Shib, I just immediately beat you.
Of course.
Off the rip.
As you should.
As I should. It's just like immediately I'm just like, damn, I hate this guy. Just disgusting.
Comms are too good, yeah.
It's too good.
I understand that.
Get rid of him immediately, just like I do on broadcast. That's why sometimes I don't respond to you. Just
that makes sense.
I've heard some horror stories behind the scenes. Sometimes players will mute their coach before a match, and that is suboptimal to say the least.
Not cohesive.
No, not cohesive indeed. And it's kind of ironic as well, or hypocritical, I think, for me to talk about.
मैच स्टार्ट करो यार, दिमाग खराब हो गया.
It's a different story, I think, for at the
कॉम्स कूम्स की बात कर रहे हो. इट्स जस्ट गेमिंग के उसमें चैनल में जाओ भाई, देखो मैंने जब भाई कॉम्स देने स्टार्ट किए भाई. We performed well. यही कहूँगा मैं सिर्फ, और कुछ नहीं.
That's what we talk about in terms of like Korea as a region, right?
Sure.
As a region, I feel like this is sort of the best region at talking, right? That's why they're so good at hero shooters in general, right? That's why I feel like in the past, Korean teams have dominated hero shooters. It's because their comms are so good. They're so amazing at just coordinating dives together, and I'm sure Gnome leads a lot of those sort of things.
Yeah, I mean, and we're going to get down the line here shortly. This team is, I mean, they're known for being, I think the one thing, like I talked about, they want to be calm, cool. Finale is one of the strongest Psylocks in the game. Is disgusting. I believe
हाँ भाई लोगन, तेरी बारी भाई, देख ले.
Conversation for the best Korean, and I know that is going to be a point that is going to be contested over time. But Finale, I'm excited to see that Psylocke. I wonder if that's going to be banned out. I wonder if they've done their homework. But that has been something that's been consistent. We talked about this team. Piggy on the Vanguard role, very traditional 1 and 2 there with Emma and Mag.
Well, I competed against this guy a lot. He's definitely one of the best, right? This guy as a Vanguard, he is incredibly good, right? This guy just brings so much to a team in terms of his communication, in terms of his actual mechanical skill. He's always somebody to worry about as well. And on the opposite side, I believe, as I'm coming up here,
on, I believe, is that Dobie? Okay, Dobie as well, another phenomenal player, right? And these guys are so good at working together as a unit, right? Just making sure that they're strategist players as well. Like, this region is known for having very strong strategist play, and Dobie's definitely a large part as to why. And
हाँ
like we
भाई
said,
शाइलॉक
with Aramori earlier, we have Mocha as well, one of the only other girl gamers in the entire tournament. So that's kind of a big deal, I feel like, for the Marvel Rivals scene, because we have so many talented young female players.
Yeah, I think when we had a discussion with Aramori, she had mentioned
भाई
that
लोगन
she is
इसकी
essentially on the
आईडी
IGL
ढूंढ
team,
भाई इंस्टा
which
पे
is
इससे
awesome
बात
to
कर
see her
भाई
stepping up. And she is very
ये
much an
सिखाएगी तेरे को
advocate
गेम खेलना
for
मैं कौन
being
होता हूँ
in
भाई
comms, and I'm curious if
तेरी
on
खुद की
this team,
शाइलॉक
yeah, Mocha's a similar story.
And that's always so hard, because I know that, like, you know, males like us, we dominate the space, right? There's like 80% of us, right?
Sure.
Or 90% or whatever. Not that many girl gamers just in games, and it's hard to talk, for sure. Like, I can't imagine what that's like to kind of just have to communicate when, you know, sometimes, you know, there's a lot of mean people on the internet, honestly, and you're trying to talk and then something bad happens.
But what role do you think is the most, what role would you rather have your IGL be? I'm very curious about that.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe tank or something like that? Maybe
Really?
tank,
Okay.
yeah. Because I feel
I
like
would have said strat.
I would too, but also I feel like a lot of the coaches and stuff that we've seen are always looking at the tank players, the Vanguard players, because of the fact that you are kind of setting up plays in the front line. Unfortunately, if you're a strategist, like, it's good to talk about ult charge. That's usually where a lot of the ult charge players, like, people come through, the people that talk about, you know, what the other team's ultimates are about to be, that sort of stuff. And that's a part of it, right? Talking about the ults and stuff. But there's also on the front line, maybe setting up plays, letting your the fellow duelists trying to go for dive help you, because a lot of times duelists are sort of on their own island doing their own thing, but for Vanguards, they are definitely like the core part of the team and decide a lot of the rotations and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, okay, and I like that. And speaking of Vanguards, Duep here, running that main line Mag, Emma, very consistent. You got to have somebody that does that on every team. Mag is still, at this point, an incredibly strong hero, even with the change coming to that bubble. No longer going to be 300 HP, it's going to be 250, but so we're going to see a change.
भाई join कर सकते हो भाई तुम अगर तुम्हें करना तो.
Nami actually a recent pickup for GZ. So this is going to be the big test, right?
Yeah.
Slotting in here recently with the team, trying to get comfortable, seemingly comfortable from the immediate camera presence. I love it.
Well, he said 2-0. Is it 3-0?
I'd love to see that.
I just, maybe a domination, I guess. Maybe that's what he's talking about. Give him a little bit of slack.
He wants that dub, baby. You know, 3-0.
He wants that dub. He's going to go 2-0 and then get reverse swept just like Citadel earlier, dude. Oh, no.
What a callback.
Bob, though. I mean, this guy, I always love people who name themselves Bob. I knew a guy named I knew a guy named Bobbert, and he just talked like he had the most annoying Valorant accent, but it was sort of hilarious. He was like, "Hey guys, how's it going, dude? What's up? What's up? It's me,
the gamer
Bob.
voice, yeah.
Yeah, it's me, Bobbert. How's it going?" And I'm just like, it's the most strange conversation ever with that guy. But we got Matty F on these strategists as well. Very, very talented players across the board, especially the strategists of this team on Ground Zero. But man, right now, in general, Ground Zero has a lot to prove. I think that's what Liger said as well. I mean, as a guy who knows this region so well, this team definitely can upset Reject today if they were to win.
Yeah, I think they want to prove themselves. It's not even necessarily a lot to prove. They just want to be that team that shows up here in this tournament. Zenstarry, one of those group players. So there's about 3 of them at this level of play that are very confident in Groot, but only seen Groot, I believe, 2 maps today, a few times. More than that when we were
भाई कल कैम के साथ करूँगा भाई मैं वीडियो अपने ये वाली.
I'm surprised with the lack of ban on Wolf, but it seems seemingly, you know, especially if Invis is available.
Yeah, and also the lack of counter Invis, too.
Yeah,
like, that happened as well. I mean, there's so
many
tiny things that it just feels like these regions are learning each other inside and out, and those are those tiny differences, like you said earlier, that make a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we're going to see what they do here. I am very excited to look at Reject. Like I said, haven't had too many eyes on. Definitely saw a bit of Ground Zero play. They are a strong team. Just a matter of if they can push forward in this bracket. And I am looking forward to maybe seeing some of that unique composition stuff we were talking about.
मैं पक्षोदी करें भाई. एक 5 टैंक एक रॉकेट भाई ऐसा कुछ कर दें मजा आ जाएगा.
About that, only because when people talk about weird compositions and stuff, I'm thinking like really weird. You know, maybe that's where my brain goes.
यार है तो शानदार है यार ये लड़की.
You know me. So I'm thinking like, you know, triple strategist.
इसके ऊपर ही फोकस करने लग गए भाई कैमरा वाले भी.
Duelist is definitely more weird, I think, these days.
That's the most unique.
Yeah, it's definitely the most unique, but we don't see the Gator comp when I was talking about earlier, which is, I think, what was the acronym for it? What was the way to say it? It was like,
go 6 in 1 rocket.
Yes, you know it. You know it. Yeah, I didn't even know that.
You think that would actually happen here, though? It could be a
rocket.
Yeah. What was the acronym for it? What was the way to say it? It was like
go 6 in 1 rocket.
Yes, you know it.
हाँ भाई मैं भी यही कह रहा था.
You'd have to be really brave. It'd have to be dive, right? Rocket's great at avoiding dive.
Bench, let's
switch
go.
Rocket a lot when you are struggling with that.
Right. And what do you think about when I think earlier when Vinny, I think as a as a re-portal play to come back, swap to the Rocket Raccoon? Like, what do you think about that when they wanted to come back and touch? And
Ground zero, ban.
Do you think that was the right strat? I mean,
Meant
anything is possible, obviously, but
yeah, it's all about the wall running there, right? Like you want a wall run and you want to use it as a way of juking when you come back through portal. So it's just survivability at that point. So we are going to move forward to the banning phase, and it looks like off the rip here, Reject gonna get rid of that torch. Nothing new there. Ground zero off on the Mantis and locking in that Luna.
Okay, all right. I mean, we've seen how good Luna Snow was. I mean, the last map with Millennia as well. Like, that's crazy how
Emma Frost बचाया कैप्टन अमेरिका भाई. कैप्टन अमेरिका बैन हो रहा है भाई. Consistently भाई.
By the way, question. Sorry, I know you're looking at this ban phase, but Venom gets banned as well.
भाई dive ban कर रहे हैं भाई. What the hell?
RC their sort of.
If I'm being completely honest with you, it's what threw me off at the beginning of the broadcast.
Okay, good.
I was like,
I'm thinking about it. I'm like,
There's a C in Reject.
There
but
is.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Just thinking about it.
Yeah. No. I'm not sure. But the locket of
say.
Cloak, so damage boost composition here for Reject. That's what we had an idea that could come through.
Well, that was what. That's what. Did 100 Thieves do that earlier? They did, right? They literally just did.
Oh, Loki खुला है भाई.
Because of how strong that hero is, and on the alpha side, Mantis, Luna Snow bans.
भाई healer ban करने के बाद अभी भाई उनके पास अच्छे healers हैं.
Because obviously Ground Zero is targeting those strategies.
Cloak and Dagger Loki चलेगा.
Players display certain things. So Cloak and Dagger and Protect for the other side of Reject. They cannot play Captain America Torch, Human Torch, or Mantis on the opposite side for Ground Zero.
और उन्होंने भाई Vanguard वगैरह ban किए भाई. What the hell?
And Emma. So very big focus on Vanguards this time on the opposite side for Ground Zero. Maybe trying to pin them into a uncomfortable tank line or Vanguard duo.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those strategies on banning that is maybe not underutilized, but has found success in this tournament.
I don't know भाई. Ground Zero के पास
that makes sense.
options रहेंगे. एक frontline tank Magneto खेल सकते हैं. और साथ में भाई पेयर करने के लिए भाई डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज अच्छा है. Maybe I don't know what will they gonna play, but let's see.
Man, I mean, I think for this series,
Goosebumps, भाई, goosebumps.
I'm taking them today because I kept having, a member of Ground Zero coming to my chat room being like, guys, you don't even know how good Oceania is. You don't know how good this region is. Maybe they have a chance to prove it today. And Shib, what do you think?
You know what? I'm going to go against you because why not? Put me on Reject.
देखा Magneto and Groot.
You got to join the other side of one of us is
with Wolf,
one team. So
how many you going to put on it, bro? How many? I'm just kidding. Maybe not.
Loki दोनों के लिए खुला है. ज़्यादा वो नहीं है. Teams में ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं है. Phoenix is kinda meta.
Yeah, and FMCL, it's funny. FMCL is very much known for playing melee heroes, but when they showed the heroes that were his favorite, they were ranged hit skits. I was wondering if they were playing a little bit of mind games there.
भाई ये क्या हो गया इसको?
On that Phoenix, FMCL early on here trying to make some space, and we see the Groot owning on here as Zen is keeping it up. Finale, one of the strongest duelists potentially in Korea, based on at least what we have been told.
Oh, Groot!
Tackle downtown with a rocket boost jump. Making that grab early and then switching off Rocket to ensure that was still allowed. Tackled right back by FMCL. Good escape there. And still managed to hold on to the passive. That is the key. As I say that, passive popped instantaneously. And they will still battle at this point. Numbers up slightly on the side of Reject. Still owning Nami now. Adding that passive and stacking, but staying on the support ult. You can go in and melee. Tackled out with the last stand. Doesn't get value. FMCL doing it as well. Maddie gonna copy up and no longer have that strategist line on.
Point नहीं मिला किसी को. I don't know why.
This next fight, and they're very close.
Okay, Magneto dies.
Gnome takes out Do It.
Yeah, right now, I mean, nobody capping the point. Look how close it is to being capped for Reject, man. We're right there, but Turtle Bomb comes out. King Bomb wants to stall.
I think Luna की जल्दी खत्म होती है. 12 सेकंड की होती है.
And here comes Zen Starry with a bit of damage. It is going to find one. Gargoyle going to find Maddie. And that's a nice big piggy on FMCL. RC still holding on to the point as they finally get this battle to slow up. Gnome going to take out Zen. And that should be enough for them to get this point. They're going to take this space and push forward.
And the biggest thing is, even though Reject weren't planning those eliminations necessarily, they were at least gaining the space, right? You saw how far Ground Zero was. Positionally, they were always at a disadvantage, having to walk in with their ults against Reject, who can always either decide to kite or kind of push on towards their strategist. So right now in the sort of
उनके लोकी ने बड़ी सही हील की है भाई. लोकी तगड़े हैं भाई.
Were removed. Ground Zero has to kind of walk into Reject right now, and there's also no Invisible Woman to counter both of the Wolverines on the floor.
बुद्धि पकड़ेगी वुल्वरीन की. वुल्वरीन गॉट बबल्ड. Magneto bubbled.
We go with the Eye of Agamotto. Does it land? It does not, or at least it, it did not get enough value. Meteor Ramp downtown.
Oh, Meteor fucked up हो गया है यार.
Escaping. That was a massive left turn. Deciding to just juke the Meteor Ramp was genius. Instead of heading in to that predictable pattern, taking that left turn and just barely escaping it Pixel, but it does not matter as they get walked right back through on the side of Ground Zero, trying to get this point. One left. Finale goes down.
Yeah, good copy, good follow-up there from Maddie, and now Ground Zero sit back on the point. They do have those King Bob as well coming up with that Luna Snow dance, or the Luna Snow dance floor as well. And that's going to be an interesting sort of matchup because in terms of Vanguard, it's not too much of a difference. Obviously, you do have that Emma instead of that Doctor Strange, which is definitely vital, I think, for Team Reject in terms of damage. But the big thing is that Luna Snow versus the Cloak and Dagger matchup. You know, who kind of comes out on top? I think that in terms of just overall sheer presence from King Bob in the neutral, he should do well, but the Terra Cape is always going to be pressure from Mocha.
FMCL last stand. Could it be huge? It is!
Oh, FLCL ने भाई बंदे चक दिए.
They try to meet around the rest, but no, does not go through. Dobby is going to go down, though. Numbers still in their advantage. Huge potential there. Gnome going to find Nami to try to even these odds a little bit. And that is going to be still held here by Ground Zero. 60% on the side of Reject. Up we go with another last stand. And down goes two from Gargoyle on the follow-up. King Bob goes down.
भाई क्या फायदा हुआ आल्ट का? Regroup तो होना पड़ेगा तुम्हें. Maybe not.
It is such a trade
FLCL भाई 1v1 Loki आ गया. Loki ने ओ चक दिए.
Duep on Adobe, are you kidding me?
I mean, how is he doing it? 1v1 Gargoyle again. Gargoyle on the 1v1 on the backside, stun. Get some heals.
I thought it was going to be. Oh! Nami says this one's mine as the percentage is even now.
They almost did it, man. It's so hard for duelists as a duo to clutch in those situations without any vanguards.
Yeah.
But they were so close, especially with those crystals coming through from the side of Dobby. So right now,
भाई 1v1 हो गया था उधर, but health कम थी.
We're closing in on getting that point win, but Ground Zero still holding control over some fantastic vanguard play.
And we begin again at this point. It is close on either side. Tackle Duep going to take out Finale. Great work there. And the Emma Diamond pulled down. Duep not missing a shot here as Biggie goes down. That's two up on the side of Ground Zero. Who wants this W? 93% in a portal will be coming in here from Finale, getting off that Wolverine. But the right click from downtown can knock Finale back into the... Oh, great shield there. I thought I could see some crazy right click back in. They can't even get the portal through.
Oh my goodness, they've done it. They win round one, Ground Zero, that is, on Eldritch Monument. And Ground Zero, definitely a team to watch out for, man. I mean, that map one was phenomenal in terms of objective play. I feel like that's probably their biggest strength, right? Just able to kind of bring themselves back into the series by constantly kind of coming back towards that point, keeping objective control. And through that, I mean, they just won the map. And that's how kind of domination, it feels like, keeps playing out, Shib. It just like control the point, and it doesn't matter how many eliminations you kind of give up, as long as you have somebody there stalling, you're gonna win.
Yeah, I think Reject, you know, you can see it right now. They're talked about being nonchalant and being vibing, staying calm and cool, collected. They're having their just conversations right now. They're not panicking. They're not freaking out. All of them are just listening and trying to figure out what to do, because I do think it was a pretty close match there. Ground Zero clutched up in the moment they needed to, but
yeah,
you know, it was up in the air there for a minute, but Ground Zero way to clutch up.
Visa, Sony, पता नहीं क्या.
Second KO there. Right. Finale tried to play aggressive, and falling down early like that was game losing, at least for me.
ये अच्छा मैप है भाई इनविजिबल वुमेन के लिए.
With a portal play.
ओहो पोर्टल कर रहे हैं भाई. Because they don't have a portal, right?
With that kidnap coming through, Shib, you talk about this a lot.
Yeah, and this could happen here, folks. You try to put this portal right on the path of a strategist. And they get a ton. Can they get value? Duep on a Gargoyle now, and that's a nice shot. Nami on the Mocha, and that is a ton of value as they will walk forward to point now, going through the other side. Great play, great kidnap. Off the rib, tackle goes out for FFCL.
Oh, FCL
on the Gnome now. Does have the last stand, likely not going to use it as Ground Zero gets the point.
Why did Piggy ult there, man? He was down everybody.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was terrible.
Can't do that.
Just literally the worst thing you could possibly do there, considering how good that ultimate is. But regardless, these kidnaps with the Doctor Strange portals, bro, it just seems like so good on the lane environment, because people don't even expect them more. We saw Gargoyle go down early. He's a veteran, and so is Piggy in the hero shooter genre. Both esport veterans making huge mistakes early on.
Yeah, I think that goes to just the infinite value of Strange portals and what they can do. Strange, you know, you talk about using that portal to try to get back to point. It's a waste of cooldown. Now the enemy can use that with no issue, right? So Ground Zero finding value. Up we go with the last stand down. Goes the tackle. Does it get value? It does not. As we see ult pop from Nami, Duep, and King.
Oh!
Lands on a Mocha.
LeBron James.
Insane as it does get value from the ult cancel. And the ultimate pick. I have Agamotto with the bubble. Great play out of the back line, and down goes 2 as Zen is looking clean. FMCL with another on a finale, and wow, Ground Zero are showing up.
भाई Magneto is good.
Right now, Ground Zero. Unexpected
ठीक है,
team to be one of the
Doctor
top
Strange
teams in the
Portal
entire
भाई.
world, in specifically a Korean
Portal
team too.
kidnapped.
So for Ground Zero, they're looking damn good at the current moment. We'll see if they can keep it up though. 60% on the board. This also is a best out of 5. So even if they were to win this one, they may not be out of the woodwork just yet.
Yeah, it's never over until
इसका क्या
it's
चलो
over.
भाई finale dead.
FMCL finding Finale, who was setting up for a play, is disgusting. That is so much value as we are already at 70%. Now it is a guaranteed one-fight game if they do not, or they're going to have to reset. Yeah, okay. I was going to say if they reset, but if they staggered, it could have been dangerous.
But they have ult advantage. Even in 5v6, you have to try to clutch up. Now this reaction's a little bit too late in my opinion.
I think at 70%, yeah, it's a difficult question. Actually, I might agree with you. I'm just not sure what the answer is, because at 70%, it's almost a one-fight game anyways. Does the 30 matter? But honestly, you're probably right. And there's a huge last hit as well. FMCL does get one. Mocha goes down, make that 2. Excuse me. As Gnome goes down.
उन्होंने भी उठा लिए भाई बंदे. ओ FLCL भैया.
FMCL is different.
He is just absolutely crazy. I mean,
It's a 4v2.
Yes, for sure they'll have a chance.
Wow.
But this was dominance so far. We'll see what
Ground
happens.
Zero ने
No.
मार दिया है भाई. Total wasted भाई. पापा से वो भाई play कर सकते हैं कि kidnap करें. But they will not. I think so.
Right over in EMEA, he's been playing over there for some teams. FMCL was looking like that too. What is with these Wolverine players coming from Australia?
I don't know.
What is in the water down there? What's Logan? Is Logan built? And is Logan Australian? Is that what it is?
Game. That's my opinion.
Logan.
Get him out of there. He's terrifying.
That's why. That's what happens. You ban him, he gets sent down under to Australia, and that's where
wow,
they'll come from.
What a segue. Beautiful. And that's the caster in our boy. But wow, so well played. FMCL. I have to guarantee, or I just assume, got to be MVP. Looked so strong. The amount of finals, especially at the last 3 minutes of the game.
Well played, bhai.
4 or 5 just in the last 10 seconds. A lot of chasing, a lot of smart play and patience on that ultimate.
Absolutely, and I think Ground Zero, I think their fundamentals are looking really damn good.
Yeah.
You know, they look like they're doing the right thing at the right time.
Sure.
Not overextending in terms of ultimate use. Sometimes they do just make those plays, those early aggressive plays, and that's what maybe you were talking about earlier. In terms of maybe compositions, it's not that crazy to run this sort of like front to back with the Wolverine and with the Phoenix. But the biggest thing is their aggressiveness, their ability to find those picks in the on the flanks.
Sure.
Something about Reject right now is just not clicking. Like they are getting picked off, and sure you could blame Reject, but I think you have to give credit to Ground Zero, who are constantly on those flanks, able to make those opening moves.
Yeah, it's so difficult in these early stages of the tournament to identify if it's a problem or if it's just an outplay, right? If somebody's just doing something really right. I do think that Reject as a whole on map 2 did just not play together at all. They made some huge mistakes early on in alt fumbling, and then from then on it was just a downward slope. And they just collapsed on them. Huge ultimates every time from Ground Zero.
Yeah.
I mean, they played lights out. It's that simple.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely lights out indeed. And for Ground Zero, going up a map, dude, like, I mean, everybody thought that they were a good team. Don't get me wrong. To win in Australia is no easy feat.
Sure.
In the Oceania region, rather, there's no easy feat. But, you know, that's crazy to win a map right now against the #1 seed from Korea. We'll see if they can keep it up, man. I mean, it's the best out of 5, but if they put themselves at least in this upper bracket for the next round, that's top 5th through 6th, right? So that would be huge, at least in terms of the bank for these guys.
And he got a back to FMCL finale was on the other team on Wolverine, and it was
he was getting dominated.
Yeah, he was getting dominated. And he found he was trying to off angle set up, and every time he off-angle set up, it was forced the team to reset. I think there was 2 separate picks and 2 fights, and domination is enough percentage to lose you the game.
Well, we were walking down out of our caster booth, and we saw the 100 Thieves guys. We saw Harvey and
आज का जो सबसे तगड़ा मैच था,
what's with you guys like not doing well in scrims?
सबसे पहले वाला
just
था
dominating
भाई.
in games. Like actually, and they're like,
Yeah.
and Harvey told me, he said, you know,
उसके बाद
sometimes we
100
just
Thieves
don't
का
try
था.
in scrims. That's what he said. It's always one person. Well, it's not that. It's like
उसके बाद 100 Thieves का था. ये वाले तो अच्छे मैच हैं.
That's what he was trying to say.
They were the best.
That's what he did say.
For today.
You know, that's kind of like the thing right today on stage. It's sort of like
Ground Zero भाई kind of भाई overwhelmed their team भाई.
Kind of finally in that moment on stage.
कर ही नहीं पाए सामने वाले.
And some people get way worse. And right now, Reject are looking like that team that is at the bottom of the barrel. And unless Ground Zero potentially get, you know, potentially a few maps lost against them.
They're getting buffed on the big stage, right? They're coming out. It's a new patch, and they've got the buff.
I'm telling you guys, I've seen some dudes like when I competed, literally just run into walls.
Yeah.
Like sometimes some people, they panic.
Yeah.
Professional players, by the way, going on stage and in like this sort of stage and just kind of like running into walls because they're scared, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of stress that comes with being a pro player, and that can't be understated. Some people don't react to it well, and that's why teams, try to figure out everything in a competitive environment in terms of like hiring even a sports psychologist, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's so
बोलता
much
नहीं
more
हूँ भाई
nuance
मैं,
to the pro player than
लाइक
just
मार
like
दो यार,
being out there and making it
मर्जी
happen
है
in the
लेकिन
moment. There's
करोगे तो सपोर्ट है
the
भाई
coaching,
मेरे
the
लिए,
banning, the hero
और मजा
selection,
आ
the
तो रहा है
hero
वैसे
pool in
देखते
each
हुए,
person, their synergies
ठीक
as a
है,
team, their
और
comms.
सब्सक्राइब भी
I
कर
could
दीजिए.
sit here and list here for hours and hours, but
yeah,
the puzzle
It's a
pieces
good
all have to
deal
come
for
together to
me.
make a team that can beat a team, but on a stage in an
And
environment that you are not used to.
it
So
was
it's
a
like
good game.
everything comes down to the wire, and that's why when you clutch up
भाई
and you have that
FL
gene or that ability to
FMCL
just perform in that moment, it's everything.
भाई किसी का डैमेज ज्यादा नहीं है,
prep work.
किसी
As
का
speaking
डैमेज
of
ज्यादा नहीं है.
prep work, I mean, Ground
It
Zero
was
did that
all
all
plays
over here. I
भाई,
mean,
ये
not a
मैच
single
था
player except
plays
two
हो रहे
players, right?
हैं
Gargoyle, no,
continuously.
10k damage, but they were really snuffed out, right? This whole team, Ground Zero, constantly finding the flankers in terms of finale. I mean, he just did nothing there. He was just absolutely shut down by Ground Zero.
FMCL to 11 finals. You look over at
फिनाली ने बढ़िया खेला भाई, मतलब फिनाली के जूत पड़ गए, मतलब ये कहना चाहता हूँ मैं. FMCL ने भाई जहाँ पर भी देखा भाई, FMCL ने भाई उठा लिया भाई.
Yeah, you need to, yeah.
And then we saw Dwep as well hit an insane meteor.
और गार्गोइल के साथ बहुत बुरा
This
हुआ.
team has it, man.
Yeah.
They are actually very, very good.
हाँ,
FMCL is
FMCL
going to
भाई,
be your MVP. And it seems like this team is legit, like everybody's saying. Like
That was a fun
Liger's
watch.
been
Yeah.
talking about behind. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Right now is the time to make fans. We've said that in the past. You want fans right now. Show up to the stage like that, and you will get fans. And especially when you're in a region that's smaller in terms of at least the size of this tournament. And once you show up like this, it may inspire more teams in your region. And next thing you know, you are like the poster child or poster team
Man,
for
all
that
the
region. And that
chess
just kind
people
of sparks you to
please.
keep playing well. Kind of like 100 Thieves showing up today, even though they maybe weren't predicted to play as well.
Absolutely. Take a look back at the replay from that game too, man. Like it was such a fun series, right? We saw so many things, or sorry, fun map one.
Yeah,
because we still have a little bit to go for the series. But right now, I mean, Ground Zero just looks so connected. You just saw everything to do running forward with the Luna Snow Ultimate. You saw FMCL constantly hitting huge last stands.
Yeah.
Finale trying to match him, but regardless, on the other side, I think Ground Zero's team play looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
Oh, पागल ही हो गया.
There. That's what I love to see. I want to see more of that. You can just see the raw energy. There's that bubble we were referencing. So smart with the Strange. You want to make sure when you're using Eye that you get some sort of protection. And, the combination we talk about sometimes of Phoenix before you Strange ult's actually pretty strong as well. But Strange just has not been as much in the meta. So you see it far more with the Meteor M, as you can see here.
ये देखो भाई ऐसे ही लेके जा रहा है.
They were doing this whole time he was popping off. So, yeah, I mean, awesome. There it is again. Look at that hype.
Dude, the Australians as well.
Let's go, भाई.
Doing this whole time he was popping off. So, yeah, I mean,
let's
awesome.
fucking
There
go.
it is again.
Let's
Look at
go.
that
Let's
hype.
go.
Dude,
that's what we lock in. Let's get in here and get going.
Yeah, we kind of. Well, the thing is, I would guess we were on a mixed team, but yeah, generally, I guess every team is different, right?
Sure.
So we even heard with Envy, right, being a really confident team, just being super like, okay, we know we're gonna win.
Yeah.
Not really doing much, just everybody kind of doing their own thing. And then you have somebody like this team, and then like Citadel, where they're just kind of doing that thing that who brought it up earlier? Was it Moxie or was it you to talk about the clap and all that stuff with Sala and?
I think that was Moxie. Yeah.
Yeah, she was bringing up how the fact that I think they clap or whatever before their matches and they do like a sync thing. I think that's a little
sick.
That's a little much. I mean,
I like it.
You like it. You
yeah.
like it. All right, fair. I mean, I like it too. But you know what? As a pro player, I'd be like, I'm gonna kick those guys' butts. Like, I hate those guys. But especially if they come through and they just dominate you like Citadel does, except against Envy. But anyways, another salt in the wound kind of situation. Regardless, no, my pregame ritual was as bad as your trip here at the very beginning, right? With the
stomach,
the bowel issues and stuff. Well, I mean, it's too far probably, but listen, it's true. Pro play, it's very stressful to go on stage, right? I don't think enough people realize that, right? How hard it is, and it's annoying to kind of just constantly bring up all the time, but when you like people underestimate, I think, how much pro gamers do.
Sure.
It's sort of like how in chess, don't they like burn like 4,000 or 5,000 calories a session?
Yeah, because it just your mind is working, you're like your sweat, like everything, your whole body's tense the entire time, and that does burn some calories. So
my knees are breaking on me, just like my mother. She had knee surgery recently. Maybe I'm gonna need it after this. But regardless, I think like that cannot be understated how hard it is to be a professional player because they practice 6 to 8 hours a day on top of doing content shoots right behind the scenes. All those amazing videos you saw on Twitter took countless hours from not only our team over here at NetEase, but also the pro players' willingness to come out and just participate in those events because, I mean, look, those videos were sick, right?
They were so sick.
But that took a
production
lot.
Quality's crazy.
It was amazing, but it also took a lot of, energy to do those sort of things for the pro players that are all practicing a lot. situations will pop up where, you know, depending on how you sit and stuff like that, you could have, you know, potential
अरे बहुत
pinched
बोलते
nerves
हैं
and stuff
यार.
like that. There's a lot of health complications that does come with playing professional video
Like,
games, so you need to kind of
आज
counteract
कोई
those
Shylock
with
देखने को नहीं
healthy
मिल रही
maneuvering
है.
and stuff. Sure. But to kind of answer the original question with
One of the
pregame
best
rituals,
Shylock players
we
हैं
spent
इन
half
टीम
the
में
time
से
in
एक
the
में,
bathroom.
पर कोई
So
खेल नहीं रहा है.
yes.
The nervous poops, if you will.
Yes.
As we move forward. But you
Yes.
talked about those, like, you know, just the amount of stuff that these teams have to deal with prior, and you also got to.
भाई मेरा नहीं होता लैग भाई, ठीक है मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम्हें.
But you talked about those, like, you know, match, right? So of something coming up that's not quite here yet, and that is also
ये
something
referees
that
हैं
affects
पीछे
you
जो
when you
बैठे हैं
get
ना.
on the stage. It adds that stage fright. It adds to the way they play, and you either show up or you don't. And I'll tell you what, Ground Zero, at least in Map 1, showed up, and Reject in Map 1 did not. And I'm looking forward to us moving forward.
Let's
we'll
go.
see. You know, I'm not quite sure yet. Could be all the Jalia. You know, if that's a common pick here for these teams, we will see.
It could be. I mean, Reject has to rebound for sure. Like, this team at the moment is looking shell-shocked, like we said earlier. They just, like, at moments we're fast resetting and stuff when other teams would not, right? Like, it's just, it's tough to lose somebody early, don't get me wrong. And there was more situations than just that, but they were just, like, not on the same page. And we'll see in this upcoming map, like, this game is not necessarily all about mechanical skill, right? Marvel Rivals as a game, it's fun to play, and it's awesome the amount of diversity we have in terms of the cast, but in terms of actual gameplay, in terms of the professional scene, it's not about being the star of the show. Like, I'm sure FMCL seems like it, like he is that guy, but there's so much more that goes into it in the macro. And right now, Reject, there's something wrong in terms of their teamwork and stuff. It just feels,
mistakes.
Yeah, it feels off.
Wasted ults, especially being up in ult advantage. Like, when
भाई ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ठीक है मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम्हारे को भाई, किस्मत खराब थी फिनाले की. स्टार्टिंग में क्या हुआ, गार्गोयल पकड़ा गया, ठीक है, बाद में भाई फिनाले को कोई फ्लैंक मिल नहीं रहे थे. कैसे वो फ्लैंक पर जाके खड़ा होता है भाई, वुल्वरीन आके उसको पहले ही उठा के ले जा रहा है भाई, कोई पता नहीं कहाँ से कहाँ लेके जा रहा है.
I mean, a lot of the top-tier ultimates are Stratus ults.
Yeah.
And Stratus ults in this game last 8, 10, 11, 12 seconds sometimes, even with Captain America out there. Things can last forever. So usually, that's why that first fight matters so much. That's why I'm okay with teams overcommitting the first fight. You build ult so fast in this game, except on, like, Luna Snow in the new patch, we're seeing sometimes Luna Snow players kind of struggle to build that ultimate because of the changes. Sure. You know, she has, like, 600 more ult points she needs to gain or whatever it is. So there's a lot of... I guess the stall potential.
America ban.
Absolutely. As we do look now towards the ban Reject, got to get rid of that torch and that cap. And Mantis, Luna, if it ain't broke, don't fix it on the side of Ground Zero, who have done their research, it looks like, getting rid of that damage. And we did see the cloak lock in last time. Are you assuming we see that again? And I think that Terra Cloak is far slept on.
Yeah, I would definitely do. I think we're also going to see a difference of opinion for Reject, getting rid of the Loki this time. We know how strong Reject is, and Cloak and Dagger for Reject's side, gonna go for that. Or Reject
like they can go ban Loki
on their side as well.
Captain America ban.
The same thing they did last time as well. So I guess they're at least changing up their last 2 bans on the opposite side for Ground Zero, sticking with the Mantis, sticking with Luna Snow alongside the Torch and the Cap. And I think a lot of these Asian teams from the Asian region have very, very good Captain America players. So it makes sense to get rid of it. But obviously a difference of opinion now for Reject, getting rid of only 2 Vanguards this time instead of the 3 they removed the first map.
Okay, so a little bit of a shift up, and that could result in, I don't know, maybe a little bit of a change. But, you know, I think the main thing we're looking at here is just the structure of we are no longer on Dom, and that is what matters. We're going to be going to Convergence. That's where I do think that teams start showcasing what they're made of. Some teams just aren't Dom teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some teams aren't Dom teams for sure, and we saw that earlier. I think when, like, even, I think 100 Thieves looked better the second time they played Domination, but regardless, like, there's some teams that definitely struggle on Domination, like you said.
And we begin here shortly, folks. I'm assuming Reject is going to want to attack here first. I do think that is the strategy for the teams that are picking map, and makes sense, right? You got to know where you need to defend to, and I say they're defending first. Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Maybe the first time we've seen that, if I'm being honest.
Really? That was the first time we've seen.
I know it might be. I have to double check.
No, you're probably right. I think it's because usually you do want attack to kind of build that momentum. Because you kind of more reactionary on defense. Which honestly would speak to how Reject has been playing so far, kind of reactionary. So we'll see. I mean, maybe I'm looking too deep into that. Maybe it ain't that deep, little bro, you know, kind of situation. But for Ground Zero, portaling out, going for that flank play like you saw last map.
Yeah, maybe that is, it's a shift up in mental strat. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, something they're not used to, and that kind of stuff can affect, as we see Piggy now trying to put some damage out. On the high side, we got that Venom coming in from Zen. Nami going to be on the Phoenix. We've got that damage.
Oh, BP!
Maddie, King Bob on the Luna, Duep going to be on the Strange, and FMCL on the Panther. First time we've seen that in a long time since Ignite Stage 1 as we were qualifying. And we begin the battle. Dobie gonna pop those crystals early on the side of Reject in the Panther. Nice movement there, using those dash resets to take height and not always as much damage as possible. Piggy
Dobie gaya.
One, and that puts Reject up in numbers, maybe slowing down the pace a little bit as the team tries to reset a little bit. And Nami gonna even those odds on
FMCL 1 HP, bhai.
Try to get onto this point with Zen.
Yeah, and right now these Phoenix players have been the star of the show. It feels like this whole tournament, constantly finding these.
Oh!
FMCL on Black Panther.
Wow. That was insanely quick. The reaction time is so difficult there. Good attempt there by the Wolf to drop Zen, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to knock something like Venom off the map.
FMCL playing the Wolf.
Piggy, Zen onto Mocha, and they are diving, and they are consistent together, making sure that the team's eyes are all over the place. Right through the portal, right back out, and they will get point one already with 4 minutes. Actually, excuse me, 5 minutes on the clock.
And everybody's good on this team for sure, but man, this duelist line has been dominating.
Really good.
Nami finding the pick early, FMCL with the flank, looking like Tanuki, looking like Self, whoever you want to call him. He is his own man. And speaking of which, man, Finale picked again to Nami. How many times can Nami find you?
This is, again, a situation where Ground Zero is looking different.
Brutal,
oh my goodness! What is happening?
Challa ho gaya.
Chill on him as Gargoyle goes down as well. Make that 3. Nami gonna find Gnome.
Oh,
my
bhaiya,
goodness!
BP challa ho gaya.
Again! FMCL, what is happening?
Can we just get FMCL POV, please? Thank you. Like, this is disgusting how much work he's getting done. I mean, you never want to call a series over before it's over, but man, Ground Zero putting on an absolute masterclass. Yikes indeed.
This is one of those situations that you're starting to think, like, is the mental just shattered here for Reject? They've got to shake this off.
Gargoyle wapas down.
Stop just dominating. Another KO. For some
Budhi
reason,
pakadi gayi.
separating from the team against a Panther is a dangerous game. You got to try to stay near your team. A ton of ults up here for Reject, but it doesn't even matter. Ground Zero just has so much momentum. I don't think I've seen momentum like this in the tournament yet. And they are just hustling through these points.
I feel so bad.
भाई Finale वापस down.
Are you kidding me?
भाई FMCL पागल हो चुका है.
From Zen, Nami, Gnome. What is happening, dude?
भाई Gargoyle वापस निकाल के पागल ही हो गए ये तो.
Reject that bad. Like, what the hell is going on at the moment, Shiv? This is just pure amazing gameplay out of the Black Panther, out of Zen Starry and Nami, man. It's just the whole team is
That
just
is why
firing
we
on
ban
all
BP.
I can't express
They
it
are
enough.
the
This is
top
an
players
absolute
of this
walking
game,
right
ठीक है?
now.
वो नहीं counter कर पा रहे हैं BP को, तो हम क्या घंटा करेंगे?
On the 3rd point. I mean, are you joking me? That is wild to watch. Ground Zero really
Lamp force कराया है उसने जानबूझ के.
teams nervous here coming up in the tournament, and fans and Panther, a strong Panther player is threatening, especially when they have that high sense and can just flick back around instantly. Finale fighting 3, just turning this
Finale
match
ने भाई
into
दूध बजा दिया.
at least getting some value back, but I mean, it was just because
अब BP क्या ही कर लेगा? BP should die, well died.
Yeah, exactly. You need to kind of rein it in if your Reject sort of refocus, but I like that they're at least adapting, right? That was a fight win, sure. Maybe not the best because they have so many ults on the opposite side, but for Reject, you know, they swap over Gargoyle to the Bucky to play counter dive. Right, they also swap Mocha over to Invisible Woman to help push away these divers. So they're at least making those adaptations. But man, they just got steamrolled to this 3rd phase. We'll see if they can stop them here against Black Panther. It looks like they're marking FMCL well. That's what a lot of good teams do, is mark those Black Panther players with anybody. Just somebody shoot him.
And Zen does have that Feast of the Abyss ready, just biding their time. Oh my
goodness!
What? Duep Zen! King Bob Zen again! What is happening? As Finale falls. Oh my, Zen just going crazy on the Venom, and they still have their own. They have FMCL with that Bass, and they've got Maddie ready with the Eternal Bond, and there will be some ults here from Mocha. We will have Gargoyle, Dobie, Piggy, and Gnome on Reject. They need to win this fight. If they don't win this fight, their mental... Oh, there we go. Gargoyle going to find FMCL, and there's going to be the anti-dive. They have done this in past. Gargoyle very strong on the Bucky. It helped them push through these tournaments, so this could be the change they needed to slow this up, but maybe too little too late.
Yeah, Finale, though, finding Nami. Both of the duelists removed on the side of Ground Zero at the very least.
और
And
ult आ
Ground
चुकी है
Zero,
counter
they
ult.
want to commit to this fight now, right? They've lost another one of their members. Maddie's going to go down. Everybody's going to get reset. And I think finally, Reject are finding a semblance of stability at the current moment, because at the moment, Ground Zero is going for those hard dives. And that's why I think Black Panther comps ship always feel like the hardest to play against.
Yeah.
And you get like the most snowballed, right?
For
But
sure.
The moment you kind of figure them out, you can hard stop them if you make the right plays.
You know, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, if they hold this, you know, it's still got a lot of time on the clock with 2 minutes 30 almost, but if they hold this, this could be the momentum shift. I find you've seen it in ladder. Like you've gone down and just get absolutely wrecked, and then you come right back, push through all, and then you win an OT. Like that is definitely on the table still. And that hole was much better. They looked so much cleaner, and they barely used any resources in terms of ultimate. So definitely on the table.
भाई finale निकाल दिया
Goodness,
BP ने.
FMCL is disgusting. This is actually T'Challa. He is built
उनका भाई
different
हो
again.
गया.
Ready to utilize this ultimate. Crystals are gone. The cooldown's wasted. Another strategist all goes out. Here it goes. It is damage boost, but it did not do much. It's going to reset here and buy time. Point is very close now, 117. They are going to start seeing the dance. Out goes the Kraken. Gargoyle finds one. Gnome going to find Nami. Is that going to be enough to drive them away? It should, as Gnome and Finale.
खड़ा हो गया वो कह रहा भाई नहीं हो
There we go.
सकता अभी.
Give the backline some help in Gargoyle, and he'll get the job done. A minute and 30 seconds left to go. And see, that's the hard part with team when you get tilted.
FMCL shift भाई.
Ranked mode for losing to a Black
Finale
Panther team
और
such as
भाई
that.
FMCL
You know,
are
it's a
playing
part of the game. Like that's what Black Panther comps do. They just dominate you, and sometimes you need to make those hard swaps to change it up. So if you're getting snowballed like that, you have to make those adaptations, and it's okay to get rolled like you did in the first 2 rounds if you get hold on third phase like Ground Zero are getting held against Reject.
Yeah, I mean, there's really only a minute on the clock, so you got to think about that, folks. That's a pretty strong hold here. They're really showing up. Okay, this is going to be a huge fight for them as they are down in ult. So they can get a pick now with that. They do. Duep goes down, and that is a nice pick because Cynic Seduction was ready there for Duep. So great play there again by Reject showing up. FMCL though on to Gnome, down 2 Vanguards on either side. Ult is, or the respawn's heavily obviously on the side of Reject. With it
Okay, can win this fight maybe. अरे ult चल रही है भाई, ult में ult चला दी.
With the dance, the Cutterfly did not. Nami goes down.
One shot Bucky.
Nami finds Mocha. Mocha goes down. Zen's gonna find Dobby. Gargoyle goes down. This is
भाई Gargoyle Zen ने भाई Nami ने finale निकाल दिया. GG.
And the Venom is holding on, but not for long as Gnome is going to try to escape and retake. FMCL going to try to take that space as well as Duep. Ultimates are going to be up on the side of Reject. They've got to get there and use them. Kraken it back goes out onto the clones. Can they get the reset off clone? Dobby goes. Oh my goodness, Dobby gets KO'd. Finale gets KO'd. This could be enough. Mocha goes down, and yes, Ground Zero should be getting this point 3. If they do not see 9 here, yes, Piggy falls, and that is it as Gnome goes down. And wow, Ground Zero is insane.
They're looking damn good.
भाई Ground Zero मैंने तुम्हें बोला ना भाई.
You know, that dam would be broken.
Better team right now.
Through towards the end, that was a terrible analogy. But regardless, this is amazing right now from Ground Zero. It did 4 minutes, I believe, was it in third phase? Right?
Yeah, 4 minutes 30, I think.
4 minutes 30. So they blazed through first phase of the map. They just dominated the second phase. Getting to the third phase of the map, they definitely struggled a little bit against Gargoyle, and I think maybe that could enable Reject on their attack. They have at least something to work with, because that usually on third phase of the map, if there's 4 minutes in the bank for the attack, it's going to be hard to hold no matter who you are.
Touche. I agree with that.
Ground Zero is a better team.
Right? They made some switches, and eventually you're going to lose a fight. It's part of the nature of the game, or especially if you're well, you can make mistakes and that not happen. But if you're playing the game correctly and you're holding on to cooldowns and ultimates for an essential fight as a team, you can definitely win, or the odds are heavily in your favor. So they looked a lot better there, but it was almost inevitable at that point. And you know, I'm still proud of the hold. I think that they can definitely push this thing through.
Absolutely, yeah, they definitely can. I think Reject on
their
attack, we'll see kind of what happens, but for their team, I mean, man, they really kind of locked in with Gargoyle on that Bucky, and that's what we know him as, right? Yeah. Everybody before talks about how good he is at Bucky, and that's his hero. So you can see exactly why. We'll see what changes, but we'll probably see that portal play kind of come through with the Punisher alongside Gnome with the Storm to give him a little bit of extra damage. We see this a lot in the Asian regions. I think they like this a lot, and so does a lot of people. But you know, let's see how Ground Zero react to it.
Portal goes out, and yeah, you know what? Now I mentioned this being more of a niche thing recently, and we're seeing it a lot more here today. But it has kind of fell off the wagon a bit. Gnome pushing forward now with the shield. Piggy going to start gaining that charge. Remember, if you're Emma v Emma, you do want to hold off a bit on utilizing that shield. You want to pull it back because you can just gain charge off that shield if they leave it out too long. So you want to push it out, pull it back, and let it regain HP. Just to kind of play that dance with who can get their laser strong first. Gargoyle on the Duep though, and they are doing a full like stacked brawl comp with this composition off teleport. And I do like the storm damage boost as they are walking through. Reject looking really good. Gnome gonna find two. Finale onto Nami. Well played here as the portal's gonna need to come back. And will it touch in time? It should, as Duep has been up enough. So it's all about can they make, ooh, that's brutal. When you accidentally knock out the spot under you. It might have been FMCL actually too, as Gargoyle playing low to make sure that that aura around Storm there is giving that damage boost. Remember, it's, I believe 12 and 8, depending on if she's in that enhanced state, but 25 to herself.
They are not playing dive.
Absolutely, and right now, I mean, this package is working right now. Usually we see this like Storm Punisher competition, the Eternal Bond kind of happens, comes out on the foreground, but usually we see this competition come out against Triple Vanguard. It doesn't even seem like it matters. You can play it against anybody because Dobby ends up in that fight. Yeah. All right, nice positioning there, Dobby. This is like we talked about previously. It's a very good Loki map. So allowing Loki through here obviously was banned against Ground Zero, unable to use Loki. Not sure if it was even in their decision making, but Dobby really showcasing the power, still holding on to ultimates. Gargoyle as well, Gnome. Finale, I'm telling you, this team is now finding their footing. At the end there, they got it figured out. Can they push through all three? I would love to see this OT. I like it, but they're definitely doing something along the lines of, you know, relying heavily on a composition that I'm not going to say is outdated, but it's definitely unique, right? I want to see what even happens if they win this map, but right now, at the moment, I actually don't mind the Punisher comp with the Storm for sure. A lot of damage, like you said, and they have a lot of ult built up in the bank. It kind of reminds me of like what we were seeing during
prior
to this mid-season finale. Oh, Piggy, gotta find Gargoyle though with a nice trade. Well done. Very good counter into Storm. For those who don't know, you can actually burn Storm's power is in the fact that that over health there that you get when you use the Hurricane. But when you have Phoenix coming in and dropping on you, all that goes away in an instant, and that is ultimately a counter. So very well played in getting that KO. No, that's a perfect point, Chip. That the fact that I was like that happened. I'm glad you called that out, considering the fact that you're like Storm. The whole point of just regardless, Finale coming out through with the ultimate. The Judge, Jury, Executioner comes out. They're going to run down on Ground Zero. Coming on through, Finale able to take down Duep as well as maybe looking for a bit more as they don't really have anything else to sustain, and maybe the job is already done here for Reject. Yeah. Oh man, this is what you want to see. 5 minutes on.
5 minutes, तीसरा point.
I can do better. 30 seconds more on the clock. Are you kidding me? Reject popping off.
अभी उन्होंने भाई Reject ने अपना मैप लिया भाई.
Reject 4 minutes 50 seconds left to go. Now Ground Zero has to do a similar thing that Reject did on their defense. Hold in with 5 minutes, make an adaptation. We'll see if they do it, man. I mean, Ground Zero, they go over MCL to that Wolverine.
FMCL Wolverine,
and right now, Nami again, there we go. That's that adaptation. It's just, I guess Nami will get a pick. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty consistent here. Ground Zero, that's a good drawback. Change the momentum up a little bit here, right? You want to find that pick. Now you drive them in. They are playing slow and stacked as a unit, so good fall back there. And retaking, cutting slightly away, waiting for that spawn to come back. Mocha is going to have ultimate, but still Ground Zero with a bit of an advantage. Nami, Maddie ready soon to have FMCL too, but you will have Dobby, Piggy, and Mocha and Gargoyle on Reject again in this next fight. So odds are in their favor if they use it properly, and here nice pick. That was huge as immediately the bot comes right through, but it is not quick enough as Duet finds Gargoyle.
Gargoyle is down.
Numbers are evened out. Tackle goes up last stand.
FMCL ने भाई किया and doesn't get value out of it. Oh, nice!
And that's that combination that is very threatening at this level.
Absolutely. I mean, just removing down a huge support player, a huge shadows player. Here comes the dance, or the storm. Gargoyle just smokes everybody with Piggy. Wow. Removing the team right now from Ground Zero, who right now look sort of lost. I mean, 3 minutes, 30 seconds left to go. They held for at least a little bit. Reject are looking damn good with his taunt, man.
So funny how we had that conversation about how in ladder it's like you get stomped and then you figure it out and then you turn it right back at him, and it's exactly what's happening here.
You can't tilt, man. Like see people in ranked that like you have a lot of eliminations against you when you have triple strategist compositions. And you're against like triple duelists. It's like duh. Like of course they're playing triple duelists. They have so much damage.
Yeah, exactly. And now we go with the final judgment. Finale gonna find one. Gnome gonna get one. Dobby gonna find FMCL, and they are walking through. This may end now with a ton of time on the clock. 3 minutes still on. They are holding that off angle, but there's not much they're gonna be able to do. Yeah, Zen goes down. Holy, 3 minutes on. Reject almost at this point.
That's looking like a #1 seed team. I mean,
that was good.
That was good. And you know what? Like, that's what we've seen out of other teams that are the #1 seed team. It's plays like that, right? Able to kind of come back and rebound. Maybe that's why Reject is as good as they are. Maybe that's why they're still here, and Gen G is now on the flight home back to Korea. So this team is disgusting at coming back. Yeah, shit. It's just a good job for Reject, obviously. They have 3 minutes on their attack now. Going to go back and forth with Ground Zero, who looked really good on the first map, and then on their attack as well, man. So maybe both teams are very attack-centered.
Yeah, I mean, Dive is great on attack. Obviously, it is good coordinated on defense, too, but you need to reset and set up a lot with Dive, and when you need to hold a point, that doesn't lend itself as successful if your whole team is committing to it. So it's tricky, but, you know, and there's a conversation we can have back and forth depending on how the team comp is looking, but I mean, wow, they not only figured it out on the defense and held for almost 4 full minutes. Actually, they did hold for 4.5 full minutes.
Right.
They then switched comp up and didn't even utilize that as like a crutch. They found a new composition and used it on attack. It's like a Brawly Storm comp that we've only seen a few times with teams like Envy. And it's working.
Yeah, no, that's a great call out. That's exactly what I was thinking. Dude, our minds are so in sync.
That's it, man.
Are we a symbiote? Like, you're like a symbiote that
Which one of us is a symbiote?
Yeah, exactly. Who's the symbiote?
You never know.
Oh, my God.
Oh, existential crisis in the middle of stream as we do move forward. Oh, looking for the portal cancel. Are they going to do it?
Maybe just scout. I don't know. Oh, they're doing it. You're right.
Oh, yeah.
You talk about this all the time, right?
I love the strange portal plays, especially on defense. If you're going to commit to the portal anyway, just break a lot of cooldowns. Look to your right. Oh, you almost found another. Just didn't see
So didn't they nerf the amount of ult charge you get on Punisher in the turret?
Yes, that was recently changed. It was insane in the last patch,
What
but they
the
immediately
fuck
caught
just happened, bhai?
I love to see that change. Punisher, I mean, a very strong hero. At this level of play, the only downside is the hitbox size, right? Especially when you're going against another hit scan in the game alongside Phoenix, and Phoenix does take advantage of that hitbox very well, especially if you can stack a lot of that passive. So that is why we've been seeing less Punisher, although that ultimate can be very strong. It is countered heavily by Mag. It's all about coordination. So it's a tricky conversation, but 14 seconds left.
When it feels like it's very interesting because I feel like Phoenix has taken the sort of Punisher's job.
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting that, Reject is running that old sort of position, like you said.
Yeah.
Instead of Phoenix.
Phoenix का damage per second कम है भाई, इस करके वो इतना वो है नहीं है.
That eternal bond can get that relatively quickly. There is no mag or anything to counter that out. But Gnome going to find Zen early on the defense. Reject is not allowing much. They did give a tick and a half as Finale finds FMCL, and it's match right back now. Finale looking for more. Make that 2. Piggy Piggy finds Duep. Finale on a King Bomb, and that could end this right now. It does. That is a great hold. Can they push through with 4 minutes on?
That's a lot of time in the bank indeed. 55% on the board now, and 3 minutes and 55 seconds is, like you said, like so much time to work with for Reject, and that's so good for them, right? Reject, considering all things, I'm very surprised that
भाई ground zero वालों की शक्लें लटक गई हैं भाई, ये देखो.
Yeah, that cannot be understated how hard it is to rebound. But that's you know what? That's the sign of a good team. You talked about, I think you mentioned it earlier, Shib.
भाई FMCL बहुत सही खेल रहा था भाई.
These guys are like a very friendship-oriented team.
But वो ये उन्होंने भाई adapt कर लिया BP के against, तो भाई वो कुछ कर ही नहीं पाए. उसके बाद रुक गई भाई, बड़ी कम जल्दी progress हो रही थी, वैसे अब नहीं हो रही है.
As they say, as soon as some sort of feces hits the fan.
Can go BP again, by the way.
Feces hits the fan. That's like even worse. It's like, when you try to use a PG term to replace something, it always sounds so much worse.
That's funny,
it's like, it's like you're just like trying to make it sound.
But I'm with you. I do think
they rebound.
They said the calm, cool, and collected piece, right? And I think that it's crazy how much that came into influence because they were getting absolutely walked. Some teams crumble in that moment. They start blaming each other. Once you start blaming each other, much like in ranked, the players just do not play well. It's all about staying positive and adjusting as a team to find a solution. They adjusted as a team. They found a solution. They switched it up on attack and absolutely turned it around even faster than when it came to ground zero. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Same comp, too. Yeah, they got Nami back onto Punisher. So, difference of opinion originally. Now switching over to that comp that you talked about earlier.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and sometimes when you put a team into that position where they feel like they need to match you, that's where they're on their heels and not a good look. And wow, they were not expecting it as much, forcing a ton of cooldowns out, but they walked right through quickly. That was a smart play.
Yeah.
Not allowing them to try to go on that off left angle.
Guess. So in the old patch, right, because of the fact you build Punisher ult so fast, maybe in this one, it doesn't, like, it's fine to give the support or the strategist on the other side.
Oh!
Right, because Punisher ult builds up way slower now.
And they did a delayed portal, and I like that a lot. as they are taking them up on the high side here. Crystal gets popped there on the side of Piggy. Gnome, excuse me, walking forward. 30% to alt from the side of Dueb. It's all about who can get this quickly. And right now, Mocha is in the lead. Maddie slightly behind. Gnome almost there as well. Remember, they do have 3 minutes, though. There is no rush. Oh, but it doesn't matter when Finale. Piggy again. That could be it here for Reject, who are going to try to tie this series up. Well done. They do it.
Tying it up 1-1, man. Ground Zero shocked us in map number 1. Reject bringing us back down to earth.
Yes.
Back down to Ground Zero, as some might say.
1 मिनट में निकाल लिया भाई ले.
Ground Zero can figure something out in map number 3.
You know what? It depends on what it is going to be, but the dive comp was so clean with them. It's almost like you go back to that Venom Panther, even on a defense, or even if it's the two of you running it, and seeing what you can do, because it was so hard for them.
भाई reject वालों ने तो बड़ा सही खेला यार ये.
So do you think it was like reject in the
reject वालों ने reject कर दिया भाई पूरा.
Right, because the first time they banned out, didn't they only ban out Vanguards versus Ground Zero? They did. It was 3 Vanguards and in Torch. This time they didn't just do Vanguard bans, and it worked out. So maybe that was a better choice.
Yeah, they're learning. We talk about the best teams in this tournament are going to need to figure things out on the fly because every team is at its peak. Every team plays something to the best.
I'm telling you, you're the symbiote, by the way.
I'm the symbiote?
You're the symbiote. Look at the...
I do look like the symbiote.
You look like the symbiote right now. But that's like...
You know what? Actually, yeah, absolutely we'd be looking like the symbiote.
Yeah, it's like heaven and hell right now. It's like, am I the bad guy or are you the good guy? It's like I could be disguised potentially as the angel.
I got to do that Spider-Man dance in game. You know what I mean? That's what I look like right now. A little bit.
Oh, yeah, the one where you do it?
No, I literally...
You have to do it. You have to do it. You can't talk about it.
It would be the worst.
If you do it, I'll do the Venom twerk. How about that? How about that?
I do like that idea.
Okay,
I might take you up on that.
Okay,
I'm not gonna lie.
But see, maybe we could do like a channel point rewards in the chat. But anyway,
I like
what you're saying.
Smart. No, what I was saying is like, we mentioned it briefly before about the Comco Collected, the team. When you panned over to them, even through that moment where they were getting just rolled through, their team comms on camera, they were just so locked in, not scared. You saw the comms were like this. A lot of times when a team is faltering, you're going to see them like visibly angry. You're going to see brows. You can tell the comms are intense.
जिसके joystick 3000 पे गए हैं.
Focused, and that's what you need to do. And you know what? Exactly like you see in ladder, getting walked right through. You know what? I called this. They do it right back, and then they win an OT, and that is exactly what happened.
Oh yeah.
जब तक इनका start होता है हम
honestly, man,
ना दिखाने की कोशिश करता हूँ.
Yeah, that's the sign of a good environment for sure. And you make a great point. Yeah, it's like I wonder who they're like, if their coach is even talking to them behind the scenes, like a little bit, just making sure the guys over there sitting in full-on suits. So. I mean, they look, despite as professional as they are, I imagine it's definitely difficult to deal with those situations, right? Just to get rolled like that for so long, especially map number 1 going into this one and then not having an answer to Black Panther and then quickly figuring it out, right? And like you said, it's the cool minds that sort of brought the team back. And I think that was a great point, like you said.
Yeah, I'm curious now. Do you think we see a change in bans, and if so, what? I mean, I'm not sure. Like, you don't really need to get rid of the Storm. I don't think.
I guess it doesn't. It didn't seem like the ban phase was that bad for Ground Zero. But
it didn't.
But regardless, I think you still like. I don't know how good a reject of the Human Torch. Like you want to experiment. Like I'm thinking from their perspective, right? Because theoretically, Ground Zero has not had. I mean, they probably scrimmed reject, but I imagine a lot of the teams that were already qualified, and especially knowing who they could potentially play.
ये आएगी मेरी.
Maybe didn't want to.
3000 रुपए की.
No, they actually no. Both teams were already in the official thing. Sorry, I forgot. Genji was the one that knocked out. Reject was the one that was the first seed.
Sure.
So because both teams were already in these playoffs, neither have actual scrim experience against each other. They know for weeks and weeks that they're going to play against each other, and they just, coming into it, we have to figure out what to ban, what to change, right? And
I guess that makes sense. I always just assume, and this is a good point to bring up for those who maybe don't know, scrims a lot of the time.
तो PS5 का controller लेना पड़ेगा. साथ
में. It's essentially where you practice against a team and you go full force team composition. You lock in like it's a rank, like a real serious rank, like a real serious tournament match. And you make sure you do it at full force. But a lot of these teams, in what you're saying here, they don't elect to choose their scrim partner as somebody they're actually going against because it gives up too much information.
No, yeah, and we're you know what?
Like they are electric.
I wish the energy drinks in China had a little bit more.
और ये खराब होते नहीं हैं.
Kick to them. Like I need to feel like I'm having a heart attack. That's the difference between China and America is that I have an energy drink and I feel like I'm dying, but it's like a good dying. You know, like come to China, it's like a healthy energy drink. What are you trying not to kill me? Like,
one work flawlessly right away,
tough map for them,
and
right?
the other not so much.
Through on game
they
on map number 3 and kind of figure things out.
Finale looked much more like themselves, right? 18 finals there, having that Punisher play, obviously did have that boost of damage, right?
Yeah, and that's why it's always it's tough to. That's why I'm like you can't always blame the player, right?
Sure.
That's like
it's so difficult. You're right.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think we fall victim to that sometimes.
Of course. Just like same thing when you blame a player instead of looking at the overall picture. It's the same thing when you see like a player pop.
9,000 रुपए का कंट्रोलर बनाना पड़ेगा गाइस.
Ultimates pop off. Dobby.
ओहो,
Nice MVP
Dobby.
as well deserved on the Loki. But yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's yin and yang, right? There's two sides of the coin, right? Sometimes we'll notice those huge Bucky ultimates. You know, again is a big meme because it's so hype. It's so much fun to watch that. But also, there's more to it than just Bucky gets big ultimate, right? Or big last stand from Wolverine. There's always sort of these underlying things that are happening.
Yeah.
And it's tough to see in a 12-person game because there's so much going on.
Yeah, and that's the power of VOD reviews. It's another one of those terms that, you know, maybe you haven't heard a lot of players at the top level will do it on themselves. It's essentially you go back to the match, folks, and you really look at the full picture in the story. If something wasn't feeling right, maybe something behind the scenes or it was happening that enabled or disabled you to play the way you want to play. So that is what VOD reviews do. You look at the whole picture, you understand really what's going on, and stat lines don't necessarily give you that picture, so it's tough.
सही बात है भाई, मैं खुद अपने गेम को वार्ड रिव्यू करता रहता हूँ.
When you see a stat line not look good, you just say, oh, it was that player's fault. But let's say, for example, in Finale's case, we did see him get picked a few times. Let's say we didn't, where he was playing lights out, but his stat lines didn't look great. It turns out that, you know, the strategists were getting dove, and they really just needed a switch. They needed somebody to focus them. They needed a Loki switch on the strategist, or they needed the duelist to keep eyes on, or have a bubble ready from Mag. That kind of stuff you didn't see in the moment made it feel like you weren't getting looked at, but at the end of the day, it was your problem that you did not solve. So.
And this kind of comes back to a conversation we had earlier to sort of loop it around when you talked about different regions having their strengths, right?
Yeah.
That in different play style sort of things. And this kind of comes down to the two. Like Reject obviously looked like a pretty good Punisher Storm team. Like that was a good map on Storm. The other team that we've seen play Storm to that level, to a high level like that recently, is another team like Envy.
Yeah.
Right? And it seems like we keep bringing up Envy a lot, but that's because
just the Storm reference. It works,
exactly. And I'm sure there's a lot of really good players on Storm as well, as we'll see as the tournament progresses from China or from wherever else. But I mean, it's sometimes okay to go back to that comfort pick, considering other teams aren't running it. Maybe, especially in this game with so many heroes, it's not always that a hero is bad. It's just that some people can't play that hero as good as you can, maybe. So it's okay to kind of go against the grain and figure out a different composition.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, we did see some consistent picks there. We had like the Emma play. We saw some big Emma plays, but there wasn't anything major. I think Emma's role with Ultimate now is more of a setup than anything. Obviously, when you damage boost, it's kind of a different story. Yeah. It does all right into things like Invis Ultimate, but it's mainly setting up where you can dunk a mag. Phoenix now has more value when the supports are walking, or as an act of canceling and silencing strategist prior to ult. And you know that can happen when you see Loki ready to copy. That's the big brain play with Emma, is try to catch them silence right when they're about to copy, and it does mess them up. It screws them over a bit. So
yeah, because that was an interesting discussion that I feel like I had with you when Emma got released. Like I was like, I don't know if this ultimate's that good, you know. And I was just like debating whether or not the Psionic Seduction was better than even some other Vanguard ults.
You got to treat it like, think of it like a Luna switching to damage boost, right? 40%, you know, is crazy. But I'm more so saying like, we talked about it. Set up, it does burn things like Loki crystals. So if you use it,
we got another
immediately, it gets everyone walking and it gets rid of that cooldown. It has some of these niche effects at the same time that really enable your team to pop off, and it has insane setup potential, like I had mentioned prior. I mean, I think it's more so utilized now as a denial tool and a setup tool.
ओहो नया मैप
get a bunch of chaos.
भाई अब इधर से नए स्पॉट्स देखने को मिल सकते हैं हमें.
It's so different, I think, than the stuns that kind of happen because
Loki may be good on this map क्योंकि high ground है. ठीक है, क्योंकि Loki हमेशा high ground पे अच्छा है.
I can tell the difference between the trees, man. What are you talking about?
But this is a dive focused map, and we saw what they can do on dive. That Panther is going to be banned. If you know.
It's gonna be gross on this map.
It's so good. There's a ton of escapability on this map. But in the portal plays, and simply because of that, folks, when you dive on this map, you can be a little more aggressive with your cooldowns, which typically, if you're playing Panther, you may want to save a dash or your kick out, for example, just for Panther. But on this map, you can utilize those, use that dash to cut through the enemy, and then land on a portal, get out that way, and then have your, you know, as Panther, you can climb walls, etc. Your passive ability. So it does enable a lot more of that kind of play.
Yeah, and I want to see if they come out swinging with that same comp they played earlier, right? Like maybe in the ban phase, we'll see if something is different, right, for Ground Zero. I don't know, you talk about like maybe they have to change something, right? It's fine to ban things that aren't totally normal, considering you have to do very specific bans. Like that's the underrated aspect of this game. And I don't know, I guess that's what we talk about a lot. And maybe I've sort of rang that. I've come to the well too much, and it's now dry as they.
भाई इसके तो जूत बजे भाई, बढ़िया खेल रहा था यार ये.
That's basically what it is.
इनकी टीम का यही था मेरे हिसाब से MVP. बट इसने भाई बीच में भाई जो मोमेंटम टूटा ना बीपी का, उसके बाद इसने ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं पाया. तो
right now,
I
love the focus that I'm seeing. Like I said, chill, vibey, ready for action. We go here on the side of Reject. They looked like a totally different team, and I think now, yeah, you know what? How excited they were off the rip. This is now a little bit more of a mental warfare game. You can see them less excited and a little more anxious.
Yeah, a little more anxious for sure. I mean, like, that's the biggest thing is that they need to refocus, like you said, with Reject. Like, Reject on the previous map, the reason why they've kind of come back in that last one is because they were so calm and talking about things and not overreacting. Because obviously, as casters, our job is to overreact. I mean, that's the entire point. So, we're like, okay, Finale's feeding, okay, Piggy's feeding, oh, Gargoyle's feeding.
Human Torch ban.
At the end of the day, I mean,
called it out, bhai.
It's always a team-oriented thing that kind of happens behind the scenes in terms of, communication and stuff. So sometimes we overreact here for sure. I mean, that's normal.
We see the
Luna
ban
Snow
and
ban.
the Torch ban on both sides. Luna Snow got to get banned out there for Ground Zero as well.
Save करेंगे Luna Snow. अरे भैया.
Honestly, I think Emma's incredibly strong. Obviously, the teams know that. Was very much an
Reject को भाई save वो करना चाहिए, क्या कहते हैं, Loki.
I'd love to see that. Luna going to get locked in there for Ground Zero as well.
Yeah, Luna's one of
Captain America ban.
Constant mainstay.
Captain America is getting banned, bhai.
To be just because how strong the character is, how much throughput
Loki
it has in terms
ban.
of your abilities.
Okay, they can also
the
dive now.
was nerfed, like in terms of the ult charge built up. So still a super strong character. You could tell even with Magneto. Remember when they nerfed Magneto's ult charge too a few patches ago. So yeah, I think like
Phoenix
heroes,
ban.
if they have good ultimates, are going to be in the meta no matter what. And obviously their
Cloak and Dagger save, Magneto save.
I feel like too many people. We can talk about this stuff later, but on the opposite side, Ground Zero. Going to be protecting that Mag and that Luna, like you mentioned, and then that Phoenix is getting banned on their side this time around for Oracle. They don't want to have to play against that, and by they I mean Reject. And on the opposite side, no ban onto the Black Panther.
Yeah, no Panther, no Venom. They want the dive to happen, I guess. I mean, they did figure out how to battle it, and I think that may be the conversation that they are having, right? And they do have an open ability here with Loki too to help protect a little bit, but they are attacking first for the side of Reject. I'm curious. Yeah, a lot of teams try to use triple here, and we'll see if that happens. It was happening a lot in the Americas region, so we'll see if that happens here as we get into the LAN. I haven't seen much triple besides a couple teams, and we are going to start without it. But Groot is great on this map.
No, that's I think more of a Western thing.
Yeah,
oddly enough, like in this region, I don't think they do a lot of these triple Vanguard, triple strategist spawn camps. I guess.
FMCL उस पर है Groot पे. Groot तो डर रहा होगा.
The Western teams will do that, and we saw Envy just dominate with that in the play-ins.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's definitely still good for sure.
And Finale is pressing forward here. FMCL
FMCL ने धक्का दे दिया भाई पूरा.
Attack those Groot walls and gain some charge on
the FMCL on blue team. Okay.
We knew that was going to happen, as we do see now.
Finale try कर रहा है भाई.
Actually, I'm surprised to see.
भाई डर के ही पीछे जा रहे हैं भाई लोग.
The ones running that Bucky in case they were going to go dive. We've got the Loki out. We've got the Cloak. Phoenix again for Gargo is banned on the opposition. Gnome out on the Magneto. This is a pretty traditional comp here on attack.
Yeah, I mean the
एक बंदा चक लिया उसने. घेर दिया भाई इनविजिबल वुमेन को. और Zen को भी पेल दिया. तो
Invis really strong in this map for this off-map position here. Same with Emma. I'm going to see, so that could be good on this defense.
It was a big stun by Gargoyle. I missed it for the backside. Gargoyle stun them up.
Finale इधर ही खड़ा रहेगा ऊपर.
Because they're playing so front to back. So
जैसे वो नीचे टंग ऊपर भाई चल.
Playing behind those vanguards so closely, resulting in everybody going down to grab from Finale to follow up on the stun. So that was clean team play from them.
And we begin again as the team, the entirety of Reject does have ult here besides Finale. And we are going to see that Sonic Seduction set up with a Meteor Ram coming in. Does it find value? No, the opposition, excuse me, just assumed it was from the same side, as it is a pretty consistent lockdown, but they are going to wait on that until Cloak goes out.
Magneto will
Start to build
ult.
the diamond, 4 ton of damage out. Tackle there onto the side of Groot. A great counter for Groot. Up we go with another Meteor M, and it,
भाई सेव कर लिया भाई.
FMCL, and Reject is now
FMCL जा चुका है, तुझे इजी ये रिजेक्ट को पॉइंट जा रहा है.
Can they keep holding? No, I'm going to find another. And Finale onto Duep, and they are going to get point 1 here.
FMCL swapping over to the Bucky. Nami going over to Hella, man. This is very interesting.
FMCL चेंज करता हुआ भाई. और फिनाली ने वही है भाई, फिनाली के पास अल्ट है. इट कैन बी अ गुड अल्ट. अगर अल्ट में निकाल देता है भाई वो तो बहुत मजा आ जाएगा. बट गार्गोइल के पास भी अल्ट है. दे कैन मतलब कॉम्बो कर सकते हैं, लाइक जैसे वो कर रहे थे गार्गोइल. ओह व्हाट द फक, ब्रो गॉट मेल्टेड. फिनाले देख रहा था कोई अल्ट का वो, बट वो नहीं निकाल पाया. मेल्ट हो गया बेचारा. नामी हेला खेल रहा है क्योंकि वो बंदा है. ओ भाई गार्गोइल चला. अल्ट है भाई, मैसिव अल्ट मार दी.
Onto Nami. These trades are consistent, but still Reject is up in numbers.
They don't know what to do. FMCL's over to Psylocke now for the team up with the Emma. I mean, man, I guess they've swapped over because he was on Bucky before earlier as well. But right now, we'll see how they do, because making all these swaps and maybe not thinking of the overall composition could result in the demise right now, as we don't really, like you said earlier, don't see a ton of Hella.
Yeah, what a change in momentum here, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. Momentum is so palpable in games like this, where you just see teams walking, and right now Reject is giving them the treatment that they received in the last map. Finale.
Oh, Finale got one
with an early pick, and Finale still holding on to that ultimate. Sonic Seduction to start setting up, and it is going to get a few.
Marega bhai.
Off at the last stand does, as we lose Zen. King Bob goes down too from Gargoyle. Dobby gonna find Nami, and wow, they are walking through with 3 minutes on. Can they get this thing done before they touch?
Yeah, this is a blisteringly fast
pace, similar to what they did on the previous map. What the fuck is this TP?
Was not a good one. They're walled around the corner. It's so awkward, and that could set them up for failure. 9.92 meters left to go.
And the Meteor M, what a chase there by Duep. Are you kidding me? Through the doorway, honestly, that messes people up like crazy.
भाई डंकी मार दिया. अरे भाई साहब.
Nami, great decision there. Wow. And almost gets 2. 1 HP. Even Gnome is weak. Yes, King Bob with the KO onto Finale. Nami onto Gnome. Wow. Okay, good return there.
गंदे TP के साथ भी भाई निकाल लिया इन्होंने.
Great chase down there from Dwep to come down onto Mocha, who was going aggressive towards the doorways to kind of hide from that Meteor M with the Eternal Bond. Unfortunately, could not escape the wrath of Dwep. So cross the map, chase down, and
Phoenix.
now to this next fight. Reject
Finale died.
Are kind of against the wall. Dwep again, man. Opening pick on the Finale. So maybe this Vanguard, in terms of Magneto play, is the way forward for round 0.
Yeah, and Duep
is हाई बहुत बेकार, बहुत पीछे आ जाओ. हिलर आगे रह गई है तो इनको थोड़ा आगे पुश करना पड़ेगा. And they are pushing well. Loki is good भाई. देख रहे हो Loki के भाई Loki तगड़ा है.
272 ultimate, getting very close. And the entirety of ground 0 going to be close.
Finale आया, बबल मिला, Finale गिर गया नीचे. भाई दिया आया Fagamoto with the medal. भाई you just, अरे, oh shit. Oh FMCL on. भाई बढ़िया ult मार दिया FMCL ने.
One of the biggest of the day.
Yeah, this is a absolutely banging series between both teams.
Yeah, Fagamoto.
With some great team play, collapsing with that Fagamoto, slows down Reject. However, Reject still have ultimates for this upcoming fight, Ship.
And we will start again. Reject with 5 ults ready.
Captain America is this good कि भाई हर एक बंदा ban कर रहा है उसको.
Ground Zero's got to clutch up here and be very patient. Don't be afraid to kite. Give a little bit of space. Up we go with Gargoyle, waiting on, making everyone look upwards. Honestly, there's value in that as well. Down we go. No, gonna find Maddie. Mocha on the Zen. Finale onto Duep. Mocha again onto FMCL, and the attack has progressed forward as they push to point 3.
भाई करनी चाहिए थी भाई. गार्गोइल हवा में था.
Gargoyle coming to the sky with that classic combination of Phoenix and Magneto.
और कोई ऑप्शन भी नहीं था भाई.
Ultimates, they synergize so well, and it's really shown.
ये भाई बहुत सही है यार कॉम्बो. भाई लूना स्नो अल्ट मारा भाई, उसी टाइम अपना गार्गोइल ने अल्ट मारा, साथ में मैग्नेटो ने अल्ट मारा.
We'll see what happens though. Finale could go huge with his last stand, and Mocha can stall things out, but no, unfortunately FMCL takes him down early.
Magneto doesn't got a kill भाई. Magneto भाई बड़ा situational है. They got one भाई. अल्ट तगड़ी है.
Good idea on the off-angle play. You want to do that a lot with Emma. Just find a weird angle that they can't escape from, and then allow your team to collapse. But unfortunately, not much value. Nami going to find Gargoyle, though. Maybe that was led there by the Sonic Seduction. Nami playing on this still holding with Goddess of Death ready, too. Not a ton of value last time. It's all about patience, especially if Magneto tries to eat that damage. But your team was unable to look.
Oh, what the fuck? Nami killed finally.
Looking so FMCL and Adobe. Wow, what a pick. Gargoyle turns it back onto Nami. Zen gonna find Piggy, and Ground Zero are similar stories starting to find their footing.
Well, this is the bonus. Third phase actually is pretty solid for Hella, right? Across the map, you can do those flanks. Also for Psylocke, we've seen some of the best Psylocke plays of all time, going back to the stage 1 in EMEA with Pokey popping off on that character on third phase, finding opening picks. So FMCL has the chance of a lifetime right now to pop off, and also Nami can play so far, so long range, because at the beginning of this third phase,
FMCL will ult yaar, मेरे को जहाँ तक लगता है.
And we go with the Psionic off the rip again. Reject has a ton of ults, but it's matched similarly on Ground Zero. Do we see any major value yet? Nobody goes down. Ults popped, and now we are dead. Even Duke goes up. Will that find purchase? Bang! Oh! It does onto Mocha. What a throw there, and now we got the dance of the Cutterfly up. It does get returned on, as when you're using that ultimate, there will be a circle in the middle of where you're going to spawn at, and that is huge for countering. Well played there. Beautiful. As we see another one of those. You can see the circle right there as I'm talking about it in the center. Make sure you know that in the future. Finale gonna find King Bob. We have Nami on Mocha. Oh my goodness, Zen on a Piggy.
What the fuck is going on even?
Now, and they are holding.
Nami भी गया भाई. Gargoyle versus भाई अगर ये fight. भाई हार गया fight. Let's go.
Halfway through
FMCL ने भाई oh lamp force हो गए हैं.
And it looks like they're still holding Ground Zero, but that is an ult that will. Oh no! Off the point!
Dobby, you have the target back at least.
You got to run right into the point. Off the point. And it looks like they're still holding Ground Zero, but that is an ult that will. Oh no! Off the point! On the Gargoyle.
They did make it quite far, right? Yes. They did get to the third phase, but that was really where that Ground Zero started to shine, right? Nami on the Hella, long range, able to find opening picks, as well as FMCL on that Psylocke look phenomenal. So
पानी की बोतल खत्म हो गई है.
That's what I'm worried about, Ship, because the space
दूसरी पानी की बोतल खुल रही है.
Is like the Hella. It has a huge advantage on defense.
Sure,
because you can always go for flanks. You can always play, especially on the third phase, so far back. You don't have that same luxury on attack, right? You have to kind of fight for that space first. And Hella, while she does a lot of damage and has some of the highest skill potential in the game, it's very inconsistent for a lot of people. Even the best Hellas in the game, the reason why I always hear, like, we talk to duelist mains, and they're like, yeah, like we talk to Delena and stuff, and they're like, yeah, Hella is still the best duelist in the game. It's very hard to be that consistent. That space a lot of the times. You have to play near perfect. And this is what I talk about a lot with people, is that hero shooters in this game especially is very much so like a MOBA. You know, you're sort of like a top-down game almost. You have to think about it that way. So a lot of times you want to play the easiest characters possible to give yourselves the highest opportunity, right? Get those easy one-shot combos.
Sure.
Phoenix, Magneto. That's just something you can easily do. It doesn't take a ton of skill.
True.
The problem is when you play Hella is it has such high peaks, but the floors can be incredibly low.
Yeah, I mean, the tracking, especially when you have...
Oh, Gargoyle के जूत पड़ गए.
These players know how to track, and that's for sure. As FMCL going to start chasing
बच गया भाई Gargoyle.
Escape there on the side of Gargoyle, still playing Finale. Going to be on the Ultron. So we do see a hold here, a nice little change with triple strat in the back line with Ultron. Damage boost going to be coming from the Terror Cloak. Nobody goes down just yet. HP low for Gargoyle, still able to escape there. Zen Starry on attack is going to be on the grid. I'm surprised we aren't seeing a little bit more of a dive composition here. I guess they do not like it, at least on this first point. Finale going to start putting some damage on with the Rage of Ultron. Great flow there, way to get out and keep the team healthy. Sometimes it is worth using it defensively, although it has much more value on a backline being offensive. Great tackle, Gnome gonna take out FMCL
के बढ़ गए.
As I really did think
भाई अलग ही
the other way.
खेल रहे हैं भाई ये.
Piggy, Dobby, Gnome, again Piggy with a pick.
Well, the difficulty right now, a minute off the clock already, is that Ground Zero are running
भाई ये क्या comp
है? I get it. It makes sense. Wolverine's
triple tank, triple heal.
But specifically against Finale on this Ultron, Ultron kind of does so well to counter Wolverine, because anybody hooked and grabbed by that Wolverine is going to get shielded, right? And for Ground Zero, they're not taking full advantage of this storm. That's why we see a lot of people run Punisher or Phoenix, you know, super high damage dealing heroes that are actually benefiting
भाई कितनी जल्दी वो बन रही है यार उसकी ult.
That's a great tackle, but did have jump there for Strange. Gargoyle, I have Agamotto ready to jump down. Going to be started up here with the Psionic.
Magneto got invisible woman.
Right back at him. Mocha goes down, and Mocha
भाई अभी
did
तो अल्ट
use
मारी थी,
ultimate
एक और
on
अल्ट
those
आ गई
Nami,
है
FMCL and Maddie,
भाई।
everybody
5-6
pressing
अल्टें
the
चल
Q
रखी हैं
button.
भाई, कुछ
FMCL
समझ
gets one,
नहीं आ रहा
Duep
क्या
gets
हो रहा है
one,
भाई।
and
और
holy moly, Ground Zero is
ऐसे
fighting
लग रहा है
the
रिजेक्ट
top
हार
of
रही है
this
भाई।
battle. Will he be able to get a tackle off map here? Zenstarry going to take out Dobby, FMCL onto Piggy.
Didn't he just ult? How is he at 70? Did he literally just ult? Like not even 10 seconds ago. Am I crazy shit?
Honestly,
he's at 75% ult charge already. What was that serious? Is that real?
yeah, just raw damage. It's just like a storm, man. Storm can get ult incredibly quickly too.
Well, and then the storm too. That's probably why.
Yeah,
Just
damage
so much
boost.
That's insane. Builds up ult charge, does so much damage. They're coming back with the portal, those ships, trying to get back to this point, stall it out. You have people kind of running around, back and forth, but no doubt, nobody's down just yet. Gnome's going to go down to Zenstarry though.
Zenstarry finds another pick here on Ground Zero, just trying to walk forward and make something happen, and that is 44%. But great seduction. Down goes 2 from Piggy on the lead there. Finale going to find Duep.
भाई रिजेक्ट वाले भाई मेरे को लग रहा था कि कमजोर टीम चल रही है अभी, बट भाई रिजेक्ट आर प्लेइंग वेरी वेल.
Pretty aggro with his shield there, and Piggy going to find Zenstarry, and good retake here by Reject.
This first
पिनाली के पास एक और अल्ट है और गारगोइल के पास भी अल्ट है. ट्रिपल टैंक, ट्रिपल हील. What the fuck is even this, भाई?
Ground Zero, they haven't found an opportunity to kind of win. They do have that Meteor Ram, and they do have that last stand available. That's how they found success last time. But we'll see how Reject's backline plays, right? Can Mocha live this time through that Meteor Ram? Can Dobby have a big crystal play? We'll see what happens in this upcoming fight.
And we begin again. Gargoyle just trying to take this space back. 45 seconds on the clock, folks. Is a very defensible position here. Reject Ayabagamona goes out. It does immediately by the boundary. Tackles out onto Gnome. And they are able to get away is crazy. That was clean. I honestly thought he was definitely in trouble. Great usage there of Meteor M.
भाई सारे भाग गए भाई.
See Dobby shortly once this ends. Finale using the Rage of Ultron. Here we go as Nami comes in with the Hurricane, and there is
Dobby dies.
Good pick as well. The attack is going through now. Ground Zero does not want this to end. 12 seconds on, and they will get this point. Do not think a teleport can come through fast enough. It does not. Well done by Ground Zero.
I think the macro play is a little messy for both teams, but Ground Zero saving Duep in terms of his Meteor M for that last fight was huge, right? Reject committing everything early on, then Dobby being the last person with an ultimate commit stat copy into the dance floor. Duep waiting for their shields to kind of dissipate on that Phoenix, or on that Luna Snow, but oh my god, an easy pick off as well into Piggy, who was a little bit too far ahead of the team. That's suboptimal.
Yeah, you don't like to see that. Numbers down in this next fight. Alt's going to be in the favor of Ground Zero, but granted, Karth's not even close to this point just yet, so they are holding that space, but they only have one body on, and max you can have on cart, for those who do not know, is 3. You'll see 1 arrow when you're not on it, and then you'll have 3 additional, get max of 4 arrows there when you have the max on. So
उठा लिया भाई
it was a
इन्होंने.
little tricky there, makes you think it's 4.
अब आ रहा है, push आ रहा है.
Oh, match right back. Who gets seduced more? I'm not sure. Sonic Seduction is out. Does not manage to land on
किसी को भी नहीं करता भाई seduce.
Crazy good usage of
that's
cooldowns there.
That's the first time I think Emma Frost has never seduced anybody.
Yeah, that's true. That is wild. As we do see the push forward from Piggy. Trying to get a grab out, does not work again. Finale.
Extermination.
Onto the back line again. And a ton of damage out. It does not burst through any of these strategist lines, though. They are going to have to retake us. Here comes the Omega Hurricane. Matched immediately. Well played. Way to do that fast. As that, you almost have to use that a little earlier there.
Yeah.
If you're on Nami, especially when you know Loki's there. It's all about ult tracking there. And usually you have somebody on your team ult tracking, folks. For those who do not know, ult tracking is a major part of the game where you just try to calculate where everyone's at. And if they had that, that might have been a different story.
Dobby
Yeah, Duep is so good, man. Every single time connecting with these huge ultimates. But another Sonic Seduction has been built on the opposite side for Piggy going aggressive. Here comes the last lane as well, and Finale's there with the
final. Two-piece holding on. Reject does want this to end. 45 on the clock, roughly. Alt advantage, honestly, almost dead even here at this point.
Reject can lose this. Don't know, never will, भाई. कुछ भी हो सकता है, भाई. ऐसी गेम चल रही है ये.
Massive for them. Very close here. Gaining on
भाई
as well, which will
फिनाली के पास अल्ट पहले बनेगा. फिनाल भाई अल्ट्रॉन का बहुत जल्दी बन रहा है अल्ट. I don't know why भाई. Already has his ult भाई 80% के आसपास था.
With that ultimate ready to go, he's always starting it off early, right? Constantly just pressuring out backline, maybe trying to force support Stratus ultimate.
Oh,
but
bro!
The corners, and Starry's there, and everybody's invisible now.
Force the ultimate.
Then Starry on the Gargoyle, that's a nice start.
But यार वो नहीं है क्या कहते हैं भाई.
To find a few, a ton are close, yes.
जीत हो गया भाई. रिजेक्ट ने भाई चूक बजा दिए हैं.
Piggy falling, puts the numbers back on a ground zero. Maddie gonna find Dobie. Teleport comes through here from Gargoyle, but I don't think it's gonna matter unless it's a big ult.
Oh,
It is not
nice
a good idea,
ult, but
though, as the passive does get popped there. And it was hoping it was down. Zenstarry
Gargoyle got picked up, भाई नहीं
wow,
मिलेगा
Gargoyle,
point.
Maddie gotta find Gargoyle down. Goes Finale, and they
नहीं मिल रहा
can
point.
still get this W.
Yeah, this is getting scary for Reject.
भाई ground zero can
like
win
they were
this
kind of
one
out of it in first point, but that's how
easily.
this map is. I feel like every time on Morocco, it's so often we see teams almost get first held, and then they just snowball towards the very end. And it seems like that's
Finale
gonna
is
happen today, man,
playing.
but we'll see in a moment. I mean, a minute and 12 seconds left to go. What does
क्यों
Reject
अभी तो
have
change
in the
कर
bank
लेना
right
चाहिए
now?
इनको
They have to
2-2-2
figure out
पे.
something. I mean, I have Agamotto's
What
up,
are they
but
trying
against
to
Ground Zero,
do?
they have ults.
Yeah, I think these teams are so evenly matched right now. It has been so back and forth.
पैगी गया. But यार एक मिनट है.
Mega Hurricane. It is going to be boosted
Loki
in the
ult आ
opposition,
गया.
trying to take out Storm. That is
By the
a
eye of
dive.
Agamotto can.
Does it get
Oh,
Yes, down goes
भाई
Navi.
ult में से
We do
निकाल दिया
have
Navi को.
49 seconds on, though. It does not need to be overcommitment. You got to hold on. Dobie used ult, though. And, Reject's not going to have much. Ground Zero is going to have that last stand. That could be a game-winning last stand, folks. Eyes on FMCL in this fight. We are so close to taking this home. If you are on
Dobie died
Ground Zero's side, and here goes the last stand.
FMCL ने
Does it
भाई
find
ult मारी
value?
है.
It does not yet. Psionic finds a ton. Piggy
भाई
is gonna
इनविजिबल
go
वुमेन
down
अल्ट
low.
आ
Doesn't get
चुकी
too
है
much
सामने
value.
से और
FMCL trying to chase him down.
फॉर्न
Goes
अगेन हो
another.
चुका
Two
है.
red
लेट्स
balls.
सी क्या वैल्यू निकलती है. नहीं निकली वैल्यू और जीत जीत हो चुका है यहाँ पर ग्राउंड जीरो के लिए भाई.
That is so tough.
Dude, that's why Adam Warlock's tough about playing with the objective, right? Because situations like that, and, man, up 2-1 now in the series, he's going to be ground zero.
This is insane. These two teams are so evenly matched right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so back and forth right now, and I don't know if we expected that, right? We thought ground zero would be a good team.
Yeah.
But today, I guess, I don't know. Do you want to put something on the line? Who do you think's going to win right now, Shape? Ground zero or?
I honestly can't even answer that properly. I mean, I think the dive was really, really strong, but they didn't elect to use it there on a map that is very suited to dive, and it was available to them. So curious about that. I mean, I liked what they were doing. They were looking really good. That was crazy. I mean, the team compositions are all over the place right now. Wild.
Shib.
What?
If Reject win,
yes,
I will have the Venom twerk.
Oh, wow.
If ground zero win.
I don't know. I don't know.
You're going to have the
like
Venom twerk. What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't like that?
Okay.
You agree?
Yeah, maybe not a broadcast, though.
If we get it approved, chat, please help us out here because right now, ground zero have the momentum, right? I would be the one to
भाई chat क्या चल रही है?
but if you believed in Reject when you said the pick at the very beginning of the broadcast that they would win the series, you should put something on the line. And
man, I lie.
I mean, you gotta put your party on the line, just like
Prove you're right.
Silliest goose, indeed.
Top
Honestly,
100.
These paths are crazy because there's so much trading in every single team fight. It is so wild to me. I mean, value with almost every ult. We're forcing out ultimates consistently. The Storm is obviously a huge factor. The whole team comp was about getting ult incredibly quickly. It was
Dog mentor.
Cloak, one of the fastest.
Yes,
Wolverine,
please,
but one of the fastest to get
top
ultimates.
500
has been taking a hit
full
recently,
of
and I'm assuming, maybe still will. It was just, they were just hustling through that map on both sides, honestly.
I am much quick.
Just like I'm going to hustle you into doing this challenge. If it happens, we could even get
circle.
I will literally pay for a professional dancer to come to your house and teach you how to do it. But right now, Ground Zero are looking great, man. I mean, FMCL, like you said, looking awesome.
Yeah.
And the whole team, I think that they've sort of come back because of the fact that Morocco is that map where after you get through that first point, sometimes you just kind of snowball. Do you know why that is? Is it just how kind of like the map geometry sort of is? It's sort of a hard question because there's so much complexity to Morocco. But like,
भाई Venom कर सकता तो तुम क्यों नहीं कर सकते भाई?
You essentially have. We talk about natural cover all the time. For those of you who don't know, you'll see
One,
these
right.
consistently around walls that are unbreakable. It allows them to not utilize cooldowns. Cooldowns to stay health. Cooldowns to stay. Are two corners that are very defensible because you can just use that corner for protection at all times. And then when you get to the second corner, there's an off-map location right in front of you, allowing Invis, Emma, those who can pull and force people off map. Even things like Bucky, you can off-map as Spider-Man, etc. We won't be seeing too much Spider-Man in this tournament. It's just very defensible. Second point doesn't have that as much. There are some top angles, but they're very long lines of sight.
That is odd. Why are we not seeing any of that? I mean, because Torch got banned, I guess, right? So we don't get to see Torch Spider-Man. But how many teams even play Torch Spider-Man, right? That's the craziest fact. I mean, we saw, I believe it's New B in the crowd. He's the I think they said he's the Chinese Necros, right? So except without the toxicity. So like that's the I love Necros, by the way. He's a hilarious guy. But regardless, yeah, I mean he's like there's a lot of good Spider-Man players, but I wonder how many of them are playing at this tournament, right? How many of them have practiced that? I know Cal's saying like he's been practicing and stuff like that, but yeah, just sort of a slight, you know.
It's for the retake. I mean, Spider-Man's great for the retake. I do think initially on that team up, the the blast
which one do you think is better? Which team up is better, the Human Torch team up or the Venom team up that Spider-Man used to have and that was removed from the game?
The Venom team up, I think, is better. Yeah. Without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, I think the issue that they were having initially with combo is that when you use that team up, it would actually launch you. It's more of a positioning tool than it is a combo tool. But
Dobby के तो जूत पड़े हैं. वो Magneto.
Curious to see what Spider-Man players think of that. I clearly don't play a ton of Spider-Man myself. I just know about the hero. But yeah, I mean, the Venom team up was insane.
The Venom team up is insane. And take a look at these stats here, Ship. Right?
16 from Duep is crazy.
16. Duep heard the
Duep
on the line. He wants
तो अच्छे निकाले.
go to the professional dancer, man. So right now,
Duep ने यार अल्टे बहुत अच्छी मारी है यार.
In that map, like you said, I mean, that Duep was really crazy. I think that can not be understated.
भाई 70,000
really
heal.
good Vanguard players. And he's looking like one of the best. But at the same time, Maddie, going to take your MVP as well. 70K healing, too. I mean,
that's insane.
Yeah, that's a lot of healing. That's crazy amount of work done by Maddie. And the rest of the crew has been playing so well on Ground Zero. I think we'll see what happens in the next map. I think it really is map dependent, right? Because the bans have sort of still kind of been up for debate. I think who's going to win the game. It's sort of,
I can't give an answer to that. I agree. I'm not really sure who's winning that. I mean, they clearly don't need to ban what I thought they might want to ban. It's the team comps are definitely changing consistently, so I'm not sure what the correct solution is even yet, and that's why I am not a coach, right? Like it takes a lot of effort. Takes a lot of effort and a lot of just data-driven points and understanding like what works against what, and whenever you lose something, what do you ban in return? So I mean, great work here by Maddie though. 70K healing in that map is disgusting. We're gonna look back at some of these plays. Great eye of Agamotto, another one of those big ones. We've only seen a few of these in the tournament so far, but that was disgusting on a bull strategy. That's all you're looking for is Strange.
Yeah, that is a lot of work done on that side, and for both teams, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to pay attention. You know, we're gonna intently focus on this ban phase upcoming because it matters so much now, right? The small changes.
भाई यार अल्टे बड़ी सही मारी हैं यार.
You know, Loki made it through for reject this time, and that Loki's been doing a lot on Dobby's side as well. But for they were fine. Ground Zero was fine with playing against the Loki. They sort of countered it so well, playing along the Psylocke with that Emma Frost. I mean, what do you think? Maybe we see the Emma Frost ban or a Psylocke ban. That could be something that reject opt in for.
Both teams like to run the Emma though, so it's difficult, right? Like.
अच्छा reject जीत गई ना. अरे भाई वो क्या था?
Ground Zero. You know, they did take that. They were looking very aggro.
Even it reject Hari, Ground Zero जीती.
Could happen.
What the fuck am I doing, bhai?
I don't know, man. They're one of these comps that are maybe a little suboptimal, or having things like, I don't know. I'm not sure nothing needs to change. I think maybe the Wolverine ban. FMCL's have been looking really good on Wolf, but Duep was really good on Mag, so maybe a Magneto ban. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Duet भाई बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा खेला भाई as a Magneto man.
Yeah, maybe that Magneto ban could be good exactly for Duep. I mean, we've seen at least in the stage 1 qualifiers. I mean, nothing's happened to Magneto right between now and then. So Mag is still so gross, right? Still so strong.
Insane. But in the conversation for the best Vanguard, at least at the high level right now in the game, right outside of like Emma. But, I'm not sure. I do think the slight change that they got coming for him, I think that's the way to go about, nerfing some of these heroes is you do slight changes, you make sure they're still, playable. I think the 50 HP on the shield, it still enables him to have that right click, but maybe it's enough to help counteract, or not to stop counteracting some of these major ultimates.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think we'll have to wait and see kind of what happens. Man, I've said that like 5 times. I'm going in a loop right now, Tim. Literally just stuck.
Time loop, multiverse, we're good.
Multiverse. We're going to go to these... Next, did I say that again? I'm literally looping again.
Yeah, you're good. Hey, little replay. You know what I mean? That's all it is. No big deal. But no, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what the solution is in the banning phase. I'm not sure what the composition changes. We haven't seen as much brawl. I do like, it's funny because people talk about Storm all the time. Definitely more of a poke from the left click side of things, but you play together as a unit and you walk together, and that kind of enables that brawl play style. Brawl, maybe not in the strongest position right now in terms of the meta, with things like the Thing not really taking the front line, and Thor not incredible, but we may see that change over time. But I do think that these compositions where you have poke, stay as a unit, almost like a moving tank, right, forward, and just enable all your team while still getting ults incredibly quickly, and using Storm as a battery to remove all the strategist line ultimates on their
ये
side.
नहीं पता Ignite का टूर्नामेंट जो है कल कंटिन्यू होगा या नहीं होगा.
And I really like the dive comp. I love watching dive. I know
क्योंकि
at home a lot of y'all
कल
love
है
watching
अपडेट.
dive, so I thought it was really cool. I'm surprised they didn't at least attempt that, but they know better than I.
Oh yeah, we'll see what happens with the bans because
कल आ
I mean,
रहा
right
ब्लेड.
now, Ground Zero are looking phenomenal, right?
ठीक है.
They're getting everything they want, right? Right now they're getting the Psylocke, they're getting the Wolverine.
3 साढ़े 3 बजे आया करता है अपडेट, ठीक
Punisher,
है.
whatever they have, but like you said,
और ये
there might
टाइम
be
पर
some
चल रहा है इग्नाइट.
adjustments, I think, in terms of dealing with the storm when it does come through from reject. But I definitely would like to see a little bit more of that. It was so close, I think, that last map as well. So it's tough because I think when you have close maps, you almost don't want to make changes, but that's why it's kind of good to get stomped out sometimes, right? And have a hard map is that you can kind of come back through and figure, okay, maybe that was really wrong and change it. But if it's so close, how can you even decide if something didn't work in that last map?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, but now we're at the point where you can't learn. I mean, you've learned from up to this point, but it's match point now for the side of GG. So it's getting a little bit scary. And ooh,
अनलॉग बैच
going to have
में
a convoy here. Spider Islands, I believe. So looking forward to that map. A lot of off maps here as well, especially on point 2 there.
मैं ये
So
टूर्नामेंट में
Emma ban like you were discussing.
अबे वो तो मेरे को पता है.
Teams have been doing some Jeff stuff
मैं ये
too.
कह रहा
I
हूँ
don't know
कल आ रहा है ना
in
अपडेट
their,
तो.
you know, if they could fill those shoes on
ठीक
these
है.
teams. I haven't seen it yet.
तो
Rat seems to be the only team to really do that. That was
कैसे होगा कल का?
They're the only team to really
Like,
pop off with that composition.
Yeah.
And
they will 3 बजे आता है, 3 साढ़े 3 बजे अपडेट आता है.
I think the difference is I don't think
उसके हिसाब से कैसे करते हैं इग्नाइट वाले.
aren't really big fans
कल के पूरे दिन में मतलब करेंगे नहीं करेंगे. लाइक अगर अपडेट आता है तो दे हैव टू अपडेट द गेम राइट. और अगर अपडेट होता है तो there are some changes that can affect the tournament.
Like when is things more viable or is it a feel? I mean, obviously feel is super
कल
important.
होगा. अरे भाई अपडेट भी तो कल होगा. वही तो कह रहा हूँ मैं कि भाई कल अगर अपडेट होगा तो कल मेटा चेंज हो जाएगा, समझ ले. Thor can be a good pick, right? ठीक है. एडम वॉरलॉक के साथ वो
to game 5 or will this W head towards ground 0?
अपडेट नहीं होगा. चलो ठीक है.
Spider Island, baby. Spider Island. And I think what it's
होना तो चाहिए वैसे यार.
This is a good map against them, right? Yeah. Wolverine we've seen struggle on this map, I think specifically, especially
But
in the streets
let's see क्या होता है.
second phase of the game. Maybe towards the third phase it starts to pop off with how close things are in the third point.
Sure, you can off map on 2-2, but yeah,
Record में आ.
so you're more vulnerable. And
so it's like first
exposed.
point, third point.
ये लास्ट मैच हो सकता है. Let's see क्या होता है.
Right?
Yeah, and especially because these teams, folks, for those who are asking, they destroy that building, so you are more visible. And that's the Wolverine likes to play in that building on the height, but they immediately destroy.
Hello.
And this kind of goes back to our discussion on Morocco, right?
Hello.
Both teams sort of played the
लोग पुराने पैच में खेलते हैं. लैंड में वो अपडेट वाला वर्जन नहीं खेला जाएगा.
करना तो चाहिए यार कल, क्योंकि अपडेट आ रहा है.
नहीं अपडेट सबको मिलेगा, लेकिन जो टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हैं उनके लिए वो जो आज वर्जन है वही खेला जाएगा.
अरे कल अपडेट आएगा तो कल अपडेट करके खिलाना चाहिए. वैसे देखते हैं, लेट्स सी भाई, क्योंकि कुछ पता नहीं है.
नहीं खिलाना चाहिए बापा, नहीं खिलाना चाहिए.
क्यों नहीं खिलाना चाहिए? कल पता
तो
चल रहा हो भाई. कल आया ब्लेड, कल ही भाई पता चल गया सबको भी कौन सारे ब्लेड के.
ऐसे नहीं होता भाई. लैंड टूर्नामेंट्स में अगर अपडेट होता है बीच में तो अपडेट नहीं किया जाता है उनका पीसीज में. वो लोग लोकल पैच में खेल लेते हैं.
मार्वल राइवल्स वाले खुद देख सकते हैं, वो तो देखते रहेंगे वो क्या करना है. क्यों भाई?
जनरली लैंड में नहीं होता है. मैं यही कहना चाह रहा हूँ.
बात तो सही है तेरी, लेकिन लेट्स सी क्या होता है भाई. एक तो भाई मैं खेल रहा था भाई, कल का पूरा दिन खेला, कंट्रोलर खराब हो गया मेरा. हाँ भाई. भाई ह्यूमन टॉर्च बैन आएगा, साथ में मेंटिस बैन आएगी.
I don't know. Again, change sort of your entire composition. Changing your entire composition can be kind of hard. Taking a look at the band
भाई
though.
लूना सेव.
Ground Zero getting rid of that Mantis man, and on the opposite side, Human Torch going to get taken out for reject as.
Ground Zero ने लूना सेव किया. उन्होंने क्या यार, कैप्टन अमेरिका क्यों बैन हो रहा है यार?
Ground Zero, Captain America ban. It's the exact same.
Yeah, this is no change.
Yeah, first bans, and then Luna Snow Protect this time. This is, I think, new. Did they protect Luna Snow last time, or was it the ban Luna Snow, protect Luna Snow, or?
Loki ban, let's go. भाई मैं निकलता हूँ, ठीक है? बैकग्राउंड से वैसे नॉइज आ रही है, लोगन भाई.
Like we said, I mean, once you saw them after that map, they were once again calm, cool, and collected. I mean, I'd love to see a game 5 for sure. I know that Ground Zero has the talent to push this through, at least from what I've seen today. They look very locked in. I mean, but it's very much a momentum shift between these two teams. It has been insane to witness.
Yeah, it has been insane to witness. Now get that
यार
Cloak attack coming
कैप्टन
out. Reject,
अमेरिका
they love
क्यों
to
हो
play
रहा है बैन?
that tandem, that duo between Cloak and Luna. Ground Zero know that at least. That's something to work with, right? For Ground
Wolverine
Zero.
ban, that's the
Wolverine ban.
Wolverine ban coming through, right? That's a good change for sure. And I mean, the tough part is, so Emma still goes through here though, right? So Emma Psylocke still go through. You're still giving FMCL the Psylocke Emma team up.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think both teams like to run the MO, so I think it's just more so I've got this, trust me type situation, which I respect that. I think that, you know, as somebody who plays Emma myself, you know, it's always the ego battles. You see that a lot, even with the Wolverines we've seen between these two teams in the past, but they've elected to not allow that to happen. Loki going to be off for both sides, and Torch today, I mean, I need to know the numbers. I think it was banned nearly every single time.
Yeah. Coming up now, entering this Spider Islands, Reject and Ground Zero. Can Ground Zero get it done, man? Like, the fact that we have an OCE team on map point right now versus the top Korean team, I don't think we could ever say that in a hero shooter ever, right? This is the first time that has
That's
ever
really
happened.
cool.
Yeah,
that
it's
is really
sick.
cool, actually. Yeah.
Kind of making history for the side of Ground Zero if they can get it done, and they still have a whole tournament ahead of them if they were to get it done. But Reject as well.
भाई ये वापस से वही खेल रहे हैं.
Right now.
Triple tank, triple heal.
Too, like they looked so defeated and then just were able to kind of work it out.
And we begin. Oh, the Moon Knight off the rip. I know the 12 Moon Knight mains are super excited. No, just kidding. Super popular hero, honestly.
The goon haunts you. अरे भाई बच गए
crazy to
दूत.
see. I love the Moon Knight charge out off the rip here as the entirety of Reject gets wiped pretty much. Finale and Dobie gonna have to run back and try to reset as the team. And FMCL here on the Moon Knight walking forward, taking that space. Alts are very close, at least already halfway for FMCL off of seconds into the map. So that's what the power of Moon Knight is, already at 60%. Same with Maddie. So good work there off the rip by Ground Zero.
Portal now come back through, and Mocha finds the opening pick on a Maddie. Nice shot from the strategist of Reject on Ground Zero side. They're going to have to back on out of there, right? Reject just kind of steady Eddie on this car, right? 1 minute off the clock as well as Reject. This is the whole point, right, of this competition. It's not always to just get hard wins, but you just want to stabilize, just kind of annoy this objective in the payload. And right now, the Moon Knight has ultimate hand of Contra available.
And we begin again. FMCL going to press forward, a ton of damage out, but oh, great wall placement. Unfortunately, destroyed immediately.
भाई वो करने वाला था भाई अल्ट बट उसने देखा कि नहीं भाई उसने कर दी है तो फिर क्या ही करूं.
Does not land though. As
भाई डोपी ने भाई पहला हगा है भाई.
The moon on them. It does, but not enough. As they are still up and healthy. I love pulling out the batons there. Still not going to happen.
आया Fagamoto was huge. Oh
my goodness. Piggy helping through it. Piggy is going to fall though as Duip's going to make sure they do press forward, and that's two there as Gargoyle goes down.
तगड़ी अल्ट मारने के बाद भी भाई तीनों हीलर बचे हैं भाई. मरेंगे या नहीं मरेंगे पता नहीं.
220, we will see a portal likely unless they can get that touch.
Yeah, they just used it earlier. So the big thing is that true. Even with the damage reduction from Diamond Form, they were taking down Piggy. That's how strong Emma Frost can be for sure.
अब एक रूट नहीं चढ़ पा रहा ऊपर.
Get that huge damage reduction to kind of live through Meteor M even is insane. But now we're entering this last phase of the first point and 2 minutes on the clock. Here comes Piggy with the Sonic Seduction and Mocha.
उनकी हीलर्स को पकड़ लिया. Reset है भाई, reset है.
Similar to the thing for the damage reduction.
Finale got killed भाई.
Finale gonna find FMCL here, and that is the good retake you needed. Piggy gonna get some revenge there and find Duep, and that is nice as the team is walking them back. We see change in comp. We're gonna have that Venom now back on that little more
Gargoyle on Psylocke
for the side of Reject.
Yeah, Finale on that Ultron has looked terrifying, man. Like they set up on the cart with Piggy, but then over the top right flank, Finale just kind of came through, drone on Piggy to sort of stall and found those opening picks. Now Ground Zero have to walk in, and they have the Strangling Prison. This could be gross with the storm.
The are at least going to be pulled out here from the side of Nami.
Finale ult.
There go. Ooh, great bubble placement. That may be enough. Oh, but Rage of Ultron out there to keep the team healthy. Mocha gonna find Duep.
Oh, भाई Gargoyle चला हो गया. Gargoyle चला हो गया.
As Gnome cleans it up. Nami, what a retake here, and they are finding their footing a minute on. 3 ults still though for the side of Ground Zero, and that, or almost 4, make that 5. So they should theoretically win this fight. If they do not, that is a huge slip up for the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, this is a tough comp to play against right now for this defense. I mean, maybe they can pick off Gargoyle or something, but for the Moon Knight, or sorry, for this attack for Ground Zero.
What the fuck, man?
For this defense, I mean, maybe they can pick off Gargoyle or something, but for the Moon Knight, or sorry, for this attack for Ground Zero. They're missing only 1 ultimate. So many in the book. Gnome gets frozen. Nami takes him out. They're going to be in this 5v5 now because they lose King Bob.
Wow, Duet finds Gargoyle finale.
Okay,
Bob.
they have one.
MNCL with a two-piece, and that is a
Oh
massive
भाई
pick.
क्या
That's
बल्ट
gonna,
मार दी
we expected that to happen here with Alt Advantage, and that's why Alt Advantage in games like this are so important.
सारी
Nami
अल्टे
trying to
मार दी
chase
भाई
down
ओ
the Ultra
fuck
finale.
fuck
Wait,
what
what?
the fuck
Wow, they used it early enough. That is big brain right there, and that's that stuff you may not think about. If you're watching his finale, is gonna find Nami. That is crazy on the retake. This could be it, folks. 6 seconds, 5 on. What a hold here by Reject as the entirety of the team falls. We are in OT, and that is going to do it. They were held on .1. I don't know, actually, might be able to get here. Might be able to get here.
Maybe.
No,
what
it
the
is
fuck just happened
Reject. That is insane.
That's like, dude, 4 segmented fights is crazy. Like the fact that, I mean, they got wiped first point.
Yeah,
or
they
the
got wiped
first one.
immediately.
Yep.
Yeah.
Came back through on the portal. Then they, you know, they won that fight pretty hard. Cart pushes back a little bit. Then moves forward as Ground Zero wins another fight. And then towards the very end, Piggy touches. Remember, like with 2 seconds or 2 meters left.
Yeah.
And then Finale comes back through, finds those 2 opening picks. And then after that, I mean, that just built so much time.
Yeah.
And just
भाई ये
excellent objective
क्या
play.
ही खेला
Big
भाई
mistakes, but it's akin to mental marble rivals.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good lesson here for Chad in general. Notice how when you fall with, you remember, the cooldown on Strange Teleport is 3 minutes. If you fall early enough, and just if you're on Duelist, if you were the first to go down, switch over to Strange and guarantee a 4 fights or 3 fights on the map by putting that portal right next to point and trying to stall until, you know, you get to 0, and then you have it again. And at that point, it's very difficult to push through the point. So, yeah, it's one of those tricky situations. It's one of the first times we've seen the team wipe that early, and it is very niche. But keep that in mind. And we see that a lot of the pro player when they're running that triple Vanguard, triple strat on the spawn hold, they will use that way, but I guess you don't necessarily need the triple in order to have that portal play work.
Oh yeah, let's now come back and through.
भाई भाई ये मैच है भाई सबसे बड़ा मैच जाएगा अभी का
abysmal, right? But
on
we've seen
stream.
crazier things happen. I think at points we've seen even good teams like 100 Thieves struggle, even though you kind of get that first point hold. You called it earlier. Both teams
भाई
are so
कहीं
evenly
कौन
matched.
सी भी
anything is
टीम की
possible
बात
here.
आती है 100 Thieves struggled भाई कुछ भी बात आती है 100 Thieves struggled भाई पागल हो गए
Trying to break it out and try something different, not electing to use the Rocket Res, instead going to have Ultron in the sky, which I like this change here. I like the way this comp looks, but having Gargoyle on the Moon Knight might help battle it back.
भाई
Some of those more niche heroes have been found to
भाई
counter this composition.
यही चल रहा भाई
All charge Moon Knight. Are you joking me? Piggy finds Zen. 88, 91, 94%. Gnome gonna find Nami, and they are walking as Piggy finds Duep. Again, they are gonna reset here in Portal Inn.
Yep, here it comes. Maybe we'll see how Ground Zero does in terms of their fundamentals, right? Coming back through, pretty similar situation. Literally like the exact same situation, but the portal a little bit later this time, near that ice cream van, or rather Rockstar van. Now they come back on.
Gargoyle has been playing really good and does have a diverse hero ocean, if you will. Does not seem like they can get pinned out.
Oh, डोम भाई और ये बढ़िया भाई भाई फैन हो गया भाई मैं इसका
Gonna find Gargoyle. Gnome goes down, and that is a great utilization of that
भाई
portal.
इतने तगड़े तगड़े अल्ट मारे हैं ना भैया भाई दिल खुश हो गया भाई
Talking about Symbiotes earlier. Literally both teams are
Is this on repeat? Yeah.
this is crazy, man. Like
that's crazy.
We'll see what happens after this. Maybe the reject. So if we go back to the attack, Round Zero, the one this upcoming fight, right?
Yes.
So if Reject wins this upcoming fight, I think we're just stuck in a time loop. That literally happened earlier. I said to repeat the same thing multiple times.
All right, here comes the Hurricane, though. If they dance in a bubble, that would be very similar. Instead, they're going to use the Luna ultimate to match it, and Ultron does not. Oh, out we go with an eye. Oh, that's a huge eye, but does it find purchase? It doesn't. Wow, what a way to dance out of that, like champions. Oh, Anti, though, great usage there of Ultron. Defensively, then offensively, trying to break some of the walls there. Good work there as Gnome is weak, and they are pushing them back towards the spawn door heavy. And down goes Zen.
भाई Zen गया.
Or excuse me, down goes Gnome as Zen is still keeping that space. And he used that ultimate. I'm not sure if that's worth using down a number off the rip like that, but you know, they are finding some value out of it. We are going to see the Sonic Seduction. You got to hide right now. Looking for the Meteor. Piggy got to find one. And they are evenly traded now again with that. Oh my goodness, finale.
भाई finale ने एक और kill निकाल दिया. That's hard.
GG. Mocha onto Nami, and finally, it's looking like they will push through this corner.
All right, so the time loop is still stable right now, Shib. The exact same thing has sort of happened. I mean, I think more time is chewed off the clock, obviously, but right now, I think the theory that we are just watching a replay for both sides rings true.
They need to get it out here, hold them early, and then they need to teleport back at the last millisecond, literally 0.3 away.
Yeah, here they come. Ground Zero on the retake, sending FMCL over the top angle as well. And time, but here comes that Storm ultimate again.
Oh, and the Rage of Ultron. I've seen this before to counterback, but that is going to be the pick that changes the story. And the
But अभी इधर हक दिया उन्होंने.
to walk in. FMCL going to get locked down. Great utilization of the shield there by Invis. Zen.
निकाल.
Oh my goodness. Oh, are you kidding me, Zen? You are different on Ground Zero. Beautiful defense and way to utilize again. Oh my goodness. For those who don't know, Strange can actually utilize his shield to stop Luna's ultimate. It is a magical shield. It'll stop AoE abilities if you hold it up. So play very patiently and just instinctually the supports walked away after they thought they had enough time near those who were needing to be healed. Oh my goodness. This has been a crazy, crazy game.
It's been insane. Portal coming through again because of the same situation.
And this is everything, folks. It's all about can Ground Zero use these two ults to win right now. Portal comes through very close to the point. That could mess with their footing. No, they do get outs. We see Psylocke immediately dance on the butterfly. Doesn't do enough damage. Our strategists are holding on in the point.
Bye.
Zone. Waiting one more. Oh, they dash.
Oh!
No! Dude needed to hit that, unfortunately. Maybe just a little bit of
It wasn't hit, भाई. पता नहीं क्या हुआ.
FMCL does have this rage. This rage could be massive. Dungeon, a ton of damage out. You're electing to find one. Duep on a finale. Nami on a piggy. Can they end this series?
Bye.
Will Ground Zero take this thing home? Out goes the drone. It's another pick on a gargoyle. And that does it. Ground Zero gets the W and moves forward in this tournament without going to the loser side bracket.
Absolutely insane, man. Ground Zero are them at the moment, coming back against everything, the odds were just against them, right? I mean,
crazy.
At the very end of the match, able to get it done with no time left on the clock, and these teams were so evenly matched. You talked about a shift back and forth, both sides just seemingly, were just mirrored, right? It just felt like we were watching the exact same team play against each other, in Ground Zero making history right now. I mean, OCE region looks very damn good.
Yeah, that was a very evenly matched setup there, almost a game 5. It honestly could have gone to game 5. Holding point 1 and then having that happen to you is definitely something that, happens, but it's not necessarily like, you don't expect anything like that. You have to play lights out, and they definitely did.
Yeah, absolutely.
भाई लड़की उठ के चलेगी भाई वो.
अच्छा खड़ी है, ठीक है. Respect for both teams, but that does not mean Reject is out yet, right? That just means Reject is sent down to the loser brackets. Ground Zero moves forward in that upper brackets into that the upper bracket semifinals, securing them top 5th through 6th at the bare minimum. We'll see how they continue moving forward. I mean, that's such a big upset, I feel like, but at the end of the day, Ground Zero is definitely a legit team.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a ton of fun to watch. Just the back and forth in every single fight was exhausting but exhilarating. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like every single time I was looking at the feed, it was so red and blue. It was never one-sided for the most part. Numbers were dwindling to the final 2 on each team who needed to clutch up. We saw a lot of 1v1s, 2v1s, 2v2s, 2v3s, just to try to force the point through. Getting held on point 1, getting down to OT on point 1 again, just goes to show you how close these teams were. But that was a ton of fun to watch, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ground Zero. Congrats to them. I can't wait to see an interview with them. I mean, it's the first time we're going to talk to them on the broadcast, on the main stage, down there with Tetra, I believe. So, man, what a series
so this was the last match, भाई.
I want to see how they do.
भाई बड़ा तगड़ा मैच गया भाई. Last में भाई triple tank, triple heal, भाई. What the hell is this?
And that's just how it is when you get to these tournaments where we pull in everybody all over the world, just supporting a region and feeling very excited when you see some stuff happen. He's got to be stoked right now. What a win there for Ground Zero.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Vanguard and Dwep made a name for himself.
Absolutely.
Same thing with FMCL and. The whole team across the board definitely standing out. Like, these guys are somebody you want to look at when you're looking at top-tier teams, top-tier players. And, that's what happens when sometimes you underlook a region, for example, right? Maybe you're like, okay, we can underestimate Ground Zero. They're just from OCE, who cares? But at the end of the day, they are a legit team. And, both Korean teams have the chance to get eliminated in the lower bracket if Reject lose. So that would be crazy considering the dominance of Korea in hero shooters in the genre itself.
Just goes to show you, like I said, paper-thin margins across the board. Nearly all of these games have been so close. There's just been no real walking for the most part. I mean, I cannot fathom. I mean, the thing is, like we talked about with this game, is teams are still learning in scripts, still finding new compositions and such. So we may see something that's going to break through the meta. They've been holding until later in the tournament. Very cerebral game, and you consistently have to try to find ways to outsmart outsmart and outwit your opponent and hope they don't learn from it, or if they do, you know, it's going to turn into a new meta where you have to try to counter that. Like, very similar story. The reason I bring this up is when I think of triple on Vanguard, which we saw there on defense. Triple Vanguard strategist, although it's very strong to enable more fights. We now saw Moon Knight coming into play. We saw Magic on the side of Sentinels over in America, finding value into Vanguards like that. Very easy to land combos as Magic onto large bodies with big hitboxes that enable their playstyle more. So these heroes that maybe aren't always in the limelight are finding ways in through adaptation of the meta, and I think that is an insane state of the game. It just goes to show you how much this game has to offer.
Oh yeah, this game has so much opportunity and so many heroes that we haven't even seen in the Ignite mid-season tournament, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen later on. I know we heard about some wacky compositions, but I feel like we haven't necessarily seen them just yet. That's the exciting part, is that this tournament is going to be so long, right, going until Sunday. So we will be here to witness all of the changes, all of the adaptations.
Sunday तक है
As the
भाई.
tournament progresses, we see the top teams really adapt, especially in that ban phase, right? What we saw in each region. We saw the best teams that are not only just mechanically, but also in terms of drafting, how varied it can be potentially, especially in the later rounds, back and forth bans. So many different adaptations can come through.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the ban phase being a winning and losing state too. It's definitely part of the game. And both teams there were adapting bans, which I thought was strong. You talked about, you know, new compositions. You talked about these teams showing up. I mean, they were doing, you know, some more unique stuff in this tournament so far. We did see that Storm play. I like the Moon Knight stuff. Like, that stuff was more unique. I think as a compositional whole, the only major thing that's defining recently is that we saw that, you know,
हाँ ये तो सही बात है.
really unique stuff like that is
भाई 100 T's versus OUJ का सेकंड था. पहला मैच यार मैं स्ट्रीम कर नहीं पाया यार. मैं सुबह उठा, मैंने कहा भाई ये तो स्टार्ट हो चुका है भाई. फिर मैंने स्ट्रीम किया.
Stuff like that is it's so crazy to me to think about, that I love the potential of what we might see. I do think that this team,
उसमें तो आखिरी वाले मैच में भाई बात आ गई थी भाई लास्ट में.
So they've opened something up, you know what I mean? The doors are open.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to see more teams like that, or like Envy, right? With their player with Speederly being the one to play a lot of Storm, right? And same thing over here. But for Ground Zero, they kind of tried and true, right? That's sort of the same compositions we saw back in the stage 1, right? We saw a lot of Wolverine, we see a lot of Cloak and Dagger, a lot of Luna Snow after the patch especially, but on top of that, ton of Psylocke. So really great play from Ground Zero, and to swap also back over Nami.
भाई दो भी के जूत पड़े हैं हमेशा भाई अल्ट में. भाई मैग्नेटो was the best भाई. अल्ट से मैग्नेटो भाई तगड़ा खेला है.
It seems like also Gargoyle was there right there to match him, so it's tough to lose in a situation like that, but it was just such a close and fun matchup.
But heal was also massive भाई.
Yeah, you got to remember, folks, this map was a single point on both sides, and these stats are crazy for that.
And it's like,
Duep's got to get some love. In every single one of these games, massive ultimates, looking really clean.
देखा बोला Duet भाई.
You know, MVP right there.
Zero
really
assistance.
Popping up.
Zero assistance. He did it all himself.
Doesn't matter. Clean them up. You know what I mean? Clean them up.
Fear Magneto.
Absolutely, and interesting healing received stat as well. A little bit of damage taken, but he never, to be fair, like the strategist just kept him alive at all times. Like, he was never going down, whether that be good cooldown usage out of him and his strategist. Definitely up, it's up for debate who actually was the most important character, or rather factor in that sort of machine, the most important cog in the machine. And right now, Ground Zero looked like a well-oiled machine, speaking about which, because this team is going to be scary.
यार इधर किल क्यों नहीं मिला यार? ये वाला जो है, ये किल क्यों नहीं मिला भाई?
If I were the next
Diamond Fog में भी
definitely got to be watching this one and figure out what the weaknesses are, right? That's today is sort of that testing.
ऐसे लास्ट वाला मैच भी तगड़ा था, मजा आया भाई.
Everybody is learning so much about each other because some teams have not scrimmed against each other as much as others.
Yeah. I'm with you, and even right there, like I was just seeing, I didn't even notice. I mean, it was a damage-boosted Moon Knight off the rip that enabled them to sweep on both sides. That is a crazy next-level strategy. But yes, I mean, I can't say it enough. This was it may have ended 3-1, but it was anybody's game. I think that Ground Zero was very confident in the way that they played, but Reject, they started figuring things out, and I think that's going to help them down the line here on this tournament.
It's interesting that Moon Knight is being the one to choose. It makes sense with the Groot, like the old style.
with the combination with the hand of Conchu and stuff, but you know, with the Storm, it's definitely changed a lot. You know, I think that people were like, okay, run Storm, Punisher, run Phoenix, Storm, but you know, it seems like today a lot of teams liking to play just like the straight up.
भाई ये play था
You know,
तगड़ा.
later on, Reject swap compositions, Gargoyle, yeah, those shields as well from Zen. I mean, the whole team really came through today for Ground Zero.
That is huge brain plays there by Zen. We talked about how that works, but that's, I mean, we haven't seen as successful two-piece back-to-back like that, using that
भाई सही बात है.
shield to keep
आज
the
तक
team,
इतना
you
मतलब
know,
वैसे
isolated
देखा
from
नहीं है.
Lunal twice in one go is wild to me. So you know, everybody finding value with more unique things in this matchup for sure. There's that hype.
भाई sad भाई देख नहीं पाया यार मैं यार.
That's a great reaction from everybody, the whole gang at Ground Zero, and
yes,
you know, it's cool to see them move on to that
Envy
semifinal.
कह रहे हैं
So
भाई
Reject,
Envy
I wonder what's in store for
अगली
them
भाई
moving
अगली
forward.
best
We have
team
to wait
होगी.
and see obviously what happens, but for Reject, they're still a good team.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely
the number one thing, and I believe our interview is still
Envy और उसका होगा भाई सबसे
that's going to be
तगड़ा match
awesome to see
100
the player on stage for
Thieves
Ground Zero.
का.
I'm sure he's pumped. I mean, absolutely
भाई
exhilarated
वो
with that.
match
I
होगा
love seeing the
अलग ही
excitement from
level पे
teammates.
भाई.
You know, that's what I, you know, it mirrors what I would do, right? Like you get out there, you see them, you play as a team, you get hyped up, and you get juiced out. I would be so stoked. You know what I mean? As soon as we win a game like that, especially as close as that was in every single map, it was like we talked about trading consistently. I mean, the level of emotion is what you want to see at this level of play. And although some teams are saying
रिजेक्ट ने भी बढ़िया खेला भाई. वो जो कॉन्वॉय था भाई रिजेक्ट ने भाई बहुत सही निकाला भाई. जिसमें FM UL वो खेल रहा था क्या कहते हैं BP खेल रहा था. उसमें रिजेक्ट ने बहुत सही निकाला भाई.
But wow, we are these games have been nothing but intense. I feel like my heart has been pounding no matter what I'm watching at all times. Just raw energy, raw talent across the board. Every single region is bringing something to the table.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens in that interview, by the way, as we head to the stage with Tetra.
It's going to be with FMCL, I believe, is what we are hearing. So that's going to be
FMCL के साथ है.
exciting as we head over to FMCL.
I am here with FMCL from Ground Zero Gaming, who just put
भाई गेट खोल के आना पड़ेगा. रुको आया मैं.
performance. You just took your first game on the international stage in a 3-1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling wonderful. Coming into this series, people were probably thinking we weren't gonna like show up or do anything, considering we're from OC, which is usually considered a worse region. But I think in this tournament, we're the underdogs, and we can definitely put on a performance and show the people how good we are.
And you're absolutely showing it now. You're playing a very aggressive playing style that's working out incredibly well so far. So tell me, who does the shot calling for the team? Who's giving commands in those fights?
I'd say it's pretty evenly spread out around the team. It's usually depending on what character people are on. So if Zen's on maybe Groot, he'll shot call like his walls. If
Dream Final.
he'll shot call his
Yeah.
and when I'm on Wolf, I'll shot call my grabs.
वो तो देखेंगे भाई पता चलेगा.
Heading into the semi.
Envy और 100 teams का होगा भाई. यार 100 team भाई है क्या ये? मैच 100 teams मैच.
We're better than you think you are. We're better than you think we are. Sorry. Yeah, we're definitely a dangerous opponent. I think you shouldn't underestimate us. But if you want to lose, you can.
ओला. चलो शांत बैठो ये Ground Zero.
You've more than earned your opportunity, and just well done for starters. Just to
भाई 100 teams की साइड हूँ भाई मैं. मेरे को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. कोई जो मर्जी करते रहे लोग.
Yeah, first I'd like to shout out my team members in the org. I'd like to shout out Jacoby Creamy. He taught me the game. Devin Wang for helping me in school. Yeah, those are the main people, and my parents raising me. Thank you very much.
अरे माँ पे हूँ. Let's see भाई. Casters क्या कहेंगे? भाई कुछ हो सकता है?
What an interview. Shouting out people from the school. What's up, guys? Cozy here, and welcome to the close of the show. It's good to join you guys. Finally, we got the American squad together. What a day, huh? What a day. I mean, I don't think... it's exactly what we expected, because it was what we didn't expect. Both one seeds going down. Shiv, what do you think about that?
I mean, what a birthday surprise. What a present for you, my man. Happy birthday to our man, Cozy. I mean... It seems like that's a consistent trend, right? We talk about the best teams in each region falling to third as they're coming in, or second as they're coming into this tournament. It is no surprise it happens here too as those one seeds fall. But it's just I think it's these obscure comps. Everybody kind of maybe being a little more secretive in those scrims. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we saw, we heard a lot as we were kind of roaming the hotel from the scrims and what was going on there. And teams play different from when it's on the big live stage, right? We saw the teams rise up. I think you can see, obviously,
भाई
obviously
कल का क्या सीन है ये
what
बताओ?
happened there. But Envy and Rad, two teams in the play-in stage. On the main stage. Do you think that helped them out a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it definitely helps them for sure. I think that just having that experience, getting
भाई भाई देख
guys, like it just feels like
भाई मैं अपना फेस रिवील कर दूंगा अगर ग्राउंड जीरो जीत गई तो
that was we saw the play in
अपने YouTube चैनल पे भाई मैं भी भाई मानू भाई और टीटी के जीती तब भी भाई अपना फेस रिवील करूंगा टीटी के जीत सकती है ठीक है और मैं चाहता हूँ अपना फेस रिवील करना भाई ग्राउंड जीरो तो नहीं जीत रही ठीक है
like we've seen that over in
the
America.
Quest, the classic, they went and won the group stage, right? The early part of the season.
और टीटी के कह रहा हूँ भाई 100 अगर जीत गई तो भी भाई मैं अपना फेस रिवील कर दूंगा भाई गुरु तो बोलेगा ही भाई वो जीत भाई बहुत मुश्किल है यार ग्राउंड जीरो के लिए यार
And then we got some really big heaters. 100 Thieves, ground zero.
Oh yeah.
I love it. Love what we saw a little bit of time.
Well, listen, I mean, Cozy, real quick, not to be toxic or anything, but I think there's I want to say who, considering the caster behind the scenes, who came up with this fantastic term.
Yes.
You know how there's like a term for North America that's a kind of a meme in the esports space that's called like nearest airport.
Okay.
Because North America, yes, but they're doing well, right, in this tournament.
भाई गुरु सही कह रहा है वैसे.
We don't really have anything, right? So. I don't know if he wants me to say his name. I'll say it. Leg Day. No, he didn't. I'll be the one to say it for him. He said the Korean region, because Reject's now in the lower bracket. Genji going home. Maybe they're the kindergarten region.
Oh, okay.
Oh भाई ये तो पंप हो गया भाई भाई कल 2 मैच हैं रेड और वर्सेस एनवी एंड ग्राउंड जीरो वर्सेस एनवी भाई कल के भाई मैच तगड़े हो गए भाई रेड के भाई उस दिन जी हारी थी भाई मेरे ख्याल से ये एनवी से ठीक है रिडेम्पशन मार गया भाई इसके लिए रेड वालों के लिए बट आई डोंट think they can but they will अगर कर सकते तो भाई मजा आ जाएगा ग्राउंड वर जीरो वर्सेस 100 टीम भाई तुम खुद देख लो भाई कितना इंटेंस मैच था भाई 100 टी वाला और ग्राउंड जीरो वाला फर्क पता चल जाएगा तुम्हें
I wasn't as shocked as you might think. I think that a lot of the players around here respected Envy.
Yeah, I think Envy against Citadel. Citadel's known
दोनों ही बढ़िया टीम है यार ग्राउंड जीरो इज अ गुड टीम ठीक है बट भाई 100 टीम ओवरऑल बेटर
any team's going to succeed with that, it is going to be Envy. So I'm with you on that. But
मेरे को तो लग रहा था आज ही भाई 100 टी वाले जो हैं वो हो जाएगा 100 टीम वालों का काम बच जाएगी बट नहीं हो पाएगा भाई वो तगड़े हैं एनवी वाले भी तगड़े हैं एनवी वाले हो सकते हैं अगले भाई जो होंगे
Now the stack up in the matchup, sometimes things just don't favor, and Citadel is a tough opponent for them.
बट रेड भाई कल की मैच बहुत मतलब लेम जाएंगे मेरे हिसाब से.
We saw that against Ego Death back in the group stage. Right. They were always prepared.
What a reference,
yeah. Humble self. They'd be like, okay, take care of them, back to the front line, right? And it's just different now when Sentinels, we'll have to see what they kind of cook up to stop the dive because they're coordinated.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels, in their team that can rebound, like you said, with the 100 Thieves, right? 100 Thieves, a team that...
जो बोला आज की शायला गेम प्ले देख के दिल खुश हो गया. He is still viable. तूने यार रिजेक्ट की शायलॉक नहीं देखी क्या?
China for a lot of these teams, right? Time to kind of get used to and get acclimated to not only the weather, but the new
रिजेक्ट टीम में शायलॉक है भाई और क्या चाहिए?
Had a good time adapting originally, but that was 2 weeks ago when everybody said Sentinels was doing well in scrims, and now having to change that up and get good now down low or into the lower bracket.
बैन हो ना हो भाई रिजेक्ट की टीम में ही शायलॉक है और बोल.
They look so good.
और क्या चाहिए?
I would say surprising, but also unsurprising, because I know that I think you wanted to pick them instead of Sentinels at first. There was like a debate for you.
Yeah,
right?
I had them.
So
up there.
Yeah.
Did you? Yeah,
for both of you guys.
It's tough, and that's the thing. We're looking at the best top 10 teams in the region. So there's no low seed. I mean, we have our favorites. I think we could say obvious, but if you looked at across coming into here, none of the favorites won, right?
Yeah.
And so
That's
क्यों
kind of
नहीं
been
जीत
the
रहे?
story so far in Marvel
साले
Rivals.
100
It's this
थीव जब
early
है
season,
मेरा
now we
फेवरेट.
are here at the mid-season finals. It's like, who's got it? Who can get through the pressure? The land stage, this environment, incredible. And the fact it's who's going to show up on game day, you know?
Yeah, I think you kind of make a great point there. You talk about, like, all these teams are very close. Every single one of these teams was 1, 2, or 3 seed. And yes, the 3, sometimes the 3 seed was meant to be the 1 seed, right? That is, it just goes to show you how talented this is. You got to think about all the teams that we're trying to apply or get into this through MRC, through various means, all the different tournaments we've had in the past. These are the top 3 max teams of every single region duking it out, all of which have strengths and weaknesses and weird compositions that they're not used to.
गाइस
going
मजा आ
against
गया
maybe
यार आज का
regionally
सपोर्ट देख के
independent.
यार. थैंक यू फॉर सपोर्टिंग मी
It's
यार
so
आज.
difficult to the margin between
चाहे
the teams
तुमने
is so
लाइक
minimal.
नहीं किया,
I can't wait to see what else is going to happen, man.
Exactly.
चाहे
Do you
तुमने
all, looking at the
सब्सक्राइब नहीं
players
किया,
across what you saw today, hit me with a player of the day. Anyone that stands out? Dog, one of
Sid यार
you
भाई.
first. You got someone?
I feel like I'm going to take Shibs. Like, I feel like we're on the
भाई
same.
कंट्रोलर
we're
खराब हो
similar
रखा है
at this
भाई.
point. You
आई
know, I was
डोंट
gonna
नो
say
भाई.
FMCL.
मैं शायद अपना
Like, it just was.
सिल्वर
I
वाला
think we were
अकाउंट
going somebody else.
खेलूं
Recency
वो
bias.
भी
I'll say
कीबोर्ड
someone else
माउस से.
now. I mean,
Okay, let's go.
शायद.
Go with it.
I don't know भाई.
Today, for me,
Recency bias, yeah.
yeah, well, I was definitely going to say FMCL. Maybe I'll say,
I told you. I told
maybe
you.
I'll say Cal or Duet. Duet popping off there at the end looked really good, right? Like very considerably constant final hit, max, no limit, always or no assist, excuse me.
Yeah, no
always,
assist is crazy. That's insane.
Cleaning
like,
up everything,
no,
cleaning up every KO. So that is a lot of talent on Mag and patience. But yeah, that team just surprised me. I had a lot of fun watching them.
Yeah, I think you said Cal. I think when Cal plays above where we know Cal can play, that
Phoenix,
team is a different team. But honestly, both the Vanguards I want to shout out because the matchup there, I was worried about the Captain America matchup and kind of what Window can flex into. Window great.
भाई अब मेरे को 9 से 9 या 10,000 तक का एक कंट्रोलर बनवाना पड़ेगा अपने लिए.
And then the Jeff working. I mean, can we not sell Fate enough? Fate is
that's a great choice too.
The new Self, right? Self flew up because of the Black Panther in the group stage. It's Fate's time to shine now, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, dude, this whole tournament has been so much fun so far, and just the fact that we're at the very beginning, we already sent 2 teams home, right? $500,000. I don't think it can be stressed enough how much money in the bank that is. You know, getting that paycheck at the end of the year and saying, oh, just a
माउस कीबोर्ड यूज कर लो टैंक में भी कहाँ इतना एम कहाँ जरूरी
you're the first mid-season final champion. You're the first, you know, as time moves on, you end up,
पड़ती
you know,
है.
going the last year's champion.
Let's play भाई, पता चल जाएगा.
And that is something else. It's like money's important to these guys, but we've talked to them. It's like the egos. So funny. I talked to Olive Rad. I've talked to 100 Thieves. I'm like, congratulations. They're like, we messed up on this map, this map, this map.
तू कह रहा भाई कितना ही जरूरत होती है, but I can't even handle WASD भाई. वैसे हालात हो रखे हैं भाई मेरे कीबोर्ड माउस पे. If I play daily तो हो सकता है, ठीक है, but I am not playing on mouse and keyboard.
It feels worse to lose than it is fun to win.
Agreed 1,000%.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do look at today's results, again, if you missed it, we opened up with the absolute heat of the beginning of Citadel.
भाई आज का मैच तो बड़ा तगड़ा था भाई, स्टार्टिंग वाला.
99-99 last point domination could not have been better. Insane game 1 and Shib, walk us through here game 2. What you think?
Rad versus Sentinels. I mean, I got to be honest, Sentinels, you know, it was a tough look. I trust that team. I know they're strong. They just did not look like themselves, and Rad played lights out. As we look forward here to what's coming up tomorrow, right? So, Dog, walk us through a little bit of that.
Oh, yeah. No, tomorrow we're going to see Envy, Rad, 100 Thieves in Ground Zero. That's going to be a true test for Ground Zero. And people said this is, I think you said it's like, people said this is the easier side of the bracket. But at the moment, I mean, 100 Thieves look like a really good team as well. But going back to tomorrow, like you said, Citadel versus Sentinel starting off the day, man. That's going to be an incredible match 1.
That's an insane lower bracket to open up with tomorrow. You would think that's an upper bracket, you know? And so just a great way to open it up. OUG, I think that team has a lot of talent. Excited to see.
भाई यार ये क्यों है? लास्ट में क्यों है?
Fight there against Ground Zero. We'll see how they fare there. And then
पहले होंगे loser bracket.
Yeah, I think we were starting to learn. Reject was starting to become a different
उसके
team.
बाद होंगे अपने winners bracket.
Envy Rad as well later on in the day.
Envy Rad,
I'm with you.
Thieves and
100 Thieves is one
Ground
of those
Zero.
teams that when they're under the big lights, we are
अच्छा कल 4 मैच है. भाई 4 होते रहेंगे अब ठंडे तक.
Exhibit A from today.
You know what I have to say?
चलेगा.
First of all, it's so awesome being on schedule. This has been months in the making.
संडे को क्या पता रीसेट ब्रैकेट होता है. लास्ट मैच रीसेट ब्रैकेट होगा.
Like it lived up to the hype of LAN. Like it's crazy to see the plays we're cheered for, and it's like Wolverine getting the 4-piece, right? Like it's just incredible how. What is
this little boy?
Where did this come from?
Tanuki's mom.
Okay, Citadel. Yeah, Tanuki's mom made that. It took her 80 hours. Don't roast it, man.
We have to put on like the side for like the charm. I love that the
Yeah,
charms
is,
show
yeah.
up on the live.
Oh, I noticed that too.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the right side.
the accessories.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's awesome. Like to see
Really
the
cool.
Lord skin.
Yeah, that's literally that.
This is amazing. To
Yeah.
see, shout out.
Yeah.
To see the Lord icons though, the skins, like you kind of see the personality of the players really well.
Yeah.
Oh. Now listen, guys. I just came from this.
LAN watch party.
LAN watch party, and we just met all of them down in the hotel.
And you know.
अरे अच्छा नैक्रोच क्या कर रहा है भाई नैक्रोच की शक्ल देखो
Boger and Fan Fan. But the one who surprised
भाई
me the most,
नैक्रोच चल रहा है
nice of a dude Necro was.
यार नैक्रोच is like
everybody online
a
is
good
like, oh my God, he's
person
so toxic,
but
supports
उसमें
Shrek,
ego
whatever,
बहुत है
whatever.
भाई
The
ego
guy is,
stick
like,
ले रहा है भाई
so
स्पाइडरमैन
friendly.
ego
Like, I go to
भाई
the bathroom, like trying to like just I see him on the way there. I say hi, what's up? He immediately embraces you. He's like, hey, what's going on? I have something to do, but I'm not going to act like I have something to do because I want to talk to you. He's like such a personable guy, and it's the whole crew. Everybody here at the LAN is awesome.
Yeah, they're great guys up there. SK, you're amazing. It was fun being up there.
Oh, yeah,
Can't wait
SK.
for more. Boger, you're my go. But
कल
looking
का
at
तो अलग
the
ही है
roadmap, fellas, I mean, the art team, do they miss? Do
no.
they miss?
No, look at that Extreme BO armor. I mean, that's crazy to me. Probably my favorite skin on there. I think the Bucky Winter Soldier, Polarity Soldier is kind of slept on because that one is sick too.
Yeah, I'm loving the Queen's Codex. We had the combat chest last time.
भाई 12 अगले 12 सितंबर को भाई
Feeling a little bit and way to
वो
get
चलेगा भाई अगला सीजन है
overall, they just keep cooking and they're not missing. And it's like you're waiting for no, it's always heat coming out of the kitchen.
Absolutely, in the Scarlet Witch fans now. I mean, another skin that they get, and you know, I know Scarlet Witch fans are like, when are we getting an insane skin? And there we go, coming up. I mean, there's so many already. But
there you go. Yeah, I was talking to funny enough Grog earlier. And
Scarlet Witch वाले के बारे में बात हो रही है छी
That's why there's 20 skins. Already, you know? Okay, makes sense.
It kinda, sometimes it is like that, right? Like sometimes they buff characters where like maybe a dev loves to play them and stuff, and that's not. Sometimes it's that simple, right? Because at the end of the day, you're like, you know what? People are wondering. It's not that complicated, but yeah, what an amazing day and awesome dev team we have.
Without question, y'all. First of all, so fun getting
Great
together
team,
here. Cool to
घंटा
cap
भाई
can't wait for tomorrow. We're sunsetting day 2. We're looking forward to set 3. Now we're gonna go ahead and throw it on over for the closing with Techu.
GG
Day
खत्म
2 is in the pages, and like the heroes of our favorite comics, we have started to have front runners and heroes emerge. As tomorrow, poised for matches in the semi-finals, we have Envy, Rad, 100 Thieves, and now Ground Zero Gaming, all prepared for some incredible matches. But the lower bracket sits as a waiting force for the other teams, as tomorrow teams will be eliminated. So sleep well, rivals, as tomorrow we will ignite the battle all over again. Have a lovely night, and we'll see you for day 3.
bye bye tomorrow matches भाई टीम रिजेक्ट बाहर होगी कल पक्का बट थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग ऑलमोस्ट 7 घंटों की स्ट्रीम ठीक है मजा आया भाई जो भी किया आया मजा भाई थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग थैंक यू फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन एज फॉर नाउ आई लीव बाय बाय एंड टेक केयर हैव फन एंड बाय बाय